about 4 lines into the short lines. So to me, this is a mitzvah. So we know how this is. Right? Every year on the first of Nisan, remember back around the second Shkalim week, the first of Nisan, they make an announcement. What was the announcement for? Machzis Hashem. Already they already out there to do it. But first of Nisan, we're going to begin with the new collection. So the way it works in this English is essentially the financial year begins on the first of Nisan. So what would happen? So now you have Shalom Kumimot Shumal Yishna. It's 9. In case the Shisha Tzana Mevukar, the Shishka Satzloi. Okay, so here's what happened. So they would always, obviously, they would purchase clean sacrifices from the Machzis Hashem, from the half shekel fund. Now there was a law. The law was you always had 6 sheep, I was going to say in the bullpen, but it's the sheep pen, right? They had it, remember, Lishkas HaShemayim. Because you're looking at that area view of the base of English, and you're looking down, you'll see the Azar, the courtyard. The courtyard had a major center area and 4 side chambers. One of those is side chambers was called Lishkas HaShemayim. In Lishkas HaShemayim, now she plays out over there, they always had 6 sheep ready for communal sacrifice. Okay, that's the background. Now what happens? Because when I do a Spanish Nissan, well, I do the ship couple of Sibon laws at Chimashal Statu. So the same is that I go, sure, no, all that you can touch out, they cover the Chima Kadasha. Okay, so now what happened? Come Nisan, essentially the beginning of the financial year is a Dash. So there was only great communal sacrifices from new monies which were collected. Okay, now what that often presented was, or sketch presented, I don't know often, potentially presented with the issue, what was the issue? The issue of Shana, Arba Tzlan, Belishkas Aklan, we know that Shema Yishana, behind the Rothschild, Tzibor, Lahakir, Bishashal. So what happened? Come to Shkodesh Nisan. Now, generally, there were leftover sheep in the Lishkas Aklan, in the chamber of sheep. The issue was, you can't offer them. Why can't you offer them? Why not? Because they were purchased with last year's Machzis HaShekel. Because of that, they could not be used for this year's sacrifice. So now the question is, you have 4 sacrificial sheep sitting in the Lishkas HaTzilayim. What do you do with them? What do you do with them? So Rabbi introduces something I would say rivetingly groundbreaking. What does he say? No problem, just redeem them. Just redeem them. Now we're going to say this is a shocking statement. Why is it shocking? Because in general, in order to redeem something from the sacrificial sanctity, what do you usually need first? A law. You usually need some type of blemish. You need something that really you need the animal to be disqualified from its sacrificial capacity in order to be able to redeem it. In this case, we also want to say something shocking. We want to say it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking that you could just redeem this animal straight out. Look at Rashi, just one minute. Rashi is being very important. Rashi is always very important, but very important for us in this studio right now. Rashi identifies a little more about what the process is. So what do we do now? What's the goal of redemption? Also, the goal of redemption is to make them fit for use, for sacrificial use in this current year. So how do you do this? Look at Rashi. Rashi Shemazu. Mechalin also a Mo'os Ro'osam HaMo'os Yelchul HaMo'os Yelchul Shamash Osim Ahead. They could have talking sequel of this code in this Kodesh HaKadoshim. So first thing we do is like this. So now remember, I know I have these four sheep. The first thing I do is because remember again, the safety of those animals is directly connected to last year's Machzis HaShekel. So you the animals, put that money into last year's residual Machzis HaShekel. What's done by the way with whatever is in the last year's Machzis HaShekel.
Worries about this competition. This is specifically everything into
so again, so I'm taking on this and you say the money goes into the cup of the last week's Machzis HaShekel. Any of that left over money is open to the huge okay, good. So far so good. Now what about now the sheep? What's the size of the sheep? The size of the sheep? So now what do you do with the sheep buckets? He goes on and says, those are the local some nice trees You have shekels from this year's collection, and essentially repurchase the sheep for
There's meant to be renting what we call
let's just go
resale.
through the process.
You know, it's appropriately named. Whatever there's a fee when they get together and my mom walked in right as that scene came on. My friend like jumped up. She's like, "This is a reality fight."
So we'll say, what's the journey of what Jesus said? You never heard of redemption. Because generally, redemption are to sacrifice animal, at least in the realm of personal sacrifice, but only is received by the utility or emergence of something which disqualifies the nation. This is a unique byproduct
Shows and trivia Friday night. Come for the cost. Team bonding. Working on this itinerary. Drinking this thing. Company retreat. PG. 2026. Okay. Mark your calendars, folks. We got something fun. Okay, get this. It's a custom build, but they ran out of money. Look at you.
How exactly
does this occur? The ceiling is
you just described the process, but I don't understand why that process works. But they can see in just a moment. Generally, daily reactions. She's right across. So what's the you know that
Franks and I are pretty smart to say we did with bishops and offered. They were the humblest guys in the world. They worked at the Sands Hotel. Made movies, like everybody thought they were the coolest guys in the world.
To go ahead and do something that has to use as a word is how essentially it's to sacrifice to uses the sacrificial capability. Hence, remove. So I have a carbon, I have a physical safety, now it has a that's not
circumstances and things not story. I ended up at the Sands Hotel for the anniversary, first week in December, watching in a five-year series.
So I was very proud of this statement of Rabbi, because then you could just redeem these leftover sheep, but the physicist said, how does that's not how redemption of physical safety works. Physical growth, I just understand. The Dushas HaGuf is the highest form of Kedusha. And that because remember, what is Kedusha HaGuf? What does it mean? What does it mean? It means that the Kedusha itself is part and parcel of the idea. So financial sanctity essentially means that there's a element of sanctity embedded in this object, but there's also other elements. Kedusha HaGuf the whole essence of this item is coverage. It's very nice that you went ahead and
times a year,
fantastic model of redemption, but practically, where does this distribution go? Which would have made sure it's in any space. is that the first thing I actually understand how this process is not off. Now I get it.
And playing on a Sunday night, maybe
That physical safety
playing
is the highest
maybe
level
love
of
to tell a story.
safety. The only way to
Howard's
quote
much
unquote
younger, of course, and I'm sure there.
BDM was on that safety is out.
Listen,
There's something
I don't need to reach
with
out
that safety.
when
What
Norm
is
is
it
around.
what's that thing that interferes with safety?
Frank,
Someone
Dave,
says sorry, you can't free you up anymore.
it's not who the director or short for big or a slang from pregnancy
The
called
patriarch is
being
essentially
Dave
espousing a
and
model
being
that
called Frank
allows for
Sinatra.
redemption of
Having
something that has to do
tell
something without
stories
the more.
of his
Without the more, without
synopsis
the
and
intimacy.
play.
Just Krista says, what?
He did it.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So
Steve Wynn can't get his own fucking name on Instagram. What is this bullshit? Who the fuck is the other Steve Wynn? Worst username ever. Yo, shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a shit. Yo, dog, you want to see some shit? What is this bullshit? Yo, dog, this is the worst. If this thing says the music is off, I'm throwing fists. For Rizzy? Oh, where's Shizzy, son? The worst app ever. Worst app ever. Really? Dog. Never know. Oh, worst app in my entire life. Really? App so good, baby. Son, down, you better take care. She can get out of it, but she's kind of hot. Really? Yeah, there's something fucked up about it. Cecily Strong. You ever watch this? You're like, oh, you think I'm pretty? Yeah, but there's something fucked up about you. I just can't put my finger on it. But one day, maybe I will. All right, girl. Doug, I'm gonna watch this fucking episode 1,000 fucking times. Why? What the fuck up? I hate the world today.
And fascinatingly enough, what creates a little bit of the breach into the breach? A moon. For you, what's the moon? The scariest part of faith is that faith has the ability to breach a little bit of that to be possible. But the beautiful part of it is the reality is that they love you to breach to be possible. To be possible for the new people.
And you're riding back in a second dress. Where you mean? Oh, that was cool when you fucked up the lyrics, Rabbi.
Changes me and never features my future circle. Incredible. Anyway, Sinatra shoots back in the face. But tonight, most is fascinating. Most so that's not same case, just not
I can see her lying back in a satin dress in a room where you don't compare. Sundown, and better take care. If I find you been creeping round my back stairs, you better take care. If you find you been creeping round my back stairs, I've been looking like a queen in a sailor's dream. When you don't want to say what she really means. Sometimes I think it's a shame, and I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sometimes I think it's a shame, when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Man, every man can make when their heart and their love and the first mistake. Oh, that was sick when you were like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it was sick.
Also shows up in Titus set up in Sabatinas, but they were the ones who knew how to make victorious. And they were just saying, what did they know that no one else knew? Mali Asan, which supposedly is Sonia Pekala, but I don't
What did it do?
So the nice, right? So what's fascinating about this is apparently Avatinas got paid at the end of the year. They got paid at the end of the year. So comes to the end of the year, they got paid from last year's Machzis HaShagol. Okay, so follow the corrections, right? What's our problem? What's always important in life? I don't know how we try to solve. What's our problem? Leftover ketolas, right? Leftover ketolas. Remember, can I use it in the new year? No, why not? It's from last year's Machzis HaShagol. So what do I do with it? So again, step one, pay the workers. So we paid the Sabatina from last year's Machzis HaShagol. Okay. Now watch this over. So now, after we receive that money, we will cut the next fraction. We cut all such style models for me. We got to also a new idea. I'm going to do it. The other thing, the other guy is how we let Torres on it. The notion also the onion. But we call the culture worker also into a correction. This is great. So watch this. We pay the workers. After we pay the workers, we say to the workers, do me a favor. We'd like you to purchase the leftover or redeem the leftover ketolas. So now, they sell out to us takes 2 wages, which is the last week Machzis HaShagol, and redeems the leftover ketolas onto the money. The money, then what happens to the money? What happens to the money? Right, the money goes back into the temple pot. Last year's Machzis HaShagol pot. What's last year's Machzis HaShagol used for? Repairs of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. And now these Avatinas have what? What do they have? Because they have now the redeemed ketolas in last year.
Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning and I'm losing again.
We're trying to go ahead into the problem because we have leftover sanctified items from last year's Master Heaven to can't use this year. So we need to create a mechanism to essentially allow them to be used because they are important this year's Master Heaven. So that's all we're doing over. So again, John says, pay the Sabatinas, pay the Kohanim, or whatever, but pay the Sabatinas for their work, taken with the money of last year's Master Heaven. They take that money, you feed the leftover ketolas,
Walking fast to the faded G, she's a hard walking woman, got me feeling weak. Sometimes you think it's a shame when I get you feeling better when I'm feeling pain. Sometimes you better take care of me, Papa. You've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes you better Papa. You've been creeping round my back stairs. Oh, Doug, that was sick. Was it? Fine. I mean, I'm just so athletic and gifted artistically. Dude, that bitch is so hot. Really? Yeah, she's super hot. Bitch has great hair. What's your name? No one gives a fuck. What's your name? Burp or some shit. Really? No one cares. Is she a bitch? Everybody's a bitch. I hate the world together. I feel ashamed on your hand. I'm nothing. I'm nothing in between.
Kabbalah designation. So verbal designation by inanimate objects. The way they become kadosh is through placement in the blue shirts in the service. If you're not placed in a service utensil, by definition, you have to use as dominant monetary sanctity, but not physical sanctity. This is fascinating. Doras. If you work as a Torahs at a certain point, yes, remember how these two Torahs offered. Remember that also on a shovel pile. And so that was a Torahs. When you're talking about the production of Torahs, for that matter, again, the storage of Torahs, so Torahs is ground that you put the spices and ground that's the order that has a lot of utensils, but it's not a Torahs. So because that interestingly enough, Torahs,
I like this song a lot. I like this song a lot. Really? Yeah.
This is mind-blowing. This is absolutely mind-blowing, because again, up until the source, you were back $1,000, you always assume the price for us has physical sanctity, and again, because it's being used in the service of something. If I tell you something, just to believe it, right? Just shake it. Again, that's what I always thought. So again, so we always have to touch the force is physically using the ritual for that's physical sanctity. But you know what I'm saying? And Rabbi said, Jesus said, no,
Bury your heart into my heart. That's where you belong in my heart, baby, yeah. Way before start fall, bury your heart into my heart. That's where you belong in my heart, baby, yeah.
You redeem them. You redeem them. How do you redeem them? You go ahead and you transfer the sanctity of the money, put that money, then again, put that money into the last year's part of the Max Shekel, and then you purchase them in your Max Shekel. This is the milk of Robert's students and reading it. This is saying, what about the Eden shop? What about how can you get, how do you just put it this message like that? Robert said to speak to you and read this, what about the Doras? You pretty much do the same exact thing. It's just response to your own. Two different items, or two different things, right? The Torahs is not physical sanctity, it's not Kedusha Sago. Rather, what is it? Kedusha Kamen. Kedusha Kamen, monetary sanctity.
You don't have the song memorized. Is it Bob Seger? Next question. How many Bob Seger songs can you do? Dude, don't do Bob Seger right now. Just get this fucking song down. Just do it.
Right, has gone to the mitzvah, but requires Erev Shemesh, right, requires sunset. Now, he's an interesting guy, because in certain respects, in certain respects, he's quite hard. He's going to the mitzvah, perhaps again, waiting relation, but he still needs that sunset. So the Gemara says like this: if you're right about Torahs, and the Torahs only has financial sanctity, it doesn't have to use that financial. Right, that's the case, that if a really touches it, he shouldn't make it come. You know that he does. I love it, Tanya. Why do you does?
I hear your name whispered on the wind. It's a sound that makes me cry. I hear a song born again and again through my mind, and I don't know why. I wish I didn't feel so strong about you. Like happiness and love revolve. Trying to catch your heart is like trying to catch your star. So many baby, baby. That must be what you are. Waiting for a star to fall and carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong in my arms, baby, yeah. Waiting for a star to fall, carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong in my arms, baby, yeah. Oh, that was sick. That was so sick when you were like, hey, everybody, look at the reflection of my fucking glasses. And then you were like, what's that? What is this bitch's name? Burkhart or some shit? I don't know. This bitch is fucking on. Probably. Billboard. What's your name? Rothschild? Some shit. What? She hot? Yeah. Can she get? Oh, fuck yeah. I've been wanting to fuck that bitch for 15 years. Really? 20.
Once they've come in contact with the clitoris.
Really? Oh, dog. That bitch? That bitch on the fucking thing with the thing at the bottom? Fuck yeah, dog. I and every motherfucker who has a bank account.
Which would seem to indicate to us then that what? The performance is not simply produced as done, rather there must be something else. Alumni.
Carry on into my arms. That's where you belong in my arms, baby, yeah. I've learned to feel what I cannot see, but with you, I lose that vision. I don't know how to dream your dream, so I go cut off the station. I want to point out and pull you to me. Who says I could leave you go free? Trying to catch your heart is like trying to catch a star. But I can't love you that much, baby. I love you from afar. Waiting for the star to fall. Carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong in my arms, baby, yeah. Waiting for the heart to fall. Carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong in my arms, baby, yeah. Waiting forever long. Waiting, I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting, something so blind. Waiting, love you. Even now.
Once they come in contact with the clitoris, so then you know what I'm saying, then you're susceptible to too much. And again, Allah Almighty, what's going on here? First, we must teach you the creed, don't teach you the creed law. Only if something has become consecrated with is a subject to Lina. But if it's never been in the it shouldn't be subject to Lina. When I say, our problem is, it sounds like we're leaning towards saying that he told us.
No, this is a shit thing.
The problem is,
alright, how many Bob Seger songs can you do, kid? Oh, Bob Seger? How many Bob Seger? You're asking me how many Bob Seger songs do I fucking know? How much time you got, motherfucker? Really? Yeah. Why? Bob Seger? You mean Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band? Really? Who else? Shelter from the Storm. That's Bob Dylan. Against the Wind. Dog, obviously. Night Moves. I've already done Night Moves like 15 times. Still the same, of course. Like a Rock. Dog. Makes me want to buy a Chevy truck. Really? All-time rock and roll? Dog. Let's not even get into that. They're gonna bury me to that song. Really? They'll bury my father to that song. They'll bury me to that song. Really? Perhaps. That's a good song. Turn the page. Turn the page. Yeah. We've got tonight. Makes me want to light a fire right now. How about Till It Shines? No, give us not on Bob Seger's greatest hits. It ain't one of his major ones. How about Roll Me Away? Dog. They remember back in all cities, everybody have a brew. They don't have no drinks, and I just all do what I decided to do. Them government. Live down by the riverside, looking for fortune wheels and roll dice. I was just 13 when I had to leave home. Hollywood Nights. I've made my own films of this. Really? Yeah, dog. Traveler Man? Dog. Absolutely. Dog. Yeah, dude, I was just showing this one. Microdoses, bitch. Really? Yeah. Beautiful Losers. You'll Company? Absolutely. Songs About Baby. Yeah. But not one of my favorites. That's great. Higher Ground. That's fun. We've got Tonight. Absolutely. Shame, not one of my favorites. Understanding. No one knows it. Chances are. Wait for me. Because of this song, big one though. What about the Bob Seger system? Nothing to the Tin Man. How about the Real Love? How about the Eagles? We know the Eagles are the Trying to live my life without you is the hardest thing I ever had. I didn't tell you, it's a great song. Rock and Roll Never Forgets. Bob Seger that's why he's a system. He worked it out, baby. No. It's a very, like, it's about strippers and trucks. Name what every Bob Seger song's about. Driving, running, strippers, fires, traveling. So we mentioned strippers. It's a big thing. That's a big song too. Not the same. Catmandu. You go give him a toast. You like this song? Not really. It's on his greatest hits. This one's good. Yeah, that's still pumping. Yeah, fuck yeah, Bob. Gypsy wind is all along.
using is not right for us. We don't know what's going to be used or what's not going to be used. So that's first step. So you take the first of these things, one of the sheet of the amount of POS, if it's sticking in the way something is not used, and then the current financial year does not have to be tested yet. Because it does not have to be tested for what? Let's see this. I literally translated
All right, so how many is that about to enough?
This has to do with a general sense, right? That Jews, right? The Jewish court, Sanhedrin, Chazal, actually spoke over monetary matters of concept, which is actually quite fascinating. But what it sounds like is we always assume that that was the case for us regular people. Temple finances as well. Religious finances as well. So the way it works is like this: these themselves, we understand the baby left over. So let's say, again, it's not the shot that everyone is going to use us as well. It's just about something that only stuff we use has to use us a lot. Anything left over, we never had to use us a lot. Let me say, but they never had.
No, what's that song about?
What? They don't redeem it at all. It's that kind of thing, because remember, again, the city of the Senate, that's one of the very strings. If you just think that just look the last thing, let's just have fun, and that's something again you're making a barbecue. That's not going to be right. So you have to understand some emphasis and potency of reduction. It's just like so we thought the whole problem was I'm doing something that has physical affinity without the emergence of a moment or anything else.
Oh, I like this song.
He says only what we use has to be Shasagos. What you don't use never has to be Shasagos. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Rashi ends up in the home. We do the seaboard, noticing these things great. Any matter concerning the seaboard, these things, it's actually very special. A very beautiful phrase. But we do the seaboard, this is concerning the Dance Club Israel, noticing things great. That is concerned regarding all community matters, and therefore halacha l'maisa again. They said only what you use has to be shasagos.
What is it? After we go on that after midnight.
Incredible.
We don't know. Right, this song.
Rashi's example is if you're not using items, like if you take a ram and you say, I hereby am not this ram for financial services, the animal essentially automatically acquires to use a hunger. Because whenever you consecrate an animal consecration always results in produce a hunger. So I don't understand.
Yo, dog.
These are designated.
How about you go fucking sick boy?
Everything is in how you phrase it. So ultimately, again,
Sick boy squad. Sick boy nation.
When you designate the animal, you say that this animal should be for Allah, which is what the animal is fit for. That animal is automatically vested to be just But Allah provides that let's say you say this animal should be for
Way
Allah.
left and way. Way left and way.
So what does that mean? It means you're vesting the animal with financial sanctity and not.
Are you fucking serious? I might have to shit myself.
Allah provides, you can say that you can designate On a
They
personal
were
level,
walking.
if you want to designate an animal with financial sense, now business sense, you have to designate it for something other than carbonic purpose, like in soccer. Something purpose for one. But again, here, you based in mass now, and essentially based the structures it. Once again, what you're going to use has physical sanctity.
Get that bitch,
You're not going to use any has financial sanctity. Incredible. Back to the nose. Say, Rabbi, so a part of the circle of the breaks of your muscle breakers. These are just incredible. Listen to this. You have your part of the soil trinity body. This is very good. Right, so remember, using your Kavanah You're going to see a difference. So power is starting to differ. They got lost. They lost. Somebody's losing their job, right? Someone's getting fired. Right? So
Yo, baby, I'm the biggest fuck about time. I feel like these motherfuckers are gonna throw me out.
Find another. Listen, by the way, I just in all seriousness, can you imagine that moment in the face of Mikdash? Right? It's your kid. It's your kid. Like, okay, hey, you know, Yanko, can you get the pot and sawyer? Right? And that moment when they realized that they lost it.
How about you just call on me? Let me talk.
Probably what does it mean? What do we do? What's the message? What we tell us? And then what do they do? What do they do? Right? You just happiness have to have. You just get a replacement. Listen, in life, there are often problems that
This is that one bitch. This is that song they played for fucking Billy. I like it.
When you do a face with a challenge in life, create and orchestrate and choreograph. Don't get paralyzed by the problem. You're solution-oriented in your life approach. So if they lost the kavanos of your different I don't know, it's traumatic leaving it. Right? You lost the kavanos, okay.
If you wanna be free,
Find the solution. Then what happens? They go ahead and they separate out the kavanos. Fine, no problem. On the days, they're saying, see about this other. Shocking. They similarly about this other. Right? Which were again, these are the kavanos that are back. See what the fuck about kavanos. Instruction of things and accidentally worship that whole desire. Okay, so what happened? Same thing. They had these kavanos designated and then it was lost. And what happens? And they went ahead and they separated out new kavanos. And also the partners what happens? They find the old ones. So that's no different. They find the lost part of the star. After they all got their copies by Arizona, they find the one that was lost. So what do you do with this found animals? What do you do with them? So you might just put on your list of the you decide you have some kind of you know, if you look at the lost animals that were not found, you let them die. That's what they're killing them. You see? So the famous is out of there. And it's not bad in the future.
The mountain music, like grandma and grandpa used to play. And up and down. I can still count down the party. I can tame with anybody. I can bring whiskey and red wine, champagne all night. In the smash on the rocks and I find. When I taste tequila, baby, I still see you. Like on the buffalo in the floor with a t-shirt. The same one you wore when we were sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, sailing on the bottle of the island of Libya. I can live without Gladys when I taste tequila.
And what they say essentially is that Kedusha Hazit only devolves upon the
Just do it.
Karbonos
Just
you're going to
whatever.
use. But if you're not using your own sacrificial purposes, then what? Then it should not really have any sense.
I can still shut down a party. I can hang with anybody. I can drink red wine and red wine, champagne all night, and scotch on the rocks and I'm fine. When I taste tequila, baby, I still see us cutting up a bowl in the sorority t-shirt, the same one you wore with me, but sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, swearing on the bottle, baby, I love you. I remember how I need you when I taste tequila. When I taste tequila, I can be somebody brand new. Think about you. I can see myself the same one. It's like dogs in my car. And with me, and anything is fun. But when I taste tequila, baby, I still see us looking at the phone and sorority t-shirt. Same one,
I feel a little bit guilty for going away last week because I feel that she was going to play the rest. I don't know what happened. I was just going for a couple of days, but a lot of shameless talk. Listen, shameless is like, what you do? Don't stop it. You got to take it slow and steady. Slow and steady. So again, we're not behind. We're perfect. At some point in time, over the next couple of weeks, there'll be a short couple of days somewhere where I'll make a friends. I'll say something that we all reached out for me.
Is that a thing? I don't know about that, dude. Social media, this isn't real. I don't know if truck pods are things, but
All right, Kevin, you
truck out of that. Right-wing alpha male pods. Now it makes sense. Truck pods is very funny. Potential being 6 years or more. I think they might have to, but yeah, it's fun.
someone wore the we were sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, swearing on the Bible, baby, I never leave you. I remember I never need you when I taste tequila. When I taste tequila. I need your love and sinking. When I taste tequila, baby, I still see a color. I see shit. Same one you already love. Sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle. Swearing on the Bible, baby, I never leave you. I remember how bad I need you when I taste tequila. When I taste tequila. When I taste tequila.
And this opinion comes from there in the Mishnah. What he essentially says is that they all work together for something stuff. In other words, it's true that the
What a phrase, lady.
Let's just take a quick break to remind ourselves a couple of things. We have a number of different theories over here we're talking about. A number of different goats. We haven't heard about them yet up until now, so just quickly remind ourselves. What we're talking about for the most part is the Sayera Pili of Yom Kippur, which is the Sayera Hanasabishmi, as you refer to it, which is its avodah was taking place inside. And that was something we described that's according to all opinions, comes for somebody who has the idea at the beginning, but no idea at the end. So he knew beforehand what Allah was to come coming, and in the middle, he had this forgetting, this lapse of memory, and then what happens? He eats something that he he eats the compound while he's coming with bushes to the mikvah, and then he doesn't ever find out about it. In other words, the lapse of memory stays with him. That's what the Messiah, not the snake goes to his own. Then we have another one, which happens on the Kippur, which is the Sarah Pizza. This is not the Sarah not the king. This is done entirely outside, and now it's subject to big myself when it comes to you. So everyone is of the opinion that it works for a person who does not know about it at the end of the community, but knows about it at the end. He did not know about the power of Torah in the beginning. He didn't know about it at the end because Baruch the Shimon he mentioned yesterday said no, that's not what it comes for. What it comes for is a tahar, a person who's tahar, and he eats the carbon, which is tameh, so that's the problem. In other words, typically all the other cases we were talking about was when the guy himself has become tameh, and then he did something that a time person is not supposed to do. In this case, that's not what we have. We have a person who himself
down to a T.
The mayor, to address right now, essentially says that all these things can be mixed up. The only one that's unique is the Soyer Hanatzah. The only one that has its own type of kapara is the Soyer Lashem, which is not such a sin, and that's something which comes to atone for a person who knows about it initially, forgets, and does not ever find out about it. That one's unique. However, well, the case of, number one, a person who does not know about it.
Do you think Zeus is going to win? There's no way. There's no way. But if he did, I would contemplate going to see him.
The second case, where he doesn't know at all, he's completely oblivious. Or tahar sa'akal as a tameh, a person who's not tameh at all. His problem is getting covered with his tameh, so that person needs a kapara. Says their mayor, the Sawyer of Yom Kippur. In other words, the goat which is brought outside, and the goat brought on Yom Kippur, and the goat brought on Rothschild, they all atone for all those things. Now what happens
Got you down to a T.
Now, on this opinion of Rabbi tells us the all essentially works.
About you, maybe last time I never snowed you. Everything can be true, maybe about you, never my sheets and roll by. I believe get some read. Right, you and roll by. We can know that you need tonight. Girl, I take my time. Every you think you're gonna be Joe Rogan's best friend? I will say to him, dog, what would you say to Joe Rogan right here? And you're sitting away from Jamie on the left. Dog, you want to have a sleepover? Like, we'll play video games, order pizza, drink shitloads of beer, tell stories, laugh our dicks off. Yeah, he kind of like that. Every time just fun. No, but really, what would you do? What would you say to him? Dog, I've not met a motherfucker. We don't know anybody. But I'm caught up on your life. Like, I know everything about every one of your friends. I'm in all the fucking subreddits. Really? Yeah. Why? And why not? Dog, this shit sucks, though. Dog, that's kind of freaky. Verb pipe.
You read Beyond the Tikura, starts with Pasuk Vav, and then you keep going. Pasuk Lamed, guess what? Seir Izim Echad L'Kaper Alei. It says Seir Izim. So keep that in mind. We have to remember that there's an exception when it comes to Shavuos. It says.
You think you'd be friends with these guys? Yeah. Is there anything you don't like about them? No, they've been very nice to me. Oh, you know them? Sort of. Communicated on Discord. More than this asshole or this asshole.
So again, you have your two connecting Rosh Chodesh. Next one, Uva also Lachodesh. Translate to Yom Kippur. We will have a Rosh Chodesh. That pasuk in that section. Pasuk in Aleph. Here is an episode. Now, so far, Shavuot and Yom Kippur both describe.
What a fucking amazing Athletica. Did you see how athletic that was? I was like, oh, let's put it in slow motion. Let's put this bitch in slow motion. Cut it down to 0.5.
Third day of Yom Kippur, who's here? Fourth day, Pasuk Hey, who's here? Fifth day, Pasuk Vav, who's here? Shishi, the sixth day of Sukkot, Pasuk starts with Pasuk Hey, where is Pasuk Lamed Aleph, the top of the seventh day of Sukkot, who's here? And then we have Shmini, the Shana Rabbah, we have Lamed Aleph, who's here? Shmini. And you have Yudat Saraf, which is Pasuk Lamed Hey, Prophet will sing with Lamed Hey, who's here? Which we have over from Pesach. No, Marcolino is saying, right out of the day, on the cross, the extra word, that's the letter of God. To tell us the Hebrew, what is this extra representation? But all these goes, but he's described
Just standing up the sunlight, babe. I race to know the cheek. See you leaving out there, even if it's just a see.
It seems like what we're saying is you start with the Chodesh and you build up from the Chodesh, and then from disconnect. Rashi goes through all this very methodically. If you look at Rashi's first given line, he says, "So Pesach HaShabbat Lewis Chodesh." It was the first one in the process of Chodesh. So what will we connect? We'll connect Pesach to Chodesh.
You know? Every now and then, ever do nothing. No. It was good night. And we roll it. Rolling on the river. Sorry. That's a good time out in the city. Working for the man every night and day. Never lost a minute of sleep when I was worried about the way that things might have been. You know, we will keep on turning. The proud Mary keep on burning. And we rolling, yeah, rolling down the river, rolling on the river. Rolling on the river, made a lot of pain and pampers, and I pumped a lot of tame down in New Orleans. Never talked on the side of the city until I hit the ride on a riverboat street. You know that it will keep on turning. The proud Mary keep on burning. We're rolling, yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. Never lost a minute of sleep when I was worried about the way that things might have been. Big wheels keep on turning, round, never keep on burning. Your love lifted me higher than I ever been lifted before. Yeah, with my desire, and I'll be at your side. forevermore. Still, you know, gotta love it, don't lift me higher, higher and higher.
This is what you can do on your mind, your set times. Rabbi is there, besides all the other commandments, this is what we found. Now, what's that public speaking? Mark 20, that public is saying, to call
Fantastic. Sort of an alien, maybe.
It's not a Moed. Other than Moed, it's supposed to be called a Moed. And Mara said, the truth is, actually, the seventh day of Tav. The problem is that they didn't come back on, so they shouldn't come back on the 10th day of Tav. They shouldn't come back on the 10th day of Tav. The problem is they shouldn't come back on the 9th day of Tav. Yes, they left on Tav Sivan. We add our 40 days. They should have come back on the 9th day of Tav. Now the problem is that we know they didn't come back on the 9th day of Tav. They came back on the 8th day of Tav. The Moroccan gave the terrible report, and that night on Tisha B'Av, on the night of Tav, everyone was crying. But Paul said, you know what? I'll tell you this from the Kiyah. So you're sitting there crying, so I'm using the expert on the Kiyah, so we has established that the day of Tisha B'Av is going to be a day of mourning for many generations. She has to come, and this gets Tisha B'Av to be in Yom Tov, which should be hard as well. But till then, Tisha B'Av is considered to be a day of mourning. Now, the only way that tough tests, Siva, plus 40 days, has them come back on the 8th of Av as opposed to the 9th of Av is that year Tav would be added on the 30th day. Right? I'm pretty sure it works out. Okay? It works out. So that's what happened. So now, what's this pasuk talking about? This pasuk is Yirmiyah, where he is lamenting the fact that Kara Alai Moed Lispa Bachure. In other words, we call Alai Moed, Moed is referring to Rothschild, Lispa Bachure, ultimately destroyed.
Dogs, what is this bullshit?
He called it a Moed, so we just see that he called Rothschild a Moed, so incorrect. He told Rothschild is not considered a Moed, it is considered a Moed. Raya is from Yirmiyah, because he says Kara Alai Moed, and he's referring to Rosh Chodesh.
I can't stop going on.
I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Mother and the mayor agrees to start on Nasa B'Fnim, Shehulim B'Kapel, Kapel, son, Behim, Einam B'Kapel, Kapel. You mentioned this earlier. Rabbi Yochanan says that the start on Nasa B'Fnim stands alone. The Sir and Nasa B'Fnim, that service outside, the Yamsish goats, and our Kodesh goats, all of those, they have their initial thing that they're there for, but ultimately they approach the whole three things. The only one that's successful here is the Sir and Nasa B'Fnim. That one's by itself. Now we want to tell us as we said, the idea of a person who violates the Torah and you never find out about it. That was including the Kappa, that was not served, the other types of the other things you mentioned, So again, person who knows about it initially, and that's the guess the whole thing. Only one opportunity to Sahara. That is from the Kipper with the Sahara. So very true. How should you when you feel a little bit, a little so? The complete person is completely oblivious. That's number one. How should you when you feel the two of the interest in the self? Again, do not know that initially. You find that at the end. That's how that's the other case. The person who's inside the side. These are the just tolerating. See, was going. Still production. So not stuff. However, if you look very carefully, however, Sire and Oscar Finn, Shira, that was left out. The Kapara side, Nani Shira. This Kapara was also left out. You see very clearly. Together. He's only bunching together. The goats on outside of Kipper, the goats on the
Awesome.
and the goat which is done on those colors. Now, we'll go back to this. Higher Bishimon over. Sire Russian production. The Kappa Altar so you mentioned before that the Sire opinion that the Sire is not for the oblivious.
Yeah.
It's for the guy who is Tahar for each of the people. Now this is the Russian production of the factory. I was wondering, you understand whether for this one does not work for the result of what we did with this person. I haven't said this yesterday.
Can you do this? Now, I can do Blackwater in my fucking sleep.
You should say the Caprolus for the Russian production. It should work for a person who's Tahar, who needs something who's just Tahar, and a crowd. Oh, so. Mention this yesterday as well. When Moshe was talking to Aaron in that case, he said, the Osar Nasan Latem. The Osar Nasan Latem.
One Mississippi, please call in my name. Catholics are jumping like wanna be coming, like wanna be rolling on baskets and whoa, Blackwater, keep on rolling, Mississippi Blue, won't you keep on shining on? Whoa, Blackwater, keep on rolling, Mississippi Blue, won't you keep on shining on? Whoa, Blackwater, keep on rolling, Mississippi Blue, won't you keep on shining on me? Well, keep on shining your light, gonna make everything right, mama, gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. If it rains, I don't care, don't make no difference to me. Just keep that me home, go with a fire. Go in and I'll find everybody drinks alright. Whoa, Blackwater, keep on rolling, Mississippi Blue, won't you keep on shining? Whoa, Blackwater, keep on rolling, Mississippi Blue, won't you keep on shining? Whoa, Blackwater, keep on rolling, Mississippi Blue, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah, keep on shining your light, gonna make everything, mama, gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. And about a hand, take it by the hair, bring it by out to dad, put your daddy, oh, God, gonna hear something.
He buys into Meir's idea that the Sawyer Anasa Bafus and Kippur covers all three. He buys into Meir's opinion that the theory of the word for chief is east, which is for an oblivious person and a car to alcohol society. However, when it comes to the Sawyer Rashobah, he says only works for one, which is a car person is car. That's more like good understanding. Nice stuff. Why is the director of production go over copy on his own? Why does he say that the Sawyer Rashobah only works to recover for a person who's tahar and needs something which is funny? Now, what's the reason for that? It says, over there. Now, if that's the case, now for the whole only works for one, there's all nothing on the top of the production.
What is this bullshit? It's good crap.
Exactly what I meant. Exactly what I just went from what's in it. You should say the same thing. In other words, you will say I will mean only one. You should probably go to the
Rain, I don't care. Well, if it rains, I don't care. Don't make no difference to me. Let's take that street coming down in uptown. Yeah, gonna keep some funky dicks and bang, some funky tongue. And then find everybody drinks alright. Roll back water, keep on rolling. Mississippi move, won't you keep on shining? Roll back water, keep on moving. Mississippi move, won't you keep on shining? Roll back water, keep on rolling. Mississippi move, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah, keep on shining your light. Gonna make everything. My mom gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. That was so sick. West Side.
One doesn't say Akash says that by the internal, sorry, not by the external one. Now, the in other words, if you say the Akash part is only the limited results only keeps the Akash is here, that's that's all. The second part in this case is different. Why do we cry? Because our left of Akash it says very clearly how will be the factor on the corner of the museum once a year. Carnosis is there means who the Torah we have the same problem where it says he is a hacker, and he says we can't actually look the Torah. The outside one because it says Carnosis. That is the city from the inside one. So therefore, yes, the sun not going to stand alone by itself. It's for a person who has an idea and then never find that again. No Torah, that's enough.
Ring, I don't care, don't make no difference to me. Just take that street car down over You think Joe Rogan knows these songs? Fuck yeah, Joe Rogan knows these songs. You don't think Joe Rogan knows the Doobie Brothers? Go fuck you.
And then he forgets. Or a person completely oblivious. And it's also
Hey, Joe Rogan, you know the Doobie Brothers? Yeah, fuck yeah, he knows the Doobie Brothers.
now we can cover a person who's completely oblivious, and cover a startup. Why? Because for your space job, that's what is very limited to only car stuff. Because that one says follow.
Dixieland and I'm gonna take him by the hand, babe, take it by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. We got to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand, babe, take it by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. We like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand, take it by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand. Mama dance by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand. On the hand, take me by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night. Dog, that was so sick. And then they threw up gang signs for gangs that don't even exist yet. West Side. Well, if it rains, I don't care. Who's this bitch? Oh, please be another college chick. Oh, they're a fake person. Really? Actually, they are. They're a Canadian person. Really? They're a rugby player. Oh, they like Dusty Springfield. That's tight.
Every year, Rothschild explains this in great length. Every year, they had a surplus of animals that they had in the Timo Sunday. So they would collect money, and they would buy animals, and they had this area where they would store the animals, and
Who's this bitch?
the place where they would inspect the animals, make sure there's no bugs. And every year, they had a surplus of 6 of these animals. And when it came to the end of the year,
Nobody knows.
2 of those animals for the comedian was covered. So Safra was covered for the Rabbi of that day. And you're always left with 4 into the next year. The problem is, you're not allowed to use a carpet of last year for this year. So they only have about a year.
So that was sick when you were singing the Doobie Brothers and everybody wasn't paying attention to you because you weren't in a fucking space. It was sick. Come on, damn, Oh, my here come funky Dixieland. Take me come on. Look at this move, though. Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, I think we need to go back. 10 minutes of shop. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it's 10 minutes of shop, son.
What happened to the Kedusha?
Watch. I was in the L train. No, wrong. George, I was in the
Kedusha. That's okay. Get a move first.
Dog. I used to shit on Safari as a browser, and I still do. But it's better than some shit. All right, are you done?
Similarly, they had when it came to the different spices that they used with the Ketoras, they always had some extra. So what would they do with that? They did something interesting. Now, there was this family called Beis Hatzidus. They were the only ones who knew how to properly make the Torah. So now, it's a whole mission about them. What they would do is, about 3 minutes, they would separate the payment for this Beis Hatzidus. They would redeem the leftover Kataras onto that money. You give that money to this family, to Beis Hatzidus. The Torah has their wages. Now, what happened is the clothes were looked at also in Shuma Padas. They would then go ahead and buy it back from them with the new clothes. In other words, instead of selling it off to the family, which was a design to the Kataras, just put it on the market for anybody to go buy it, they would sell it to the Beis Hatzidus, and then they would rebuy it. Yeah, but online, according to you, why was that necessary? How can you just sell it? It has Kedusha. How can you just go ahead and sell it? Now, Amalei said to me, asking about Kataras. Kataras Sani. Kataras is different. Why is Kataras different? The Kedusha is Sani. Kataras is different because there's not a Kedusha Sagof, rather it's just Kedusha Sani. Now, we stop here in the middle of the sentence because it really continues on for a long time. We're now going to be grappling back and forth to figure out whether it's Kedusha Sani or Kedusha Sagof, and ultimately, we're going to come back and Dr. Alf and the Beis in the Raya for our Mishnah.
And it seems the guy standing actually a tool that we use for that. I guess that was when it's like Shab, I told you that.
Good morning.
That was the
We
lowest.
We thank the Tilson
Bring
family
that suck.
for the oldest stream of the year as it's the first for the Torah for Israel. We also thank Shmuel and Robin Rothschild for starting the oldest stream of the month. The commemoration of the Rothschild full father. That is corruption, legal that is just for praying. The Rothschild is going to face a training to become a street. The family should have a summer and the summer should have an Aliyah with their neighbor. So, we are in the middle of a discussion over here. We want to tell us that this problem to be Mechaper, the Sar and us to be Mechaper for various different pillows. And the Torah is
what the fuck is this shit?
The person has the idea.
I don't want to be that guy.
No, I just want to put the link.
But to say that differently, you know that it's not just
2%. This shit sucks. 9, 11. Weren't able to work me.
You walk into the Beit Mikdash, or you touch him, and the next person realizes. So it has an idea in the beginning.
Dude, this, all this shit sucks. This shit should be done for free. Really? Yeah. Get your shit together, guys. Worse. Shit.
And afterwards, it hits him that, oh my gosh, I made a mistake, I shouldn't have done this. And that's where he brings the carbon. That's where he brings the carbon to cover all of the other. However, if he does not have the idea,
when I see watch demo, I immediately think, this shit sucks.
this carbon is going to be told us, going to take care of him, and kind of wait in the top area to take away all the Yisurim until he actually brings the carbon. That was what we discussed yesterday. There was a carbon in the Gemara.
I don't want to download it. It sucks.
Cases of Tumah, that perhaps this carbon should actually go ahead and serve as a kapara. There are other cases which are referred to in the Torah as Tumah, even though they're not the last case of ritual impurity, but they have a reference to the Torah as Tumah. We thought that perhaps this carbon what was that? It was Gilei Arayos, Slichas Damim, and Avodah. Gilei Arayos is immoral behaviors, Slichas Damim, murdering, and Avodah. I don't worship that.
Dog, I just want it to work.
This carbon can actually serve as a kapara for that. So yesterday, came with the Gemara. The Gemara went through these things. He said, hold on a second. Just trying to figure out. We went through these very quickly.
How about just free? Free for everybody.
Quickly, let's do it again. The Gemara says, Zion with days, the 6 lines of Adonai, Yeshi Benin Zeh, Lahavi Zero Tumos. Tumos of Azara, Tumos of Arias, Tumos of Damim. And one wants to figure out what is this routine.
How about just free?
Premise that what is going on is that if these cases are punishable in another way, then obviously we go for harm. So if a person takes a death is going to face the death penalty for one of these things, then clearly this company is not going to consider the atonement for that. The other side of it is that if there is the ability to bring the carbon on its own for it, then the carbon is not necessary or it doesn't work. The whole idea we made it effective yesterday of the pitch AM to Pakistan is to be a patcha similar to a patcha is something which is done intentionally, a case of something which is done unintentionally. The idea was just like something which is done intentionally, you can't do a carbon. So this carbon the atonement will come for another scenario where you can't bring a carbon. So what is that? So there would be a case where, as we described, you don't know better at the end. But here, in this case, we're trying to figure out what would be the case if Judah Rice gets the Southern Zara, where there is no death penalty, and there's no penalty for your carbon. So please go through it, where it says,
so the whole the setup is that
she's like, highlight the Zara, realize Nevada, make it done. What's the case? Or if you need to make it, it's like that, where you can through what the heck.
No way this shit works. Not in the way it works.
You know this, but then to engage not with it. And you did it.
Or unlimited. How about just offer unlimited for free? So they have to be able to pay for it. Alright, then inundate me with fucking ass.
Even showed me even by mistake. Our carbon, let's make carbon. So again, the necessity of this carbon is just irrelevant. Where it says no, it's something that is amazing no ask for. Talking about a case where you did it intentionally, but there is a loophole in
Trenching content from source. This shit sucks. Doug, look at this. Let's summarize this for the folks at home. It's time to eat French fries. Psych, we got some.
What's the case? Even means that it means Pastor went ahead and engaged this behavior, knowing that it was forbidden. The guy is subject to the death penalty. Even so, if it happened by mistake, our carbon will remain carbon. So then this carbon becomes irrelevant. Morrison, where something that is, then maybe it was intentionally to ask for it. Okay, there's a loophole here. So he's done intentionally, but he did not get an ask for it. He did not get a warning. If he did not get a warning, he cannot be punished with the death penalty. Other cases, the shogeg, that's by mistake, below the other right, and was missing one of the necessary knowledge. Again, similar to the stomach, the case when you murder somebody, Nami, what's the case? If you dummy, even makes it, if he intentionally went ahead and murdered somebody, he's subject to the death penalty. You tell somebody. Even shogeg, if it was an accidental death, our goals, he has to go to goals. So again, we don't find that there's just a carbon that is brought on his behalf, which serves as an atonement. Yes, but already we learned about this. Where it says, it could be amazing, and we're opposite. Same thing. He didn't intentionally do that, and get it running. Or the shogeg, what he did by mistake, was not a lane, and he didn't know that he didn't necessarily do it. Another suggestion is the highest the most blood and goes to a cancer person is not something to go. If you mentioned this, there are a number of cases that wouldn't be relevant to the goes. Is that loophole is that it goes up with the axis instead of going down. In those cases, that would be where the cover would be relevant. However, it's not. That's what we said yesterday. However, even though we just found cases where potentially this carbon can be relevant to serve as an atonement, it doesn't. This whole idea was, what would the potential case be? And J.D. Mark says the potential case has to be where it was intentionally, but he didn't get a warning, or it was by mistake, and he didn't have to talk about it, or when it comes to the case of accidental murder. In those cases, we have to be a case where in one of those cases, we're going to go to okay, that's Mark I'm right about.
Break it down. I'm going to share it. Do you know? Who's this bitch? Yo, Silver Moon, you want to get that shirt off? Yo, that might be okay. Well, Only after celebrating your 21st birthday. Look at that shirt off, girl.
There's a difference, but yesterday we mentioned that we don't know yet what the difference is. We find that there's something different about this Torah. So therefore, the brow culture, the Hilka culture, the dark culture, there is some type of difference. The culture is not spiritual to Kedaka. First, he looks into the Shemita when he is
Skits and bits, baby.
eating karbanos when he's in a similar state of impurity. Now, the Mafal Torah to us, the Torah is big to Shikadash. Afkan, the Torah is big to Shikadash. In other words, the idea is,
If you
moving
need.
this carbon, this fire, these go in to serve as a cover for a person who unintentionally walks into this mythical or infection while he's impure. Why? Because he finds that particular Torah comes with a different set of laws than all other types of Torah. Therefore, that's the one that is going to serve as a kapara for, but nothing else. So now, we would have thought it served as a kapara for the right with some of the Gemara. But we learned that no, it doesn't. Because it says Yitzhak, it has to be that there's something special about this Torah, something different about this Torah, and once we find something different about it, we can say, all right, fine, that's the one that this Sire will be with us. Give her a new to look forward to read with it. Now, Gemara wants to know, my field, what is different? So where do we find that there's a difference between a Mikdash and Kedasso that has some type of leniency that I would say, okay, this is different than every other Torah, and therefore this carbon, this Sire, this girl, and now for the spirit, which is done inside, is going to serve as an atonement. So again, just a quick reminder, we'll read about this next Hashem tomorrow. We read about this yesterday. In Kriyat Torah, about this aftermath, there are two different views, two different goals. One of them is referred to as the Sayar Hashem. Another is referred to as the Sayar Hashem. The Sayar Hashem is the one that we're describing. It is Mikra, it is brought inside the Mikdash, what does it mean? That is the one that we're analyzing. The other one is the Son of God that's shown up the cliff, and that has nothing to do with what we're discussing right now. Now, the Son, that's with him, what's it for, what's its purpose, what does it come to accomplish? So we're saying what it comes to accomplish is that if a person knew at some point that there was a prohibition of eating conscience or what is when he's coming, and he becomes coming, and then he has a lesson memory, and then he forgets about it, he never has this subsequent idea about it. This carbon is going to serve as an atonement for that particular circumstance. Why that particular circumstance has an exception. So says the Gemara, what's the exception? Mine is what's different about the Torah? You want the Torah of a desire, let's the Torah, not to look at these cases. What that means, the nicety, the era below this stuff.
They call it the American dream because you have great sleep to believe it.
Let's get going. My turn, what's the nicety below the others? That's this type of Gemara, completely invariable carbon. With every other case, it is never is just that carbon. This is what you gotta do. You have to get a carbon. Your contact, listen, it doesn't have flying scale, depending on the flying. But this type of killer, yes, it does have a flying scale.
No. What's the first thing gonna say? We talk about the podcast here.
Go ahead.
Great. What else could it say? Get back to the fryer. What else could it say? Dicey. Does anyone even talk shit?
And not a sheep. So we find that there is a difference when it comes to Avodah Zarah. So perhaps, just like we found a difference when
getting everything ready. What is this bullshit? Getting everything ready should be automatic. Getting everything ready. Hey, I'm getting everything ready. Hey, how about you give me some fucking specifics? 0%, 1%, 2%, 35 minutes late remain, whatever.
there are differences, of course.
Let
We
me
need to
smell.
find a difference which is more
Worse
lenient.
podcast ever. But talk to me about these kids fucking sports. I'm fucking so into travel ball. Really? Dog, what do you want to happen to Baltimore and Bobcat? You want them to be successful? There's no way they're going to be successful. Really? But they have outlier genes. No, they don't. Their father is a failed professional athlete, like barely. He just is a guy who did a bunch of steroids in the teens, in the early 2000s. And like, once they started drug testing, he didn't ever really become anything. He had some money behind him. His mom is not that talented athletically. Like, she's just like a normal kid. Nothing against her. Beans cheese. What about them though? I mean, I've seen them play, and they're nothing great.
Maybe it comes to serve for.
But they pitch like no hitters. Dog, they're not. The one kid's playing against 4-year-olds, and he's 6. Like, beans cheese.
Now, what if she had maybe right before the kipper? She didn't get a chance to do it.
Dog, give me this shit. Give me this shit, baby.
And she doesn't have to go bring a carbon afterwards.
I say he won that round because of that. I think they got you. He was so down on the scorecard at that point and so beat up.
At that point,
It doesn't really mean the same type of hold of the other, but there is an ability to bring birds in the air. So therefore, you want points to cover over the other. I'm going to post you on the car outside. We're looking making a big mistake. We're talking about in all cases with someone drugs and I did. Someone does something wrong. So this slot here says very clearly it comes to serve as a kapara l'kol katosa. So look at the concept that kapara l'kol is too much say some l'kol katosa for an avera. This woman didn't do anything wrong. She did. She had a baby. So there's a summer. This majority that happens over there. She's bringing carbon as a way of chewing up from her summer. And then what that summer is the whole destruction. Why she starts coming to the baby is all destruction with the summer stuff. Nobody can address that. The bottom line is, when she's bringing the carbon for it's not because she's getting up air off. She's bringing carbon.
Yeah, welcome back.
To get rid of all of our turbo. So therefore, it can't be relevant to her. This whole carbon is not relevant to her, and therefore it wouldn't work. And the says, hold on a second. I understand that the woman didn't do this in a bear by having a baby. However, you have to remember that it was sure by your ties. The Omo, you read that tsunami photosynthesis, that a woman who gives birth also does have some type of a vera. What's he talking about? What does he might mean? She has an appearance tomorrow.
I go, oh man,
He tells us in the second Nida that when
I didn't have to
what the hair that she did when she's giving birth, it's so difficult and so painful and so overwhelming that she makes a neder right there. She will right then and there, but she's never going to do the husband again. She's still going to work. She pays for difficult to do, and obviously in that moment you can understand why she was saying that. But then again, women are much more mature than men, and afterwards, when it passes, they say, you know what, it was painful, it was difficult. But look, I have an angel over here. I love my child, and therefore she goes back on the school, but she goes ahead and she gets back to the husband, and she has more fun. So, is this a big Avera? There's Avera, but ultimately, you want to find some type of Avera that her carbon is coming for. It's coming because she made this Shavua at that time, saying she never have a baby ever again, or she never be with her husband ever again. Now this carbon is coming to atone for that sin that she had for making a false Shavua. It's okay. Bottom line is, we can call it okay, so then perhaps the Sawyer, this goes back to Shimon Sikakara for her. It's nice one, Mela. Mar says with Shimon L'Kainei, you're forgetting that with Shimon is the same person who told us something else. What is it? Ama, the Mekomo, who Mokra. You have to really mention this, and we'll get back to this again. But Shimon's of the opinion that you don't need to have this different. Shimon said, look at it, it says very clearly in the passage, Min Tum Oth B'nai Yisrael. Min Tum Oth translates from the Tumos of B'nai Yisrael. That means some of them, yes, but not all of them. So he didn't actually list this drasha to actually find some type of difference or some type of leniency in these types of Tumah. He just said it's only one that it works for. It only works for one, and therefore he says, what is that? What's B'nai Kadasha? But not any other case you can potentially describe as an available. Okay, fine. Next one. Let's say perhaps if this Sarah not B'fnim comes to atone for the Torah, and we're both again the same thing. We would tell her it's a leper. What happens if the leper comes
just on tarot?
It comes for an Avera. But what the muscle. Again, Saras is a type of impurity. So that's what's this carbon coming for? We mentioned it's coming to atone for a sin, for an avera. Something done wrong. This person had Saras, it's a koma. So therefore, you don't need the soil for it. Mar says, hold on, it's full of all training. Of course, there's full of training. Amar, Hashish is learned, the guy in Banim, we learned that the guy actually do come from doing the avera. And therefore, perhaps according to him, maybe the Tsar is coming to atone for those things. What are some of those things? You want everything to go whole list includes touching hearts, is stunning for yourself, for speaking evil speech, gossip, murder. Again, it's just a sense of murder where the person has their atonement, but another atonement to itself. We'll get to this discussion later. Basically, a shua in vanity, a shua that makes no sense. It's got holiness, different things, Gezel, Tzaras, indigenous, so Tzaras stands for all these kinds of things. So what do you mean that Tzaras is just a form of impurity and it's not a form of punishment for Avera? Of course it is. What it says, Rabbi should have already gone by him, like what it says, Hacham, Nigia, let's say Nigia, the Akapele, the Karba was to leave the cup. You have to remember, yes, the Nega, the Tzaras, comes to a temple over there. But when he's done with the Tzaras, he got a kapal for the bear. In other words, that bear is ready to wipe away. The karma that he's bringing is not just for those averos. The Tzaras he got is for those averos. Once he gets the Tzaras, he goes through the process. Now he's clean. Now he's good to go. No more avero left. What's the carbon for? The carbon would be bring it to come back into the kahal, which is absolutely in the Torah. And therefore, it would not be relevant to this case because this case would be talking about in Pesach, some type of avera, and not the Torah. Okay, the Imanaz here. Maybe the Imanaz comment. Maybe this would be for another. Another is not allowed to come and maybe that's what it comes for. He wants us to feel it, the nice and they write that. He brings either dogs with some types of turtle doves or birds, he brings those things. Again, that's definitely leniency. He brings that instead of bringing a carbon factor to an animal, he gets to bring birds. Perhaps that's the difference that we find and we tell you that this Sadia actually comes to serve as a kapara for that person. And Rothschild will call Tatasam the Kokanasa. This is the call Tatasam, the lower Kokanasa, and therefore that comes to exclude the case of the Nazir. You see Rashi, the Kokanasa, he says, the nice another carbon will make a learn zero tyranny. He's coming for the Tyra, but not for the sake. See, the Israel says, the Israel's rock up and bring the big plus of zero, the cost of what Tyra says zero, so this is much more relevant for the zeros and not for a state of the okay. It was on the side. The other knows on the side. Okay, fine. We just told you that the problem is coming for the tumor aspect from that, for the code. Hold on, what happens to those on the side? The other knows the number filter. And those have to be a carbon because you didn't have error. What's the error? So again, the Lord tells us the things are after the again. So as long as you give us certain, so we do the beautiful things to ability for it, and you didn't ask us to make it also. So another goes ahead and turns himself to another, so makes himself into a line, to a certain extent, there's no hair on his hands for getting himself to drink wine. So that's good, maybe indeed, there is a case, there is a Torah by another, and that would be the case with the son coming to come for, but the son of the shoe doesn't come in Mukha, the elder gives him and says, no, you don't need this whole Joshua to find the difference is not necessary. He just darshans the fact that it's naturally something common to this because he says you need to most, and it comes to say only one specific tumor, which is certain person Joshua, and nothing else. Okay, now get into this opinion. How about Shimon Omer Yukamu Mukha? Shimon says we learn it out from its actual case. Harei Omer, the people our code, you feel out just what I just explained or just goes out. He explains Harei Omer, the pasuk says the people our kodesh Mitumos, it goes ahead and serves on the Kodesh, which is a kapara in the Kodesh, inside the sanctuary. Mitumos, it serves as an atonement for some of the Tumos, which means, he explains, Mitumos, some Kodesh. In other words, the idea is, it serves as a tumot in the Kodesh. So again, the way he explains this is, that it says very clearly, the pasuk itself, if you read it and understand it, what is it saying? It's saying, the people of Kodesh, the soil, his goat, have mastered this meat, which is going to be brought inside. It is mitafer, it serves as an atonement, mitumos, from its tumah. Which tumah is that in March 1st? Mitumos, in other words, we just got finished explaining that the first opinion is understood that it's just some random single tumah that is occurring. We have to have a list. Is it going to be a Ronazara, is he going to be Nazir and Yelagah and Torah? Any of these cases, very nice. That makes sense if you just have some type of difference. But if you read the pasuk and understand what it says, the pasuk seems to say very clearly, Mitumos, which means Mitumos from its tumah. What is that? Tumah social Kodesh. The person who violates the Kodesh. How do you violate the Kodesh? You violate the Kodesh either by entering the sanctuary when you're coming, or by consuming something which is sanctified or consecrated while you are tamei, and that is really what the pasuk means. You know, it says, that's the case. Shopper and armor and sin. This side pretty good. In other words, read the pasuk and understand it. So now, when you read it and went ahead and made this whole graph over here, what was so difficult? Why couldn't you just read the pasuk or consider it? When it says, if you read the armor, we can tell you, I heard these formulas, he reads this very differently. He says, I need that for something else. He's basically the oven with knife and with him, possibly not with the head. Exactly as you do. With knife and with him, with the blood of his body, release in the head. What does this mean? So, and in Kippur, what a large part of the Avodah is sprinkling the blood. So you take this, sorry I'm not listening, what to do is go back.
Let's check out the right on you.
And then you have,
Is it would have come in here and been like, dog, you're never gonna believe that. I destroyed it.
in full glory, Akas. Akas is Stalin, Akas is Shalos, Akas is Yavra. They go to the Akas and the Akas to Sheva. So there's a whole process of doing what else? And 7 down.
But they had medicine for it.
Maybe these guys do an addition for us after dying, after death, but this is part of the procession. So now, what he says is, Deeper our Kodesh B'Shumos, B'Tumos Kodesh, we understand this is that he basically the oven with knife with him exactly as you do inside the Kodesh HaKodashim, the sprinkle the blood right up and set it down. You do that
Who's this bitch?
we are inside the sanctuary, which is, in other words, you have the Kodesh and the Kodesh HaKodashim, so being a bond between
So here's the deal, though.
the two rods on the Aron, that's where it's done first, and the pasuk says that people Al HaKodesh, the two hours, he tells you to do again, because that's the promise, the purpose that separates the sanctuary, the holy place, from the holy of holy place. So you do it again. In other words, the way he understands it is not that it serves as an atonement for something that was done. Rather, it says, it's
Watch
the process what you're going to do. The process of doing this kapara is done by Kodesh. She understands it very differently than the two here for us to make this lesson. The super hour Kodesh to myself, to the Kodesh, to the cover. He needs that he has to dog with kind of me. Exactly as we do. Half the hour, so now the answer is exactly the same thing. In the handcuff, we do it one up and seven down on the front. Okay, so Gemara says, all right. So now once we're getting into this, if that's the case, the Shimon, how does he know? How does the Shimon know you will repeat the process of sprinkling the blood a second time on the process? And what it says, the pasuk says very clearly, read the pasuk, it says, the people our Kodesh with two months today, so we can and it says very clearly, the chain, Yasa, Ohel, such shall be done in all others. So it says, in Shimon, I don't need to understand the word.
That's true. Right over there.
The keeper our Kodesh to tell you that you
Come on, dude.
one up and seven down inside the codex.
No, zoo.
You know why? Because it says, and that's what the out said. So it's not something done. So therefore, I don't need to actually send it that way. You want to look at it. You know. But you can play. These are all boxes. The box of first does the people on the places, you know.
We're state finalists.
And then, you want to know how you can make it a second time on the protest? Well, I knew the person was saying,
2 days ago.
if it only said that,
Zoo.
Lacy Paro, this is all your
side
If
effect.
it tells you that they announce that such shall be done
This is a serious side effect.
Chelsea.
I may have thought what you're telling me is to bring a second set of carbonics.
No way.
That's a pretty big deal.
He's on there. He doxed himself. No way. I love this song. There he is.
It's coming. We don't have to follow for some type of similar that happened back there. What is that? That's the case. A person eats personally coming, or a person who works with the sexual coming.
This woman's bisexual, which is cool. We're all bisexual. If you're bored enough. Let's hear her shit. That's your joke?
Now, a pasha is intentional. Karma is not part of the process. Person is true, but a karma is not one of the clothes that a person is an intentional sin. To learn from the juxtaposition of the two words, all of these things, it has to be just like a pasha, which does not get a karma. So a karma, this karma that it's coming to atone for is something that is no karma. So not the thing can only come or an atonement for something that does not have the ability to communicate. What does that come to exclude? It seems like the yoke of the Torah, something no value in the city, the use of the myself,
I like this music.
that's the case, it's a good exclusion. That's the case. You do it in Torah. So what do you mean? You know, if you look up and say, what is cases when it tries to find a case in Torah? What do you mean if this is the case? And it's coming to a point. Mercy don't keep it up. You need to put this. Y'all don't know some of this case account. In other words, what we're talking about is a case of person knows that it's some of the case account. So let's just talk about that case. It's already clear. And the person, he's running through his final last and short preparation. He's thinking about himself. And he's thinking, you know, anything about himself, here, everything coming. And you got it's like real the same to the soccer. It's a real boy. And while I was coming, I walked into the circle. And now you find that this last idea. He's like, hold on a second. How are they called? Right now, so it's not even a lot of things are going on here. There's no time to be a call. So then what happens? According to Kippur, working to effect, and then the stars Hashem, to perhaps that
Good.
rejection, maybe to the Yom HaHav, then the after Kippur. So when you said that, you did not have to run on this carbon, get told for his avail, because it's always the copper. Well, it says, so to that, I mean, I would have thought that as a nice thing, then I would have thought that he doesn't have to be another carbon now, so not one that no, it doesn't work. The carbon, not the myth, only works for a case where a person does not have the idea of
Right over him. Zoom.
How do I know that a case where a person knows about it initially, but anybody would do it myself, and he has the lapse of memory, he never has that initial, that subsequent memory or the piece of knowledge that tells him that he's violating the mikdash or the tamei, the sar is that Torah, that this sar is going to be a kafara for him. One says, you kidding me? And I am like a kasha. You just spend the entire moment on that case? Like, that's what we just said. We just told you that it's not going to work for its case. You have to deal with the beginning and the end at the end. So now, what are you asking this case? This is what it says off these cuts. This is what Mark's question was. How did the Amr Chatzayim doing it this time? Now that he told me that there's a comparison between the things. And a Pasha, intentional sin and an unintentional sin, it's a not showing up the carbon. After talking about the carbon, and that's what we said in yesterday's Amr. That the comparison is, which is the strongest parallel between the intentional sin and unintentional sin, is that it's just like when it's done intentionally, there's no ability to bring a carbon. So the thing has to be given no carbon. Meanwhile, I may say, not saying that that's love makes carbon the olam, after time love makes carbon the olam. I'm looking at further to this not to hold up. The person does not bear the major intentionally. There's never an ability to bring a carbon. He can do tshuva, he can do all kinds of things to fix that mistake. However, carbon is not on the table. Carbon is never going to be relevant for a person thinking of their intention. So I would have thought, maybe after strip that totally over to say, and that would exclude a case where a person knows
Now, look at this.
that he's not supposed to touch him or walk into this and make this when he's touching.
Dog, what are your thoughts? Zoot, come on, you think he won? No.
Never finds out about it.
But he won.
Now the problem over there is that's not a case.
All of sure, you're not funny people. I just saw it here to say.
Finally, has like the epiphany. I'm like, hold on a second. I just realized in my timeline, I violated my tuma. I ate kachin, or I walked into the mikdash. Maybe that's not a case that could be atoned by the Sarah Hatzmithmin, because it's not perfectly comparable to a case of intentional sin. Intentional sin never gets to be a carbon, and this one potentially can be a carbon as soon as he finds out about it. So maybe that this carbon's not going to serve you something for that. Remind you, so what would be the case then? He does not know initially that there's a problem of eating kachem or walking into the base of mikdash when he's coming. He but he did himself. But afterwards, he did find out about it. So he was ignorant. He just never knew that while he's tamei, he can't walk into the base of mikdash. He never knew that while he's tamei, he can't eat kachem. So what does he do? He shows up at a kachem party. His friend, the brother Shlomin, he invites him more toda. He sits down to eat it, and he's enjoying it. And afterwards, he's so inspired, and he enjoys it. He joins the Daf Yomi share afterwards. He's like, oh man, I just found out that what we did yesterday was not. However, Kiva the Yadale Bar Carbonu a Malay.
You think there's a chance he won?
Nope.
That would be impossible. They're on that fucking weird time though. Maybe he's still competing.
He doesn't know about it initially. The Yesh B'Yidiyah himself, he finds out about it at the end. However, in which case, like, it's good. If he knows about it initially, the aim by Yediyah Basel does not know about it at the end.
Oh, dude, he hasn't gone yet.
Since
Do you think he has a chance? What would you say to Zoo? I'm very proud of you, but I don't think you're funny. Really? I don't think you're a funny comedian. You can be funny like when we're just hanging out, but you would say he's not funny? He's predictable. But I love his courage. I love his fortitude. I love that. So that's okay. You don't think he's funny at all? I think he's funny. Funny, like a clown, like he amuses you. I think he's
He never had a idea at the end. That's
funny.
when the Sa'ir actually comes and gives the kapara. Now the
But
Gemara
not
says,
in a
how do you know
comedic
that?
way.
Gemara says,
Really?
the question was,
No.
perhaps that's
I watch
the case
comedians
where
all fucking day. I'm watching 3 of them right now. 2 of them right now. I watch another 2. I watch comedians all fucking day. I know what funny is. Really? Yeah, funny's funny. And Zoot ain't funny. Really?
So you violated it, and then afterwards you found out. So now you think
There's nothing against him.
And you look through the Gemara and say, no, I just learned.
These jokes just aren't very creative. Really? Has he ever had a funny joke?
So I have to have knowledge at the beginning, knowledge at the end.
It's just maybe I'm
I have to have some type of lapse in memory. But I never knew about it initially, so I'm never able to read a card book.
But do you like him? Oh,
And
you know, people are different, so maybe people think that shit's funny. Adelaide, what the fuck?
But that's what the Sarah because there's another card book that actually takes care of that. What is that? That's Sarah book. That's the Sarah, another Sarah that you get outside, and your kipper itself. Your kipper itself actually serves as a cover for that. Whereas the Sarah, I may have said, not beautiful. In other words, I don't know which one does it. In other words, you're right. There's the Sarah and the Sarah you have this go between service inside and the go between outside, and don't know which one serves for which such as well there. So I'm not proud about it. It says, let's all talk about that. Before, sins, the flower, the little cocktails. There has to be something that is potentially able to do a and therefore I'm not going to take it around. So Mark says, okay, fine. Now we need everything like that. The sign after this name is for a case where a person knew about it, in the beginning, had a lapse of memory, never found out about it. The sign after the first is for a person who did not know about it initially, and violates the Torah, and he finds out about it afterwards. That's the sign after the first. And you're so far as giving the top up for that. In other words, let's explain the last, how we know that if you're a roster, the third screen, or the third screen around your roster, the fourth top, what is this with the same who makes top? Robar to say, Aksa Kuba Pesa, Bar Carbon, Yitla, Aksa Rabbi. In other words, he has to be right now with 12 top. In other words, that's not from the word, with 12 top, since it says, since it does not say Pishay and many top, and it says, Rikol Top. So that obviously refers to a case where there was a Yeshua in the beginning. Okay, now the one says, and when this Kappa Kappa is work, why does it have this, like, what's this it's quasi-Kappa Kappa, it's total. It used to say that the ends in there. Once you six is make a custom machine for us. If we say make a custom, and you're right. After six, we call custom, but I'm talking about Kappa. It has to be, so we can come to Kappa, but that's what the person you right emotionally. Now we're going to think we didn't know that it was now. If we find out about another, then we could take the Kappa. And one says, hold on, so it's not for Kappa, even after it's English, with the Kappa, Lama Torah, it doesn't want to so what is this thing that's hanging in the floor? On zero Roma, and what it says is, it may make Roma. We mentioned this one yesterday because you got to figure this. But now you are asking, what does it mean that it's Torah, that is hanging in there? In other words, it sounds like you're bringing a carbon, it serves as an atonement, but what type of atonement? So what is that? So the Gemara says, the first suggestion is that what if he dies before he has an opportunity to bring a carbon? In other words, he dies before he has the last piece of knowledge, he has to bring a carbon. The Gemara says, perhaps, Covered will serve as a kapara. A kapara for him, in other words, he dies clean. Amarava, that's not necessary. In Mace, once he dies, Misa Marefes. What Misa does is, death itself is an atonement. Death is a cleanser. So the person dies, and then it will serve as a cleanser for a case where a person could not have brought a cover. In other words, typically a person will be treated. There are some things a person can't be treated for. Misa serves as a kapara for that, or Misa serves as a kapara for a case where a person can't be treated. Why? Because he doesn't have the knowledge. Therefore, it's not necessary to recover for that. The death itself will clean that up. Now, Rabbi, what does it do? Well, how do you love this? We're going to yesterday to protect you from this. Because when it comes to Averos, so there is the element to do to obviously the full treated the Mura. But in Torah, if she does that, it's a potential person that self until then. So these kabaras that are brought into the base mikvah serve as a protection from a potential issue. That is more goes on to another case. This tells us every idea that you watch the idea of sorry, not the person before the that's the discussion, which is that the person does not know about it and know about there's no knowledge of the Torah beforehand or the consequences of the Torah beforehand, then he violates it and he finds it right afterwards. So the Sarah has to put the goal, which is service outside and the kippah on the top of that. And let's take a look at this. It's two things. It's Mahadak. And the Mishnah actually goes through that. Just quickly to remind us what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah tells us, anybody give up Kira, does not know that initially, but you give up so, start out for this one before the Kaper. This is the Gemara. So Nemar, for it says in the Apostle, Rabbi, Tata Sakipurim, besides the Kapipurim, Allah, present the Kaper, present the Kaper. What this one is the Kaper, the other one's the Kaper as well. Not really just like the inside one in the Kaper, however, if you give Judea, after the Kaper, however, if you just have to something easier. In other words, the inside here serves for someone that you at the beginning, and then you at the end. The outside one serves for a single capacity, but really here's the idea at the end, as opposed to in the beginning. You know, it's the outside, so the description is this level. Since these two are juxtaposed to each other, we cover me as a day, but as a one with that two, what will become one? Just have what's the other answer, allow it to do both. Now what's the difference? Nafkamina, they have the blood of pizza. It would just make a big difference if for some reason they don't have the opportunity to bring the star outside, so the inside side also is acceptable for it serves as a car. Where it says, no, can't do that. On my cross, the Pasuk says, Kapara Achas, V'taper, then V'taper, take a pose. The Pasuk says, the son of Aaron, Aros, Estega de Baroch Sarakai, the scandal of the Covenant of Israel, the Topah Shein of Fatosai. So that's the one process we started.
Next round, the third round. I thought there was a moment in the round that where what's the other guy?
Keeper Aaron, Al-Karoch, Achas, Pashana, Nidama, Tata, that he put in Achas, the fourth note is Achas, twice in the process. That's what we got. The process said, Keeper Aaron, Al-Karoch, Achas, Pashana, once a year, Nidama, Tata, he put in Achas, Pashana. So the Achas, the extra Achas, tells you that it works for one, not to the Achas, for Achas, the Tata, then the Tata, take a photo. What's the time? If that's the case, then we'll do the other way. We talk to the Kappa, pizza, once you start out about sex, work for the case up inside which is you give a tila, Elam, and then no you give at the end. But my other than Mini, not my double thing. And what you do inside, it must be talking to a difference. The tumor, if you were in jail as that would work if there was a tumor that happened in between. In other words, the guy who's doing the kipper, and he's coming, and he walks in. Like, sir, it's your kipper. And we don't watch the kipper. Now you missed it. Now that we have this, we're going to see another comment earlier. And yet, actually, you can't say this thing because I feel it when you do it. But I'm just saying the case. And his mother says, I'm a car, Achas, Pashana, Kapar, Zoo, Rothschild, Ella, Achas, Pashana. This Kapar only happens once a year. Again, the system with Achas tells you it only happens once a year. Well, it moves on a little further.
My question was then, why
It'll be small to amount. It'll be small. The kid is in the but so.
It's the same type of thing.
Bar cover. The court will be small. We had him earlier. He says you don't have to have with the kid. And he says even if you for example, when you're going to school as a child, is not necessary. So according to him,
What's that bitch's name? That's my girl.
why is it that the starting off supposed to work on the before you external sunny air will go that service outside serve for a person who does not know that initially, then he violates it, and then eventually finds out that's when the start off supposed to work for Minnesota. What do you need that for? Quite pretty small. Just like the big car. You want to see the minor factor? What's it do the factor for? Anybody can see a little bit, according to him, the calculator works in that case. Must be question is absolutely no knowledge. Not before, not after. So you must know. That's not necessary. It's how to go and the rest of the factor. That is really taken care of. So see what this about it. It's taken care of by the goods that are brought on your young trip and a result. Once the summer, the mayor of the command, cost you compressed the struggle. All the seed and the Sahara Ezekiel, and with the oil to put this together. That's what you have to have for the sign of the foot, because all those seed and the only serving that make this together. You must know what So what would you actually work here? Minus the Iskis piece of the thing. How would you component with the piece of the thing? Or Iskis work the next? So for what purpose? He doesn't need that kapara. He says, hey, the Makaper,
I was almost embarrassed.
you might as well just think of the reason. Not only just like the inside in the back of the tire barrel, the boom is not in the back of the tire barrel. That was always the first thing. That's the pizza in the back of the tire barrel. It's only going to be the back of the discussion. In other words, we have very significant with the justice. You give a skilla, you give a self. No, you give a kilo. Don't give a self. Not from the beginning. Not real. Don't assume from the right to the concept. Not with that. Like you tell us, it has to be in the concept in the part of the concept. If it's within that, it can be a kapara. If it's not, then it is not. The Rothschild have a wonderful shop.
And then he gets up, okay, in the next round, Patty was going blow for blow, and I think he was coming back. I think that whoa, this kid is about to really get into it. It definitely didn't help things, you know what I'm saying? It didn't fucking help now. But if you're a fighter, like, think about this. And I'm not saying there are some guys that are still gun in particular. John Jones back in the day. But if you know it's such an advantage if you can pull the guy now, kick him in the back. It changes the fight. If you know that, and you know they're not taking a point away.
Zion will begin. As a bubble of age begins to example of factors, we take the family grants herself as the student of the year as a source for the Surah Torah for all time as well. The occupation formed out of practice and profit over human life. The rest of the artist was father and practice, each of them kept on playing on the artist just as the case of Shani, started to have a little, the time to call it family. That's the thing. Ari, when he lived to the response from the student,
I think this one is so hot.
In the summer.
Okay, but here's my other question for you. This is a technical question, and you and Nick could know this part. Announcers, you can hear them saying that the Patty's corner is like,
back to the Mishnah.
Take him down.
The Mishnah taught us that halacha was is used for the idea about tzila. So when we're talking about bringing a carbon holiday already, but somebody who knows before he becomes tummy, that becoming tummy comes along with certain restrictions. And some of those restrictions are,
I eat this bitch's box of French fries.
he's also not allowed to eat touching. He can't eat carbonos.
Like, I think this bitch is one of the prettiest bitches of all time.
All the way back to about $800.
Really? She is exciting. This bitch is exciting, beautiful. Really?
after we became Tame.
Yeah, I've never called a bitch that, but she's like,
We also have
she makes my eyes
memory in the middle of the
weird.
day, the period of time where they lapse in memory.
I think this bitch is so hot.
Allah creates the substitute to make the cover.
Really?
As we explained multiple times,
Bitch is healthy.
means to cover kata. However, it comes along with one important exception, which is that is the cover kata that is on a sliding scale. Depending on your financial standings, is what the cover
Did you smell this bitch's
animal,
feet?
birds, the cover mineral.
It was hot as
So
fuck.
depends on where the person is standing financially.
God, I want to die, but it's just too hot. Hot damn. Only 166 plus. Is this real?
We never want a fundamental question about something. United, how do I know?
They're done.
So that's important to understand that we're talking about these clips over here. You also think in Paracase, you start reading from Pasuk Page in Paracase. It says, "O nefesh shetiga v'chotar tamei." Person touches something that's originally impure. O v'nidlas tayet tamei, or he touches the veil of the corpse, the tayet tamei, an unkosher, non-kosher animal. O v'nidlas tamei tamei, or the corpse is the name of tamei. O v'nidlas sheretz tamei, or when the corpse. Well, the thing is anything. So now on Manu, gets better when he comes off it.
Is this bitch done with him?
Always because of it, you find a number of different descriptions.
I thought they broke up.
But there's one very important omission. It doesn't say that when the person became Tame, that he's done anything else. It just describes what we usually perceive as the sin of becoming Tame. Therefore, to look at Rashi, Rashi explains this more is, look at Rashi, the Hebrew Master is finished up with that. Parshas covered all of the Yoreh, the Chayvatzei carbon alpha. The Parshas describes this variable carbon depending on your status. It does not describe over there. Minayin she'ein l'chayvo al-maga, ella in pain also how do I know? Maybe perhaps coming that's enough to require me to reincarnate. In other words, the pasuk and then goes on to describe me to reincarnate. How do I know that those psukim are not requiring any person coming into contact with anything which is impure, reincarnate after farther away out somebody?
Hey, bitch. Thought this bitch was single. It's finally my time to pounce.
And the Rishonim have to deal with this. Rashi deals with it, among others, because we don't find anywhere, unless you're a Kohen, becoming to a person, to a dead body, or if it happens to be during the time of the Leah Lego that a person becomes Kohen, we don't find anywhere in the Torah that it says it's forbidden to become Kohen. Maybe it's just because one becomes because they want to be pure. But the idea, the notion that a person wants to reincarnate all of the Yori is a fact of just because we practice a dead animal, something which is a major novel, you even think that. That's not true. You don't have to reincarnate. The fact that you think about that is also considered. But Rashi never wants to understand that's what the Gemara means. The Gemara means that perhaps one of the things is this way, in order to becoming, that is enough to require the person to reincarnate. Now, since the Gemara, how do I know that that's not true? And the only time a person wants to reincarnate is if while they are coming, they won't be convinced of it. Or while they are coming, they eat country. That's the Gemara. It's one of these things I can figure out the logical inference. I can figure out other stuff. Now, why? Fire is here. The underside tomorrow. This album covered on tomorrow. Because the Torah warned us when it came to certain parts of Torah. There's a warning. Torah tells us. There's a warning. And there's also a carbon. Here's the warning of courage. Either dying early or dying without children is describing a person who does this thing to make it. So we have these warnings. We're looking for a person who intentionally goes ahead while he is coming, goes ahead and eats custom. The same thing would be true, but the also goes ahead and the fire of the carbon obligate the person to bring the sacrifice for his by mistake. So we say the following: not to his on the Summa. Just like when there is a warning and a punishment of courage. When it comes to Tumah, low hizr on a ultimate the only time you find that there's a punishment of courage is only when something so ambitious about it. What does that mean? You either enter the sanctuary when he is coming, so that's the only place where there's going to be a feed of courage. There's no feed of courage for a person touching a dead animal, dead rodent. So now everybody knows there's no feed of courage for that. So therefore, if you understand, if a person intentionally touches a dead rodent, there's no feed of courage. The feed of courage only the person subsequently then goes ahead, enters the base of Mikdash, or he's touching. That's the feed of courage. So I would say, when it comes to mistake, other types of mistakes, you won't be punishment or fear, but obligation to bring a carbon, unless what happened was that he entered the base of Mikdash or he touched it. It's not simply going to be an obligation to bring a carbon over the oil. Every time a person touches the corpse of a dead animal, it's just therefore, the time covers. I'll tell you all right, seems pretty straightforward. You can figure this out by yourself. You compare the obligation or the punishment of kares to the obligation to read the carbon, just like the obligation or the hiyuv, the punishment of kares is only going to be relevant when the person goes ahead and walks into the base of Mikdash, or he's touching while he's coming intentionally. So the flip side of that was unintentional, not to read the carbon, only if he walks into the base of Mikdash or he's touching, not to be but coming there. Okay, we should accept that. We can accept, and everyone now accepts that there's no obligation whatsoever to really cover just by really becoming covered. Fine. If that's the case, how do I know which things I would have done that would obligate me to be a carbon? You're assuming that the person who comes Kame, the only two actions that require him to be a carbon is either eating from sacrifices, or walking into the base of Mikdash. Okay, fine. Maybe it's just something else.
Why don't you talk right away?
Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's true when he's coming. Maybe it's have to bring the carbon. It's true while he's coming. Why? There's a warning about eating. There's a warning and a punishment of Yisrael Shemaim, which is different in colors. He's done earlier, it doesn't come along with an anchor to do with the children. So now, perhaps in that case, I would say, that's the case we have to cover over the other. When a Kohen eats trua while he is coming, in that case, he has to bring coming over the other. If he knew beforehand that he's not allowed to, in other words, he knew in advance that if he comes time, he can't eat trua. Then he became coming, then he had a lapse in memory. He forgot. So what did he do? He ate truma, and they asked him, oh, man, I can't believe it. Just ate truma, I'm coming. Maybe that's the case we have to be covered under the other. And it's not often that case where he eats, touches, like from a sacrificial offering, or when he walks to the base of the God. One says that that's not going to work. Why? Because low aspect on a bone mitzvah, the time allow carbon. You're not finding the appeal of mitzvah relationality that the flip side of that is that a person is going to have to be a carbon when it's a mitzvah. You want to say, really? Is that really true? How many mitzvahs to work? So they don't find a person who's a carbon tatas, which is not a sliding scale carbon. It's not variable. It's set. Anyone who has to be carbon tatas has to read exactly the same carbon tatas. All of the Yored, and they see maybe we should actually have to be covered all of the Yored, variable carbon. In other words, you're right. You never bring a carbon tata in a case where we know for sure. Sorry, we know that he has mitzvah, but maybe all covered all of the Yored have that halachic dispensation depending on your fasting, on your fire dimensions, how much you have to bring. They did that. We don't have to do it even when it comes to mitzvah. Now, what's the rationale to say this? You need the Hava, just like we find that Shmiya's Kol would be this precise. Shmiya's Kol is the worst Shmiya's Kol against the same in the sector. Shmiya's Kol is when a person takes an oath who does not know English. The person that says the person is obligated to say English, report witness, to become a witness, report your testimony on a particular case if they know it. Now, a person takes an oath, they don't have any. Now, if a particular circumstance, that's Shmiya's Kol, and what's the halacha? The person does that intentionally. There's no fee at all. It's still what's the halacha. The halacha is probably all the other things does that unintentionally. The same in Sus. Was Peter, again, a person violates about this. He will do something. For sure. Second, I don't want to get this whole discussion right now, but essentially what he does is he swears falsely, whether it's amazing, intentionally, or unintentionally. In that case, he's fine, even though there's no point, or if he is still there is a going over the other. So he's fine, coming over the other can't be introduced. He says no. Amar Krav, it's very important to remember this. Amar Krav, the Prophet says very clearly, oh, Asher Yidah, the Shema told them to put the Masa, Asher Yitma, Ba. And we find that many times when it says Ba, the specification of Ba is Ba, literally, the council excludes Ba, true Ba. So therefore, logically, it can be that you would exclude the case of eating truma. Sorry, I said that wrong. Logically, what you can that the heel covered over the yard, bringing this variable sacrifice would be Kohen who ate truma while he was tummy by mistake. However, and we're going to exclude that case. So therefore, when do we find that a person brings a covered over the yard, this variable cover, that's when he knew in advance that they come in summary. He skipped him from walking into the base of Mikdash or partaking in a meal that includes sacrifices. Now, he became tummy, and then he forgot that he was tummy, or he forgot that it's also said doing this thing. He did it, walked into the base of Mikdash, or he made a carbon, and then afterwards, like, oh man, I just remembered that I want to do that. I just recognized it. I'm not supposed to walk into the base of Mikdash, or I'm not supposed to eat this carbon. But now he brings his carbon over the other. That's the case for coming over the other as well. Now that's the exact same case, but what was the error that he made? The error was that he ate Tzima. In that case, logically, yes, he didn't cover over the other. However, the person, no cover over the other when a person mistakenly eats Tzima while he is covered. That is more good, and it says, okay, since it says Ba, which is excluded, but how do you know what to exclude? Ema Ba, who is the Mikdash, the right side you didn't cover over the other. How do you know that Ba, extra word Ba in the Bible, where a person's error is that he ate Truma, maybe Ba is telling you if a person walks into the base of Mikdash, it covers over the other is not sufficient. In other words, maybe, yes, if a person violates or makes his mistake and violates two of the ways time, it is covered over the other. What is the word? This is the case. The person who walks into the base of Mikdash, if that's the case, it will not be sufficient for him to bring a carbon over the other. They will have to bring a real fixed socket. Organize the cover to bear. The word says, Kali Rabba, I land the Rabbi, Bela, Mayim, and Boris Kamas. Rabbi said, that will teach you something that I learned from Rabbi. And this teaching that I have from Rabbi is an example of how deep Rabbi's understanding of Torah was. He was able to go ahead and draw water from the depths of the well. What does it mean? It means that he really understood how to read something, how to balance in the process, and to get to the truth of the process. And therefore, says Rabbi, brace yourself. So this one's going to be really good. What does he say? The Tanya, or says the Raisa, Rabbi Omer, Rabbi teaches us the following. Ekra Amin, Taya. The Pasuk mentions Taya. Behema Uwamanema. What is this talking about? This is the Pasuk that says the following. O Nefesh Asher Siga, the Pasuk of our comment. For a person who will come into contact, then it will become a new before. It's pasuk in Vayikra, and it says, "Anefesh Shatigim V'Chodamar Tamei, Open Niblas Chaya Tameya, or in the corpse of a Chaya Tameya," and then it goes on and says, "Open Niblas Behema Tameya." Or the corpse in Behemoth. Now, what is the difference between a Chaya and a Behemoth? Now, the truth is, a Chaya is generally described a wild animal, and the Behemoth describes a domesticated animal. However, it's not so specific. What animals would be included in a Chaya? So therefore, the Gemara says the following: the Hema woman number. Why is the consequence to go through every different type of number? Why can't you say Kaya or include the Hema? So he understands whether it says Hema Kai, the Hema Tmei. Now it says the Hema Kai, and the Pasuk came with Mea. The Hema Lehalon, and it says the Lehan, the Hema Tmei. What's that Pasuk talking about? So read that Pasuk. That Pasuk is and that's okay. But it's fine. Pasuk for Allah. And what does it say? That is talking about the Nefesh Isiga Bakal Tamei, the Tumas Aga over the Hema, over the Sofeket Tamei, the Akal, the Tsar, Zeva Hakbabim. The question is very clear. What does it say? A person who comes Tamei, whether it's Tamei because it's not a person who is Tamei, or an animal is Tamei, or some kind of road that is Tamei, and what does he do? The Akal, the Tsar, Zeva Hakbabim. He's talking about the top of the video, and the common Tamei. So clearly, we have another pasuk which is talking about a person eating carbon while he's tummy. That pasuk is open itself. It's the pasuk that talks itself. It says very clearly that's talking about a person who eats touches. Now, what are we going to do? We'll draw a hakish. We're going to say, never how long they're going to say. Not how long, just like the pasuk we're going to say, it's going to go to much further. Not too much further. So in this case also, in other words, how do you make the second? Make the second because of the fact that the word Behema is extra. You could address the person practices a Chaya. A Chaya is going to include any kind of Behema. Why does it say Chaya and Behema? The answer is the extra word Behema will quickly or lahakis to draw this juxtaposition between these two different chickens. It's just like later when it says Behema, it's talking about a person who goes and eats touching. In this case as well, it's talking about a person who eats touching. So therefore, what do you see over here? What he teaches us that if a person is touching while he is coming, that is sufficient for him to be recovered over the yoke. So now, which case is the case of being coming over the yoke, where a person is coming and he is touching? That is also okay, though. That's possible because so much goes. Too much. We don't have to you know what? Very nice. Now we figured out that one of the cases where we're being coming over the yoke is the person eats from a carbon while he is coming. How do I know that the person walks into this while coming? He also has to be coming over the yoke. I'm not sure the person says, but Kodesh was Siga. Well, I mixed up low savo. This is talking about when a woman is experiencing too much guilt like that. So why for success very clearly. Two of her restrictions are, so Kodesh was Siga, she can't touch anything which is sanctified, only because of she can't walk into the base of Mikdash. What does that mean?
It's never good when you watch a basketball game.
It's Mikdash the Kodesh. We now have this pasuk which says these two are always going to be linked. And therefore, whenever we have a halakha about eating touches, or it's going to be relevant to this. So now we figured out how we know that the kind of person who come over the others, when they're coming is when they accidentally eat touches or they won't do this. Like most of the case. If that's the case, then we have not yet expected. We're back to square one.
Like, my thing is, like, even if you personally,
well, back to square one. Ihaki Truma Navi. That would include Truma as well. Why? Amar Nava called Kodesh Loshiga. The person tells you that they're your legacy, so you should not touch anything which is Kodesh. It says, oh, Kodesh Loshiga. Lavos, that's not Truma. The actual word Kal tells you all sanctified things, even Truma. That is what it says. Okay, very good. You're right. But you forgot something from this movie, from our Alex, from our Gemara. Amita Kwanabah. The word Ba excludes that. It excludes
like force opinions on
Okay, the says Eva Butler
you
needs
know,
a victim.
I think that
If that's the case, then
obviously
you're
there's
right, you have a
whack
head case, but if there's a meal, if there's an exclusion in the process, it's an exclude company. Maybe that's just that excludes the case.
But if that's
That's
your
Nick,
whole
wants this stuff.
personality,
I'll
you
use
can
my
tell
brains for
this
this.
kid's
The
parents'
stop
whole
bro, Nick Duff,
personality
my peanut. If I have to choose what to exclude, I would rather not exclude the things that want me to do. That's why it's in the current Sumatra. If I actually do that, intentionally, it's current. What would be the first problem? Must have done. You got it. I was not a big lie. I would have a similar emotion. I was rather not exclude the lie. Because I feel like it's still like the point. I'm eating a carbon because eating a carbon and eating too much are the same thing as they are essentially the same for that. It's an eating. Not too much. You want to do right. You have to follow it. Let's go back to the drawing board and figure out over again how we know person keeps coming and things again. I don't know if it's clear. Now it is. You will come over here and for someone who is important to lift up or maybe touch the wall. I don't know what someone is this the problem. When it comes to a problem, it says courage to refine. What is refine? There are a number of things. One part of things. There's a ritual, but faith is not there. Courage is the use of the doctrine of production of the history and show the much of a lot, and it's a sign of the faith. So a few things. Three times when it comes to a coverage plumbing that the concept talks about.
yeah, it's like because okay, so when did he start thinking
Correct. Why is it have to say three times? So why not? One is Akas the cloud. One of them can say it generally. The Akas the cloud. Another one can say it specifically. The Akas the Tumah. Actually the Torah. Another one is wisdom. So now, in the case we are back to the cloud. Yeah? No, we're not. We're out to an entirely different type of wisdom. I'm not going to go through all this history, but it is that we know from 2 days ago that there's something called a cloud property cloud. Cloud property cloud is the first generalization, a specification, and then another generalization. What you walk away from that is saying, whatever the halacha is talking about needs to be something similar to the tribe, not exactly, like the prophet similar to the tribe. Here we are in a different world. We are in a world of something called
drum machine.
Cloud over Shahina the cloud. The yachts of an cloud of you say during that meeting, who's going? So what is that to say? You have to look at a lot of actually got basically it's a different type of mechanism, which is you have a generalization and then a specification. When you're going to say the specification is not limited to one thing, but it's describing the generalization. It's different than the cloud like the cloud. Rabbi explained cloud is different in another case. I don't want to get inside that. But the basic point, because it's other than the real practice, is cloud needs to be close to each other. For example, a concept says, and then a specification, and then a generalization form the same concept. Like when it comes to the concept, the concept has a generalization, a specification, and a generalization form the same concept. However, if you have a generalization in one concept, and then a specification in another concept, these concepts sound and concepts are pretty far away from each other. So in that case, it's not going to be a call the cloud. Rather, it will be done call off the kind of a cloud, something which is included in the generalization that later on in the Torah is repeated from more specifically. What it makes it important to say that the specification is not limiting the cloud so much as playing that case, but it's limiting the generalization to a certain standard. Let's see how that works out in this case. Show us closest to Stomach. Because it comes to Stomach. Rabbi, Atas the cloud, one for the generalization, the Atas the crop, another one for the crop, Atas the Tumah, the Torah Stam, the Amy, Yodel, Nahi. I don't know what that is for. Rabbi Omer, too much Kodesh. You're too much Kodesh, not to be Rabbi, or even to a Mikvah, you apply it to a Mikvah. Let's just explain this. It says when it comes to Islam, these times the person can violate pizza stomach, the person you get fired. What is that? Person's stomach is the fucking vomit, by tires and doesn't intentionally. Then it says in the second part. In that case,
I saw smash you.
the first case, the person eats
Can you do this? Just knows how to stand at Tronio.
A person sees any cut in his bath while he's coming, if he occurs, if he does it intentionally, if he does it unintentionally, there'll be a color over the other. Now, why does the color limit for his mother? The limit is only cuts in his bath, the same by items to put the cloth on his bath. However, it's really like the next day. So if somebody donated some kind of food to the community fund that rolls in their bath, and then somebody puts on the coming, let the colors let it let the head, and it says again another generalization. So now I'm real confused. The generalization includes anything that's exemplified, or anything that's concentrated. I have a specification of plumbing which says it has to be something which is dedicated to the material, and not everything is concentrated to the fun of the thing to it. And then you're going to have another one which again opens it up to all concepts. So now what's the third one doing? I don't know.
You can do it better.
So how do we know? What I'm going to say is, this is too much color. The name of the thing is too much color. Now, I don't need to tell you too much color because you give something which is self-defined. Why not? Because when you learn it, you're going to know what you're up to yet. You have to talk to me so early that from the beginning sentence that you made to explain how things go together. Maybe you can apply it to
When the sun comes down in a sleepy little town down around San Antonio, home, the people on the scene is playing, and there's a wild hand. You're talking about the child to grow, whoa, child to grow. When the people, we all living up, they all talk about town. And the down from the laying line, round and going down. Okay, then we say, and the violence living again. They're talking about the China Grove, whoa, China Grove. Yo, that was sick when you didn't know the lyrics.
You have to have that to use that. No, that was the third one was to prove that case. We all actually got cards. Now, hold on. You shouldn't almost want to take it up on anti-amplifiers. Now, you might say that. Well, that's only one thing. Of course, there shouldn't be that bad cards first. Anti-amplifier cards, you shouldn't turn off. But I'm assuming it's not on something here. So for him, the third one will include the first piece of papa, which is going to where the opponent got in the inside is there. The soft is there. I would have thought. Firebomb is sitting for one column of the comment. And it's time to say, table, and then they're coming on the other side, come out below. In other words, the bottom line is there are two things you can include. Either a person eating wood from the back, or a person eating from a carbon fiber, which is service on the inside of his back. One of those two. If you're a very low person, you'll say it's about eating wood. If you're a certain person, you'll say it's about a carbon, which is service inside his back. And either way, you'll have something to include from that. Not one, the bias. So we must look at that. So we're kind of in trouble over here because We don't know that this is including the Mitzvah Shemdashav. Maybe it's including these other things. Amri now, Doi, Shmei Derova, Shalos, Tumas the Stomach. You're right. We're not focusing on the word Karis that it says there. We're focusing on the word Tumah that it says there. Why do we have to say Tumah? Because when we repeat exactly the same way, and the generalization of Tumah, and that's who's
there's a new thing coming straight, and I'm holding an overview. Son of my son, you can even hear the music at night. No, it's a part of the Lone Star State. People don't seem to care. They just keep on looking to the east.
You need that. When something is not extra, you need it. That is the way to make the current, the result. That's not me talking about otherwise people side you or whatever. What read about that word? What's it talking about? No, it's the word from us. Why you buy current? Whatever it is. What's the subject there? It's not extra, it's not uniform. That's the dog word. Where do we know? The first word. Who is coming? That's the name of cover. Only if they
Talking about the child to grow. Whoa, trying to grow.
You must look at it twice. Hold on. You just solved the whole thing. The word there. So now, you remember the whole word you talking about this word so why do I need the word to exclude true? In other words, we're so busy saying there's three cases. A person who walks in space and makes one is Tameh, a person who eats from a carbon one is Tameh, and a person who eats true one is Tameh. Now, we felt so much that we needed the word ba to exclude true. Now, if you're learning this halacha from the Shira of Tumasa, why did you have thought that true was? It's not included in the Shira, it's not part of this discussion. So, Mark says, actually, ba is not coming to exclude, it's coming to include. Well, Rabbi, in the case where a person becomes hungry by consuming the dead body of an oak clause. The person was not supposed to fuck. It died. The person was dead. Now, don't tell me from that. But that person wasn't. It's a victim. Or a person. He's touching these things. He's going to have to do something over there. Now, why would you do this? Because this is going to have to turn up and then pretty much what's not over there. So simply touching another is a little more strict. Because it's so strict, it's just simply touching it and touching. This is the power of the person always on touching when the basket screw is supposed to be somewhere and it swallows. So therefore you think that's a lighter kind of pillow, and therefore once they come out of the other. If you walk through this with the he's touching. So this word bar tells you, yes, even that gives
doing day by day. People getting ready for the news. Some are having, some are sad. Oh, let the music play. What the people need is a way to make them smile. Making us feel doing they right. Gotta get messy. They go through. Oh, no, don't get out of the mind. Oh, oh, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. All the time.
He never finds out. He never has that like epiphany, like, oh my God, hold on.
Never know. You will never everything I say.
What's halacha? This is publicly the karma, the soyer Hashem that is brought on Yom Kippur. It serves as like a partial atonement. What does that mean? That means that all punishment, all yisur, all suffering will be suspended. But he does not get a full kapara, full atonement until he brings his karma. So now the Gemara says, the people are like Kodesh, the two of Kodesh. This karma, the soyer Hashem, this is
damn, bitch.
Background, actually, this
goes hair is amazing.
Shabbos, it talks about on Yom Kippur, they take two
Who's this
dead
bitch?
goats, they draw lots. One of them is called the Sarah Lazar, it has procedure out there, which is a complicated procedure where we draw with the flip. Another one is slaughtered in as we told us, one of the things is the person who became Tameh, 8 cuts and walking fish didn't know about it. It serves as a protection for this person until he finally finds out and brings the karma. So now, I would conclude that this Sayyid Hashem, this goat, covers for 3 different karmas. Which ones? Tumas of the Zara, the impurity of idol worship, the Tumas Givarayas, the impurity of the moral behavior, and Tumas Givarayas, the impurity of murder. Now, how do we know that these things are considered to be impure? These are big affairs. But impure words of the Zara, the Omer, Lumnan, Tanis, Mikdashi, the word Taneh is used to describe someone.
Meet me in the country world of way. Keep me happy. When we're there, oh, we're gonna dance news away. Whatever I'm gonna do for you, and you're being good to me. Even nothing you can do or say, made it good. Feeling down, we're making music play. Let's do music. Whoa, whoa, let's do music. Whoa, whoa, let's do music. All the time. And there's a falling river, landing castles in the sky. And the crowd is growing bigger. Listen to the happiness oh, wow, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. All the time.
When it comes to Sarah Hashem, it is only going to atone for Shuas Mikdash Kedusha. That's how we know that the Sarah Hashem serves the partial atonement for someone who ate cuts and walked through 6 minutes from stomach, but of course not for a person who was over Givarayas, Sniffles Dam over the Zara. None of this is. Even Shimon Omer, there was some Omer. Shimon says, I don't have to have such a fancy type of numbers. I could just look, figure this out by myself, read the process. Why? I read it all. It says here, the Keeper our Kodesh need to us. It says, perfect, need to know. Now, we do what the Kodesh, you also outside the Kodesh, it says that the fact that we're not going to stand, the Kodesh. Now we say, that it goes to hell, and it tells us, if you learn no common Omer, it only works for certain things. Now, what is it? You can say, so, a pasha is when a person does something, and then a No, when it comes to amazing, but you can really cover it. Cover going for full judgment. Now, the same thing too, when it comes to starting with the showcase, there are certain cases we can't bring a carpet, for example, you can have the idea.
This guy sucks. What do you want to say? Hey, dog, I'm not in Uganda, but I can tell you this. If I were, you still would be calling on my ass. Uganda. Well, you need to shut the fuck up.
Let's go. All right. He's getting down. How do you come up? I want to
Yo, dog, that was cool when that went and you didn't run it.
So now we're going to ask, what type of Rothschild do you think this will actually tell you? Even though you said it's not that a person who wanted to Rothschild made intentionally architecturally. No carpet's working this person. He is hired Misa. He was showing influence by mistake.
No shit, you want to give it to him? This guy's so fucking horny. Your face sucks.
He didn't have the qualifications for the currency with it down. He didn't get a warning. Next one. Whoever showed before the mistake below his Yatale, he didn't know about it. Either right, it's the same thing. Nami, what's the case? He made about Taylor. If he was over the he served this immoral behavior, it's actually Visa. He just showed influence by mistake or carpet or carpet. What's the same thing? It's amazing. It's actually a little activated one. And the sugar was Yatale, they know that. It's still the same case. It's the same question. If you don't know what the case even makes, if it was infected, he killed somebody, or to tell him, bring the person and have him put to death. Even show you, by mistake, we just want the whole accept, we don't know what to do. Even show you, what about Mary Mitchell? What it says, the amazing, if you don't got a case where it was amazing, we didn't get one, therefore, you know about it, he's relaxed in absence, he fell off and killed somebody. If you know that he killed somebody who was facing out, now he's behind the floor, or maybe it was a case where it's a exact thing. For example, we saw there's a difference between going up with the act, going down with the act. So that would be a case of the Gullis. These students have a Kahara, have a wonderful day.
It's community-led. Building a community. If you guys know, like, Yucky Ducks, right? That's a template. You guys know, like, NGBT, building. It's just consistent daily grind and building public. The community.
Good morning. Good morning.
Discord and get a server, and that's the structure, and that's the right. Want to get a Telegram.
We begin today's talk. Down above in the second Shavuos, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank the Tilson family for this year of the year. It's supposed to cover for Amish. We also thank Shmuel Rabbi for sponsoring all the students of the month. The Federation of the Yard Site is Shmuel's father, Leonard Korobkin, Lipa, Ben Yefespa, Kain, Ante Sashane, and Thomas Aliyah. We also thank Aaron Lipton for sponsoring the Shum of the week. We even Nicholas Haley's mother, Linda Coteen, Rachel Leah, Pastor the Mayor, and Thomas Aliyah, and Thomas Aliyah. Today's office above. Yesterday we started this Gemara and went through a little bit quickly, and just to quickly review what we're discussing through the subject of today's entire talk. And thank you to Moshe for showing me the visual that the article has, and it might be helpful to look at it just because it's not like a major picture, but just seeing the order of how it's drawn out in the chart might be helpful. You have Baharas on the top, Seis comes next, then you have lime, and you have egg membrane. So the Gemara described yesterday that you have, we'll just quickly see it inside again. We go back to, that's basically halfway down the other family. We're not going to learn the whole Gemara again, but just to describe what it says. The Gemara says, our Mishnah mentions that when it comes to the Maras, the view of the various different types of Negayim, the different leprosies or the spots that someone could get, It's 2, which is 4. So you have Baharas, which is all the way at the top. What is that? That's Aza Kashalek. It's a really bright white, which is like snow. So again, in this picture that there is in the article, you have that at the top. And then you have the next one, Shni Allah. The secondary one to that one is Kasida Hekel. It's like the line of the sanctuary. Now, what that means is,
Look at this footwork.
Secondary one is line, but it's not the second brightest color. It's the secondary to the Baharas. So you have snow all the way at the top, and then you skip a step and you go to line, and then you have after that you have Se'es, Kesemer Lavan. Se'es, which is the other one which is mentioned in the Torah, is like white wool. And then Shni Allah, the secondary one to that one, is Kukum Beitza. It's like the membrane of the egg. So again, the way that the chart looks, I think what you said to the group, is you have the Baharas at the top, which is the most bright. You have egg membrane at the bottom, which is the weakest white. And then in the middle, you have Se'es, which is number 2, which is the wool. And then you have line, which is number 3. So now, interestingly, the Av, the main category of each one, is going to be separated from its Tova, its second one, by the other Av. So again, just to speak this out, you have at the top the Av of Baharas, and then under that you have the Av of Se'es, and then you're going to have the Toda of line, which comes next, and then you're going to have the Toda of the egg membrane, which comes next. Now, what the problem we described yesterday is, according to the Shiva, we know. What Rakita taught us is, it goes to Zula Malamizu. In order to combine them, because the halacha is, for Nega Sarah, you consider Kamer, it needs to be the size of the dish. What that practically the way we deal with it when it comes to Nida, it's just the height is different size of the penny. Let's just say a penny size. The spot needs to be the size of a penny.
Stop it.
Now, you have one spot with 2 different shades, and the 2 different shades are from 2 different. We'll make up the whole spot. So one spot, let's just say it's perfectly symmetrical, or perfectly round. Now, half of it is going to be one shade of white, the other one's going to be the other shade of white. So to be a kiva, you can only combine them if they're the 2 shades of white which follow each other in this color scheme. So now the problem is, according to Rabbi Akiva, you could only combine snow with wool, and then lime with wool, and then egg membrane with lime. That's the only way you can do it. However, the problem with that is that would cross over into different types of negaya. You have 2 problems. Number 1, it has to go in the order of the color scheme. Number 2, you can't combine one Av with another Av, or one Tolda with a different Av. You can't combine a secondary color with the primary color from a different one. So therefore, you can have a problem combining the wool color with snow color, because those are 2 different categories. You have category A, which is snow, category B, which is wool, so they can't be combined, and now lime and egg membrane.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, I do my best to follow as many people in this room as possible. Feel free to give me a follow back if you can. If you want a free follow back, make sure to send me a follow. I follow everyone back. Additionally, I want to make sure everyone is aware that I am about to celebrate 1 entire year of 24/7 spaces on X. I've been posting spaces every single day for more than 333 straight days. These aren't just normal spaces that are audio. My spaces are video. If you want to check out all of the spaces, look in my timeline in the most recent post that I reposted of one of my other accounts. You can check me out 24 hours a day. So that means I have an entire year of my life on video on the X spaces, which is not something that I've ever known anyone to do, which is quite a cool accomplishment. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is the timeline and the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than anybody ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Over here in New York, scroll. So now that that's the case, so now what? How do we know Rabbi Akiva says this? Rabbi Akiva, we're indeed Jewifying. Rabbi Akiva is of the opinion that we say Zu. In other words, we're trying
I've done that in the past with other accounts that I've had, and they've gotten banned. So it's not that I'm anti-blue tick, it's just I've already done it, and for whatever reason, many times because I do put out so much content, I lose an account here or there. So we'll see how this one goes, and if it continues to not get banned for a little bit longer, I potentially will. But for the time being, I've been burned on the blue check mark, so I just kind of wait until my account is at least aged until I repurchase them.
He's often known as Mishua ben Karka, and the Akiva was called Karka. When we use others say that doesn't make sense, that he would get a nickname between Karka just because he's called. But ultimately, it is Mishua ben Karka. Mishua ben Karka, or Mishua ben, Rabbi Akiva asks his followers the following question. Maros Negoyim Shnayim Shehinar. Why is it that in our Mishnah we talked about Negoyim, we said the visuals of Negoyim are 2 categories which divide into 4. In other words, Tosfos explains, you can see this tiny little Tosfos over here called the Mnei Ma'amru.
What up, baby? Hi, I'll be there. Just 1 second.
Tosfos explains, he asked his father, why do we need to actually mention the names of these things all together? In other words, we're only a few minutes into this share this morning, and everyone's already confused because they keep mentioning all these different colors. Snow white, is it wool white, is it wine white, is it egg white? Everyone's thinking, for heaven's sake, I don't even know the difference between these colors. So what are you telling all these colors for?
Oh, it's smoky. Just one moment, big dog.
So you better make this point later. Essentially, the question was, there's a Mishnah in Psachim which says, when a person is teaching his Talmidim, you always want to try to teach things in the easiest and most concise fashion. You'd rather leave out all the extra details and just give the
Terms and conditions.
He's asking his father, why are you giving all these colors? And he explains. Now, he answered him in this is probably the cause for answering the question with a question. This is concept. Rabbi said to him, love my young room.
100%. Thank you for the offer. I appreciate
What's
it.
your problem? Your problem is, they mentioned all these colors. What are you suggesting? What would you like to do? These are the colors that you need to know in order to determine whether someone is pure or impure. What do you mean? What do you ask? What is mentioned the colors? You need to know the colors. So he explained to him, Yomri said to him, in other words, the point that you're making is that these are the four brightest white colors. So why don't you just mention the least bright of the bunch, which is the membrane of the egg, and say, membrane of the egg is the threshold. If you have a dimmer white, then the dried out membrane of an egg, so then you're automatically going to be you'll be pure because that's not considered a problem. If it's brighter than that, you've got a problem. In other words, that's very simple. Mention one thing. Like this, all Kohanim have to have in their house is one dried out membrane from an egg. Use as comparison. They'll keep it in their pocket. And anytime someone comes by with a question, what are they going to do? They'll pull out the little membrane, say, is it brighter? Is it less bright? If it's brighter, the guy's coming.
Thank you so much for the advice. Yeah, you know how X is. They're just trying to keep me down. I don't let them stop me. We can't be stopped.
So the Kiva said back to his son, well, Lomar, we needed to mention all these different colors to teach us Shemek, Staf, and Zat, to tell us the colors that can be combined one with the other. In other words, if I just told you the threshold of what's considered white enough, then I would not know the categories of which ones can be combined with the other ones. So I'm alone. They said, okay, fine, I get that. However, the Yomru, why doesn't it just say, that you'll start with the membrane of the egg and say anything more bright than that is going to be.
All right, I'm all yours, Smokey. How have things been? Give me an update.
Again, we're trying to teach you the easiest possible way.
Okay. I will give you an update, and then you tell me. I will give you what you updated me with last time, and then you can build on from there. Okay, last we spoke, you of course had a son, and he, I do remember his name. It is, hold on, it's a famous Luca, right? Yeah, absolutely. And things weren't going all that well with Luca's mom, but a lot had to do with her parents kind of having some control. And you were living like with a friend, and of course keeping up the smoking, and not gaming as much as you once were. And you were looking maybe to get a job, and that's kind of the update. So update me from there.
And they would stand there. The Kohen would basically just sit there and see. And the Nagach would examine it. If you have this dermatologist who worked for the Kohen, and he looked at it and he would say, yeah, Mr. Cohen, this one's a problem. And he's coming. The Kohen says, 25-year-old reading on bed in my room.
That's great. How long have you been there?
He has to make sure some of the various different colors to go. Now, here's the main point of one of this. His son, suggesting.
Okay, and how long are you allowed to be there?
Only said from membrane until I get is going to be a problem. Now, if he knew his father's opinion was similar to our Mishnah,
all right, can't beat that. Can you smoke there?
This category 1, which is membrane and category 2, this category 2, which is egg membrane.
Absolutely, so they're cool there.
And category 1 is lava. You should have said to his father that.
Very well. All right, and how are things with Luca and Mom?
Egg membrane. Just say that, and then we'll be clear. Now, you can use So
the mother took the mother was speaking to the last recently came out.
you suggest to his father,
And she ran off with him.
write it simply in the Mishnah that there are two
Okay, so
categories.
she ran up with your child as well?
Egg membrane and up is tamei from
The
lying
police
to
and
up.
the social
Tamei,
services
and you can combine
I'm
one
trying
category with each
again,
other.
basically, but
Obviously,
she's
you say
smart.
that that wasn't
You really, really don't have
But
very
it's the point you were trying to make over here is
and it took a while
that
to
according to the Akiva, you're going to have
Oh, wow.
Baharis, which is
Are you
still
okay?
at the top,
Yeah.
and then you have Seis,
I'm
which
okay,
is going to be the roll, and then beneath Seis you have
show you.
line and egg membrane. Now, since he only said egg membrane and up, it must be
Okay.
just his father group all that together.
Sure.
Because if he didn't group that together,
Okay.
Really,
it's inaccurate to say you can combine everything together.
So have you been able to talk with Luca's grandma, your, not your in-law, but Luca's mama's mom, and say, hey, have you gotten any updates?
His opinion was you could combine egg membrane,
you mean
line, and roll together.
my baby
But
was
instead, now,
Yes, exactly.
because if that wasn't true, he would have said egg membrane and up could be combined.
when I was
Line
back,
and
I'm
up could be
really
combined because they're two different
exterior
categories.
part
In
of
fact,
them.
he said there must be
My baby was the baby was more like
So,
No. I mean your baby mom's mom. That's you do have a relationship with that lady. Okay, I know that. Okay, but isn't she worried about her grandson?
Now, maybe the father and son conversation that we have is
I
not
mean, she
100%.
really give a shit to she was
100% recorded with all the information.
Is she a well-off individual, or middle class, or okay? And so the police and child services are looking for Luca and baby mama, right?
Yeah,
Yes, it's possible now, but
Okay. Are you you're entitled to like see him half the time, aren't you?
We're trying to understand the key the colors of these
Right.
different spots. How do you understand it? She explains it as follows.
You think she's still in? You think she's still in England?
In other words, they'll start off with 4 bright white cups of milk. That's enough.
Do you think she's still? Do you think she's still in England?
2 drops of blood fell into it. So
Yeah.
it's like it loses a little bit of the brightness because of the red that goes into it.
Okay.
Into another cup of milk.
Just in my county, in my district. The police say if they need to widen that, they will contact publicly.
To the last one,
They've got a
12,
description, they've got
16 drops of
waste
blood.
fell out and
Now what happens?
and stuff.
Since
But
it's
she
a
should
cup
be
of blood,
she should
it's
get
only
the
a
boy
minimal,
to go out
sorry,
and
it's
get
a whole cup of milk.
because it's
It's
a
only a
boy.
minimal amount of blood that fell in there.
Right.
Where it says
Okay.
full on,
And how are things on the job hunt?
they're all still
Job's
going
going
to
to
have
be great. I'm starting a
it's
program.
going to be white. It's still going to have a white color to it.
Help me get
Ella,
this
she's
experience,
selling
video,
out
will be,
it's gonna be like a
I'll
little
be
bit
music.
of like a
Well, that's cool.
of
When does that start?
color that go into it.
Absolutely. When does that start?
The brightness of the white. In other words, we're not suggesting that all of a sudden this
Okay.
cup of milk is gonna
And do you have your PlayStation still?
you will lose a little bit of its brightness. That's how we understand the machine. Now again, what's going on here? What we're saying is that
Hey,
it's
that's
not just a scale of color.
This is my TV.
Cool.
Top one is
The
the second is
It's very nice.
bright. The third is
Who
the most
cares,
dim
man?
of the bunch.
Exactly. It's warm.
But again, the point
It's out of the
is,
elements. It's yours for now, right?
Each one is just one step closer to the next, which is exactly what his opinion. He says basically you put them together and they go one step to
Yeah.
the next. Hold on a
What
second.
do you mean in particular?
Perhaps switching up 2 things in here, says the bar. Amer is give up the time.
Yeah. So we're not necessarily going for any kind of record, but that's a long call. And Oh, I've broken lots of records. And 100%. 100%. And I've been doing a lot of connections on Twitter. Are you on Twitter? That's okay. So in the last 90 days, we've gotten 3,600 followers, which is cool, organically, just going through and telling people about what I do. That's what I was doing when you came in and was talking in front of 50 people or something. And the servers showing really great growth. We're at over 2,800 people in here, approaching 3,000. So, once you start getting into the thousands when it comes to your server, certainly you become a bigger target, but also you get more people who are certainly interested in what you're doing and sharing what you do. So that's cool. Yeah, they are, and they're amazing people, and I love them. I really mean that. They're
I do check in on them. I try and join on days or weeks when I can actually get
Thank you, Big Dog. You're one of the people who have spent the most amount of time in this server. In fact, if you want to know, I think you might be either just outside the top 10 or in the top 10 of people who have spent a lot of time in here. Yeah, I mean, you used to spend a lot of time in here gaming and such. So, yeah, we have. That's been a lot of my promotion on Twitter and in other Discords, which has been cool. And I would say that there are just a really good core group of people who are in there all the time. This Aquarius and I play games every single night, and the other people, they just live their life, but if they ever need me, I'm here, and I certainly connect with them whenever we have time, and they're really nice. Well, thanks, Big Dog. I do my best to treat others the way you want to be treated, right? $100%. I mean, it's a full-time job, 24/7 for the last 4 years without really any breaks. Well, maybe someday we'll be able to make more of an impact on the world than I currently do. But I'm very happy with the people who I've been able to connect with, not just in the Discord, but really on X. And I'm about to have celebrated 1 full year on X Spaces, which is like an audio function of X. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's where you can talk in calls. And exactly, but I've been doing it not just audio, but video. So I have about an entire year of my life, more than 333 straight days on X, just archived, and someone could literally just go on X and see my entire life over the course of a year, just in X Spaces, which is, I think, kind of a cool benefit of what I do, and just really been doing my best to enjoy life. We've been doing a lot when it comes to sports recently. So this in the United States, we did in a cryptocurrency. We had a fantasy football league, and I was super involved with that. And that meant 4 nights a week we were watching football games, and then we were watching Kill Tony on Monday nights, and we basically had something going every single night. And then we also have the Super Bowl coming up, which is cool. And this will be the 4th Super Bowl we watch on the stream. And then we've got the Winter Olympics coming from Italy coming up this winter, which will be the 4th Olympic Games that I've watched on the stream. So that's a really cool thing too. It's the World Cup, and part of them are going to be in the United States, which is really a cool deal. And then in 2 years, we've got the Olympics in Los Angeles, and I would like to at least do something for that and do some IRL streaming for that. So I'm excited for that. You're good, big dog. No worries. So that's what we've been doing. What happened to your Xbox? What happened to your Xbox?
Sometimes if you have something done, which is surrounded
What happened to it, big dog?
what happens is it will look like the sun, even though it's
Oh, did you get the red ring of death?
exactly the same place.
No,
Sun, whatever shade is there, in the same place. You have some type of light, which is exactly the same place as the shade. The light will look like it's deeper in.
So, are all your games stored on it, or were they? Or are they on the cloud, or how does that work?
It's so bright. It's so bright next to something which is dark. What's brighter will look like it's recessed behind. That's why we call it deep.
All right.
So when it comes to se'es, what does that mean? Let's just remember the pasuk says that a person Yiv arbasar se'es o sapakas o baharas. So now we're learning that pasuk for the very first time. What you don't think is there's a color of a negative. You can have se'es, which is one color, a sapakas, which is another color, and a baharas, which is another color. Now what the Gemara is explaining is now let's understand what those words are. So now the baharas, we explained this very deep because that's the mar'el.
Yes, sir. That's good.
The whitest of the white because it's really deep.
I mean,
Now,
that's
so
what
what is the term se'es? What's the etymology of this word? Why does se'es mean something which is white? So now, we know that these negoim are going to be white, or if they're going to be red.
Okay. Did they make it hard to get an erection?
No, I'll figure it out.
But when it comes to se'es,
It makes me feel.
se'es means it's so why is se'es? Because it's a more dim white. So now the dimmer the white, the closer it's going to look for you. It look to you. Again, I don't know enough about it. I'm not an artist.
Very well. Any plans
do
to?
you have
connection with your family?
To a white that's whiter, and the Gemara brings a raya that's what it means. I'll call Haram Harabim.
And
mountains and hills and valleys.
did they ever get a chance to meet Luca?
That are listed. We're talking about surfaces. It's referred to as Hannis, which is the same thing as se'es. So therefore, the color that's more dim.
Okay,
which
that's
looks
something.
more close.
So he's like a year old, right?
So what does sapakas mean? Mark says, sapakas. The word sapakas always means a secondary category.
Oh, okay. Wait, March or May?
This is the whole discussion. Nothing.
I was gonna say. All right. And how about girls for you? What about like? Did you ever talk to Sky again?
It means there's a second. Now we have se'es and baharas, which is two primary mega colors.
What's Ebony doing?
Now, obviously, for example, let's say, it says, so I know that you have Ace and the
Is she allowed to come? Is she allowed to come where you are?
Yeah. But it's fine. So the question is, secondary categories. You have Beharis on its own, and then you have Seis, which is two secondary categories. But now, according to the Rabbanon, how do I know the Beharis? The snow-eye color has the secondary category.
So she's got to be out by 9 p.m. though, right?
Okay,
what is that called? Like a curfew or something?
It says why when it comes to that. Now Levana, more of the whiteness that comes along with.
Do they have a name for it?
Seis has a secondary category. After Levana, more of the it also has a secondary category. And the Mishnah the Pasuk put the word.
I understand that. Do you feel safe where you live? That's wonderful to hear. I like your room. It's nice. Looks cozy.
And wall, just like you have a secondary category to snow, which is line, you have a secondary category to wall, which is egg membrane.
How's your bike?
That's why the word okay, illustrations.
Yeah.
Not illustrations, or examples of how we know what it is. Seis, September lover. Seis is like September lover.
Aside from your cookie, what happened to the scooter?
On the very first day of its that they prepared that. I don't know what was called. Rashi is the first stimulated Rashi says, when the sheep is born, its mother will make it all off all the remnants of the birth. It's never going to it's an animal. It spends time
that'd be dangerous.
On that day, after the animal is born, and on that day, the wolf can be the brightest and the cleanest and the softest. Now, the Harod Steel Lamila, the person wants to say that from the material,
Certainly, any way that you can get just a regular bicycle. Last we spoke, you were jerking yourself off about getting your ID. Did you ever get it? Okay, were you able to work for DoorDash?
We skipped categories.
Why not?
We made two kings,
Even if you're just like doing it on a bicycle.
Government officers. So Malthus
Okay.
And
well,
I guess the governor or the minister.
So you're not going to do that?
Hold on a second. How you feel about that?
Okay.
think of like a supreme type of.
What are the odds that they take
you
you?
have here in the United States. You have the federal government.
I don't
You
know.
have
State
state government. You have the local government. So let's just say you have like the president and the vice president, and you have a governor and a lieutenant governor. So now what the Gemara says is you have this king is higher than that king.
Do you want a job?
And then this minister is higher than that minister. So
Okay.
essentially what you have
Do you have an Indeed account?
president, governor,
I'm
president, lieutenant governor. That's the way the Gemara explained it.
Okay, stop. How many jobs did you apply for today? Stop. How many jobs did you apply for today? Okay, but I mean, you know that you can just do their one-click job application and okay, so I mean, all you have to literally do while you're on the same call as you're working, you can just click that button. You know that, right?
Than the governor because he's part of the federal government. So you have
for me to get a job. So rent is
president, vice president, governor, lieutenant governor. So each one is going to be in its own category. That's providing that Mars wants to point out that each one is going to line up exactly how it works out.
My resume is £50 a month. It could go up to more. I could go up to £400 how much I earn.
Okay, but then you have a job.
Doesn't really matter. It's not government president. It doesn't really work.
Okay.
I'm explaining it.
I mean, so what about bartending?
President, vice president, governor, it's still not going to matter. So that's not going to work. That's the point.
Okay, but I mean, you and I both know that if you got on Indeed right now, you type bartending in your city and anywhere within like 10 miles or whatever, anywhere you can take a bus, you just sit there and you apply to those jobs every single day for now for the next month. You'll have a job by the end of the month. You and I both know that. No, you haven't. You haven't. I guarantee you. Go on Indeed right now. Okay, and you haven't applied. Okay, but you haven't applied to the ones that are now stripper places.
And the king's minister, the
There's not a single one in there that you. I mean, so what about no transport? You could take a bus. I understand, but you could at least walk to one just to get a job, and then you say to them, okay, and then all you have to do is make it your first night. You and I both know you get cash your first night, and then you'd have money to, take the bus. I mean, here's the thing. I embrace solutions. I don't want excuses. And I know that you're a good bartender, and I know that you certainly have bartending experience, and all I get out of you is excuses, and I want solutions, and really easy solutions. If you were saying, Rabbi, you know what? I could walk to a place and get a job, and then walk there my first night of work, get cash from tips, and then be able to take the bus, right?
The reason why this interaction happened is because since he mentioned Svarmalka first, which is the Persian king,
you and I both know you could do that, right?
People lived under the Roman king.
So do it.
Forbid be accused of not recognizing that the Roman king was going to be bigger. Therefore, you have to clarify that point.
Okay.
The Korshikaki, like in other words, you're living in the forest.
All right, big dog. I understand. You got a lot on your plate. Are you far from your family? Oh, that's not far. They're in the same city.
Which is in other words, the evil Roman dictatorship. One more example for these fellows, which is your dream of the honor of the Shafke, you have this woolly garment, and it got rubbed out, and Sadina, the kisser of a Shafke, this woolly garment, and it got rubbed out. Again, this is what it says. The woolly garment is very white when it starts off, and then when it's rubbed out, it's less white.
Do you guys look out for each other? All right, well, you go take care of your friend, and I appreciate you checking in with me, and don't be a stranger. No, I don't think so at all. I don't, if you interpret anything that I'm thinking like that, I don't think that at all. I know you're busy, and I know you got a lot on your plate, and I want you to know I care about you.
A year ago, mate, I'm doing any of this. So I'm not misunderstood, but I'm just little by little.
That's all it takes, my man. All right, you go take care of your friend, and then come back when you can, okay?
Okay, stay around the morning.
Baby, I'm gonna be asleep. It's 3:41 in the morning.
We begin today's stop.
All right, God willing. You take care, big dog. You as well, Vincent. Shout out to Smokey, everybody. You like it? Yeah, he's cool. I went to best for Luca. And Luca's mom. And Luca's mother's mother. I don't think she's a bad person.
Russell Leia Baki the mayor, Sean Cavalry the Ganeden, and the challenge is held in Osama.
Yeah, this is reheated and classic, saying that shot is one of those.
Today's after stop, we're going to pick up on the Dallas our days. We're going to pick up from Amelie Ravina Ramirez. It's a very quick recap, as you just heard a couple minutes ago from Zevi, that was we want to try to build a really try to figure out who the final of the listing is, and if we went back and forth, is it Rabbi himself, is Rabbi 47 people, and ultimately we wanted to figure out if Rabbi possibly could have been the one to balcony Reboy Neos as opposed to South Africa. Now, I'm sure you mentioned this yesterday, but very quickly, Reboy and Reboy and South Africa are very similar concepts. The question just is, which one are you using? Reboy, Neos, and Reboy is more inclusive. South Africa is more limited. So anytime we're going to have a focus, whether we're going with the logic of Reboy, Neos, and Reboy, or Cloud, they're going to be deciding which one is. That's about right. If you're going with Cloud, it will be much more limiting. If you're going with Reboy, Neos, and Reboy, then it's going to be much more inclusive. Let's go see, is it possible to actually say, as we just got them saying, that Rabbi goes with the logic of Reboy, Neos, and Reboy, as he just did in the previous Gemara with regards to picking Happy. Some of the viewers don't know. Rabbi goes Reboy. For me, is it true that Rabbi actually darkens Reboy and Neos? The problem is that Rabbi probably is talking about it. We find the Rabbi when he darkens with the logic of Cloud and Shock, and not with the logic of free will. That is, but doesn't right so Marseille. What's this one? That's probably an evidence. It's about an evidence. Nevid Ibri is a Evid. He sells himself. He stays for 6 years. Let's just say beyond the 6 year mark, there's a whole procedure. Part of the procedure is he gets his ear pierced with his ball. Now this ball is referred to as the Marseille. Or it says 80 L Marseille. I only know from here that you can use the actual Marseille in all to pierce his ear. 9 Rabos. How do you know that I can actually use another type of tool, such as a tool, a sira, a knockout, the death from the stuff? So the first three, tool, sira, and knockout, are all really types of elements. Whether it's split or a shock. So one is going to type of living tools that will be used to pierce his ear. Because they're not really going to death from the wall. They don't have like it's not referring to like a big wall. Drill that reported the same thing. So we're talking about a hand type of drill that you use to pierce his ear with. But a mixed out, but that type of metal instrument that you use to pierce his ear. How do you know? You can use all those tools to pierce the ear of Rabbi. Every time a lema, you will look past. It says you look past there from our say, you shall take this fall. So we got from there, both of our Samilka Kiyah. Any item that you're taking in your hand. That's the thing with this because you have the top that tells you to take anything. The Marseya is limiting. Now, Rabbi says, Marseya, Ma Marseya Miyukta, just like the Marseya, this fall is something which is special. Why is it special? Because it's Shamatekas. It has to be, whatever you're going to be taking is going to be made out of metal. Now, Rabbi was the one, with the logic of Rebbe, he would be the one who's much more inclusive, not the one who's much less inclusive. I just went ahead and told you you use all these sets of tools, even the ones that are made out of wood. Who is the one who says that? That's not the opinion of Rebbe, that's the opinion of Yehuda. Why did you say that? Because the Yehuda, he's actually doing the influences of Lakafta. You take anything, you can hold in your hand, and then it says the Marseya. So again, Marseya doesn't limit it. What does he actually limit? So the one is actually supposed to be saying this over here. So what he brings it on the next, on the top of the next hour. And according to more institution, that the limitation of Marseya comes you have to do a tool. As opposed to using some type of salve, a medicine, this type of acid seems like a pretty painful procedure to burn a hole in someone's ear, but one might think that any way you make a hole in someone's ear would be okay. The concept says, no. There has to be something which is lakafta, and somewhat similar to a marseya, that it's an actual tool. If it's not a tool, rather it's a salve, the medication, it's going to be excluded. Now, the one who's more inclusive in this case is Yehuda. Why? Because he's using the logic of Rebbe. Who's the one who's much more limiting? That is Rabbi. Why? Clearly, because Rabbi follows the logic of follow prop. Therefore, the Kafka says anything. Marseya is limiting. There has to be something which you has to be. Something which is great out of metal. Of course, not that for some reason. Michael Nixon, one of us being something to about focus. Rabbi does follow the property. Rabbi uses power process with the much more limiting. And if you do that, Doris, this is not the solution. We have a major problem for anybody just told us. So Rabbi, when it comes to what we're picking up in, it's going to be better than usually made of. However, we see very clearly in our focus between the Yehuda and Rabbi, there is going to be darshan with the logic of Rebbe and Leah for follow prop. And who's going to follow prop? Rabbi. Now, top of Hammer, where it says, right, the Alma, generally, in the typical case in shop, when Rebbe's going to darken the puzzle, he's always going to use the concept of the Alma calling Pakibar. He's always going to use the logic of follow practices, we make a generalization and then a specification, as opposed to a usually which is exclusive, and then immediate and then exclusion. He's always going to use power prop. For highly timer, what's the reason why when it comes to figuring out bad? He does his reading here. The tongue very small. Because he follows the tongue very small, which is the tongue very small. From Mayim, name Thomas. It says from Mayim 2 times in a row. This is not related to our Sugya, but tongue very small is something that case where we have to read this recently. This is the part of Shmini that talks about the halachos of kosher fish. It says, this shall be eaten for anything that swims in the water. Anything that has fins and scales in the water. So now, the mayim and the mayim are the color, the generalization. Now, afterwards, it says, after it says Mayim twice, then it says Yamin Ubanachalim also together. So Mayim is a generalization. Yamin and a Chalim, a sea or a stream, is considered to be a specification. The problem here is that instead of it being a klal, a generalization, and then a prat, which is the specification, and it says, which would be the Mayim, it says Mayim, so it has both columns together, and then afterwards it has the prat. So it's cloud, and prat. So in such a case, probably the small says when you have the Mayim same problem, Ein Zef Prat Ella Liba Umiyah. This is another words, this is an exception to the rule. even if you're a person who generally uses Kal Prat, generally anytime you have these generalizations and then specifications, you're always going to use Kal Prat. And as we mentioned, it's always going to be much more limiting. That's only true if it's actually structured as cloud, prat, to cloud. But if it's cloud, to prat, then you're going to default to Reboy music and Reboy logic. Therefore, when it comes to picking that banks, and in that pasuk as well, you go back, and that pasuk goes to talking about, it says over there, it says, then it says Tifta. So it's the Debris and Tifta together next to each other. So therefore, he's also going to say, in that case, since Debris and Tifta are right next to each other, and then when it has the specifications afterwards, you can go ahead and follow the logic of Reboy Mir. So over here it says, and then it says, at the end, therefore he's going to use the logic of Reboy Mir as opposed to Kal Prat. In other words, the bottom line is, the Lord is not going to say, now those who argue actually read that to Kal Prat, but they say, the name doesn't Kal Prat. Move over the second mayim and then sound them together. In other words, the fact that you have both flawless, and then it doesn't make a difference. The order is not as important. However, the problem is, it seems like Rabbi, who did use Reboy Mir, he must have been following time very small. If he started from a very small, that's why he defaulted in that case Reboy Mir. But the other problem is, half down to the bottom line is, the bottom line is what you're telling me is, every dash was Kal Prat, not Reboy Mir, barring the exception that you will dash in Reboy Mir only when you have Kal and Prat. But if you have Kal Prat and Prat, it's always going to fall back to Kal Prat and Prat. So now the problem is, about Kal Prat, the whole idea was you want to use Rabbi himself, the author of the Mishnah, and say that he darshins Reboy and Mir and not Kal Prat, and that's how we can increase all the shavuos, all the oaths of the Shara of the past, but how this is just passing the same who doesn't use Reboy and Mir. Uses Kal Prat. So now you cannot be the kind of our Mishnah. You know what I'm saying? However, Shmuel not to Reboy Kiva. And then this which is, yes, Rabbi wrote the Mishnah, but in this case, Rabbi did not write his own opinion in the Mishnah. Rabbi wrote the opinion of Rabbi Akiva in the Mishnah, and he talked his opinion. So, in short summary, what we've accomplished today are some exceptions. Will darshan a Reboy and Mir, but that's the exception. The default for Rabbi is that whenever you have generalization, a specification, and a generalization, he's going to use the logic of Kal Prat, which is much more limiting, and it says it can only include something which is very similar to the specification. He does not follow Reboy Mir from here, which essentially is much more inclusive and only excludes one thing unless there's a problem with the Kal Prat. For example, the cloud is too close to the other cloud, and the cloud is far off. Therefore, it cannot be the Rebbe's account of the Mishnah, rather the account of the Mishnah is Rabbi Akiva. So when Rabbi wrote it, he just thinks Rabbi Akiva's opinion. I thought there's not even a Rosh, I thought he had a Torah. Getting back to another Gemara that was mentioned yesterday. We're done with the cloud for now. So for those who checked out the Kal Prat, Reboy Mir, the Reboy, on to the next piece. Gufa, learning yesterday's Amud. Minayin, the Lord not going to quote a long piece of law from yesterday, and we're going to analyze it. Minayin Shein Lokayir, Ella al Sheyeh for Yediyah B'Shkila, Yediyah B'Tzah. Talking about a person who walks into the Beis HaMikdash when he is coming, or he comes in contact with something which is sanctified, which can't be touched when he's coming. So I thought this was consecrated. The bottom line is, how do you know, this is yesterday's Gemara, that you know, he knew beforehand that he wasn't supposed to touch it, and he knew at the end that he did touch it, or he knew he wasn't supposed to go through this mikdash, and then at the end he went in, so he has to know beforehand and know afterwards, and then the hell of a time and he forgot in the middle. In other words, with a drop of background, whenever we have any type of fear, any type of responsibility for a person who's liable for a mistake, so what he's liable for is the concealment in the middle, the mistake that he made in the middle. So we're only going to count the fact that in Parak Kal Gadol and Sefer Shabbos, the whole thing is called Shigagos. And Rabbi has a Parak called Shigagos. And what we're doing over there is you always want to find out how many mistakes were made. Generally, a shogeg is considered to be a hella. It means a person knew something, and then there was a halama. There was a temporary lapse in his mind from not knowing what happened. Now, the halama could either be that the person forgot the halama, or that the person forgot the specific circumstance. So a person could have forgotten that it's also for a person who's coming to walk into the base of stuff. Or a person could have forgotten that he was coming. That's considered to be a halama. Now, a halama, by definition, always means that there was something that he once knew and he forgot. And that's the reason for which is you have to have an idea in the beginning, you have to know something, forgotten that, and then found out afterwards. That's the more of it. And I say no tired, person not tired. Ella al shiyeh when you deal with Tila, you originally knew, you deal with yourself, and now at the end you know you made a mistake. However, the hell of Bentayim, the mistake happened during the concealed period in the middle. Hamalomar, you know that from the Nelam, Snei Father. It says the Nelam twice. Just read the concept. So we must have it inside the Russian. Oh, never such a Tigava Kodama Kame, person who touches something with the Kame. Oh, the Nibla Kayas name and touches the corpse, the animal, or the Nibla Kayas Mea, who touches the corpse of the dead. Again, the pure animal, the Nibla Sheretz Tame, the Nelam man who forgot about it, who touched it, the Nelam man who got to be touched it, who Tame bought it. Now he's going to stop it because he touched this impure animal. Next, you got a too much hard. When he touches an impure person, the whole to us, the shahid, the now lami men. So again, he touches the person becomes tamei, and the now lami men gets done. See, 2 times in consecutive psukim, where it says the now lami menu, he forgot about it. Therefore, he wants the now lami shneifamim. The key that's going to keep the sentence. It says the now lami shneifamim. We learn from there you have to have known about it, and then forgotten about it, and then known about it again. McLeod, now the Ron says, Rabbi disagrees, and he says, you don't need the 2 words from the Nelam to teach you that you knew, forgot, and knew. Why? Because already in Omer it says the Nelam, it says you forgot. And McLeod, by definition, forgetting something means that you knew about it. You can't forget something that you never knew. You could not know it, but that's not called forgetting about it. The Nelam is he was concealed from it. In other words, there's a piece of knowledge he had, and right now, in this moment, that piece of knowledge is somewhere stuck in a place that's inaccessible to it. But just not knowing something is not called the Nelam. Now, and now he knows about it. Now, how they can stay ideas. If you forgot about something that you knew first, then you forgot, and now you know that, and now you know about it, you have the whole picture. You have the full sandwich. In other words, you have to sandwich your forgetting about it between 2 knowledges. So now, the definition of the knowledge is that you forgot about it. So you already have the first one, you knew about it, you forgot about it. The Yada gives you the second piece of knowledge, if you have the second half of the sandwich. Now, it came up on the Noah. So that's because why doesn't it say the Noah the second time? The highest we want to include 2 different types of forgetting. First of all, forgot that he's coming. Or another case is, he knew that he was coming, and he forgot that it's also to walk into the base. That's the Gemara from yesterday. Amar Mar. Now Mar goes ahead to analyze it. The Nelam. It says the Nelam. McLeod, the Yada, this implies that he knew about that. Now my master, we want to say, how do you know that? Where's the implication that you knew about it just because it says the Nelam? Amalava, Nidolopsis, Viti Aluma Mimenu. Since it doesn't say the Aluma Mimenu was concealed from him, in other words, if he never knew about it, it would be considered concealed from him. However, it says the Ne'elam means you had it and you lost. In other words, the implication of the Ne'elam is you knew about it, but then you forgot about it. Amar Le'avaya. So Rabbi said that's the Rabbi. Tell him the opposite, that's the case. Every time you have to learn the Ne'elam, he means you knew about it and then forgot about it. You're going to find yourself having a bunch of problems. Why? Rabbi Sota, when it comes to a Sota, considered the Ne'elam Me'enei Isha. It was concealed from problems. So it's very quickly. You learn something together not too long. You know? Exactly. Years ago.
I mean, just what is happening with his lips?
So a quick review. What is Soka? Soka is a woman who allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior with another person. She's a married woman, and her husband accuses her of engaging in inappropriate behavior with another man. So he warns her not to seclude herself with that man. That's what's killing. She goes ahead and she secludes herself again with that man. And there's a discussion into his parent, whether they're Asian, the Asian involved. The whole discussion is bottom line is, if she conceals herself to this person, there's a process that she's brought down to the next and they ask some kinds of questions. She makes shavuos, and ultimately, if at the end of the story she continues to deny it, the husband continues to insist on his side of the story, then they attach the chapters with the main sota, they wrap the sota, they erase it, they put up the water, she drinks it. Now, if she is innocent, she gets the most wonderful brachos. If she is guilty, the opposite is true, and she dies at the end of the process. Now, the Gemara says over here.
I just said I heard
So the Ne'elam is concealed from the eyes of her husband, Maflau. The other Meikara. You're telling me the Ne'elam that she was concealed means that he knew about it. In other words, he has absolute knowledge that she engaged in this extramarital affair with this man. So now he forgot it. Now hold on a second, that means he knew about it. According to our logic, now he knew about it. Well, starting to have a yad that makes him Meikara. Now he had the yad Meikara, he bought to Ramaya, he bought to the Lord. The problem is, by the time we read the Brisa, the Mikra HaIshmael, the man will be clean from all sin. The Isha Hayi Shisavona. If she is indeed guilty of engaging in this extramarital affair, but you should need to, so she'll carry the sin. Now the Gemara does not show it the nuclear level. If he is clean, then Hamayim Bokin of Israel, the water will effectively check out whether she is guilty or innocent. However, Aina is nuclear level, man himself is guilty of sin, then Aina Hamayim Bokin of Israel. The water is not going to work to check out whether she is guilty or innocent as engaging in this extramarital affair. Now, hold on a second. If he knew about the fact that she engaged in this extramarital affair, guess what? She becomes also to him. If he decided to go ahead and continue living with her, so then his hands are not clean either. If his hands are not clean, then the whole process is not going to work. Now, we're expecting the process to work because the Bible says the Noah and the Isha, that she was concealed from her husband, and then the Torah goes on to describe the process of taking the order. Now, Vanilla means he knew about it, and now he doesn't know about it. It's not going to work anymore because it's going to be a loose relationship with him. Therefore, you can't see that Vanilla means he knew about it. It's serious. And furthermore, by the Torah, the Psukim, which describes the Torah in Eo, says the Nelva will be concealed from the eyes of all living things, from the Opa Shmayim, not referring to birds, but the angels, this certainly was hidden. The cloud, what it was, the Ikodah, the Yodaber. There were some who knew about the Torah before it was given. The problem is, I know it's Erica, I know we need to extend from the Torah before it was given. So, in other words, again, it says the Nelva, it was hidden, concealed from people before it was given. Now, if you ponder, that means that someone knew about it first. The problem is in the process, even though they knew about it first. So, again, another problem you have using the word Nelva, meaning you knew about it, and then ultimately forgot about it. I love Rabbi, it's not a Rabbi, Rabbi is of the opinion that Yedias based Rabbo Shema Yedias. Rabbi says that when it comes to Tuma, Yedias based Rabbo is Shema Yedias. In other words, what's coming from is the concept that everyone knows the halacha of something. So again, this is a very big assumption. So every single Jewish person went to school as a kid. Every Yid went to Torah, and every Rabbi taught every single kid all the halachas of Tuma and Torah. Now, you might not remember exactly that lesson that I was taught, but every single Jewish person knows at some point in his life that it's awesome to go into the Beis Mikdash when you're Tamei. So therefore, that's considered to be a idea. I want to talk about Rabbi, for the purposes of Rabbi, it's funny. Hold on a second. You're telling me that every single Jewish person knows about this, and that's why you have to have the idea in the beginning. So we know about it. Hold on a second. Then it's impossible. In other words, you're telling me that everybody knows that if you learn it in school, then how do you ever have a scenario where someone doesn't know about it? The case where it says, they call me every day of is there any Jewish person who's not going to hear as a child and learn how to silver title? I'm already something in somebody you're not supposed to do it. Nowadays, hopefully, most of us go to school. Not all of us are going to do a school. But you see the concept, even in times of the Gemara, there's the concept of mitzvah, and exactly how that applies to a person nowadays. It's beyond this different stage. Yes, top of the person, not going to cater, not learn how to supplementary, and that would be a person who would not have to do this. Okay. Not awesome. Going back to our Mishnah, Shabbos Shayim Shehin Arba. One of the things listed in our Mishnah as a 2 that ultimately comes to 4 is Yitzhak Shabbos carrying the Shabbos. And now let's now analyze the way this Mishnah is written, not here in Masechet Shavuos, but the way the Mishnah is written in Masechet Shabbos. It says, Yitzhak Shabbos carrying the Shabbos is Shayim Shehin Arba B'Shnim, 2 which is 4 inside, then Shehin Arba B'Chutz 2 which is 4 outside. So now, 2 which is 4 inside, 2 which is 4 outside means 4 plus 4, which is 8. Our Mishnah did not say that. Our Mishnah just simply said it's Shehin Arba which is 4. Therefore, we want to go to ask, why is our Mishnah different over here? The Tana Shtayim Shehin Arba V'Sulay just simply said Shtayim Shehin Arba and nothing more. The Mishnah also returns Shtayim Shehin Arba for him. Shtayim Shehin Arba V'Chutz. It has 2 versus 4 inside, which is 4 outside. Now, just quickly to go through this, the cases are as follows. When we talk about Shtayim Shehin Arba B'Fnim, Shtayim Shehin Arba V'Chutz. But with Nim, we're going to refer to it as Hayakid and B'Chutz uses Rabbi. Now, there's a bunch of different terms that you're using in this Shabbos, which are not familiar, but the Gemara just uses it to explain it as if you'll remember it. The Gemara talks about an Ani and a Balabayas. An Ani is a poor person, a Balabayas is a homeowner. Generally speaking, if you're going to pass something out the window of the house, so then the Balabayas, the owner of the house, who's settled and comfortable inside his house, is going to be the one who's providing something. So the poor person who's outside trying to benefit something. But now, that is not a requirement for Chatzah that a person be wealthy or a person be poor. It makes absolutely no difference. But also, what does make a difference is that the person picks up the item inside the Rishon Rabbi, which is a private domain, and transferred it outside their house into a public domain. Now, in order for a person to violate the biblical prohibition of carrying on Shabbos, what has to be done is there has to be something called a hashira, which means you lift it up from the place where it is, you use the item from its place, and a hanacha, which is you place the item down in the other domain. So now, typically, if a person goes, you have one person involved, so let's just say you have a balabayas, And what happens is he's inside his house. He wants to bring some food outside, so he goes to his kitchen. He picks up some food in the private domain, walks outside the public domain and puts it down. You have an akira inside, you have a hanafa outside, and you have thereby violated the halacha of carrying on Shabbat. You have to still be true. You have it on your four-person. He has no food. He goes outside, and he finds lunch sitting on the floor. So outside in the public domain, he picks up the item that's the akira. He walks into the private domain to his house, puts it down on the table, that's the halacha. He has thereby fulfilled the requirements. He has unfortunately violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. Now we have two people who are involved who have a number of cases, which are, for example, you have the honey standing in Rosh Hashanah outside, and he takes something from outside and puts it inside. So what does he do? He's standing at a window, picks something up on the floor, lifts it up, puts it inside, and puts it inside the house. So that's the case of honey omi zachutz. You have the honey outside, you places the item inside. Another case is exactly the opposite. You have this person, the Rabbi, the homeowner. He's standing inside, and he takes his hand from inside to outside. He picks the item up off the floor, brings it inside the house, puts it inside his house. He violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. Now, what happens if you have kind of a hybrid case, where you have the honey, the guy standing outside, so he picks it up, and the guy inside takes it out of his hand. Or the opposite, you have the guy inside, he picks it up, and the guy outside takes it out of his hand. So you have sheer malach over there. Remember, we said you have to lift it up and put it down. What happens if one person picks it up, and another person puts it down, or the opposite in the other case? The bottom line is there are 8 possible scenarios of how you can divide this up, where you can have 2 of them. Let's say, cumulatively, you have 4 of them which are chiyuv, and 4 of them which are from Torah. Now, the bottom line is, what our Gemara is saying is, in our Mishnah, we only list 2, which are 4. We don't have all 8 of them. Why are we including the other 4? That's the Gemara's question. And our answer is, Papa, weißt nach dem Tag Schneiden, haben wir Schule. Weißt nach dem Tag Schneiden, aber auch das Leben stellt sich over. More to Hafsam, the Igor Shabbos. Guess what? That is actually your mentioned 4 of the cases, 4, another 2, which is 4, it's new. 2, which is 4, it's not 4. So you have a total of 8. That is the Igor Shabbos, that's the second Shabbos actually. So therefore, the Gemara says, Hafsam, the Igor Shabbos, the other story told us. We want to list 4 of the cases, other, and told us. Elvis is the main category, and then told us are the subcategories. Now, our thought, the logic of Shabbos, this is the Shavuos. We're not really learning about the Shabbos over here, and therefore we want to get into all the subcategories.
Every single clip, pending or anywhere.
Logic of Shabbos, Elvis, Tani, Elvis, low Tani. The Gemara says, Elvis menu. What are the main categories? Where it says Yitzias, taking it outside. And Yitzias, counting out them. Yitzias are only 2. In other words, if you're only counting Yitzias, you should only have 2, not 4. Keep him and his hand with you and hand with the Torah. We're only listing the ones which are. So we have some which are private, some which are proper, some which are exactly liable, some of which where he's exempt. Our case winds up right after Mount Messiah, which is the leprosy. In those cases, not hostile with you, but just like in all those cases, all the Nagayim are cases where it's a problem. Hostile with you, all cases private Shabbos, in cases where it's a field. And the hostile with the Shabbos, kind of feeling through it. Over there, since it's Pesach, Shabbos, the cases where it's liable and where it's proper. Hostile. You can find we're teaching the cases where it's tired, you can see you're kind of rough on the cases of the store. So therefore, we're only going to have 4. Once it's usually my meal, what are the fees? Where are the cases where it's tired? You see us. When you're taking it outside and supposed to bringing it in. You see a party of it. You see it, in other words, again, you only have 2 cases where he takes it out. יציע סטארטית הוא דהכה. שתיים להוצאה, ושתיים להכנסה. ביציע קטן you have two, so they have two which are going in, two are going out. More so ביציע קטן. But if the יציע, it means to take it out. Marashi, Tana, our Tana was הכנסה, Tana הכנסה now you're talking. Our Tana refers to bringing it inside as the as well. In other words, the tzia is bringing it outside, but our Tana actually explains that Hachnasa is also called a tzia. And more explains. I'm looking at this, the first comparison, one dimension, tired. You find that one dimension of the domain, Milo Akim become out of you, but you like, isn't that talking about when he brings it inside for, it brings it out. The parlay side pulled outside, so therefore it's fine, the slip pulled outside, now it's going through. The Dilma of Hamas take for just the upper fish. How do you know? Maybe that is the great response. Hey! We should say Yakin, it's decided to make the public domain, and therefore, so you think you're taking that, also no, you're saying that the case in this domain versus so that, in other words, the fact that you say, you're going from one domain to another domain, that's the fact you're going from inside to outside, that means the either way is going to be fine. The minor says it's just open, it's just right, it's just Yakin, the final way outside, still a final outside, the shoot at the final outside, taking out, the figure you visiting outside, and therefore, the fact that it says it's CS for listener cannot be limiting going inside. Now, the time on nine, what's the reason why we call it going inside, going outside? And where it says, kind of call for a statement to the tomo, every time we take something out of the place, we can notice that's specifically taking it out. Now, let's explain this very quickly and see that we're really short on time.
What are you doing? Nothing. Not watching.
There's still a lot to do today. We'll get it done. But the concept of why it's considered a hotel is because, just in general, one has to ask, why is carrying something from one place to another considered to be a malach on Shabbos? You go through all the malachas that covers malachas on Shabbos, you're going to find that every one of the malachas, you're going to have to be able to describe something significant that was done. So, for example, when it comes to this old cooking, you always have to identify what changed in the item. That's why there's a big discussion whether or not, or how there could be a key of official that we use to cook when it comes to water. There is. It's prohibited to cook water on top. So the question is, a lot of the time is why? What is the significant change in water just changing its temperature? And there's a lot of discussion about that. When it comes to anyone in the left, we want to find out what is it that changed significantly about this item that makes this qualify as one of the 30 most prohibited acts. Now, when it comes to Hotzah, what did you do? What you did is you pick something up, you move it from point A to point B. The answer to that is that every item only has its use if it's in the right place at the right time. If the item is in the wrong place at the wrong time, then it becomes useless. If a person set up the Daf Yomi and they left their Gemara at home, so then they can't use it. The Gemara is essentially useless for them because it's not here. You show up to work without your computer. So the fact is, you have your computer. You tell your boss, I have it, don't worry about it, I got my computer. But it's useless, you can't use it. An item is only useful if it's in the right place at the right time. So essentially, every time you pick something up and move it to the proper place, you are then giving that item purpose and use. So therefore, the Gemara is explaining anytime you move something from one place to the next, whether it's going inside or going outside, you are removing it from the place where it's useless and moving it to the place where it's useful, and that's considered to be useful. You're removing it from the place where it was useful. It's looked like drills earlier today. Person is in construction, shows up to a construction site without his drill. Says, don't worry, I have my drill. It's in the back of it's in my garage. It's useless. It doesn't help us in your garage. You have to be mochi it from your garage and bring it to the place where you need it. Now it's able to fill a cup. Therefore, that's considered to be and you see it. I'm not reading my fist now. I think that actually makes sense. With this as well, the kind of says you choose to have something out of the thing that was the first, with the far of plastic. Actually, if you go back to the Shabbos, you find where it's called all those cases you see, all those cases you see, the first case that actually is the case of doing something inside. Just when you see with the terms, you see it as not going out and going in are interchangeable. From enough. Rabbi says, Yeshuv Yisrael, Yeshuv Yisrael, in other words, Rabbi was saying something that he didn't necessarily need to take it out. This means the different names for Shabbos. Again, exactly what the stuff specifically to the Rabbi Shalom, but he just settles it by saying the specific. Let's move on to Maris Medayin. Maris Medayin, trying to out. Our mitzvah said that there are Maris Medayin with the two, which are four. What does that mean? Not awesome. We learned elsewhere in the Sefas Nevi'im. Maris Medayin is nice enough, but you have two different words in the Torah which describe just bring this to the Catholic part of the Torah. We just bring it. The pasuk says, hold on, Kiyah ba'arbe sorrow se'es o sapakas o b'haretz. First we'll have on his skin the se'es or a sapakas or a b'haretz. What are those two? We'll define them soon, but se'es and b'haretz are the two different colors of this pasuk. Sapakas uses the subcategory. You have se'es, b'haretz, the main category. Sapakas technically is the subcategory. Let's see what that means. B'haretz is alpha. It is the whitest of the white. It's white like snow. Shneil law, what's the subcategory of that one? Kitzid ha'echel, it's like the wine, the plastic they use inside the hechel of the sanctuary. Se'es, katsema, what's se'es? It's like ketema lavan, it's like fresh white wool of an animal. Shneil law, what's the subcategory of that? The kromesa, like the membrane of an egg. And you got the egg shell. It's the thing, when you break it, you notice inside the egg cell is a nice little membrane. If you try this at home with the egg for breakfast this morning, you take the membrane out and you leave it to dry. You'll see it dries in a very white color. So that's what that's called. But that is the lowest category of white. In other words, the brightest white is snow. The non-brightest white, I'm not trying to say that, but the least brightest white is going to be the front-base membrane of the egg. Now, anything which is less white than the membrane of the egg is called bohak, as the Pasuk describes it. Bohak is not white enough, and it is tahor. So you have these four categories. But just to explain it very quickly, what we're saying over here is you have snow, the era of whiteness is snow, wool, lime, egg. Snow, wool, lime, eggs. Now it's listed in our Gemara differently because you have snow, and then the subcategory of that is lime, and then you have next category which is wool, and the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. So again, the two in the Torah are going to be the two brights. And then each category is going to be underneath. So essentially you have snow, wool, lime, egg, but it's listed as snow, and the subcategory of that is lime. And then you have wool, and the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. It's very important for Gemara to remember that order. I want to Penina says, Maris Tana Maris Medayin. Who is the time of this Maris Medayin? It can't be likely to keep the can't be the pool. Like here in Kiva, it would be a Kiva. Kiva the Amar Zulu Malami Zulu. The Zulu Malami Zulu came to heart to sin and from the attack. He said that whenever the colors go exactly as I told you, in other words, the order of whiteness is going to be snow, wool, lime, egg, and that's how it goes. What's going to happen is you have a problem combining the colors. Why? The halacha is you have to have a grist worth of quality-sized piece for it to be cut. If it's not going to be the size of this grist and this barley, it's not going to come in. What happens is you have a half quality which looks like sid hekel, like the line of the hekel, and a half looks like another color. So technically it should be able to be combined. However, there's a problem. We're explaining right now why it's not going to work. How do you not test it? Which one can you combine this sid hekel with? The Tzal Shabbat Bahara, you want to combine it with Bahara. The problem is, Sipra Se'ez Da'dika. As we explained, Bahara is the snow. Se'ez is the wool. And the subcategory of lime comes third. Now, if you're going to have one spot which is partially snow and partially lime, you can't combine those two because you're skipping the color. You're skipping the color of wood in between. You can't do that. Now, you can say it's according to the Kira, you have to go in color order. You have the Seis, which is the word, which is better than it. You can't combine it. So what do you want to do? It's not about the Seis. You want to combine it with the color of the word. You can't do that. It's not conjugation. As this chapter is explaining, it's not the subcategory. You can only combine a subcategory with the main category. But this main category is not to be connected. Because again, the main category of sid, of wine, is the snow. So technically, wine and snow are the only two that can be combined. But the problem is there's a lighter color in between that tells you can't combine it. Therefore, you're stuck.
I want to take a picture of myself. That's sick. There's another reason.
It's all about the same problem. You have to use the marks of the back because you have the same problem with the lowest category, which is probesa, which is the egg membrane. Now we got him on the surface. What will you combine that with? It's talking about the same one trying to combine it with the same. The problem is that you have the sid of it. The A's is the wool color, but then you have the sid, which is higher than the egg membrane. So you're skipping one in the middle. We're talking about the sid, you want to go into the pattern. The sid, the problem is a binary negative. It's not within the same category, because it's the subcategory of the other and the other. So you go to the top. Oh, God. Almost. Alex. So how much? That's not bad. What's your life? This one below sid. You wouldn't have sid in there when you list the paper. So we're talking not of a problem of the egg membrane. While the alpha-got the probation mitatai, even though the egg membrane is the least right, if mitatai is safe, still you could say Rahmana Amar was safe was the Bakas. It's the Bakas is failing with safe. Alpha-got didn't match the nature. In other words, if you only had those three, you only had the wall, and the probation, you can say, listen, the Pasuk said there's something called the Sapakas, which means that there's a lower category. You got it in. I forgot the explanation. But Shemhefa is going to be a problem because that already gives you an issue with combining it. And this element of Barsa, therefore erase it or write it out. That's what the Kiva can't do that our Mishnah follows the kin of the Kiva. We will stop here. Have a wonderful day.
John, I want to see all of John's verses. What's in the bottle?
I will take that way.
Oh. But you can't buy it with venom from Brendan. Works great. Love the taste. So except this is methylene blue, cool mint. And then don't spill it on your white counters. Because God, people are on the white counters. Wonder what's sad. Chap, responding to it.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Today, our commentary sponsor, our annual commentary sponsor, the Shulchan Mishpat of Eretz Yisrael, again to the older Shulchan Mishpat this year, as is close from Surah Tovah for Eretz Yisrael. Our commentary sponsor for the month of Iyar Habayim with over Shmuel Rabbi Karakim, Mishnah B'Yartek of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karakim, Nisa Daniel Kester, Akoni Zivon Bracha, and our week of learning sponsors, Ali and Yuri Lichtenman, even Yishmael, Yuli's mother, Rafa, Leah, Bas, Yuri, Mayor, Zivon Bracha, Yobler, and the marriage. All about our time, all the British Sahara, the values in the Torah. Please welcome all of our hostages, the Shannon and the Karo, and Yer Hashem, our homeless soldiers, to be successful, the whole and Maaseh Yisrael. First thing we got, let us begin. For such tremendous shkoyach and mazel tov to everyone participating in this meal last night. It's a very special thank you for the Goldberger family. It was just a beautiful, inspiring, elegant, and delicious, and uplifting the nationals and Russians moment. And that we should celebrate many beautiful and holding spiritual accomplishments together. But with that, let us begin. That is the back dollar. There's a really fascinating gap ahead of us today. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on the bottom of Gimel Avinti, and yesterday, 2 lines up from the bottom. So again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. Yesterday's back was really quite fascinating and riveting because we spent the bulk of our time just logistically figuring out what's happening in our mission. One of the things that we strive for accomplish was to assign authorship. The way people are kind of just hoping right now is that the Mishnah is reflective of the view of Rabbi Shmuel, and interestingly enough, the liability to which the Mishnah refers is his Malchus Rashin's liability. So if I good, the Rabbi said he was the only problem with that treaty. Was another again, Rabbi Yochanan is the opinion that again, everything that comes up from Mishnah based on that is that Rabbi Shmuel holds. Again, that was one of the major takeaways of our Mishnah. And even if you have a law that doesn't have an associated action with it, you get Malchus for that. So what is the problem? The problem is Rabbi Yochanan. That's Rabbi Yochanan is a problem. But one of the conditions is that Rabbi Yochanan created a little bit of an issue for us. What was the issue? The Yochanan was that Allah is like a stone Mishnah, which means our Mishnah is a stone Mishnah without actually used to. It means that according to our Mishnah, based on that, Allah is Lav She'in B'maisa Ein Mokin Allah. Okay, so whatever you fill in the blank, right? The Talmud again, for example, because we were often used for Lav She'in B'maisa, one Talmud again, for example, no sub. Right? That's an example that keeps coming up over and over and over, right? The cover Pesach, I leave over cover Pesach, I don't go ahead and I thought he triggers that. That's one of the examples. That's Rashi in Bomaisa, you get max. So Yochanan follows us down the stroke. The problem is that Yochanan himself holds, he's on record as saying, Rashi in Bomaisa, in Mokinava. So therefore, I won't say, well, we're trying to figure out this. How do you align those two sheets? How do you align those two sheets of Rabbi Yochanan? So we pick up an argument and we say, hello, hi, Stella Ashbach, it's not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan himself found another Stam Mishnah, and that other Stam Mishnah supports this approach of Rav She'in B'may Se'in L'Kirav. Okay, what's the Stam Mishnah? Here we go. Shua Shalom. So here we go. So first he goes in and he says like this. Two shuas that I swear that I will not eat this loaf. I swear that I won't eat it. Now again, we're actually, if you notice over here, we're going to do this case in Eretz Hashem on Chaf Aleph. So a couple of weeks from now, we're going to get to this case. So we're not going to delve into the shua intricacies of this case because we're going to see the picture between shuas. But the way Shavuos work, we'll see, there's a whole discussion about Shavua, al Shavua, and one Shavua devolve upon another Shavua. We're not going to get into that now. The point over here is, I'm making what appears to be two Shavuos on the same loaf. Two Shavuos on the same loaf. So I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf. I swear I'm not going to eat it. Okay, and what happens? I eat it. Okay, I eat it. Sometimes I have many percussion details. Not to eat something, you just end up eating it. So it's the rest of on top of $1 with $1. I'm only tired once. Now what's the shot that you're with Rashi? Rashi says, so again, Rashi reads the same as the mechanics of it. Because since once I made that first shua, which was I swear I won't eat this loaf. Once I make that shua, the loaf becomes prohibited to me. So this is, like I said, I'm not going to do this justice today because we're going to do this subject together. But listen to how fascinating this is. So when I go ahead and I swear I won't eat this kikar, okay, so then the shua works, the kikar of the loaf becomes prohibited to me. All right, fine. Now when I make the second shua actually doesn't take effect. Why? Because again, Rashi says over here, how do they each brother tiny is on its spot? Because what I said to you, that second shua is viewed as swearing to fulfill a mitzvah, which means taking an oath to do something that you are already obligated to do. And what happens when you take an oath, when you swear to do something you are already obligated to do? That's the word of the Gemara. Each one of them is a mitzvah, but like he is Tata Mishwat Kaivan. The halacha is that if you swear to fulfill a mitzvah, now mitzvah is simply means something you're already obligated to do. If you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, halacha l'maisa, that shua doesn't follow operations. Therefore, the violation of that shua also doesn't generate liability. So we're going to have a lot of fun with this case. And when I say fun, I didn't mean it's legitimate, good culture fun. Right? So once I say, everybody look at the outside like that. So again, I think we just put it in symbols, and this really is becoming very interesting. I swear I'm putting on phone today. I swear I'm putting on phone today. And for some reason, I don't care I'm told to cast the shower. So what happens to that? So what's basically what I'm saying over here is essentially, when you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, that shua has no need to like fast. You know, it has no need to take hold because I'm what's called mishmar ba'omer. I'm already obligated. So therefore, again, to be obligated, the shua effectively is meaningless. Now, not necessarily meaningless like shua's shav or like that we saw in yesterday's daf. Right? But the idea is that it has no need to take hold. So therefore, again, plugging it into this next case, I swear I'm not eating this book. Okay, after that shua, essentially, what's my relationship to the local bread? What's my relationship to God? Can't have it. And I don't care I have it. There's a mitzvah for me not to eat it. Because I took a shua, there's a mitzvah to uphold whatever oath you take. Most of us Masechet Tishma, whether it's shua or another. But I said, therefore, again, I have a mitzvah not to eat that loaf. Therefore, when I go and I take that second oath and I say, shua, shalom, I swear I won't eat it. Essentially, it's meaningless. It's meaningless. And therefore, again, if it turns out that what I eat it, and I get violated, how many times am I tired? Only once, because again, I'm tied to the first shua, not tied to the second shua. Okay, beautiful. And I want to say, by the way, these are the nuggets and morsels of beautiful information. This is what's going to tell you about Shas, right? And this isn't even like our primary topic right now. And you know, often like drops of breadcrumbs here and there. Our job is to pick it up, to take it, to absorb it. And you'll see that when you get the Kapala deal, and you get to this again, you already earned so much beautiful information. Now, why does it work for us? So sure, because שחייב את עבודו למחס, ואף שנידסה חבר עובד. And God says, this is the kind of example of Shua's people. Remember again, Shua's people, that's the Shua. Remember, we didn't really do too much delving into Shuas, because we really spent the bulk of the mission of dealing with the Machado. As the Gemara says over here, this is the paradigmatic example of a shua speechly. And the word of shua speechly, a declarative oath. A declarative oath. Where a declarative, definitive statement. The Gemara says, this is the example of a shua speechly, where if I unintentionally violated Ankayet Malchus, and if I intentionally violated Ankayet a carbon over the So again, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. I end up eating the loaf. If I violated unintentionally, Malchus. Intentionally, carbon over the other. Beautiful, beautiful. Now the Gemara says, we're going to explain to you. I got what I was going about this. Like this case is the example where if I willfully violate this Shua's mutual, I'm kind of Malchus. What do you refer to here? About Ochal, the little Ochal, low lucky. So let's say if you notice again, what type of piece is this? What type of piece is this? This is a lot of Shiyush B'Maisa. Right? So again, I swear I'm not going to eat it. And I ate it. So I did something dynamic. I did something positive. I ate the loaf. That's all. That's the case of Shua's meeting, where ultimately, again, intentional violation covered over the other. What's really interesting? That's the case. But if you flip it, right? I swear that I'm going to eat the loaf. And I don't eat the loaf. It sounds like based on this that what? That I would not be in violation of Malchus. Well, actually, I would not be in violation of the Shua, and therefore, if I unintentional violation, I would not be hiding Malchus. I would not be hiding Malchus. Now let's say, now why not? Well, based on why would I be hiding Malchus for that? Why not? Because the Kashtos, that's a law, She'in B'Maisa. Because failure to eat the loaf, okay, got it, I'm in violation of the Shua, but it's a passive violation. It's a law She'in B'Maisa. So because it's a law She'in B'Maisa, ultimately, again, I don't get Malchus. Now we'll say, what do we just see over here? I've told you, seeing John Malkovich over here, one of the homeless people in Baltimore, right? There's Good. You got this? Excellent. Good. Good. Joe, you have any problems? Or you don't like the beer? You don't like the coffee? You go to Arden. All right, he's your guy. He's your guy. All right. So now, you know say as follows. Or Jeremy, not because you learned the Jeremy there to sell, right? But you know the reason why wasn't Joe you said there to sell? Oh, Michael, right. That's Mike, right. Sorry. Wait. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So I say, Salach on myself. The Gemara says, wait, super, right? Stam Mishnah, that at the end of the day says, Stam Mishnah says, Lach she'in bo myself, ein moki halav. That's what's happening over there. Incredible. So it says, here it is. Rabbi Yochanan has now a Lach she'in bo myself, Stam Mishnah, Lach she'in bo myself, and you get office. Okay. The Gemara says as follows. Nikki, so says, so therefore, I'm going to say, it sounds like at least for this moment, the Gemara is a perfect harmony. So look what we have. We've got Asher Mishnah, Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel happens to go back to him by myself. We won't see our love. Okay, keep it over here. Rabbi Yochanan says that Rabbi Shmuel is Stam Mishnah, but the whole Rav Shem by myself. Ain't working our love. So what does the Yochanan do with the fact that our Stam Mishnah says no problem? So the Yochanan found another Stam Mishnah. So the Yochanan has got his Stam Mishnah, Rabbi Shmuel has got his Stam Mishnah, and everyone is happy. The Gemara says, okay, Yuki, high stomach, my question is now he was faced with a bigger problem. I understand how you have two standard Mishnayos that have the opposite conclusions. In other words, that totally undermines the whole notion of a Stam Mishnah. Right? The whole concept of a Stam Mishnah is at the end of the day, because there's no attribution, therefore it's authoritative. But if you have two Mishnayos with no attribution, and they say the exact opposite things, then it's halacha l'maisa. How does that work? So you work in Yuki. High stomach. So therefore, again, Shmulis, like the Rabbi Mishnah over here, and Shmulis, ultimately again was a Stam Mishnah. The second Mishnah is also a Stam Mishnah. My question is the other two high stomach, the other two high stomach. I understand. Imagine what you ask me, which one you might be on the Yochanan. How do you know that Yochanan is out of the Stam Mishnah? But Yochanan, how do you know that's out of the Stam Mishnah you just quoted over here? Why not you out of the Stam Mishnah on Shmulis? Definitely not. In which case again, the Stam Mishnah over here is not from my son. See the Kasha. It's a global question. Don't make this about the Yochanan. This isn't about the Yochanan. It's not me. Let me say, hockey Stam Ron hockey. Hockey. Now you know it's a severe question. Rebbe. Listen, this is like this. Now we're keeping this all the way off the chain over here. Rebbe, how did you, Rebbe, you got now, see, the great codifier of the Mishnah, how did you codify two contradictory Stam Mishnahs? Right, what's you notice? This is not a Rebbe issue. This is a Rebbe issue. This is a Rabbi issue. Rabbi, how are you going ahead and codifying two Spanish names that give us two opposite conclusions? So that's what we're talking about. I can't think of what's happening in front of us over here. This is an historic Gemara. I don't know how you say the Gemara is an historic Gemara. But this is a historic Gemara because this Gemara is a window into the mechanics of Rabbi, into the mechanics of how all of this is coming together. Because again, the Gemara's highlighting over here the power of a Stam Mishnah to tell me that if it's without attribution, everyone holds it. The problem is now I have two non-attributed Mishnayos which yield two different conclusions. Rabbi, how did you do that? How does that make sense? This was words that they already said. The stomach, or the susma. What's this? What happened? You see, incredible. Originally, Rabbi thought that the halacha was Rabbi himself felt that the conclusion was the Rothschild get office, like Rabbi Shmuel, like the Mishnah that we had at the beginning of Shmuel things and Dalit. Then what happens? The Hadar Sabar, he wrote the Allah Sastam, and later on, he changed his mind. And he said ultimately again, Rothschild myself, ain't looking Allah, and therefore he made a second Stam Mishnah. So why not go ahead and redact the first? Why not redact the first? And Mishnah Mozazim and Kama. But the Mishnah did not move from its place. Now what is that? If you guys are Rashi says over here, Mishnah Mozazim and Kama. The Mishnah is Even the Rabbi himself changed his mind. And ultimately, again, did not hold like that first Mishnah. The first one is Irish, very Jewish, right? And they're amazing dollars. That last shit in Bomesa, wrote it up, so then he changed his mind. Nevertheless, Me'ata shepashta b'roch ha'tamudim, lo yochlos b'doro sha'at ha'Rebbe, l'shubha ha'mitzvah, u'yevach l'midin sh'rezik. He was already learned. And once it was already learned, ultimately, again, it was impossible or unable to unlearn it. They knew who asked Shtehan, and ultimately, therefore, both Mishnayos remained. V'hamas yoyahim shachron efekan, shechaz abam l'ayshana. And the Mas spoke, if you understand, right, and you're following the way you're paying attention, so you'll recognize that ultimately, again, the second one is to be authoritative one, i.e. the one that says, Rav Shein Bomaisa, and ultimately, again, it trumps the first one. Incredible. So there's so many fascinating things that have come out of here. One of those, like, the power, Rebbe wanted to adapt it, or it was, but it couldn't. It was already ingrained. So let's say you see over here how there's just the danger of getting like the hot, which you just understand what I think is the rest of this. The danger of reinforcing negative change. How some things in life you know that something is wrong. You know that something is wrong. But yet, keep on doing it over and over and over. And we know this is we all struggle with this in different ways. And the more I do it, even though consciously I know that it's not the right thing to do, the more it's done, the more ingrained and normal it becomes, and the more ingrained and normal it becomes, the harder it is to forget it. The harder it is to undo it. The harder it is to stop it. Such a tremendous musahas, which is why when we know that there are things that have to be fixed in our lives, it is so important to take dynamic activity now and not to, because the longer I wait, the more ingrained it becomes, the more ingrained it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to change it. It's incredible. That's muscle number one. Listen, what I'm saying is, one of my favorite pieces of work that the Gemara tells us so often is that halacha on my side is okay to change your mind. But so often in life, we become ingrained, and we think a certain way, we live a certain way, we behave a certain way, and we repeat those behaviors over and over, and we close ourselves off to the possibility of change. The possibility of, you know what, I can think differently, I can behave differently, I can act differently, I can become a different person if I choose to do so. You know, you want to do this is Rabbi. But who doesn't know he literally codified a Mishnah with one way of thinking, and then at some point in time, I don't pronounce it all the time, but at some point in time, he's like, you know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind. It's okay to change your mind, and it's okay to change yourself, and it's okay. We have so much invested in the personalities that we create, and then we have those pinnacle moments where I recognize that the personality I created for myself at one stage of life is not the right one to guide me to the next stages. But we're so invested in it that we can't find the color to change. It's ready to do it, so be it. Let's go back there. So let's now change it, and we shall know. So let's say now, let's round out the picture. So now what we've done is as follows. Now we've established Rabbi Shmuel as according to Rabbi Shmuel, right? Which meant two things. Number one, Rav Shein Bomaisa is walking along. But what is also good is as follows. Remember, in order to make the Mishnah fit with Rabbi Shmuel, it also has to be talking about what? Malchus and not Akarba. Right? Because remember again, the issue we had with Rabbi Shmuel is that Rabbi Shmuel was one who said that by the Shmuel of Ashura's teaching, you're not hired for future Shmuels, you're only hired for past tense Shmuels. The way the problem is that the Mishnah is a Mishnah. The way you reconcile that was to say what? And Shmuel says, you're hired a Karba, no coming over the knowledge for future Shmuels, but you're hired notice. Okay, so now we established the Mishnah as Rabbi Shmuel, and ultimately the punishment that we're doing over here is notice. So the Gemara says, so that's what the Gemara can give Shmuel in the Malchus. Malas the Malchus Sita. What's the issue? What Malchus do you have by Tzaras? I understand Malchus by some other cases. What Malchus? How do you come up with a Malchus case? What can you do by Tzaras that makes you rival to Malchus? The closest Tzaras is pretty obvious anyway. So it's like, in the case of a person cuts off his blemish. Like, I have something on my skin, and again, I'm not sure, is it Tzaras, is it not Tzaras, and I cut it off. That act of Tzaras, removal in and of itself is a lot. So you might say, Amr, Yad, and Amr, come up with Shineman, Shana, and Ba'al, whenever you see the lesson of Shana, and Al, that's working the code of the lot. So what's this? The Torah says, Shana, the Mega Tzaras. It's really needs to be careful with Tzaras. What does it mean to be careful with Tzaras? You know what I'm saying? What it means? If you have Tzaras lesion, or I say, if you have a lesion that may be Tzaras, or it is Tzaras, you may not cut it off. You like things that, like, I'm just going to go to my local plastic surgery for, laser Tzaras removal. Right? Salokal might say that's it. You're not allowed to do Tzaras. And if I didn't want to suggest positive that doing so, ultimately, again, would be Malchus. Okay, Mitzias Shabbos, my Malchus. So the Gemara says, what about Mitzias Shabbos? Now again, I will say, in order to make these four attributions of the Mishnah work according to the Shmuel, we need to come up with Malchus in all of the cases, not just by Shavuos. Right? So then, so now I've got Malchus by Tzaras. What Malchus can you come up with in the case of Shabbos? Right? We're going to say, this is Shabbos, case of Shabbos. Two cases of moving items from Shabbos, and two more cases of moving items from Shabbos. So what's the Malchus in that case? So the Gemara says, I understand. La Shanita Las Hardest means basically, this is a new system, right? This is allowed to ultimately take people by definitely. The whole La Shanita Las Hardest means basically the general rule is that any lab that is purchasable by Nisas Beasley generally does not get Malchus. So what's the Malchus case by Shabbos? Which the Gemara says, you can hardly come with me on Yishmael. The Amar Lav, Shmita, as far as Nisas Beasley, looking a lot fascinating to me that Yishmael had to say that even a lot that a person will buy a Nisas Beasley is so subject to Malchus. So it's a better way. You need to see, it's fascinating to see that Yishmael has a lot of these very interesting shittos, right? La Shein B'Maisa, Molten Allah. La Shenita, Las Haras, Nisas Beasley, it's right, a lot that is personal by a death penalty, Molten Allah. Okay, fascinating. Happy. So most of the Gemara says halal happy. Now, interestingly enough, if you were not able to go and answer for all these questions, what would you say? You would have said to yourself that Yekiva. And listen, what was the problem? Remember, according to why did you shift it from Yekiva? That Yekiva holds that halacha l'meisa. There's two more cases. Remember, all of them together through these issues. That Yekiva said there's any liability in the case of hell and tumah. Only in the case when you go ahead and you forget that you're coming and then enter into the mitzvah of consuming kodesh. That Yekiva said that this is no case of what? Forgetting kodesh or forgetting the mikdash and ultimately again becoming liable like that. So therefore again the Mishnah couldn't allow with Rabbi Yekiva. That the Lord says, well, it's not for the fact that we're able to align the Mishnah like Rabbi Shmuel and we're going to Rabbi Yekiva. So the Lord says, here's the problem. That's not true. That's not true because again, remember, how can you align this with Rabbi Yekiva? As we just mentioned, Rabbi Yekiva only holds Ha'alam Torah. He doesn't hold the Ha'alam in the Mikdash and Hadasha. So this is much less Hamid, Rabbi Shmuel and Ulam Malchus, Rabbi Yekiva and Nami Ulam Malchus. No, you can do this again. The same way that you set up in Mishnah. Remember again, there's a lot of back and forth over here, but actually it's really just the same steps back and forth. So let's remember again, how did we make the Mishnah work? We made the Mishnah work according to Yishmael, and it's really a case of Malchus and not a case of Carbon. That's what you're going to Yishmael would hold the Shmuel's weekly, the only fighting for past tense, not fighting for future. We said, oh, he's not fighting the Carbon. And even Rabbi Shmuel would agree that if you make the shua spiritual in future tense, you're chayiv malchus. You're chayiv malchus. So why can't you say the same thing by Rabbi Akiva, by Tumah? Rabbi Akiva holds that ultimately, and you're chayiv a carbon in terms of Tumah, where there's a lack of awareness about the Tumah itself. But even in the case when you forgot about the Mikdash, you forgot about Kodesh, you would still agree that what that is chayiv malchus. The son of Mishmach is being malchus. You have to guess right, so Rabbi Akiva not even malchus. Here's the problem. That's the case. That's the case, by the way. That the whole issue of talking about malchus, if that's what we're talking about on the earth, Yedios, and why does it say, why does it use the Lashon ultimately again of Yedios Hatzumah? It should say instead what? Hasros. Yedia, listen, Yedia, that Lashon of like the rap, like here's the day I'm giving, and it should say Hasro, a warning. Holokasha, Nan is the Hasro. Right. So the way to read the Mishnah is, but Yedios Hasro. Alright. Shine Shin Arba Jazzy, and if that's the case, the only four cases, it's for two cases, as you mentioned before. Rashi says, alright, so last Rashi, last short line, but it's time to read the Arba. ואין מלכוס חלאים כמסתירי סתומה והקודש, אורס התומה והמקדש, וקנתי ודאיקה מלכוס לקודש ומקדש למקדש. So what works in the really two pieces then, right? Because remember, in order to be high for Malchus, you have to have a hasra. But in order to have a hasra, there has to be four knowledge before you got the tumah. So these are four cases, there's really only two cases. In which the word says, the Su, as Shemish by Yedia, the Tila, the Yedia, the Self, the Hava, the Siding, Havana, the Malchus, Malchus, what am I going to just go to the Mishnah's structure, right? The Mishnah's case of Tumah. The Mishnah says there was awareness in the beginning, then there was a lapse of awareness, then there was awareness at the end. They must say, what does Malchus have to do with lapses of awareness, right? Malchus is very simple. How do you get Malchus? You're about to do something wrong. You get warning about the wrong act, and you still do it. That's it. That's it. That's the totality. There's no lapses. There's no tell. That's all the shows. That's all wording and verbiage that would be used by carbonic liability. So let's see what it says. Along the Malchus method, okay? The Su, Hare Zeba Olaviole. Furthermore, again, I will say it's important to understand the Mishnah doesn't make the explicit mention of a carbon Olaviole. Right, so if you go ahead and set up all of these cases like Malchus, seems to be a little bit disingenuous to the actual text of the Mishnah itself reads. To which the Gemara says you're right. So let's say now we are about to do a 180. Well, not a total 180, but a pivot. A little bit of a pivot. So remember again, essentially what we just saw happen right in front of our eyes is we worked so hard over the course of yesterday's daf and the beginning of today's daf to set up the Mishnah in accordance with the position of Rabbi Shmuel. Tracks began to develop in that Talmudic facade. And we might try to reintroduce Rabbi Akiva. To understand, really says, in essence, it doesn't have to do with either of them. Because according to Rabbi Shmuel and Akiva, the only way to make the Mishnah work according to his opinions is how is a nicer to go ahead and set it up that is dealing with Malchus. The problem is the Mishnah doesn't really read that way. The Mishnah really is focused on carbonic liability, at least in the case of Timon Kara for sure, and certainly it sounds like vegetables also. So therefore, it really doesn't work. So therefore, we'll say, and you give it. So we'll say, by the way, the literary stuff like customers also. Some change. You see, what is the Gemara trying to do? And this is quite fascinating. The Gemara was trying to go ahead and fit the Mishnah into a particular opinion, as opposed to going ahead and fitting an opinion into the Mishnah. So it's like, and you do this all the time in life. Whether I have a certain opinion, I have a certain color, and I try to fit reality into my opinion. And sometimes it works, but more often it doesn't. Especially if my opinion is wrong. Right? So people spend a lot of time trying to go ahead and kind of conform the reality to fit their own ideas, isms, outlooks, shittas, hashkafas, instead of taking a step back and trying to understand what the reality is, and then forming my opinions and understandings based on objective reality. That's what just happened over here. The Merc tried so hard to fit everything into the positions of Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, but it turns out that neither of them really worked for the whole Mishnah. Therefore, here we go. I I'm not Yossi. So let's say Yossi seems to be a Rebbe. The truth is, we also have a Mishnah, okay, this is what we should Rebbe. So let's say I watch this. The Yossi Aliba de Tanoi. Rebbe is actually adopting different opinions for different topics. Here we go. In the deals, Yossi Rebbe Shmo. When it comes to Yes Hatama, right, Yossi Rebbe Shmo. Unless Rabbi Shmuel holds that there are two cases of human liability. One of the two cases, either where you forget, I forget that I'm coming, and I enter into the mikdash or consume kodesh, or I remember that I'm coming, but I forget that it's a mikdash, or I forget that ultimately I'm consuming kodesh. That's Rabbi Shmuel. That's the two cases that are for. And the Shavuos, when it comes to Shavuos, you also look at Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, again, what does Rabbi Akiva hold? Rabbi Akiva holds that Shavuos B'Torah is what? For future tense and past tense. Beautiful. Because the Mishnah does not work solely according to one of those opinions. So what does Rabbi do? Rabbi is accepting different opinions for different cases. So in the case of Tumah, for hold it to be Shmuel, beautiful, and in the case of Shavuos B'Torah, for hold it to be Akiva. Incredible. I'm used to Shmuel that can make it up kind of. So I said this on when Zakana, the Amali, no team are Rabbi Yosef Aliba de Tanoi. So they will see a lay, and the Rabbi, and they did not show the college. So it's I want to speak to don't think that Rabbi was only going ahead and simply espousing other people's opinions, but he himself didn't know that way. That's not the case. In fact, what ended up happening is Rabbi says Rabbi's aligning himself, or aligning the Mishnah, with Rabbi Akiva when it comes to Shavuos, and Rabbi Shmuel when it comes to Tumah. But that's also because this was Rabbi's personal position. Right? In other words, Rabbi's not only trying to frame the Mishnah, Rabbi himself is also espousing his own opinion through the Mishnah, because Rabbi himself holds like Rabbi Akiva in the case of Shavuos B'Torah, and like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah. Here we go. The Gemara says, "B'Sanya, you never change Chayiv Ella Ashish for Yedivah Sovel B'Sanya. How do you know that in the case of Tumah, you're only Chayiv covered all of your life if there was Tumah awareness in the beginning?" Then you forgot that you were coming. Forgot that you were coming. Or by the way, let's say, when I said forgot that you were coming, or remember that you were coming and bring it to me. How do I know that in the case of tumor liability for covered over the already, there's awareness, lots of awareness, and then secondary awareness afterwards? How do I know that that's the case of carbonic liability? Tamalomai, the Yalam straight on the Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is in the Yalam. Twice. Rabbi says, you don't need to do that. You don't need to tell you why. Haribu Omer, the Pasuk says, what's the other days? Haribu Omer, V'Ne'alon. So what's that? So the Pasuk says, V'Ne'alon. Middle of the day, it was forgotten. Now what does this mean? Mishkal B'Yota. Right? Obviously, in order to forget something, what has to happen? What has to first happen? You first have to know it. So Rabbi says like this. Clearly, the person is talking about someone who knew that they were coming. They knew that they were coming. And then they forgot their tumah. Right? So therefore, it looks like the word for Ne'elam itself indicates to me that I knew something at a certain point. Right? I knew, then I forgot. But then the Pasuk also says, and I knew. So if you notice, by the way, what's happening over there, awareness is really mentioned twice. Right? So from the word Ne'elam, and you forgot, that means he knew at one point. And then the Pasuk also says, he knew. He knew. He must have hurried and stay Yitinos. There's two awarenesses over here. Two awarenesses over here. Anything not come with Lomar, the Ne'elam. So ultimately, again, if there are two awarenesses over here, then why does the person need to indicate? Why does the person need to say forgot twice? And I was forgotten from him twice. I'll have a tomorrow. I'll have a beautiful. The teacher says that there's two different types of lapses that can generate from a liability. What are the two lapses? Either case number one, I forgot that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. I forgot that I was coming. During that lapse of awareness, I did one of two things. Either A, and didn't finish any touch, or B, consume touching. Then afterwards, what happened? I remember. I remember that I was coming if I could over. She was coming all over the over. And then there was a second thing. What's the second thing? I remembered that I was coming. Never forgot that I was coming. I forgot. Right, I was entering into the flesh, or I forgot that I was consuming Kodesh. And therefore, then afterwards, I remembered what it is that I did. So what I say, therefore, what do you see from there? These are the two pieces of Rabbi. Now, this is Rabbi himself. Right? This is Rabbi himself. But just when putting together the Mishnah, Rabbi finds a Tana. Like when Rabbi finds a Tana, or Rabbi finds ultimately who holds this same way. Who was the Tana who held this way? And now Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva, like when Akiva held this way, all of Tana's coming along and saying is, see, when Yosef did it now, is Rabbi set up the Mishnah, and when setting up the Mishnah, Rabbi found different Tanahs who held the people. But they just saying, by the way, just understand, it's not just that Rabbi found other Tanahs, these other Tanahs also hold the same way that Rabbi himself holds. So Rabbi himself, old person, Shita was like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Shmuel, and therefore there was Shmuel liability both for forgetting the Thomas bodies, as well as forgetting that it was Mikdash or Kodesh. Incredible. Shmuel says, so again, what about in the case of Shmuel? Now remember again, what did we say before? We said we hold us in the case of Shmuel. What do we see all right? That's the Kiva. Right, because knowing that if you hold that by Shmuel's detour, the time is both of what? Whether the Shmuel is future times, right? Ochal, Kishalo, Ochal, or Constance, Achalpi, Kishalo, Achalpi. Now, Jonathan, the Rebbe himself holds that way as well. Where do you see that? Shmuel takes the time of the action, you know, right? So where do you see that Rebbe, right? That this is Rebbe's personal position as well. Svara, ultimately, again, it's a Svara. What does that mean? Mishnah, you know, as far as a different question. Asking for the idea specifically from Yishmael, Yishmael specifically from Yakiva, Mina, one. Tomorrow, so take the Svar, that Rabbi himself holds this way, that I Shmuel's retweet, the Chayu not only again for past tense Shmuel, but also for future tense. Now, what does that mean with the Svar? So he was Rabbi Yakiva might kind of for the type of Shabbat. So we'll say, why does Rabbi Yakiva hold up the Chayu for past tense Shmuel? One is that. The Shalish, retweet in the Ugly. Okay, so we'll say, we're going to see now it's not just this story. It appears based on the way the Gemara is pointing out, and again, this is also in the Mishnah, that the power of the United States of Shmuel's influence is actually future-oriented. Right? The power of the United States, right, of the declared that Shmuel is, I will eat, I swear I will eat, or I swear I won't eat. Okay? Remember, that's how the Mishnah says. Steiny Shane Alpha, because two biblically powerful medicated Shmuel's teaching, the future-oriented Shmuel, which then yielded the second to which were what? Past tense. Right? Shmuel to alcohol, Shmuel to healthy. Now watch this. Where did the people get over this place? In that case, we bring in this. You know, that's why I think this is really exciting. Because remember, this gets to the core of what we call exegetical principles. Remember again, so let's say there are different mechanisms through which one can actually speak of the Torah. Now again, obviously, you don't wake up one morning and decide this every exegetical principle you want to use. That's not us. That's what gets you up in the morning, right? It's a pizza, right? But Lamaisa, again, what we're talking about over here is these seeking adoption through 12 different exegetical avenues. Obviously, different Tanoim have different misoras. They have different traditions from Yehuda and going back, everything else I knew about how they got to different people. Rabbi Akiva ultimately then doctrines through these ways in every place. Okay? Now, we're going to see how this comes to understand. Rabbi does do and Rabbi also generally used that same exegetical principle. So because Rabbi Akiva used it in the day, and we didn't use because Rabbi Akiva used it in the and Rabbi also used Ruble in Europe, it is logical to say that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Akiva. Okay, let's put a little bit more meat on the bones here. Decide that. There you go. Just an example of how Rabbi dashes Ruble in Europe. Okay, here we go. December. That's not Odin Bakar. Don't put me outside. You know this thing. But look, that's Odin Bakar. Right? Halacha is firstborn son. Firstborn son has sanctity. And halacha is what's called Pidyon. What's the concept of Pidyon? I go to the coins. I give the coins. Right? I give the coin. The coin asks me, what do you want to do? You want to keep the things to use. You want to redeem one. You want to redeem his firstborn sanctity. If I want to redeem the firstborn sanctity, I could transfer the sanctity on to 5 slot. 5 slot. So much says how this. The word says already holds. Don't put in their status. You can redeem the firstborn child like anything with the exception of documents. So it's a redeeming document. Let's say again, I have a firstborn son. I want to redeem him. I happen to have a document in my possession that says Ethan owes me 5 slot. So I have a loan document. And again, the loan document is worth get a 5 slot. So I say to the coin, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead. I'll give you the document. In lieu of actual cash, and you will use that. So what he says doesn't work. You can record it pretty much with anything except the document. Rabbi say, Bakol Podim Bakar Adam Kusni Azogin, Shtaras Vikakos. Rabbi say, in general, you can redeem the firstborn with anything with the exception of slaves, Shtaras documents, and contracts. So what's my focus on there? My time to Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic? Garnish 3 points in every day. Rabbi in general doctrines are Libyan, also in Kodesh. So once the Pasuk says, you shall redeem him from 1 month old. Now again, Pidyon is a reborn, which means pretty much you can redeem him with what? With anything. Okay, what do you want to say? The extra concept on this shkalim, but then it says again with the value of something that is 5 shkalim, right? Silver worth 5 shkalim. That's the meat, right? Again, I want to say, reborn means like being mad that you're including everything. Now, again, there's a meal that's 5 shkalim, right? 5 silver shkalim. That's the meal. And then it says, you shall be redeemed. That's a reborn again. Because of the riba. So what do I have in this passage? Riba, who means the riba. So there's a reborn, right? There's a reborn, Pidyon. There's a meal, the Eric Podcast at Hamisha shkalim. And then there's a reborn, Tisha. And let's say, what do you do? You have a reborn, a meal, and a reborn. What does that do? He mentions we need the hakol. In general, the result of a reborn meal and reborn is ultimately everything is included. Riba Hamid, so let's say, but it includes everything with a carve-out. It's a carve-out. It's kind of wrong way. It's an exclusion. What's the exclusion? In my meat stars. Right? It includes everything. What does it exclude? It excludes stars. Why would it exclude stars? Because ultimately, it's a star does not have any inherent value. Rashi says over here, Chutz min hashtaros, hayav lo adam mishtar ha'yisrael, v'naslo also shtar ha'kon v'yo eno v'nehoda v'atzlo. Actually, it's still there, so yeah. That's the why, because the star does not have an inherent value. Like the only value a star has is what? What's the value of a star? The value of a star, right? That is not used to be expected. What is the star good for? About a stopper. About a stopper, that's what you can use for it. So therefore, again, because there's no inherent value, therefore, you cannot use it for Pidyon. That's Rabbi. And therefore, Rabbi is coming to the conclusion ultimately against a reborn, a meal, and a reborn. On the other hand, for Rabbanon, that should tell you properly. Rabbanon don't use reborn. Instead, what do they use? They use Klal Prat. Now watch this. Rabbanon that should tell you properly. If Pidyon, you then Kodesh, Klal. You shall redeem him from the age of 1 month. Right? And that is a general statement. The Elkit or Kesef Hamishas shkalim. Therefore, you shall use silver 5 shkalim. That's prat. Right? And that is a detail. Literally detail. Tip death. Ultimately, you shall redeem him because of the color. Let's say, you see what's happening over here? You don't often see it like this. You're dashing the same words. Right, literally again, it's the same exact words, right? Pidyon, Chamishas, right? Chamishas, shkalim, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Vertical Kamisha struck vertical Kesa Kamisha struggling. Same three phrases, same three words. Really darshing through the prism of Riboy, and Chazal Rabban are darshing through the mechanism of cloud, prat, cloud. So the Gemara says, so Chazal cloud, cloud. What do you do with the cloud to cloud? Yeah, so don't allocate in Hakat. So that's a very again. Here's the difference between a Riboy, a mute, and a Riboy, and a cloud to cloud. In a Riboy, a mute, and a Riboy, the result is everything is included, with the exception of one item. There's one specific thing that is excluded. So therefore, in Rabbi's model of Riboy, mute, Riboy, you can do things like that with everything except for Shtaris. Shtaris is the one exception to the collusion. In Cloud Practice 12, where it works like this. Everything is included, right? But the Cloud Practice 12 says like this. It creates a paradigm, right? But there is a whole category excluded from the paradigm. Riboy or Riboy excludes one thing. Cloud creates a rule, but the rule usually excludes a category of things. You know this distinction? Now watch this. Therefore, according to the Rabbanan, you have to allocate a prat. The category that is excluded is the category that conforms to the details of the prat. Mahat Prat Mufurash. Dobra HaMekar Del V'Gufa Moment. So again, the prat, what was the prat over there? What was the prat? The prat was silver. The silver, right? The Kamisha Shtarim, right? The 5 silver. Now watch this. What's unique about the prat? Mahat Prat Mufurash Dobra HaMekar Del V'Gufa Moment. So that's what the prat, silver is number one, movable, right? Movable, and inherently valuable. Right? So that's always essentially, similar differently. In Cloud Practice Cloud, the prat defines the cloud. The prat defines the cloud. Right? The item, the specific item, defines the cloud, and therefore again creates the cloud, and by definition excludes the entire category of things that go into the cloud. Right? So the Riboy, ultimately again, so the both pieces, like the excluded piece, defines that which is included and by definition is excluded. And so ultimately again, on the Riboy, essentially what's included is anything that is inherently valuable. Like what's excluded? Something that is not inherently valuable. What's the only item that's not inherently valuable? A star. Riboy, so Cloud Practice Cloud, so ultimately again, the prat defines the parameters of the cloud. So what's unique about the prat in this case of silver? Number one, inherently valuable. Number two, movable. So therefore, what is that? Therefore, again, so people are going to use anything that is inherently valuable and ultimately movable. What is that? What is that exclude? Yatsu Kalkol, Sha'un the Kalkol. Ultimately, again, it excludes Kalkol that is not movable. Yatsu Avodim, Shukshu Kalkol. Excludes Avodim, which are compared to Kalkol. Yatsu Shtaris, Sha'apapi, Shalakalkol, and Gufa Mumbles. Ultimately, again, it excludes Shtaris. Exclude stars which are not inherently valuable. So it's like, so watch what just happened over here. So remember again, so we're gonna pause here for just a second. So just understand what's happening, right? Just good news. Good news means we know what's going on in the Mishnah. Right? So the Gemara is now suggesting is the Mishnah. Up until now we're focusing on who does the Mishnah align with, Rabbi Akiva or Rabbi Shmuel. Now we're saying what? Both. Rabbi issues, and chose, right? So he went ahead, he went ahead and he chose different opinions for him. So he's holding both like Rabbi Shmuel and like Rabbi Akiva. Like Rabbi Akiva ultimately again by Shmuel, and Rabbi Shmuel ultimately again by Tumah. He established how, and now the Rav when he said, by the way, these are Rabbi's personal opinions also. We proved that by Rabbi Shmuel and Tumah, and now ultimately again we're trying to prove this by Rabbi Akiva and Shmuel. How is the Gemara proving that Rabbi himself also holds like Rabbi Akiva? Because Rabbi Akiva dashes with the mechanism of Riboy and Riboy. Now the Gemara is trying to show that Rabbi goes ahead and uses that same exact mechanism for Joshua as well. We're not quite finished with it. Let's stop over here for Devil's Son.
just stop and
Hello,
appreciate how
Kevin,
just
right
saw
there,
there
yeah.
and used to dress only a couple years back, mostly by 9/11 slasher. Yeah, it might be 911. But yeah, this is very LA. This is very just like Kamala Harris type of dress. I think it's you know, like an assortment of clothes that you might get at like a Crossroads, you're in LA or something like that. How the tables have.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip to today. Our annual Comic-Con function is Kosher Mishpacha B'Eretz for dedicating all the Shem Rothschild this year as a zechus for the Soros Tovos Am Yisrael.
How the mighty have fallen, Daddy. I guess that was.
Sorry. Our Comic-Con sponsors for Madavia Abali Rotel Shmuel Rabbi Kulatkin, Nation of the Architect of Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Yecheskel Akon Zichron Lebracha. Our weekly learning sponsors, Aria Ruben Nishmas Ruben's mother, Rachel Leah Bas Ruben Meir Zichron Lebracha, and our Dafyoni sponsors for today, Bernard and Barda Birnbaum, in memory of our beloved grandmother Miriam Abbas Yisrael Pinchas, for the fourth Shalima for our brother Chaim Shlomo Ben Malka, the Sil Shachol Yisrael, and for the protection of Klal Yisrael, the safe return of our beloved brethren in captivity, and Hatzlacha for all of our holy soldiers. And also with that, let us begin with Baruch Hashem with another daf out of us. Yesterday we were so happy to go ahead and do the Mishnah and begin a new Masechta together. Today, Be'ez Hashem, we will begin the Gemara together. So we are picking up today's daf of Daf Gimel. We have a welcome to all of the new people who are here for Shulas, both in person as well as online. A great thing for us to have you. So we are picking up the Gemara on Daf base on the base 2b, 2 lines up on the bottom. Top Mitzi. So let's remember again. So the Mishnah was really, as far as Mishnayos go, it was excellent. I think that was like a 10 out of 10. The definition, right? Anything and everything you wanted in Yiddishkeit, you had it. Right? We had Nagarim, we had Shabbos, we had Shavuos, we had Seder, we had buckets of goats, right? Goat buckets. We don't bring that to yesterday, right? Everything you could possibly want out of a Mishnah, Baruch Hashem, we result like to be able to find it. So now, the Gemara wants to unpack the Mishnah. So the Gemara says as follows: Nifti, Tanami Mako is solid. They're saying that we use that phrase so long ago. We just finished with Makkos. Right? The word of Chakakot, Tzadik, Damunasa, Yidya, the words of the right, Rabbi, are still ringing in our ears. About to see him tonight in Hashem, maybe at 6:45. And with Mincha, then see him at 7 o'clock. There is still time. There's still time to register. If you would like to, you won't get food. But that's the act I just gave you. When there's a beautiful event at the home of Silverus, if you would like to come, just private message on the end and we'll get you. So I say, so remember, the Gemara says we are finishing up on the second Makkos. The time that we Makkos solid, nice for the three Shulas. Why we are Rothschild? I was going to say, the Sechtas on the and the progression from the Sechtas is methodical. So why are we going from the Sechtas Makkos to the Sechtas Shavuos? The Gemara is very simple. We should be coming. Chayiv al Rosh Shtayim Achas Mikan Da'achas Mikan Tachot Gimel Val Zakar Shtayim Mikan Shtayim Mikan Da'achas Milamasa. Remember again, one of the last sugyas that we had in the Sechtas Makkos was the halachos concerning shaving off your face. So remember again, what was the nature of shaving off your hair? So the Mishnah said, Chayav al Rosh, obligated for rounding out the corners of your head. One corner here, one corner there, right? There's two prohibitions. And for the beard, there's actually 5 spots, right? Remember again, the temples, the jawbone, and the chin. So what's unique about this? So much as Chada, what's unique about this halakha is there's one prohibition, right? And there's a prohibition not to destroy the beard. There's a prohibition not to round out the corners of the head. So it's one prohibition, yet it's one prohibition that results in multiple sub-prohibitions, right? So in other words, if I go ahead and I round out both corners of my head, it's one lot, right? Again, I'm chayiv twice. I destroy my beard with a razor. I said, again, it's one lot, yet it has 5, I'm chayiv 5 times. So the Gemara said it's Marcus, the last formal halacha that it dealt with was this concept of one love that can ultimately translate into multiple layers of liability. So later on, what was our Mishnah Shavuos? Right? Our Mishnah Shavuos was Shavuos Shtayim Shem Arba. It was all these examples of Shtayim Shem Arba, two biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately again turn into four cases total of liability. So essentially, the Mishnah in the second Shavuos is really just picking up on that same theme of quote unquote two that are four. One that is two, right? One that is 5 and two that is 4 in our Mishnah. Beautiful. Therefore, again, when I said turn out, Shavuos Shtayim Shem Arba. Beautiful. Okay, so that's so now we understand the connection between the second Shavuos and the second Marcus. Beautiful. Mishnah Haba, the time of the Kulu, the Mishnah got the B'tzias Shabbos and Maris Mugoy, the Lokas of the Kulu. Let's remember again, in our Mishnah, we have 3 examples of Shtayim Shem Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic cases, but ultimately again birth 2 additional cases as well. Right? Case number 1 was Shavuos Oath. Case number 2 was B'tzias Haskama, ritual purity, which is what we got together about today, or ritual impurity. And then number 3 was Shabbos. Let's check 4 cases. Shabbos, and number 4 was Nidron Saras. So you look, it's interesting. Here, obviously, in the second Shabbos, we're talking about all 4 cases. What's interesting enough, the Gemara says, when it comes to the second Shabbos, and by the Mishnayos of Nidron of Saras, it only quotes the Shabbos, only quotes the cases of Shabbos, and by Saras, it only quotes the cases of Saras. You want to ask me this is like a textual question. Why is it good that Shavuos we quote all of the cases of Shtayim Shem Arba, and yet in those other places, specifically by Shabbos and by Saras, Shabbos only quotes the case by Shabbos. Doesn't quote the other 3 cases. Saras only quotes the case by 3. So I'll tell you, on the Shavuos Indians are the Gabi Haggadah Tzivim, the Ganyan Haggadah becoming all of the Tani Lehu Gabi Haggadah. Listen to this. Out of the 4, there are 2 of them that have some level of overlap. What are the 2 degrees of overlap? The case of oats and tumah. Oats and tumah both have the same overlap. So number 1, they are laying next to each other in the Torah. So that's number 1. Right? They're juxtaposed scripturally. And number 2, they both share the same liability of a carbon over the other. Remember in the Torah, the carbon over the other is the unique sin offering that is depending on your financial situation in life. On you bring 1 carbon, and after bringing different carbons, that carbon applies to both cases of Shavuos and Tumah. So because number 1, they are scripturally juxtaposed, and because number 1, they share the same carbonic liability, therefore again they're mentioned together. Now so that's why in the second Shavuos, we're automatically going to also include Tumah, because again, scriptural juxtaposition and shared carbonic liability. Once we're mentioning 2, then what? Once we're mentioning 2, the Gemara says, once we've mentioned 2 out of the 4 cases of Shtayim Shem Arba, then what? Then you might as well go ahead and mention the other 2. That's the style. So I guess so just understand what we have so far. Now, number one, I understand why Shavuos comes after Marcus. Because Marcus ended off with a case of 1 rob that results in multiple layers of liability. So Shavuos picks up with a case of Shtayim Shem Arba, 2 biblically documented cases that yield an additional good. That's the progression. And number 2, why all 4 mentioned here, just in other circumstances, only the particularly relevant cases mentioned. That's what's going to mention Shavuos, what's going to mention Tumah, because for them scripturally and carbonically, once you're mentioning 2, and ultimately what? You might as well mention the other 2 as well. Beautiful. You might think as follows. They're going to say, it's a killing special hospitals also. They say these are, I don't think it was that once I mentioned 3, some mentioned the 4th. But it's like, once you mention 2, I don't know, you can go either way on that. There's a tremendous also has the Chazal of I was talking to someone about doing the second Shavuos. The person did, and then I said, oh, you could do those Shavuos. No, why not? Because they're just really just going to do nothing. I said, but why not? Like, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I promise you, if you can give me a compelling reason why you're not going to do Shavuos, I'll leave you alone. Like, forever. Right? I'll leave you alone. But if you just say, no, what is that? You can tell me, I'm learning 14 other misafnis. I don't have time for sure. All right, fine. I'm driving 15 potholes. I don't know. But just like, at least use a proper English word. That's number one. Right? No, it's not some type of glut. No, I'm not doing it. Why? You're seeing beautiful opportunities that present themselves in life. Now, sometimes you can't take advantage of all of them. That's the nature of life. If I have a legitimate reason not to take advantage of an opportunity, of course, no one can do that. It's so up in life. It's just like, I'm not doing it. Because I come along and say, well, what? Yeah, we have two cases. Let's just do four. You finish Marcus, why not do Shavuos? You finish Shavuos, why not do that over here? Why not? If you only started down a path in life, if you already did something, unless there's a compelling reason not to continue forward, why not? So that's the right thing. So the answer is, what's up with Shavuos? The part should be a second one. So today was a lot about understanding the framework of the Mishnah. You know, the Mishnah went in a very strange direction, right? The Mishnah quoted the four cases of Shtayim Shin Arba, right? It begins with, right, so it goes Shavuos, Tumah, Shabbos, Saras. Then, the rest of the Mishnah was about what? That's the Mishnah was about what? I'll give you an hint, we did it yesterday, right? The entire phrase of the Mishnah, right? The rest of the Mishnah was about Tumah.
Shout out to you, man.
How about the art school by your party? It's just trying to be right? So the rest of the Mishnah was about Tumah. So the Gemara says, I don't think stylistically that doesn't make sense. It's the header is Shavuos, right? And then the second is Shavuos. You mentioned Shavuos, and then literally the rest of the Mishnah, which was a very long Mishnah, it was a block Mishnah. The rest of the Mishnah was Tumah. What's the shot? It's very interesting. Gemara said, I understand. You open the Shavuos, but then you went ahead and spent the rest of the time on Tumah. For which we answered very interesting. I did the Zutron Milayu, Pasik Shadu, the Hadish Bari Shavuos Beneficia Milayu. So then it's a stylist and the man says like this. Actually, it's fascinating the laws of Tumah, at least in this regard, of the Shtayim Shin Arba, like this type of Tumah liability, is relatively succinct. Right? But it's relatively succinct. Versus the laws of Shavuos, which are much more complex. So therefore, the Gemara made a conscious decision to essentially, let's finish the laws of Tumah. We mentioned the laws of Tumah because they're more self-contained. After we finish that, then we'll launch a more eruptive conversation about Shavuos, which in a sense also tremendous musa'at if you think about it, because in life, there's different ways that a person should approach accomplishment. Right? We all want to accomplish in life, and therefore we all set for ourselves objectives and goals. So in general, there's this type of culture, I think, that we often encounter about what type of objectives and goals should I set for myself. Is it more important to focus on like long-term goals, long-term objectives, or short-term goals? Should I put my energies in it? Okay, I know what I have to get my life ultimately, get myself ultimately. That's what my focus. Or maybe it's more to sometimes like rack up some short-term wins. Like just some short-term goals that maybe aren't necessarily global, but right now they're good and they give you those wins. And sometimes when you rack up those short-term wins, that gives you like a lot of wind in yourself. It gives you some good fuel. So it's interesting. There's no right or wrong. Different things work for different times, but it seems to be good that you might is favoring, at least in this moment, that latter approach. let's knock out Tuma. Right? Let's deal with that right now, because it's right here. We can get a handle on it, we can start it, we can finish it, and then we can move on to Shavuos afterwards. And it is so like this, but sometimes in life, we need each guy to be a little less long-term focused, a little bit more short-term focused, to get some wins under your belt, right? To get some positive momentum. Move yourself forward, get in a good place, and then you're at Hashem, you're even more empowered to engage in that long-term personalistic plan. Okay, Shavuot Shabbat Shalom. Interesting enough, we spent so much time in yesterday's Mishnah explaining all the cases. We have to see the Gemara goes through them. Again, not in longhand, but just explanation. Here we go. So remember again, and there's also good chazar from Mishnah. First case, Mishnah. Shavuot Shabbat Shalom. In case of oaths, there are two cases, two biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately again yield another two. What are they? Shayim. So what are the two biblically paradigmatic cases? And again, remember again, we're going to talk a lot about shulas, not now, right? But when we get to it, our numbers and answer is that this is called shulas bitui. A shulas bitui is an oath where you make a declarative statement. Okay? So the biblically paradigmatic cases are Shayim. Right? I swear, I will eat or I won't eat. That's the Shavuos bitui. Now those are the paradigmatic cases. So what are you seeing here? According to what we're making now is the biblical paradigmatic case is a future tense shua. I swear I will eat something, I swear I won't eat. And as I mentioned yesterday, it's not just about eating. In other words, it's saying, I swear I'm going to go to Eretz Yisrael. Right? But you can fill in whatever you want. It's just giving an example of eating. Future-oriented oath about something I'm going to do or not going to do. That yields two more cases. Shein Arba, Achalti, V'Shelo Achalti. And the two additional cases, like you see, the two additional cases are same oath, same Shavuos bitui, but what? Past tense. I swear I didn't eat something. I swear I didn't eat something. Okay? That's the case of Shavuos Shein Arba. Next. When it comes to Tuma awareness, there are two cases that are for it. So the biblically paradigmatic case is Shtayim Yidias Tumas Kodesh. Shtayim Yidias Tumas Kodesh. Yidias Tumas Mikdash. So what are the biblically paradigmatic cases? So one says, the case over here is like this. The biblically paradigmatic cases are, I forgot that I was covered. Right? And I get it when I says, you saw yesterday's Mishnah. We're not going through all the cases again. In order to be high the covenant over the already, but when you need awareness of your tumah at some point in the beginning, right? When you contracted it, let's say. So the things are real. I knew I was coming, I forgot I was coming, and then one of two things happened. Either I entered into the Beis HaMikdash without awareness, or I consumed Kodesh without awareness, and then I subsequently become aware of what it is that I did. Okay? So therefore the biblically paradigmatic cases where the lack of awareness was about the tumah. I knew that I was coming. I forgot what I was coming. I ate Kodesh. I entered into the Mikdash. That yields two more cases. Shein Arba, Kodesh and Mikdash. What are the two additional cases? The two additional cases were I didn't forget that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. What did I forget? I forgot that I was walking into the Beis HaMikdash, and I forgot that I was going ahead and consuming Kodesh. Good. So those are the two cases, those are the four cases. Next, Yitzios Shabbos, Shtayim Shein Arba. The cases of Shabbos called Saul, which is transferring an object from one domain to another, are two cases that are already four. What are the two primary cases? Shtayim, Saul Da'ani, so let's remember again, we mentioned all good chazar. The biblically paradigmatic cases of Hotzah are what? Transferring an item from the Shus Hayopid to the Shus Harabim. That's how it works. And I want to point out why is that the biblically paradigmatic case. Remember again, all malachos and Shabbos come from where? The Mishnah. Where was Hotzah done in the Mishnah? The removal of the crush and removal of the board from the wagons, right, into the camp. The wagons themselves were a Rishus Hayachid, and removing them would be into Rishus. The ability to in that case of Otsal, it's just now, there are two ways you can move an item from Rishus Rabin to Rishus Hayachid. Right, sorry, from Rishus Rabin, right? Case number one is, let's say a guy in the house takes the item in the house and he goes ahead and he transfers it out of the house. Case number two is how the guy standing in the Rabin puts his hand into the Rishus Hayachid, lifts the object and pulls it out. So those are the two skills which we have in many cases. That then yields two more cases. Shein Arba, Hachnos of the Ani, Hachnos of the Balabayas. The two additional cases are what? By transferring the item from Rishus Rabin to Rishus Hayachid. And that occurs in one of two ways. The guy in Rishus Rabin takes the object from Rishus Rabin, puts it inside Rishus Hayachid, or the guy from Rishus Hayachid extends his hand into Rishus Rabin, takes the object and pulls it into his domain. Beautiful, beautiful. Now it's the right. Saras, that's the four cases. Now it's the right. Shein Arba. Are two cases that are really four cases. One of the two middle cases says, say so those are the two primarily identified forms of Saras. Shein Arba says the Toldasa, Baharas the Toldasa. We're going to see here, we might definitely delve into this more, but we're going to see that there is a Toldas, there's an offshoot of Says, and there's an offshoot of Baharas. Okay, so now, with Chazorah, we brought all of the pieces in Mishnah, where we come down with each of these cases have two different types of dramatic cases, and then yield two more cases afterwards. Okay, beautiful. So we're just thinking about this. Money must be seen. Whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? Lord Rabbi Shmuel or Lord Rabbi Akiva? Not Rabbi Shmuel, not Rabbi Akiva. Why? What's going on over here? Rabbi Shmuel. So we'll say Rabbi Shmuel, Omar, Eino Chayiv Ala Asal Levels. This is very example. Saying that obviously we're going to get into all of this in Yirtzeh Hashem in the coming doctrine. But you already show that for Shmuel's teachings, you are not Chayiv ultimately again for a future-oriented oath. The only Chayiv for past tense oath. So according to Shmuel, actually Shmuel's future would be I ate or I didn't eat. But I will eat or I won't eat, that is not the Shmuel's future. So here's the problem. The problem is our Mishnah counts by Shmuel's Shein Arba. The additional two that are brought to light, according to Mishnah, the secret and paradigmatic to our what? Future-oriented oaths. Right? And the additional ones are past tense oaths. Well, obviously, that's in conflict with Rabbi Shmuel. So our Mishnah can't be Rabbi Shmuel. In Rabbi Akiva, Ha'amar al-Halam Tumo Chayiv, Ve'ino Chayiv HaHalam Mikdash. Interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds that in the cases of Tumah, you're only Chayiv Carbon Olav Yoreh if you forget that you're coming. Right? And then enter into the Mikdash or consume Kodesh. But if you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it was the Beis HaMikdash, or you forgot ultimately again that it was Kodesh you were consuming, you're not liable. So that also stands in conflict with things in Talmud. So let's say, just by the way, as an aside, can you imagine someone who forgets that he's walking into the Beis HaMikdash? Like, how does that work? What do you think? Is 7-Eleven? Like what do you do? But you see something amazing. You see something amazing. You see that at the end of the day, at a certain point, novelty wears off. Right? Novelty wears off. Right? It's, I'll tell you this, when you moved into the store, and you made a big push in the store, that people shouldn't walk in with a cup of coffee. Just for that. I mean, they said it's different. Going to Daven, we really only use that show that means because for Daven. Don't walk into Daven with a cup of coffee. There's something so wrong about it. It's sort of different. It just represents, like, you're going to meet the kind Kanievskis every time they come to the house. No one would walk in, right, with a huge mug or a seltzer or anything else that you just want to come on really first time like this. Right? No one, it's so interesting. No one would dream of bringing something to drink in. If they would go to the house, no one would do it. And yet, according to the Beis Hashem, it's somehow not good. It doesn't come like that. comes from a certain sense of ridiculous. It's just when you become comfortable with something, so at the end of the day, you just take certain liberties. This is we do this with our loved ones often, right? You just take certain liberties with things that you become comfortable with. So when we think about the Beis Hamikdash, this sense of awe, in the sense because you haven't had it for 2,000 years. But unfortunate reality is that once you have something for long enough, you just begin to take it for granted a little bit. And that's one of the things that we have to work on so much in life. Right? It's one of the things we have to work on in marriage. A sense of consciousness in marriage. But no matter how long a person has been married, whenever they see their spouse, there should be a sense of excitement and a sense of love and a sense of newness that's there every single time. It's the same thing in Yiddishkeit. Like what does the person like to actually say the whole Yom Kippur Hadosh? The whole avodah of Yiddishkeit is that every single day it should be, like you ever watch like the Bar Mitzvah boy when he's putting on his tefillin, right? And like he's fumbling around, and like things like he's doubling his hands because he's scared to show up to do it. But then once he settles into it, he's like that acceptance that's there. I don't know. I always look at guys wondering what those Bar Mitzvah boys. I actually remember what that was like. And to be honest, I feel it. You know what I feel it? I feel it like Isru Chag after Pesach. And when I had him put on tefillin for a week, there's like that excitement that brings. But it's hard. It's hard to generate it day in and day out. And that's the most hospital in this, right? You can have a guy and you think that he's like, who knew that everything from this? Because anything that comes with forgiveness, person really has to work on for his conscious. All right, then the Gemara says as follows. So therefore, who's the thing who doesn't reflect? Right? It doesn't reflect that Yishmael, right? Because that Yishmael holds that for Shvuas people, for an oath of an utterance. You're not tied for future oaths, and our Mishnah clearly says that you are. And it's like that Yahiva, like that Yahiva says you're only tied for a lapse of Torah awareness, but not for a lapse of Mikdash awareness. So what's going on? You guys said the truth is, you can set this up in accordance with both of them. Also, anybody said Yishmael, but if you say that it's a Yishmael, Mehen L'chai, L'chiyuch, or Mehen L'chiftar. So it's a maybe we should read like this. When it comes to Shulas, there are Shtayim Shein Arba. It's true, there are 2 cases that are 4. But you're not necessarily reliable for all of those cases. In other words, there are 4 cases of Shulas Futri, 2 cases of future tense Shulas, and 2 cases of past tense Shulas. For some of them, there's liability. For some of them, there's not liability. And that's if it's the 3 weeks that you show. Everybody's email Rabbi Akiva, ultimately, again, there are 4 cases of Tima or lack of Tima awareness. Some of them there's liability for, i.e., when you forget that you're coming, and other cases there's not liability for. When you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it was for the Shemishah. And that's really reconciled with other days. But do not acknowledge the word happening. It doesn't work. Remember again, all 4 of the cases are mentioned together. For example, when it comes to the Saras case, so remember again, Shak, Tumah, and Shavuos have to be comparable to the Saras case. And the Saras case, not Hashem Kulu L'Kiva, Hakanami Kulu L'Kiva. Because it doesn't work. Just like in the Saras case, like Stein to Arba, all 4 cases are liable, right? All 4 cases, you have Seis and Bahares, which yields 2 more cases of liability. Just like in Saras, all 4 cases are quote-unquote liable. So to all the cases of the Mishnah of Stein, Shei, Arba, it has to result in 4 cases of liability. So to keep this model where for some you're liable, for some you're not, doesn't make any sense. Okay, more than right there. You all know, so what's it again? Understand what are we trying to go here? All right, what's our goal? Our goal is trying to figure out if you have a standard Mishnah. That's remember in the Mishnah we have attribution. So we're trying to figure out whose opinion, who is the Tana of our Mishnah. The way the Gemara started is by almost like by process of elimination. We seem to eliminate that Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva from the running because of their previously held positions. The Gemara says no. No, Rabbi Yishmael. No, because Rabbi Yishmael. I want to never again. Why did we initially exclude Rabbi Yishmael? Because Rabbi Yishmael holds that by Shavuos mutually. Right, by declarative oath, he holds only past tense Shavuos, not future tense Shavuos. But maybe you get Yishmael also. The Yola Rabbi Yishmael, the teach Lo Mekayv Rabbi Yishmael, Lusha Ava Karban, Ava Malk is even Mekayv. Oh, okay. Perhaps it is Rabbi Shmuel. When do we say that Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not chayiv for a past tense shluas? That means you're not chayiv the karma. But what are you chayiv? You're chayiv malchus. Chayiv malchus. So the Torah doesn't mean to say you're not chayiv. It means to say you're not chayiv the karma. But there absolutely is the liability. So you might say, "Uki the Rabbi, the other Rabbi, the brother shrieks the Torah shluas sheker. Give me the shluas shad." So we'll say Rabbi holds like this. The Torah explicitly says that a false oath is like an oath in the Bible. Say, now this is very interesting. What is the difference between the shluas shav and the shluas sheker? So if you look at Rashi, so actually if you go right across, you see Rashi, keep your Rebbe, that did that Maskos, the last white line in Rashi, you see that? So going to that Rashi, we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines in. 6. You're not counting. Why are you looking at me? Right? 7 lines down in the Rashi. 7 lines down in Rashi. Second word in. This is very important Rashi. Rashi says, very interesting. What's the shluas shav? Shluas, or if you see there in the Gemara, it's right across the Rashi. Right? It's right across the Rashi. Shluas shav. Rashi says, what is the shluas shav? Very important. Definition of Rashi. Mishpa or channels as hayadiyah. A shluas shav is when you swear to change something that is clearly apparent and obvious. For example, to go on ish shavu isha. Rashi says, it's not for me to commentary. I'm just reading Rashi. Right? Rashi says, what he says, I swear that this man is a woman. Right? Rashi says, that is shluas shav. A man is not a woman. It doesn't matter how you feel, it doesn't matter how you identify, it doesn't matter what box you check off, right? These are anatomical and physiological realities. And no matter what you think, you cannot change your realities. So that is this term, the shluas shav. It's interesting. That's not called the shluas sheker, right? That's not called the false oath. That is called the oath in written. So when I swear that something is really objectively visible and certifiable, and I swear to the contrary of that, that is an open door. So you actually get. So this broad case, I don't know what to lose a lot of time on it. Mishpa, Mishanos, Hayadiyah. You swear to change a pre-established fact, which you cannot change. Right? That is what it's going on. Isha, Vala, Heaven, Shulizah. Or there's a stone, and I swear this stone, ultimately, again, is a piece of gold. Okay, so these statements are too meaningless. You can't swear to change realities. That is called the shav. Mashma, daughter should have quote. Listen, Lashma shav. What does shav mean? Shav means nothingness. So to swear and to say something that is an absolutely unequivocally meaningless statement. Now, interestingly enough, is it a false statement? Yeah, but we're going to see a shluas sheker is something different. A shluas shav is mishpa l'shav hayadiyah. There is an established fact. You swear to change that fact, but you're wrong. That's called the shluas shav. What's a shluas sheker? Look at Rashi. Shluas sheker, shluas sheker, in MS in love. That looks like shluas sheker is a case where someone takes an oath, and at the time they take the oath, I have no idea about if they're swearing about true or not true. I swear, Ruben entrusted with me his computer for us. I swear I did not misappropriate it. I don't know. Usually, that's something fascinating about that shluas shulman. But they say, he may be lying, he may not be lying. I swear I paid my debt. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. If it turns out later on then that I'm lying, that's been called the shluas sheker. So we'll say, again, we're going to spend a lot of time on these things, but really quite fascinating. All right, so you know like that. So that's right. So there is maybe our Mishnah is very like Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel said, when Rabbi Shmuel said that there is no liability for a past tense shluah, for a past tense shluas there's no combined liability, but there's still liability. You still get milk. It's like Rabbi. What the Rabbi say? Double Rabbi. But they think the Torah Shvuah Sheker doing the Shvuah Shah. The Torah itself equates a Shvuah Sheker with a Shvuah Shah. Also, Ma Shah L'Shavar, a Sheker not L'Shavar. And I won't say by definition, a Shvuah Shah is always a retrospective Shvuah, right? Because the Shvuah Shah is taking something that already exists and trying to change it into something else. So therefore, again, a Shvuah Shah is always retrospective, right? It's always the Shavar, it's always past tense. So therefore, Sheker is also refers to something that already occurred. And therefore, again, the Gemara says in the same way, and for both of these Shvuahs, ultimately, there's three Malchus. So therefore, we do that Shmuel says that you're not hired for a past tense Shvuah equally to make the carbon, but there absolutely is still liability in the form of Malchus, in which case, the Mishnah could still work according to him. So the Gemara says, oh, let's analyze this. So I understand, fine. So you can have a Shia speaker, for example, I swear I ate the challah, or I swear I didn't eat the challah. Okay, so that case can work well, because it will say again, and then it's assuming I'm in violation of that oath, I'll be chayiv malchus. It has a retrospective shvuah that certainly fits the paradigm of a shvuah sheker or a shvuah shah. Okay. So if I swear I will not eat the kava, and I do eat the kava, there's also liability for that, because that's a lot to for myself, right? I violated something. Listen to this. And we'll say, what about the case? Now, I'll give you a little bit technical over here. What about the short speech like this? I swear I will eat the kava. And then what happens? I didn't eat the challah. Why should there be liability in that case? Lach in the Maisa. What's the back from Aki's case? Lach in the Maisa. You should like to say, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I didn't do something. Okay, in general, right? In general, the halacha is the Lach in the Maisa and Mokin Allah. Right? So again, so why would I be liable for this type of shivah speech? Okay, so that's a simple answer. So as a whole, that is himself a knuckles. Not everybody agrees with this principle. That principle of not by myself, like being open up, is subject to dispute. That Yishmael himself is of the opinion that a lot of sharing by myself, looking up. So just say for setting yourself over here, and we're looking to push our Mishnaic wagon to a particular time. We kind of dismiss Rabbi Akiva out of this, right? Because Rabbi Akiva had an issue ultimately again with Tumah, certain types of Tumah, that wouldn't work. So now we're hitching our Mishnaic wagon to Rabbi Yishmael. What about the fact that Rabbi Yishmael said? But there's no such thing as a past tense. As a past tense, Shmuel speaking. So we're trying to say what he meant was there's no carbonic liability, but there's absolutely malchus liability. Two situations, but in general, how could there be liability for a future tense Shmuel of sha'ochal? I will eat, and then I don't end up eating. How could it be Shmuel holds liability as last shema myself? To which the Gemara answers when Shmuel holds that you're looking. Okay, here's the problem now. Kasha, Rabbi Yochanan. The problem now is if we go this approach, we have a contradiction between the two positions of Rabbi Yochanan. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi is over here. It's in the bottom wide lines, about 5 lines in Ihafi. They must think in Bamalchus, right? So now what we're establishing over here, what we just established is that at least in certain cases where the Mishnah says you're liable, liability doesn't lead to a carbon, liability leads to Malchus. That's what we're suggesting over here. If that's the case, because the Mishnah is talking about Malchus, we stand line not flat in the Mishnah, not the law, have to be up in the law. Now it's in two things. Liability in the Mishnah, there's also a Malchus. Now we've also established is that you get Malchus for a last shipping bomb. Those two truths, if those two things are being put forward as truths, now you have to come with a Yochanan. Why? Here we go. On one hand, Rabbi Yochanan, halacha is Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan holds in general That looks like a stam Mishnah. I won't say now again. Our Mishnah is a stam Mishnah, which would then mean that halacha follows our Mishnah, which then also means what? Lav she'en bo ma'isa loki halacha. Right? Again, if you hold the Yochanan, the halacha is stam Mishnah. We have a stam Mishnah. The way we just established our stam Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel. Right, and Rabbi Shmuel holds Lav she'en bo ma'isa loki halacha. That means again the takeaway that's from our Mishnah is that you get Malchus even for a lot that doesn't have a ma'isa. Okay, here's the problem. Leikmar, shur she'ofer kifers layom, v'alayom v'la'achra, yet the Muslims do this halacha. I swear that I will eat this loaf today. I'll eat this loaf of bread on Sunday. And what happens? V'alayom v'la'achra, and yeah, again the day goes by, and I didn't eat the loaf. What's the halacha? Rabbi Yochanan himself is coming to hide the halacha. Rabbi Yochanan himself is both agree and then the Malchus. Now they both agree for two different reasons. And the Yochanan Amar, in the Lord, the Yochanan says I don't get Malchus right. Mishom shehava lav she'en bo ma'isa. The Yochanan holds ultimately again, it's a lav she'en bo ma'isa. Lav she'en bo ma'isa, and therefore, for lav she'en bo ma'isa, in Lochanan. So what's it really about? That's the contradiction. Right? You see it now? We see it just happened here. The Yochanan holds that the halacha follows the stam Mishnah. That's not just here. That's a general rule. The Yochanan says whenever you see a stam Mishnah, the halacha is always in accordance with that Mishnah. So that's number one. That's number one. Now, if that's true, that means the halacha is Lav she'en bo ma'isa, loki halacha. That's my Mishnah. Therefore, the Yochanan himself is on the record as saying what? Lav she'en bo ma'isa ain't loki halacha. Because the Yochanan holds, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf today. I'm going to eat the loaf on Sunday. Sunday goes by, I don't eat the loaf. Rabbi Yochanan holds everything else is right. Lav she'en bo ma'isa ain't loki halacha. Contradiction. Rabbi Yochanan is saying personally agree, and his idea that the halacha follows the stam Mishnah. The Shlakish is in a loka hasras safek. The hasras safek was not on. That's what he's Malchus, right? This is what's called the hasras safek. Why is it called hasras safek? Because it was essentially, in order for hasras to work, what has to occur? You have to use certain immediacy. So between the hasra and the act. In this case over here, what happens? Right? Again, I swear, that I'm going to eat the loaf today. What's the hasra? You don't eat the loaf today because if you don't really get Malchus, I have a whole different deal. So the point is more immediacy. Therefore, that's what's called a hasra safek. But again, we're left with a contradiction, right? Rabbi Yochanan on one hand holds halacha is stam Mishnah, and the way we just established our Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, and the way we established is dealing with Malchus, and the Mishnah says Lav she'en bo ma'isa loki halacha. Yet Rabbi Yochanan himself just said Lav she'en bo ma'isa ain't loki halacha. How do you reconcile this? Teach you what it says? Not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan stama achlina ashna. Rabbi Yochanan found another stam Mishnah. Another stam. You think there's only one stam Mishnah in the world? Right, so we found another stam Mishnah, and apparently again in this second stam Mishnah, the second stam Mishnah holds that Lav she'en bo ma'isa ain't loki halacha. What's the other stam Mishnah? Hey stama, which stama is it? Either not high stama, if you want to figure out the following stam Mishnah, Disnan, Achal, Hamosir Vitar, right? Sorry. Avo, Hamosir Vitar, so it's a cover base up. So this is Mishnah. Person leaps over from the cover base up. Talking about a tar cover base up, right? The proper cover base up, one really knows it. Or a shoulder at the top, or one breaks the bone of a cover base up that is coming. Then what's the halacha? Ain't a low case high blood. You don't get Malchus, either of these infractions. Now, why not? You show a shoulder at the coming, just say the economics which will overcome the bust. So it's how you can remember how look is by the way, you're not allowed to break a bone on the cover base up. This is inside, I think it's work like this. I used to be not no cover base up in the times. Let's take a pair from the gap. Why are you not allowed to break a bone with a cover base up? So in general, why would you break bones? Because you want to suck out the marrow. So the second says that the whole idea of cover base up is Malchus. So loyalty doesn't suck on bones. Loyalty doesn't suck on bones, right? Rothschild has more than enough food, more than enough to eat. And the only thing will eat around the bone, and that's it. They don't break bones. They don't become so much like those things. But also, easy enough, the prohibition of breaking the bone only applies to common Pesach when it's consumable, i.e. carnal. And for some reason, when common Pesach becomes carnal, there is no prohibition of breaking the bone. Okay? The question is also, about almost the guitar nighttime. I want to say ultimately again, if you leave over, right? If you leave over no cell, why is there no markers? Again, you're not supposed to leave over the congregation. If you do so, ultimately again, why are there no markers? Nighttime, the collapsing of myself, ain't no thing I love. Oh, what's the answer? The answer must be because leading over, we'll say is the last thing of my, like, on your website. The act of leading over is what? It's preaction. I didn't eat everything. Remember, how do you have leftovers? Like, if you have leftovers, you did consume something. So this is a lot in the myself. And what is that? What does the Mishnah say? You don't get notice. So again, Rabbi Yochanan has another stam of Mishnah that he aligns his personal position with, right? So Rabbi Yochanan himself is on record as saying, you don't get notice for a lot in the myself. And now there's another stam Mishnah by common Pesach that backs that up. Again, is there another stam Mishnah? Our Mishnah contradicts that? Yeah, that's true. Rabbi Yochanan does have another stam Mishnah that aligns with this particular position. So the says, Rabbi Yaakov the other option of my saying, right? The Rabbi Shum Defa HaKosov Litin Aseh Achalosaseh. So what's that? One second. And how do we know? But ultimately, I think that it's a Yaakov who holds that a lot of nice you don't get markets, right? Perhaps Dilma that we need to keep. Perhaps it's the position of Rabbi Yehuda. And the only reason ultimately, again, it's not going to be a market in this case is why? Because the most it's a lot of Hanita Glase, not Ramaki says. Why is there a lot of Hanita Glase? Because the Torah says whatever is left over, what do? Burn it. Burn it. That's not like a market. So you might say, oh, lucky. But were it not for the fact that it's a lot of Hanita Glase, well, they're not the fact that it's a prohibition of remembering by the close of God's commandment, you wouldn't get markets for it. This shows you that what? You do get markets even for a lot of shit in the myself. Decide that you learn verses here, and I both have. The Torah says, do not keep over anything until the morning. I know something like that, okay, but it's disrespectful. And if you leave something over until the morning, burn it. Someone say, what do you see from there? There's a lot. Work the lot. Don't leave over. But then there's an essay. What's the essay? If you do leave over, make sure to burn it. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara is coming to give an essay after the last essay. Romar, should not be able to do everything. But you just say, that's why I don't get notice. Yaakov Omer, Lomin Hashem B'Yad. That's not the reason. I will show you the others. Lav Shein by myself, Lav Shein by myself. So the result, so again, that's a verse says that. Firstly, Yaakov comes along and says, no. The reason you don't get notice is not because it's a Lav Hanita Glase. The reason you don't get notice is why? Because it's a Lav Shein by myself. So I will say, just to highlight where we are in this moment, right? Where we are in this moment, because we're going to actually pause here for just a second. Like, where are we up to? So we're up to the following place, right? So remember, we're trying to figure out attribution of our Mishnah. It was really narrowed down only. We said off the bat, it can't follow two opinions. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva only holds there's only a lot of awareness of Tumah that makes you hide the carbon, but a lot of what we call a lot of locational awareness, right? Or a lot of consumption awareness that's not going to generate Tumah liability. So that kind of knocks Rabbi Akiva out, leaves Rabbi Shmuel. Now, originally we said Rabbi Shmuel is not going to work. Why? Because Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're not covered over the way for future-oriented Shua speaker. And if Mishnah says you're liable, you want to answer, no. Maybe Shua is not kind of coverage, but ultimately, again, you are going to and therefore, again, the Mishnah is talking about a case, ultimately, again, not just of carbonic liability, but of Malchus liability. Now, interestingly enough, the reason why this brought up an interesting case is because how can you be Malchus? How can you be Malchus in the case of, like, I swear I will eat, and I didn't end up eating. Well, again, isn't that a lot? She'in bo myself. To which the Gemara answers, the Bishmo holds, you get malchus for a lot she'in bo myself. Okay, so the point over there with that, the beauty of that was, now, okay, the Mishnah's like the Bishmo, and the Bishmo holds are talking about malchus, and the Bishmo holds you get malchus for a lot she'in bo myself. The problem is now that triggered a whole other story. Well, next going to be a trigger, because that means the our Mishnah, which is a stem Mishnah, husbands, you get malchus for a lot she'in bo myself. Here's the problem. Rabbi Yochanan, right? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Mishnah Halakha always follows the stem Mishnah, which would seem to indicate then that what? The Halakha follows on Mishnah, which is you get malchus for a lot she'in bo myself. Here's the problem. Rabbi Yochanan himself holds that you don't get malchus for a lot she'in bo myself. So how do you reconcile the first opposition of Rabbi Yochanan with the fact that Rabbi Yochanan holds that you always have the stem Mishnah? So the simple answer the Gemara gave was, guys, Rabbi Yochanan has a different stam Mishnah that he aligns himself with. And that stam Mishnah ultimately says, you don't get malchus for a she'in bo myself. What's the problem? The problem is you just effectively deconstructed that second stam Mishnah. We effectively deconstructed it, which then leads us back to our original question, or our now original question, which is, how do you reconcile Rabbi Yochanan's statement that the alcohol is stam Mishnah, which in our context now means you get malchus for a lot she'in bo myself, with Rabbi Yochanan's personally held position that a lot she'in bo myself only a Mishnah will. So okay, this is where we're stopping. And now again, that's I'm going to show you how the next one itself. When we take a look, how stomach ashma. We're going to see the next stage in this journey is Rabbi Yochanan actually found another stam Mishnah. So I just want to tell you, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, right? I promise you, we're going to work it out. I see like somebody's got a little existential angst over here. It's going to be okay. We're going to work it out. And again, let's say, like a lot of things in life, we're not working it out today. Not right. Sometimes I know the problem's going to get solved. I can't necessarily solve it on the timeline that I want. Right? That's part of what we learned through Gemara as well. So rest assured, go with confidence that Hashem come tomorrow. We're going to work it out. Today I'm going to have to live with a little bit of ambiguity, but the Hashem resolution comes in tomorrow. Not the Rothschild. Want to wait to start the week?
Oh, yeah, I haven't watched it, but I saw it pop up. Hell yeah. Shout out to old Barney, dude. One of our guys. He says he's been inspired by the boys. I haven't seen that part. I just saw the title. Very good. Shout out to him.
All right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Baruch Hashem, to the last dot of Mesechus Matos Habari. So the overwhelmingly beautiful and serving. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual commentary function, those who talk about itself, we're dedicating all the shooting and drushos this year as is quick and result service for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Iyar. Shmuel Rabbi Kuratkin, thanks to the Yarchak of Shmuel's father, Leonard Kuratkin, Lipa Ben Nechaska HaKoy's Chol Rafa. All the learning sponsors, Ari and Yuri Lichtman, Yuri Nishmas mother, Rachel Leah Bas Ruben Mayors of Rafa. And our top film sponsors for today. This is a beautiful one. Rebecca, Henry, Shane, and Luce Myers, and Daddy, and Xavier, and everyone else, including the Sabbath sponsors. So beautiful. Mazel Daddy, Mazel Xavier. We don't necessarily appreciate the full impact that our learning has on those around us. Obviously, we recognize the impact that our learning has on us. When the Mishpacha sees that their father is big men's father of those and plugs away and gives up precious fruit and comes home in the morning and is dedicated, the ripple effect that it has on children and grandchildren cannot be understated. So we do the say, of course, we dedicate our last time to practice and we just miss about Mish's Hot to get himself and their Hashem bring them home. The Shalom and the Karav and the Swiss of all the soldiers. May the success of the whole Amna say in the day and age. I'm so Eretz Yisrael's war and Hashem to come back to their families to show them the time. But let us begin with the lot to do today. Today's daf is up down with 24 last back on the second Marcus. We are picking up at the Gemara and Hakku on the 23b, fourth white line. Let's go. I'm going to be open on it. When we can look at it, I've heard the Neil's friends were hooligan. We disagree. Whatever the Neil saying, Mishnah says that if a person is high Kares and you get Malchus, so ultimately the Malchus absolves you of the Kares. So it's dramatic statement. So the man says, his friends disagree with him. I'm going to get it out. So we're going to this. This is being shouted in people. So the Halacha is, the man says over here, there is no distinction between Shabbos and Yom Kippur. Meaning that Shabbos and Yom Kippur have severe punishment. That's the fundamental distinction. Shabbos, if you violate Shabbos, it's Nisa in your basement. And if you violate Yom Kippur, ultimately it's Kares. So the Gemara says, Nisa. Now, if it's true that Malchus actually takes care of Kares, right? Because every single time you hide Kares, you also get Malchus. And you get Malchus, but Malchus goes in and absolves you of Kares. So that's the case. Gemara says, but every Kares is also called Bidei Adam, right? Because every Kares is getting Malchus. Malchus is administering Bidei Adam. If that's the case, then Yom Kippur should be Bidei Adam, just like Shabbos is. You must have Nachamayit, Arshimati, but Nachamayit Yitzchak, or Nachamayit Yitzchak. You put it in English, or the Yitzchak, or the Yitzchak. Say, I'm a Malchus, the Chadik pieces Leka. Okay, here's another opinion. Is it Yitzchak, or the Yitzchak, ultimately, and there are no Malchus by Chadik pieces. You have to support the Yitzchak for the Chadik pieces, but how are you? In general, in the both sides, we would have assumed that because of the mission of the Sujim, that all Chadik pieces ultimately again would be subject to Malchus. That would have been an automatic default assumption. I said the Gemara, but Rabbi not say current stuff, also right. And we showed this before. Remember, in general, there's an umbrella statement about the immorality is punished by currents. Then we go to goes out of this thing to say that halacha so he says with one sister is punished by currents. Why is that singled out? Much like the currents, not enough to teach you that you only have currents in that office. And once the Gemara singles out that also sister for currents in their mouth, what does that teach me? That all other currents bearing prohibitions also don't have office. Okay, but actually that says no, I think we have on. If you read that on, you must make this exact because you don't have the other. All right, you're right. We may be getting Malchus, the violation of Yom Kippur. But the thing that we're taking over here is Shabbos, the third punishment is Bidei Adam. The punishment is Bidei Adam, and by Yom Kippur, the third punishment is Bidei Shammai. Yes, we get Malchus, but that's not the equivalent punishment. Halacha is incredible. The halacha is like a Hananya ben Yamina. And let's say, what do you mean what? The halacha is every current prohibition. So you get Malchus, but not only that, that ultimately, the idea that when you get Malchus, what happens? You are absolved of the current. So let's say, first like that, how incredible that is. But when you think about the idea about when we learn from this and what we learn from the Ulam. So the question is, the Beis HaMikdash itself, it will be also an incredible, beautiful, a great relief for Klal Yisrael, but also because also like a number of other institutions that come along with the Beis HaMikdash. And one of those, of course, is Sanhedrin, organization system. Listen, do you realize how incredible it would be to get Malchus? Now let me clarify that for a moment, right? Some of us have done things that make us high price. But just an unfortunate reality. And we could do tshuva for it. But at the same time, I may not know for myself. How do I know? This is Egypt. Let me again clarify that. Part of the process of tshuva is believing that the tshuva is being accepted. There's an emunah in tshuva itself. And it's very, very sure that I have to leave that and go to accept it. But still, like, so that usually laying down. Imagine for a moment the person did something that is quite rubbish. One day, I get in my office and I walk out, and I guarantee you, how do you walk out of the basement? How do you walk out of the basement? Smiling. Smiling. I'm not saying you're saying, yes, sir, they have it, right? But I guarantee you, actually, you walk out smiling. Why? Because there's no greater simcha in life than absolute. There is no greater simcha in life than forgiveness. The same way that when you walk out of your kitchen, you're exhausted, but you're smiling, you're smiling, because I know that I just believe that's not this. So just imagine that. No matter how severe the sin, you go in, there's the punishment, and then Baruch Hashem, you're good. Incredible. Something for us to look forward to. Again, not to look forward to doing something that is encouraging to audition and retired likeness. But if I have some of that already on my shoulders, the ability to be cleansed by getting those punishments, part of the as well. It's incredible. So what Yossi? So this is good. Yossi says, "Man son of Rabbi, after how can you say that Allah is not even of you?" Right? That's what Allah says. If you did a curry for you, and then you got Malchus, you're forgiven. So this is Yossi says, "I don't understand. It's courage. Who went up to Shamayim, conversed with God?" And found out that that's true. Curse is death at the hands of heaven, right? Unfortunately, again, loss of future generations. So, that's this gospel. You want to tell me that if you get Malchus takes care of Nisas Chasing. Okay, the proclamation, you throw that out. But Christ is handled by God. So, it says, who went up to Shamayim, conversed with God, and heard from God that yes, if you get Malchus, you're exalted in Christ. So, says, I don't know about it. And I don't understand it. Social one actually is shall not be still be. So I about it for a second. But look at what I said. There are three things that were done by being shall not. Like the days in here, Chazal, and that's which one will agree with them. So again, Rabbi says, "Man salach le'ila va'asa va'aman." Who went up to Shamayim and ultimately again found out that Shamayim agreed with what they did here in days on this earth. Ella cried Kadashinan. Hakanami Krayashinan. So to understand, the Kain Ramil stated that Malchus atones for Karas is not just simply a beautiful conjecture, it's a drasha on Sukkim. Just like these two things that they knew that the Bible agreed with them. Why? Because they doubted the Sukkim. So the Kain Ramil also doubts the Sukkim. That was intrigued. What are those three things? That Bezdin shall not did, that Bezdin shall not agree with. It's beautiful. Look how it's so lady. Social drive also do this, shall not agree with Bezdin shall not are your dumb ignorant. These are three things. Number one, beautiful love. Mikra Megillah introduced by Bezdin shall not Chazal. And first one would read it, She'ilas Shalom B'Shem. Reading each other with the name of God. And lastly, the Habas Meister. If you want to listen out, Habas Meister actually brings out really refers to three things. One done by Ezra, two done by King Christiel. The one done by Ezra is that when the Levites did not go ahead and come back in such a way. They really en masse did not come back with the Jews to rebuild the second temple. As a result, Ezra went ahead and penalized them, and took away their nice traditions and gave it to the Kohanim. That's one. Number two, a little earlier in history, Christiel told the people, bring your nicer to the business. Even though you don't have to. Like you can bring your nice wherever you want. He said, let's put the lift up, a chamber, and a fact, one of the nicer problem stars are positive again. And number three is go to see that you have to get nicer on vegetables also. Even though again the rice you don't have vegetables, it's just a good vegetables. Those are three things. So now like this. So now these are three things introduced by Bezdin Shalmata, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with them. So the Gemara is going to go through all of them. Mikra Megillah. So I'm going to say, Kimu B'Kiblu Hayudim. The person says, Kimu B'Kiblu is beautiful. Kaimu L'Malo or Kimu L'Malo, Kaimu L'Malo, Masha Kimu L'Malo. In the heavens, they accepted, and that which was accepted down here on the earth. Beautiful. Sheila Shalom. Greeting each other, let's remember again. Greeting each other with the name of Hashem, or for that matter, saying things like Baruch Hashem. This shouldn't be done. Like, if you think about it. Because at the end of the day, it's using God's name a lot. Generally, we try to treat the name of Hashem with a profound sense of reverence and respect. Part of the way we do that is not just like dancing around. Yet, again, it was one of the first times we see it, one of the first times we see it is Boaz comes from Beis Lahem. Like he comes to his Yod, he sees his work is working, and he says to them, Hashem Yachem, Hashem is with you. And look, it's the first time we see someone treat other people the name of Hashem. And one of my friends, one of the says, Hashem Imkol Yiva Higher. That's Thanksgiving. That's Thanksgiving earlier on, right? What is earlier on? Hashem Imkol Yiva Higher. Hashem is with you. So the Mala used the name of Hashem in really big way. So you must remember, why do you be sacrificing? And Boaz did it that's enough of the food. So the Gemara says, the people of Boaz who got them in Daiken, who was Shmaya Rasima Ayado. But Boaz did this on his own. But last after that, he thought it was really good. Boaz decided to do this. Now, Hashem is like you are higher. So you can tell that. If it's easy, this pretty much no God's on board with it. So if you look at it, Boaz did it, okay, so Boaz did it. But we used to say that Boaz had divine permission. And God's Boaz was getting on his own permission. It comes along, comes along, Malach does it as well. It's a good engagement of God who is good in this practice. Havas Meister, what's the case of Havas Meister? I will say, it's three things, really worth really focusing on one. The Sid, Viewers Kala Maaser El Beis Ha'oser, the Peret B'Beisi, Ubichanuni No Bezos Amar Hashem Tzivakos, in Lo Eftach Lachemes Anibos Hashemayim Barikoshi Lachem, Bracha Ad Belidai. They will say, now this is absolutely beautiful. What this flow is doing is as follows. It's basically the Pagans flow. Bring your Meister to the Beis HaMikdash. Gather it. Let us see the generosity of clouds. Right? Can you imagine that chamber that is filled with the mercy of clouds, representing generosity, and the other side, bring more than my student, and I'm not saying about those. Sorry, the Hanunim of those means literally again. Test me. Test me, right? Test me. That's what he says. Test me. The Hanunim of those, Allah has been it will act up our promise. I will open up the windows of the heavens to you, and I will shower upon you bracha ad belidai. So it's such a beautiful moment. So Christine is saying, let me say it before. He talks about you shut up how generous you are. Hashem says, you want to see generosity? Absolute generosity. I would say, by the way, this is also one of the concepts that you are allowed to test that for this powerful with tzedakah. But generally, you're not allowed to go ahead and make bargains with God. You can't say, God, I'll put on store this morning if you will let me, land that account in my business. That's not the way it works. The only area in life where you are allowed to go and test for this is tzedakah. You can say, I am never to be exceedingly jealous. Even generous beyond what I'm comfortable to do, on the condition that you give it back to me. That's what the Hanunim Rabbi will say. Come on, bring it, and it's not that close. But generous, right? Bring it on, right? Test me. You be more generous than you think you're capable of doing, and I'm testing. I'll give it back to you, and then some. Incredible. So Gemara says, Ad Belidai. What does it mean that Hashem will shower bracha upon you ad Belidai? Literally again, ad Belidai means until there is not enough. What does that mean? There is so much bracha that your lips get higher from saying enough. Your lips are not from saying enough. Such good bracha. I must say, so again, so here you see that this whole point was problem Israel, but it's be more generous, and you'll see the more generous you are, the more you give, the more you get. I will say, you want to understand, you cannot necessarily say that with other mitzvahs, right? It's quite possible I'll do a mitzvah, and it's beautiful, and it's incredible, it's fantastic. Laptop, I'm going to see a windfall from it. Tzedakah is the one mitzvah, where if I push myself, I can see after what I'm pushing myself. I need you to give it back to me, and then some. And the Rothschild who says, okay, it's a divine promise. Test me, and you'll see I'll open up the windows of Shamayim. I'll give you bracha ad belidai, ad shishi, not a lot. so much abundance that you'll say too much. There are three situations, three places where HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence was manifest. Now, again, Rashi points out over here, Mofia, Nigla Mochiach B'Shas HaTzorech. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu made himself, so to speak, a paradox, not visible, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence was present at these pivotal moments. When was it? It was in the Bezino Shoshem, the Bezino, we'll speak in Shoshem, Bezino Shmuel Arabasi, Bezino Shmuel, or Bezino Shlomo, in one of the cases. Bezino Shoshem said, Vayaka Yehuda Vayomer Tzad it was when again his friend Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar is pregnant, that she's pregnant from Yehuda, but she was disguised at the time that they were intimate with one another. She's pregnant. Everyone thinks she committed a form of adultery, and therefore they're ready to kill her. So what happens? She will not embarrass Yehuda in public, but she does have a staff as his name. And she says, "The father is my child, there's already a staff of him." So what happens? Yehuda recognizes what happened. Vayomer Tzad Kamei, and he says she was wiser than me. She was right. Because remember, Yehuda was delaying giving her to his youngest son, Sheva, because he thought that she was the problem, right? He thought that she's the reason why Er and Onan died, without realizing that Er and Onan died because of their own awareness. So Yehuda said, separated. Hey, one second. You know, how did Yehuda know that Hama was pregnant with his child? After all, Yom Kippur also Yehuda also not in his Achim. Now let's be clear, she did dress up as a harlot. So who's to say that the same way that she had a relationship with him, she didn't have a relationship with another man? So who says that Yehuda is the father? Yatsa Baskal V'Amra, Mimene Yatsu Kiddush. It's incredible. So at that moment, the Baskal came out from Zion and said, for me, these hidden things were called yourself. So the Baskal makes an appearance at the basin of Sheila. So that was interesting. The Baskal was not the decisive in the basin, right? Because nobody Shamayim, at the end of the day, Baskals don't decide, don't adjudicate cases. But Yehuda is the Baskal, Yehuda is the Baskal, and that means Yehuda can say except Kamei. She's right. He's like, I something that I listened with him. And here's so short. So what happened is he made me be negative Hashem, negative Shiko, as shortly that happened. So let's say this is incredible. This is when Klal Yisrael wanted Hamelech. They wanted a story. When it comes to Shmuel, now what's very interesting about this is it's not. It comes to ask questions. Shmuel is offended. Shmuel essentially says, like, why? What's the problem with our current situation? Like, did I do something wrong? Did I take something from them? Did I exploit my position to somehow for my own self-advancement? I didn't do anything. But Omer, Lo Shatzano, Lawrence Husseinu, Vayomer Oz Hashem Ba'ad. By the way, Hashem paid the Shechal. And Shmuel says, essentially, you're my witness, God is my witness. I did not do anything that I was not entitled to comply. So, Vayomer 8. Vayomer 8. Now, it says, I know this. But if you say, we are the conscience is affirming that Shmuel never exploited his position. Why is it saying this singular? Which must be not the Baskal of I need the governor. Incredible. The Baskal came out and said to Klal Yisrael, I know that Shmuel has been a trustworthy servant. He has never exploited his position. And if you think the request for a new king or for a king, you just take a little appropriate. I'm not going to go to a premature request. That's why Rabbi told you to get a beginning that they got shown. And you stop that. Incredible. Next. The Bezino Shal Shlomo. When did the Baskal, when did Hashem compare to the Bezino Shlomo? תקשיב, היה המלך היום הציעו בנו הסיירת, החי, והמייס לא תניסו, כי היא אימו. Okay, this is the famous Maisa, who clearly come before Shalana, each claiming that they are the mother of the baby. So what happens? Remember the famous story, Shlomo says, cut the baby in half, and then one of them says, no, don't cut the baby in half, give it to the other. And Shlomo says, oh, that's the real mother, right? The one who was saying that it's attaching, that's the real mother. So Minan Yagam, so how do you know? Joma, Yaruma, Alma. So to me, I mean, look at this story. We say ourselves, this seems like a pretty easily exploitable situation. Right? That means to say that the woman who was recognized that if she played up from the mother and exuded it from the drug of compassion, that she could maybe she was playing system a little bit. Where she gets about Kova Amra, he emo. A basketball came out and said, Shlomo, that's the mother. Rabbi, I'm going back to you just a moment. How do you know that Sinai Dilma Yehuda came on the Bashan Yakin Yomi in some of the Chazinon, Mechaskinon, Mechaskinon, which the Gemara says, so I'm not going to write, Yehuda came on the Bashan Yakin Yomi, you started the Chazinon, Mechaskinon, which the Gemara says, so I don't say that. Maybe Yehuda, just went ahead and out. Come on, in other words, maybe he just did the math on all of this. How do we know that halacha remains again? Which the Gemara says, lo chazinon, lo mechaskinon. Which the Gemara says, because if you don't see something, maybe someone else outside relations that don't have time might work out. If you don't see something happen, then you can't assume that it occurs. All right, Shmuel Kuli Yisrael Kari L'Ubrash Nehili. And they told us, we're just playing out over here. Maybe it wasn't the basketball. Maybe it just did the math. The problem just is, even if you do the math, it doesn't necessarily say that someone else wasn't also coming to us at the same time. Sure, then it could be sort of a relationship. And then both scenarios, and the raya that the basketball came out by the nation of Israel was because of Vayomer A. Maybe it's just referring to Klal Yisrael, in the singular form that said, Yisrael knows Shabbat Hashem. So in other words, it's not a raya. To which the Gemara says, Shlomo Nami Yidahar Mirachma, Bahar Delom Mirachma. Maybe Shlomo just went ahead and used the word. The one who included the greater compassion obviously was the mother. Maybe it wasn't the mother. The point you might be making over here is you're inferring that there was a basketball, but you have no explicit proof that there was a basketball. This is you're right. You're right. The Pesukim can be interpreted in different ways. We have a tradition. We have a Masorah that in each of these three cases, the basketball came and intervened. The basketball said, ultimately, Yehuda, it's your baby. The basketball came and talked by itself. Shmuel never explained the position, and the basketball came and said to Shlomo, that is the mother. Incredible. So don't say it's not like, so Shishman also said mitzvos, so also there's 600, right? 600 mitzvos, giving the Moshe Rabbeinu. Give it Moshe Rabbeinu. Short also with Shishim, the Chamesh, Laden. Shishman also 600 mitzvos, right? So I have seen like 5. So Shishman also with Shishim, the Chamesh, Laden. Who has been 65 publishers? Kamini Motzahama, corresponding ultimately again to the days of the year. The Masayim, the Arba, which one are starting to get a valid charge. The third to the 40 years has been corresponding to the major parts of a person's body. That's because I'll point out why is it that there's 365 lagins corresponding to the days of the year? Right? What's the shot for that? So perhaps it goes back to yesterday's Gemara, which was the type of Gemara. Remember the Gemara says? The Gemara said, Hayushi, the law of Aviyah, not being no sky to also mitzvah. That again, if a person musters up the courage, not to violate Aviyah, to receive reward as if he has performed some mitzvah. Perhaps the idea of 365 lines corresponding to the days of the year represent the following result. Or unable to do over the course of a day is muster up enough courage not to sin or to resist temptation. That's a successful day. Obviously, that's not my goal. That's not my goal, right? Abstaining from Aveyah is not my end goal, right? Certainly, that is definitely an incredible start. But my goal is truly to come upstairs, right? I say goal, but ultimately, again, is my goal. But mercy, even if at the end of the day, the only thing I can look at, what did I do today? I resisted the temptation to sin. That is godless. That is accomplishment. And that is meaningful. Hence, 365 losasons corresponding to the 365 days of the year. Incredible. Someone goes like that. I'm not going to make the off the passing. Let's see about Moshe Morasha. No, in the passage says, literally Moshe, commander of Snora, Morasha is an inheritance. said Gemara, Torah, Gematria, Tavapadai, Kismea Nakat Sa'i. So the magic Torah is 611. So Gemara says now, what about the other two? I don't even know, you know what comes like Buddha Shana. It's beautiful. The first two Givas, remember again, we heard from Hashem. So Torah Siva Vada Moshe, Moshe Rabbeinu gave us 611. Because the Ribono Shel Olam himself gave us the first two. Beautiful. God love it. So I say, now watch this. And this, by the way, might be one of the most incredible Gemaras in all of Shas. There's 613 mitzvahs. 613 mitzvahs. That's a lot of mitzvahs. It's not mitzvahs. And there was a recognition throughout the ages that sometimes I need to consolidate, not observe it, for the clear, right? But I need to consolidate, like, theologically, like, philosophically. One of the core components that I need to wrap my head around. So, Bad David, David Melech says, the truth is, there are 11 core principles which really capture 613 mitzvahs. So you understand, obviously you have to observe all 613 mitzvahs. What he's saying is, how can I consolidate so people understand the theological, philosophical, and spiritual underpinnings of Yiddishkeit? So David Melech consolidating it into 11 mitzvahs. What are they? And again, we're not casting a topic on them, but still, Mizmor David. And the Pasuk says, Mizmor David. This is again Parashat Vav, chapter 15 and 7. Mizmor David. Mia Gavila Halacha, Mish and Bahashacha. And the one said, how is happening? Like, don't understand this. Who is the one who can live in your time? Who can dwell on your holy mountain? Or what David Melech is saying is, what are the qualities that are necessary for a relationship with HaKadosh? What do you need in order to come close to God? To live with God, to live by God, what do you need? It's like this. We sometimes don't appreciate the profundity of faith and the literally, again, it's a guidebook for life. So what are the qualities that you need? Here we go. The verse is, always coming, walk with completion or simplicity. Paul ordered the power of these. Paul Tzedek, do Tzedek, Dover at the spirit of the heart, speak truth in your heart. Lola Gal Arishono, don't let any falsehood be on your tongue. Don't celebrate any laws. Don't do bad to other people. Be careful of what do not visit degradation upon those who are close to you. Allah is despicable in my eyes. And I respect those who revere God. Ultimately will see exactly what that means. That he will swear to his detriment and will not exchange. Doesn't undo the truth. The shofar are not be low law, and does not go ahead and take a bribe even for the innocent. One who lives up to these principles, will never fall. And I will say, God, I just want to point out, you could spend 3 hours just dissecting that list of qualities. So God says, you want to live a successful life? These are 11 things. That's it. Now you might have seen them. Always coming, that doesn't go through it so exhaustively. What does it mean ultimately? That is what I'm going to be the sin. Is how they can fun on it, you are coming. So what that means is just on a simple level. What is coming? So we potentially trust in that to the 12. That's it. Like coming to Hashem when the process be complete with Hashem. What does that mean? Rashi says, don't worry about what's going to happen. Just put your faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It means an emunah pshuta. An emunah pshuta, a simple faith. Hashem has got my back, and therefore I'm going to do what is necessary. Next. Oh, Tzedek, to go in Abba-Chokio. Don't say Abba-Chokio. Oh, how I wish we actually had time to do this tomorrow. Abba-Chokio, don't say, is the Gemara in the Sef's kindness. Abba-Chokio was the grandson of Kohen HaMa'ad. And what talks about the name of Abba-Chokio, so he Paul said it, Abba-Chokio, everything he did was measured. Everything he did was methodical. Nothing Abba-Chokio did was random. So Paul said it means to live a life of mindfulness. There are so often like we do things, we see things, and like the pieces of my life don't fit together to form one comprehensive tapestry or picture. Paul said it means that what I do makes sense. The way that I live makes sense. The actions I engage in make sense. Everything I do is thought out and methodical. Next, don't ever understand the hope. Speak truth in heart. You might agree that no, the safa. Okay, that actually points out to here. that the local story here that Rothschild once had an object to sell, and the Gentile came to him while he was gathering for an essay. He said, "Want to buy your object? I see that you're asking $100." And the shopper didn't answer. So the guy thought that he was playing hardball. Right? So he says, "Okay, fine, I'll give you 150." And the guy starts competing with himself until like he's at some exorbitant price. So Safra finishes for us, right? And he says, "I'll take the 100 because that's what I was willing to. That's what I was willing to accept." So he said, "You might go ahead and say that's the highest skill about all. Sometimes the only person who knows the truth is me, because it's in my heart. We both need to live the truth even when no one else knows it but you at a high level. You must know it. Again, no falsehood. Can you say Yaakov in the Sid? So ultimately, again, Yaakov again focused on the truth. Well, I say that in law, what does it mean? Never need anything back to someone else. And do not go ahead and try to take away my friend's kindness. And again, I do not visit that relation upon my relatives. That is when he keeps his relatives close. Now, that's like, so what is this? Rashi says, so Rashi sees the inquiry over here, he asks, if you heard your relative being degraded, you do not just simply spend violence. About the listeners of this, sometimes in a relationship, sometimes the things we do to our relatives, we would never do to total strangers. Right? Because we live with our relatives, but we would never do. So the Gemara says over here, take care of your mishpacha. Take care of your mishpacha. Sometimes we mistreat our mishpacha in such profound ways, and I would never do this to someone else. Yet with my own family, I do it. So the Gemara says sometimes you have to take extra care to take care of those who are closest to you. Because the mitzvah that in of us, so when you just we're going to apples and Parakachila in Sanhedrin. Like that. So Hiskiel took his father's bones, his father's remains, and he dragged them in the street. He was doing that in order to repudiate the idolatry of his father. That's the Mokabeit. And he honors those who are here. Hashem say, Yo, Shalom Yehuda. Shem Shasha Elohim Kam Hayom Mikizol, Umikapko, Uminashko, the Korah Law, Avi, Rabbi, Mari. Some people, and he knows Shaphat the king. It's the Empire. And all this thing, hugging, kissing, calling Rabbi, Mari, Avi, beautiful. We follow Halal Below Yamir, Yochanan, and always the Chinese at holidays. So Yochanan was once invited to the house of the Rothschild son to eat. He did not want to eat. He made up a story, so I'm fasting. Even once he left after his friends, he continued fasting. Why? Because since he said, I'm fasting, he wanted to be true to his word. In general, so to take your word to his doesn't lend no interest. I feel the witness over he doesn't even lend your interest in non-Jews. I will say that obviously there's a very high level of Judas. And what that thing is like this, because in general, it's very difficult to maintain two different systems of behaviors. Right? One code, this group and one code, that lack of consistency often leads to erosion of standards in all areas. So therefore, again, it's possible to recognize that if I want to be honest and indigenous with Jews, I have to be honest and indigenous with everyone. There has to be just simply one standard that we take to myself. So when I go to the shofar, I'm not to the Obacha. The husband who doesn't take the bride, he's going to be sure of Yossi, he's going to be Yossi, he's going to be Yossi. So it's this thing, Rashi comes out over here, there's no Yossi how to feel that someone wants to get a sharecropper. The sharecropper brought him the Yossi's portion one day early. The sharecropper said, I have a Jew total with you today anyway, so I figured since I was coming, I would bring you your portion. Now, remember again, that's not a bribe. Why is it not a bribe? Because Rabbi Shmuel was entitled to this anyway. So since he was brought a day early, he thought that using that a little bit would skew his judgment. Okay, Ose'ela, so that's the same Ose'ela, you won't be all of it. You do these things, you do these things to another prophet. We share them with מגיע למקרה זה הידע, אבל אני יודע שיש פסוק מגן שפעל וואי, אבל מה אתה אבל לקוזו, קוזו לא לימוד, אחד מן הלימוד, so that in the past, if you do all of these things, you will fall. There was like a lot of things. A lot of things. These 11 things are major things. So I can do all of these things. I won't go through sequence from this is. If I don't do all of them, I will falter. That's overwhelming. It's the most hard-hitting argument. It's a Koila or it's a Eila. It's nothing but a hard-hitting argument. It doesn't say you have to do all of them. Rather, what does it say? It doesn't say it's a Koila. It says it's a Eila. Now, I do like to knock it. If you remember this moment, six talking as other concepts, how to come up with called Eila. The part that says do not defile yourself with all of these things. Hasn't never called anything to become a sweater. It's only if you touch all the structures that you become Tameh. The Kadri and I know if you touch one of them in Akhes, I've got some case. Ella, not the Akas we call it. You're speaking here, call it to me. No. How can that be the Akas we call it? So say, obviously the ideal is to possess all 11 of these traits. But even if you just possess some of them, it gives you the strength to lead a successful life. But 11 is still a lot. By Yishayahu, that means an Ashish. Yishayahu further consolidated the list, took it down from 11 to 6. Only 6 to 6. Only to the host, Dover and Sharon. So again, when he walks in those to the host, Dover and will define Dover and Sharon. Moise, but that's on the Ashtos. Noah Kappa Mishmok the Shohar. Otem Ozno Mishmok Damin. Otem Inom Ospila. Okay, so what are all these? First one on the right time. Omek Tzdakas walks in righteousness. Ya'avar Avinu B'Tzid. He adapted Laman Asher Yitzada. So let's say what he says in Kohen Basaz. So he says, Omek Tzdakas means not only one who himself walks in the ways of righteousness, but one who instructs his family to do the slack. I lead my family in a particular direction. That's holy tzedakos. I myself go, and I also lead my family. First, I always speak about the best way to lead your family is how? By example. If you're walking a certain path, and you're Hashem, hopefully that models for your children to walk that same path as well. But don't be sure. I don't embarrass my friend in public. Again, I'm repulsed by thievery and inappropriate. That's the Nishma as you mentioned before. So the word says, no cap of Nitmok for Shochad. Ultimately, again, I washed not wash out, shake out my hands from being involved in driving to go and drop videos. That's what I mentioned before as well. Ultimately, I literally close my ears from hearing Damin. The Rothschild is usually the turn out on the shots. Ultimately, I don't choose to disparage me of a Tamikok, I remain silent. In other words, if I hear someone disparaging a Tamikok, I speak up. I speak up. When it says to go, the Belows of the Shem, like the Belows of the Shem. Also, when Rashi points out that we didn't say the Belows of the Shem who died. When he died, his body did not decompose. His family kept him so smart. His family kept him in the attic. His family kept him in the attic because they felt that since his body was not decomposing, one day his wife went up to the attic. Rashi points out she saw a worm coming out of his ear. She thought that his body was decomposing. She turns out something in a dream and said, no, my body's fine. But we're not going to be able to punish me because one time I heard someone disparaging a kind of problem and I didn't say something. And you can infer from that generally, whenever he heard rabbinic disparagement, he absolutely stood up for the kind of problem. Incredible. So what does it mean? I close my eyes and looking at negative things. That refers to avoiding looking at women and women in the laundry. Where would women launder the clothing? By the river. By the river, what they would do is they would pull up their dresses in order so the dresses shouldn't become wet. So a person who sees a woman with her legs exposed, obviously the clothes is here for the clothes is inappropriate for us. So a person who is careful with what they look at. The Roman Mishko. A person who lives up to these ideals, ultimately again will live in the highest of highs. Incredible. So what's that from because then you not shalish. So still that's 6. That's still 6, right? So David had 11, Yishayahu had 6, and then also you see the overlap. No one did it, you see They're always introducing new ideas. They're really just consolidating. Mika comes along and further consolidates it. It's it. What is good and what does Hashem want from you? Mika says, Kim, Asos Mishpat, do justice, Vahavas Chesed, love Chesed, Vatzeh Lefesh Im Hashem Elokecha. Ultimately, again, and walk with humility or modesty. Walk with humility. Asos Mishpat, or Asos Mishpat, Zehakim, means literally be a just person. Be a just person. Be a person of chesed. Be a person of chesed. Sometimes again, you might think that justice takes you from chesed, so he has to be both just and charitable. Ultimately, it refers to helping to bury the dead and helping to marry oxen. I want to say that what does this mean? So now those are a couple דברים שאין דעתו לעשות בצינור, אמרתו להסביר מפרס, so they're never telling down the dead and weapons on public events. Public events, yes, even with those public events, what I just historically says, be modest. Be modest. So the most important shit out there, lots of things out, lots of kind of a combo. Or the most of things that are done privately, you have to be modest as well. You have to be modest. So once you see the martial points out there, what does this mean? Be modest with wedding. You know, what it means is like this. How you might understand it is, if you're healthy financially with these things, don't broadcast your involvement. Which is that, well, again, be so long, be modest. So you if you're healthy family professional, you're healthy with the Rabbi, be modest. Even though those are public events, be modest with your involvement. Don't say, even though it's beginning to see the list of the consultants, you need to say two things. Make sure that you're living a life that is just, that is correct. Make sure that you are involved in chesed, and make sure that you are modest and humble in the way that you conduct your life. Those are the three covers. Good. How do you shall? Then you know, you shall further consolidates the list. Two things. Shenamar. Come on, Hashem. Shimru Mishpat. Shimru Mishpat. Ba'asit Staka. Consolidates it into two. Live a life of justice and chesed. Amos, then you go Amos. Amos comes one thing. Shenamar. Come on, Hashem. Dar Shimi. Hashem says to Israel, seek me out. Seek me out. So what's the one thing? What's the one thing? Seek out the relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You must master Yitzchak. Darshini the Torah. Maybe Darshini means Darshini, learning out the refers to all the Torah. I just want to be clear, just as we get to this, like, this last moment, dramatic moment of it. So remember, what's happening over here is you have to keep all 6 of your this. But a lot of times, what I just want to know is, what are the core principles that Hashem needs me to engage in order to be a spiritually successful individual? That's what these lists represent, right? So David, so again, and we go for this until we finally come to Habakkuk. Habakkuk says it all comes down to one thing. And the Habakkuk that we do our Achosh, Neymar, the Tzaddik, that we also
like, how do you?
Listen, you want to know what all Yiddishkeit comes down to? All Yiddishkeit comes down to one thing.
Like, you guys stop talking about
Amina. If you have Amina, everything else flows from that. If you have Amina, everything else stems from that. Tzaddik, the Amina, so that's what it is. Because if you have Amina, then ultimately you end up all of these other qualities. If you have Amina, everything else flows from that. And especially what kind of Amina? An Amina Pshuta. Simple Amina. Simple Amina that says, Hashem, I love you, I'm yours. I love you, I'm yours. Tell me what it is that you need. I am your key. I am your vessel. Fill me up with your rocker, that's what I ask of you. Give me car, and I am yours to execute whatever it is that needs to be done. That's it. That's it. So the Gemara is like, to share that, I'm going to see that coming up. I hope you see that doesn't make sure everyone. So it's by the way, that's what I'll point out. It's like, it's like dramatic Gemara. It's like in the entire shot. And it's like, okay, let's move on. I just want to point out, and again, we're not using Gemara's justice, these Gemara's attack. But again, if you want to understand, all of Yiddishkeit in one place, Tzaddik, then we also be here. That's it. That's it. Because again, and by the way, Devanot says this also. What does Devanot say? It's good job because it's almost ever. Achos sha'alti me'is Hashem o saradish. Shiki b'beis Hashem. One thing. What's the one thing? To dwell in the house of Hashem. What do you need to dwell in the house of Hashem? Very close to you. I just want to be close to you. V'ani shevas elokim litor. At the end of the day, Sadik Danoraso Yichya. That's it. Mother was like that. I don't know if he's very familiar. Sadik Zero Skazim Moshe I saw far over in the Dina with it. Fortunately, we made 4 Zeros of Klal Yisrael, and 4 subsequent prophets came along and negated them. Moshe Amar, Rishon Zabeta, Badar, in Yaakov, Moshe would say, Sai Tzor should dwell all alone. Ba Amos with Dukla Shnema, Chader Not, Yaakov Yaakov. See, Nicham Hashem Azos. So Chabatot Amos came along and would announce it, and ultimately again Hashem would be with Amos. Moshe Amar, with low Sargiot, these nations ultimately again, Klal Yisrael not able to find their footing. By Yom Amar, Halok Ragi Yisrael. Moshe Rabbi Avos, both having said the sins of the fathers should be visited upon the sons, but you can still a big love. You can still be more than the battle actually. He wants a nefesh hakodas kikolos. No, person sins, take care of the any for their sins, but it's not past time. Moshe Rabbi will be rocked by Yisrael, but Omer, Vayaba Yamahu, Yitaka Shofar Gadol, Bara of the Christ will not be from God. God said, I am so awesome. God the Christ will be fully lost amongst the nations. Just because something's lost is not bad. Sometimes you lose something, and what's going to happen when you lose it? The owner constantly tries to find it, fix it. So let's say so beautiful. We are lost. We are lost. There is no beautiful thing. We're lost track of the powerful, and the devotion constantly seeks to find us. And when we seek of the tribe, the Akara has from the eyes of it, not speak from us. Sutra, Dilma, Kafilas, Kishir, ultimately, again, even though it says, and if you see in the land of your enemy, maybe it means your enemies. In my dictionary, it's like the consumption of cucumbers and gourds. So apparently, when you put cucumbers and gourds, you don't pick all of them off the vine, but rather you leave some of them on the vine itself. So probably so there will be losses, but you will never be totally decimated. I will say that sometimes you see my focus in Gemara, and you don't see exactly how it resolves. So you're most traveling and prophesizing, probably so will be lost, and some people will be in the shower, others saying, no, not true, that's the cause of this one powerful, that's what somebody should see that you know. So we'll say, what happened? What happened? So it's going to point out something amazing. We are living proof that the Gezerah of Moshe Rabbeinu was annulled 2,000 years after the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. And look at us. And look at us. Why? We're sitting in the Beis Hamikdash studying Torah. We're sitting in the Beis Hamikdash studying about Moshe Rabbeinu's Gezerah Yishayahu as a normal prophet. And again, and if you look at the proof that we are not lost, then look at us. Look at us. We are the key to the mitzvahs we can have to apply to. And we are proof to the fact that if Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the shepherd, is looking for us to flock every single day. We are not lost. We know what we have to do. We know where we have to go. We know what we have to become. We're not yet there yet, but we are the sheep looking for the shepherd, and the shepherd that is going home consistently and constantly every day is looking for us. Incredible. So here we go. End of the sentence, Marcus. A story. Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Moshe ben Azariah, Rabbi Yeshua, and Rabbi Akiva were all walking together on the road. They heard the celebrations from the Roman arena, from the arena in Rome, and it was so loud that they heard it at a distance of 120 mil. Incredible. And we'll say, they obviously understood. Now, how did they know what the celebration was about? But what they thought the celebration was about was the victory of Rome and the downfall of Rabbi Yisrael. They threw both of them and began to cry, Rabbi Yisrael the second, and Rabbi Yisrael began to laugh. I'm alone, they came out on the second. He said, Shiva, why are you laughing? I'm around the Akan, they came out on the right, that's fine. So I'm alone. Don't you have a she's talking about something, and the country of Rabbi Yisrael coming. Yoshvin Bekat Bahashkin. How can it be that these people, right, these old these idolaters, that they worship and they bow down and they concentrate for all of this knowledge, for all this craziness, and yet they live with such tranquility. Their lives are so good. But Right? It's honest. Right here, we're feeling sorry. But us, I think some Christians destroyed. Right? The fire. And then so they're wrong. They're wrong. And yet their lives are so good and so tranquil. We're right. We're right. We're all blessed. And yet our descendants is rising in. And our time has been destroyed. And our people have been exiled. How can we not cry? I went on a Catholic Saturday and the previous night. This is why I laugh. Ma la'oru l'sono, has la'osei l'sono achas kama v'kama. If this is the joy and happiness and reward that Hashem gives to those who go against His will, then imagine the simcha that is waiting for us. Imagine the reward, imagine the light, imagine the goodness, imagine the beauty that is waiting for us. And we'll say, Rabbi Akiva's laughter, this different kind of laughter, we'll say. And it's different kind of laughter. Because remember, the Tzachim, what is the Tzachim? Right, first Tzachim, the first person you see in Tzachim was, like, Sari Menu. The laughter, Tzachim, is the laughter of disbelief. But not disbelief that I don't believe something is going to happen. It's like almost like this deep type of laughter because you are so overwhelmed, not about what is occurring, but what will happen. So is unbridled, anticipatory happiness. Not now, right? Now things are difficult, but I believe in what's going to come in the future. That the Akiva's laughter was not a pleasant laughter. That the Akiva's laughter is the future anticipatory laughter of promise. That future always ends in simcha. Right now things are difficult. The power of the youth is I can grab the simcha of the future and bring it to lightning, to enlighten my presence. That's what Rabbi Akiva was doing. Rabbi Akiva wasn't the right view. Rabbi Akiva didn't see all the structural around. Of course he did. Rabbi Akiva died in that perspective. Rabbi Akiva was killed in this other persecution by the Romans. Rabbi Akiva understands exactly what's happening. He's not making light of the situation, but Rabbi Akiva is saying the power of the Jew is to look into the future and to draw from the future simcha and bring it into your present. The Lord Governor says this also. V'ani v'chasteka b'tachti yodeh libi b'shuasecha. Lord says, I trust that your festival is going to come. Right now I don't see it. But I believe it's going to come. And because I believe it's going to come, I rejoice now. Because of the power of the youth is that even when things are dark and difficult, I know they're going to be great. So I reach into my future, I draw that simcha from the future, and I bring it now back into my head. And that's what lights my life. That's Rabbi Akiva. One more story. You want to say, Shulchan, how you open Yerushalayim? What time they walk Yerushalayim together? They were literally ascending through Yerushalayim. Even to you the heart soaking. They did the heart soaking. And what happens? Color big day. And let's say, from heart soaking, they saw Yerushalayim, Christ to Yerushalayim, and they also saw the Harabais, which was destroyed. Even to you the Harabais, they all shoot out, and it was a further clothing as a sign of mourning for the destruction. They continue to walk further, and they come to Harabais. They all shoot things, contract production. Ultimately, again, it's yet fast, similar to the Holy of Holies. The Stephen both things Rabbi Akiva and Tzachim. Everyone begins to cry, and Rabbi Akiva begins to laugh. I don't know. It's something they not come exactly, but how can you laugh? How can you laugh at a time like this? How will I make me laugh and look? So the people that say, well, I can't know why you cry. But you know, they sit there and Rabbi Akiva, nothing should cost me, but I got a cry of Yibas. Ultimately, again, the place that says that a non-Kohen comes there with that. No, this is the Muslim. When no one was left to enter, except the Kohen on Yom Kippur. The actual children look around now, the foxes, are walking around like the foxes, they're just walking around everywhere. We're not having this desolation. So you can transcribe other than the classical graphic. And he says, this is why I laugh. Let me tell you why it's true. It's only the most beautiful words. Let's see. That even man, it's only to have told us to tell you that then you have to yell. Show us that the person said like this. Consequently shout it. I will bring for you witnesses. One is a Kohen, and another is a founder. That it must understand. If you want to give it, if you might know Uriah is the Messiah. Uriah is the Messiah, not the Gombrons. The one is the Gombrons. Uriah the Mikdash Yishon, Zechariah the Mikdash Sheni. Listen, right, Uri was in the first place on the first, and Zechariah was the second place on the first. So why did the Rabbi Yishayahu bring them together as witnesses? Ella, Kala HaKesed will also show Zechariah, so they will also show Uriah. That is the total website, the Rabbi goes ahead and literally blinks. The prophecy of Zechariah, the prophecy of Uriah, the prophecy of Uriah, Looking at the glass head, Sion Sadet Hakash. Unfortunately, Uriah was going to prophesy that Sion, that Yerushalayim will become like a proud field. Like a proud field. And what happens in a proud field, not only is there destruction, but in a proud field, ultimately, again, any former trace of what was there is also destroyed. And what happens? So the Gemara says, so the kind of sit, all Yish is the kingdom is the kingdom for the Phobos Yerushalayim. And I was saying, what does the Chayim say? The Chayim for all those beautiful, beautiful images. And this images says, oh, it'll happen again. Right? The Shalmai Shem Tzalachos, Hashem says, oh, Yish is the kingdom is the kingdom for the Phobos Yerushalayim. There will come a time of rebuilding, and there will come a time of redemption. Where ultimately, again, old men and old women will sit together in the streets of Yerushalayim. I told you I don't know what Yemen. And people will grow old forgetting each other. They'll come back. Everything was lost. Like the Rabbi says, the Rabbi says, everything will be rebuilt. And people will grow old gracefully and beautifully in Yerushalayim. So they give us a look is, ask for this time you will also show Uriah, sorry, how you see this Yahweh, so this time you will also show Zechariah. So the people are wondering to myself, like, those prophecies, I'd like to share with linking them. So in order to get in the Ruah of Zechariah, the rebuilding of Yerushalayim, Yerushalayim has to become totally desolate. Now I see desolation. Now I see a cloud turning out of the desolation. No greater desolation than that. And when I see the fulfillment of the prophecy of destruction, I now know, after this time out, will also show Uriah. Now that I see the fulfillment of the prophecy of destruction, the Yadua, will also show Zechariah and the Skylanders. And those are the main Ruah. And we're going to do Zechariah and come true as well. Now that I see destruction, now that I see literally again the thoughts running out of the public revelation, I know with all of my heart that prophecy for rebuilding will come true faster. That will say, once again, what was the Rabbi Akiva? Akiva wasn't realizing, there's a concept in psychology called toxic positivity. Toxic positivity is where someone is, I'm having a difficult time. I showed someone, I'm really having a difficult time of life, and they say, don't worry, it's going to be okay. But generally, if you're on the receiving end of that, what do you say? What do you say? The loose translation is, shut up. Stop it. I know it's good, but that's not what I need right now. The person means, well, toxic positivity is like, always has sometimes like, I need to know it, and I need validation of what it is that I know it'll be okay. Of course it'll be okay. That's not Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is like, how do I say it? Rabbi Akiva is light, anticipatory simple. Things are so bleak, but I also know that because things are so bleak in the future, they're going to turn around. And I can reach into that future, grab some of that simcha, and bring it back to the here and now. To do that. And if you can reach into the future and bring back some of that future simcha to a dark and bleak present, that's the only way you get to it. Because the only other alternative is to lose yourself in the suffering. Is to lose yourself in the sadness, is to lose yourself in the darkness. Rabbi Akiva teaches us ultimately how to reach into the future, which is going to be beautiful and bright. Take within that brightness, bring it back into a dark present. The Rothschild said, and he said to him, Akiva Nekantan. Akiva Nekantan. Rabbi Akiva, you actually told us we should be at this house. And I will say, those words are not just simply true. For that particular episode, I will say, these words are Rabbi Akiva. Actually, this reminds me, this Muhammad has been the source of consolation for problems throughout the ages. What gets us through the harshest periods of darkness is the ability to be like Rabbi Akiva, to reach into a future that we know is going to be beautiful and bright, grab some of that brightness, grab some of that light, and bring it back with us here to illuminate a difficult present. Akiva Nekantan, Akiva Nechampana. Rabbi Akiva always come to for us. And he always does come to us. Rothschild, Hajim Allah, David and Alokim, we're sleeping on the set. It's not just Rothschild, Shkoyach and Mazel.
Sometimes you want things to happen, and then when it doesn't work, you're like, I don't want that.
All right, thank you.
That makes sense, because you never really know
I was like, when Mazel for love, but I don't know the show, and I keep thinking that it's comments. So if we look on that, we celebrate all of our future mistakes today, and try having this.
And Interstellar. And apparently there's a race car out front. Sounds like a Porsche.
It's not Porsche. It's going to be everybody at Porsche. It's going to be all the way.
This is the barbecue. It's called Styles Switch Barbecue. So everybody knows I'm breathing in fumes right now. Like that to start the beast. Oh, that's correct. To start the beast. I love that because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high. That's what this fans are. It's a free high. It's a free high. Glass half full. Glass half full. Free high. It's a free high. Free high. Diet.
All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. We need by taking all of our time before this one to begin. Our annual commentary from the Prince of the Proclamation itself. The great feeling overshadowing process of this year. As is the first for the soul promise for all around this hour. From the total sponsors for the month of Iyar Habar, New York, Shmuel Rabbi Grafton, mention of the York, the Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karaktin, with Ben Yekatska, Cohen, and Sakon Livrapa, we also have an answer by Kamatora, all of the Neshama Sabra Aliyah, the families in the Kama, and let's say first we dedicate our learning today in this course of the evening, we celebrate Yom HaSmot. However one chooses to mark on this particular day. Speaking about this every year, although there's so much controversy over what to say, how to say it, halal, no halal, with a bracha, without a bracha. It's important to remember those are details. Those are details, important details, but details. The biggest detail is for us to go ahead and not shut up and hold on. For us to have tremendous gratitude, tremendous sense of gratitude for what He has given us. That we are Zochah to live in parties in which we have access to Eretz Yisrael, in which we have Hashem, it's not just the famous words that Halabayas Yadini. That's what other than the Unknown Yisrael, it's not just me Halabayas Yadini. It's Eretz Yisrael Yadini. But ultimately, I think we have Eretz Yisrael. It's an explanation in the Shul for if no one's yesterday. There's no one standing at the airport telling which Jews should come in, which Jews can't come in. There's no one standing at the port. Like the quotas, a number of people who come in, you forget this because you've taken for granted a little bit of the miracle that a Baruch gave us with the founding of the state. Is the state perfect? Far from it. Is there work to do? Absolutely. But in life, just because something is not perfect doesn't mean that it's not absolutely magnificent. So it may not be perfect. However, you go to Eretz Yisrael, you walk into the airport, and you find that larger than life mezuzah that's waiting for you. I think we have the second largest mezuzah at the entrance of the airport. How do you find that larger than life mezuzah waiting for you? Shafiano, Yifimano, Yiviano, Lazmayaza. If you have this source, and that's going to be able to put your hands on that mezuzah as you enter into the sacred door of Eretz Yisrael. Where is the testimony result? To give us when the Mashiach comes, the Lord will come, but they say this will come, they'll be even better. But just because it's not exactly as it should be, does not mean for a moment that it's not absolutely magnificent. It's like their parts of the bracha, when the survival of the war. Whenever anyone this year says something critical of the government of Israel, or something about Eretz Yisrael itself, he would always go ahead and silence it. He would always shut down the conversation. And just understand, it wasn't, my grandfather wasn't wearing the blue and white and the national engagement and anything, or it wasn't. As a survivor, he understood what it meant not to have a Jewish homeland, or not to have access to a Jewish homeland, and then what it meant to live in a world with access to a Jewish homeland. His shita in life always was, whatever your problem is, figure it out or be quiet. But don't run around talking about negative things or difficulties or problems because we want to handle it. Because whatever the problems may be, they inherently comparison.
And I realized, like, why do you have so much shit?
Okay, so here we say how the song is like how I will say it, won't say it. Again, it's a detail. It's a detail, an important detail, but a detail. Because is on his way, you must find your way to express the profound reality of the response to the miracle that he has given us. The idea, we're building up, I'm saying, sure. We're building a solid community, so we come out of it, we talk along with it. What's the talk? Who would have ever thought that? I'm saying like this, the grandchild of survivors, having a hand in helping to build a nuclear That's 100 years. After our ancestors were put into gas chambers and ovens and systematically annihilated. Sister, almost like that's all Hashem. We would contemplate satellite communities, where we would contemplate just purchasing and thinking and going, where we send our children to learn, we go to learn, we go to vacation, we go to spend young to have rest. We don't see the miracle in that. You need a new prescription. You need a new prescription. Because we're missing it. Because it's just missing it. How do you choose to not the miracle? That's up to you. That's up to you. How do you choose to that we could contemplate that we're going to try to contemplate Aliyah, whether you're making Aliyah or not making Aliyah. Just understand, you could think about that decision. For 2,000 years, if you would have said, I'm going to move down to sell. I said, really? You want to live with the Ottomans? You want to live with the Turks? You want to live with the British? You want to live with this? You want to live with that? Now, it's a decision. Whether it's good for you or not good for you, that's no decision. But you can think about it. Understand the miraculous nature of being able to contemplate that decision. Something that for 2,000 years our ancestors did not have. But we do. If you can't see the miraculous nature in that, once again, needing the prescription. It's not just the footsteps of Mashiach. It's footsteps. People talk about the footsteps. Just like that. If you listen carefully, you can hear a pitter patter, and Mashiach's right coming closer. Got a pitter patter. Hold it. Mashiach is around the corner. Geulah is around the corner. What he said, what he will come to us each and every day. There's nothing less than a spectacular miracle. The miracle is not complete, and there's no question that many things are still in a state of imperfection, and there's so much closer than that. So understand that I'm on this day, we celebrate the founding of the modern day Judaism, which for many of us is absolutely unequivocal. Not a cult of Geulah, not the beginning of Geulah. Geulah began the moment that the base image was set ablaze, but an important step in the continuity of the progression of Geulah. We happen for one thing, and that's the thing that we should keep evolving. We should keep unfolding, and that's the some hostages should come home, and soldiers should stop having to give their lives for Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael. These are Hashem, be fathers, be sons, be brothers, be husbands. We were started many years ago. Founding of the state was an important step that propelled us forward. Hashem. See the continuity of the Geulah, the evolution of the Geulah. As we Zokan Hashem and Shalom Haba, the Yerushalayim Habiniyah with Am Yisrael together, with Eretz Yisrael we built, with Eretz Yisrael we unified, we go to Yerushalayim and we built the Beis Hamikdash and Beis Yameinu. So it says today's date is Chag 23. We're picking up the Neish Hashem on some things and the days a lot to do today. Hashem. We have to give up the two dots about 5 minutes before the line is going. And you go over at one shoulders. No, sorry, actually, that's last short part. Sorry, thank you. So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember again, the Mishnah had a very interesting case. Let's say they're assessed that either is capable of getting 39 markets, pardon the sake. And then what happens? We start flogging him, and they realize, he really can't take the full 39. So let's talk about that. He stopped. Whatever he got, and that's the end of it. There's nothing more that happens. But let's say, remember again, as opposed to what? As opposed to saying, okay, let's take a break, right, and flog him the rest later on. You don't say that. You want to look at it, and then look at it. Yesterday, they went ahead and they took touchdown to 39. And before they started flogging, so they went ahead and they revised their assessment. So in that case, over here, he would go ahead and give him the full set. So the Gemara says, so I'm doing a Kavla Arbaim because of Angushin of the Kavla Arbaim. And let's say again, they give a set to these people who and then what happens? And then they change over the bodies. They upgraded their assessment and said that he can't. What Kavla? Potter. Potter doesn't get everything. So the Gemara says, I'm doing a Kavla Shmona Esrei. Because of Angushin of the Kavla Arbaim. Let's say we're doing section for 18. Let's say again, these numbers are not random. Then why are you choosing these numbers? Because you already know what's a Marcus always has to be divisible by 3. So again, that's why we're just using large numbers, small numbers. So 18. And then they said, no, we can really go ahead and stand 39. Potter, Potter. So let's say what that sounds like is, if we change the assessment, even if they do not see him flogging him, he's still Potter. So how do you reckon all this? I'm going to finish with no contradiction. Hazda Amdua Yomi, Hazda Amdua Yomachar Uyomi. So let's say the Yomi is a very interesting answer. The answer is like this. Everything depends on when the second assessment is occurring. If the second assessment occurs on the same day as the first, then the way the halakha views that is, the first one was a mistake, the second one is the real one. In other words, because things can't change that quickly on one day. It's right. So if on Thursday, Basin said, Ruben is high 39, and then that same day they revised and say, only need to change its stand 15. What the halakha means that is they were mistaken about the 39. That was a mistake. So essentially, snatch that one and go with the second one. If, however, let's say they made an assessment on Thursday, right, 39, and then on Friday they said, you know what, you only go ahead and withstand 18. When you look at that second assessment as correct. Why? Because things could change in a more dramatic way from one day to the next. That's how you might reconcile these two ideas. We take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi says, so this is really the case when Allah saw the assessment, the second assessment was done that same day. The Kabbal ran, Shmona Esrei, because of the Abdul Bayom, she yachal the Kabbal, or yachal, if you only listen to Omer Shalahem, לא היה כלום. אם הגדול ביום עשס וקמשם ושהרי זה לא נשתנה ומקפש בשביל זמן כזה. שלא שסגר. צהלו כל איזה סליחה. The second assessment occurred on the same day as the first. Then we look at the first assessment as mistaken, the second one as correct. It's not just points out, it's not so that things change dominantly within one day. But you're not constantly went to a guy to say 39 malchus, the guy to say 18 malchus in one day. So it wasn't that the first one is mistaken, and therefore we go to the second one. On the other hand, look at the next one. Again, there's more here, but just giving you the point. The Bryce said, I'm doing the Machal Yomokra, Yom Akadahu, Vada Eme Kumaru, Shayaka Aino, Shayaka Zamakabo, Ad Osayan Chastika, Mazos, Ellen Mishkano, ridiculous. The Gloria Brian, Ad Yom she really told me, Shayaka Makabo, only equals only double. Look, it's interesting, I'm also the right side, and the police outside of the in the second case where they gave me the assessment of 31 on Friday, Thursday, and then gave me the second one on 15 on Friday. In that case, yeah, I think correct. In that case, I love for myself. The first assessment is correct. Now, the reason why the first I'll show you that is different. The first assessment is correct. Whereas you don't do the first assessment until what? Why? Because things could change from one day to the next. So on Thursday, you begin 39. On Friday, you could only go ahead and do 18. So the first assessment stands. Now let's say, what does that mean? So when you give us 39 in Malchus, when you need 39 in Malchus, when based on that says, I'm finding that you only pay 18. So that's what Rashi says over here. And therefore, Potter, in that case, interestingly enough, Potter, look at anything, even if you do not get any Malchus, why? But also because he was already degraded. Now we're going to see that we haven't touched on this fully at all, but it shows me a lot of what Malchus accomplishes is degradation. And the Kapara itself, Oh no, this comes through the degradation. So the mercy is just the power. Well, if you've got an assessment for 39, right? And then the next thing got an assessment for 18. That first assessment for 39 was correct assessment. Okay, so what happened now? You don't think it is the degradation of having been assigned 39 and now being downgraded to 18, that degradation suffices to accomplish the punishment that it's seeking to impose upon him. Is tougher from all monks. So that's a fascinating idea. Let me just zoom out a little bit. So essentially what's happening over is as follows. What happened when Daisy initially gives one assessment of Malchus and then revises the assessment? Mercy just had two cases. The two original takes place on the same day as the original assessment. And let's say the original assessment was flawed, therefore scratch it, and therefore only go to the second assessment. When the second assessment happens on a different day than the first, and when it's in session, they're both correct. They're both correct, right? Assessment number 1 is correct, assessment number 2 is correct, and what Rothschild pointed out over here is that Rothschild's consistently not so these patterns because we assume that when the degradation occurred, it just simply through the higher Malchus allocation of day 1. Fascinating. But also there's one important caveat, there's one important caveat. There's an only point in time that Malchus started being administered. And then in the middle of Malchus, Dacian says, okay, we made a mistake, we can't take 39. We only do 9. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? We stop obviously, and that's it. And that's it. In other words, we do not make the get recover and then give you the rest of his Malchus. So that's the caveat. All of these discussions is where Malchus has not yet begun to be administered. Okay, good. There happens to be that. The halacha on my son is a little bit different than how the Gemara is. I'm not going to put and we'll come back to it. All right, that's the Mishnah. That's the Gemara. Fine, Mishnah. What's what happens when a person violates an Avedra? It has 2 Rabbi associated with it. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, so what's a serious issue? A person that did something and now they are liable. Rashi says over here, this goes back to yesterday's Mishnah. I'm plowing with an ox and a donkey, and I'm also plowing Pilai. So again, I'm Chai is now for playing with an accident down. He looks at some sharp, right? I'm sorry. And I'm also playing with Bayakara. So now I've done one act which results in two lavin. So now I'm liable to 2 sets of Malchus. So that's the halacha. So I'm doing all my that. But let's look like that. So halacha on my side. Let's say they don't need anything. The base will assess me 1 set of Malchus. If that's what they do, whereas if they kind of judge this case as 1 lavin, maybe 1 set of Malchus. Okay, that's it. I get my set of Malchus. And I'm about to they know how to on the scrap page, the closer the local. If not, if the case was adjudicated as then so again, I get my first set of Malchus, then recover, and then get my second set of Malchus afterwards. Says you know that time, you know, but we better know. So everybody said that class. So you can't do 1 assessment for 2 lavins. In other words, if I violated 2 lavins, the legal system should judge you independently for 2 lavins. You can't do 1 assessment or 1 verdict for 2 lavins. I'm not sure it's not Hagda Amdula Arba in the Chazal, Hagda Amdula Arba in the Chazal. This is very interesting. So it's like 1 case is talking about where Bayes been adjudicated, they judged me liable to 41 lashes versus 42 lashes. So let's say what's the cost? What's the cost of this? 42 is 39 plus 3. 3 is the minimum amount of lashes that you can administer to someone, right? Because again, it's visible by 3. That's the minimum amount of lashes. So in this, therefore, again, if I get my 39 and then I get my 3, then 3 essentially constitutes a second set of Malchus. Second set of Malchus, and that's it. And I will get those 3, and that's the whole thing. 41 is really just needed 1 set of Malchus. If that's the case, then how much I myself, those additional 2 would not constitute a legitimate second set of Malchus, and it would be liable for an entire second set of Malchus. So I feel it for my first set of Malchus, and then ultimately afterwards be liable to a second set of Malchus. If you know the Rashi says over here, I'm Dola Arba in the Chadot, Koma Sha'om Din Allah, Ad Shloshim, V'Tirishah Tashvina, Mishum Chad Allah. The caption is doing the right the real Philippian is 39, second 3. I get that they're satisfied with second lap. And I look over, but if it's 40, but if it's 41, that's only an additional 2 don't count for anything. I get a first set of options here, and get the entire second set of options. So the suggesting is you will get 2 sets of options. You will get 2 sets of options. Just depending on how the patient appreciates it, if the patient doesn't want to throw the book at me, the patient liable to 42 options. And the beauty of that is that's 39 and 3 that satisfies both levels. If they only give me 41, that's kind of throwing the book at me. That's 39. You'll get a whole second set of 39. Incredible. Good stuff. What's fascinating? Let's see it's mountain also. Let's see, how do you give it that mountain? What's the process? Copies stehen aber in the process, so apparently the command. And what we do is we tie the guy's hands to the pillar. First, we tie to his hands are tied to the pillar, one hand on each side. The Kazanach says, copies to the duggout. The Nikru. First, by the way, just before we go on, I meant to mention, when you do not distinction report, because it's a tremendous skill. You might just mention before, remember again about whether we can give multiple assessments. And so it could be 2 assessments on the same day. First assessment is flawed, second assessment is correct. 2 assessments on 2 different days. First assessment is so correct, second assessment is also correct. The first assessment still remains correct. Why? What was the logic? The logic was things can change that dramatically in one day, but day-to-day they do change. So we'll say it's such a profound piece for us in life. Things can change our life. Things can change our life. And at times, they did change very quickly. Changing, it's not too late to change. Whether it's change that we want in ourselves, or whether it's change that we want out of life. Change absolutely could be effective. The issue just is, you have to be patient. You know, I can say, what is it behind? Let's say patience is a virtue. But you know, good things come to those who wait. Good things come to those who wait. So by the way, it's not just true. It's not just true like that. It might be true in life. But what he was telling us is that humanity doesn't happen in a day. Change happens one day to the next. And this is showing kind of the importance. Sometimes I can run out of great things. And we just want it now. And we become so impatient, and when it doesn't materialize now, we give up. Because I was teaching us, although dramatic change could occur in one day, generally, it doesn't happen. Change takes time. In yourself, in your life, in your home, with your family, in your career, whatever it is that you want to do, that you want to expect real change, you have to have that level of patience. Okay, back to you. Back to the job. We're tying into a paper. The Kazanach says, oh, we did it. But it's remember again, we're going to see that the Kazanach says, everybody's going to plug and standing behind him. So he gets hold of his foot, and he pulls it down. You have to make sure that we're actually not only clothing, but on flesh. It's just clothing as bad as it is. Okay? You must actually balance people until his heart is uncovered. It's very, very reminiscent Russian of the Soka. Almost virtually the same exact Russian of the Soka. Actually, balance people until he uncovers the heart of the flaggy. So you know, so Evan is doing that for. There's a platform behind the guy who's getting noticed. The Kazanach is only the love. And again, the Kazanach in this context is the guy being minister the Malchus. He stands on the platform behind the flaggy, or just call it Ruben, behind Ruben. Like he would still be a Rothschild, a Rothschild, Echel Stein, Stein the Arba. And the yoke itself is made out of calf hide. Now again, we're going to spend such a couple hides. Calf hide, and the staff is folded into 2 and folded into 4. You might say, ich gehe zu euch auf einmal, almost the yard goes by, and there are additional straps of donkey hide that go up and down the lip. Yoga kappa, the handle is one kappa, the cover kappa, and the which is one kappa. No shamagas of peso. And the top of the lip has to be long enough that it gets to the stomach. Now, we'll say, there's an interesting machlokas about how a person gets licked. In other words, does a person get licked along the length of their back or across the lip? In other words, essentially, is the lipper, is he standing behind Ruben and whipping him like this, and Ruben standing right in front of him, and the lip goes at his back, and the top of the lip goes down like this? Or no, he's standing a little bit to the side of Ruben, flogging him like from the sideways, so it goes across the width of his back, with the straps coming around this way. Last year, understand it's the latter. It's the latter. And Ruben gets licked along the width of his back. So therefore, again, the cardiac process stands a little bit to the side, and he doesn't whip like this. He whips like this. He whips like this, so that therefore the Gemara is saying like this. The top of the lip has to be able to wrap around the base to come to the beginning of his stomach, to the side. Okay.
I like what you said
so the Gemara goes like this. So the Gemara says, don't forget, not to also teach me the final Mitzvah. You get 1/3 of the lashes on the front of your body, 2/3 on the side, 2/3 on the back of your body. Then you'll not also the only little yoshes and a mocha. Anything that's like moving is not standing, is not sitting, but rather again, he's hunched over when he's sleeping the mouth. In their mouth, they're still not shocking. Not, yeah? Not to the other office. The Chazak princess is immersed in the mouth. He brings down the whip with one hand, not two hands. The whole cocoa, I would order this nice. Yes, this is interesting, right? This is not a ceremonial flog. This is, this is father, right? So it's Marcus. So and the obligation is him to do it with all of these nights. That's calling, calling the Sishma Masos, Reflashon, the first thought, that's Marcos, the whole thing to that Sanikra, which might be to have this as those. So it's interesting that there's this whole recitation, right? All these speaking are being mentioned along the way as well. The whole saying, Furakum Yichater Avon, how does the end? The end ultimately again with the Pasuk, Furakum Yichater Avon. He is compassionate, ultimately again will atone for your sin. I will say, a very profound way to close out the mouth is also recognizing that the goal of this punishment, of course, is what? Is restorative, is rejuvenative. Like it's being happens to atone. The Chosek Gas and again, I will say, obviously, you'll see, depending on the number of malchus you get, depends on the number of times you have to recite these psukim. Okay, this calcal, being that everything right, let's say that the person getting malchus swears himself. You should imagine what happened over here, either because of just like right of the malchus, or ultimately again, maybe anticipation of the malchus. And so what's the halach over there? Oh, let's get. Sorry. We may start us with no potter. Now let's say again the Chazak process is clogging the way. Even the idea of the artifact, what he does, so it's our whole potter. Then you will say potter because he's administering the ruling of the days day. Hosik lo old with Surah Akos means how does it go to Ayago? Now interesting enough, when it's used then, only if you give the prescribed number of malchus. If he decided to, everybody likes things, right? If he decided, especially with other people, if he decides to go ahead and give an additional lash over here, and you didn't die as a result of that, then halacha might say, yeah, and that's called accidental murder, and the Chazak says will go to Dallas as a result of this. His calculating very married, so it's again, Ruben swears himself. Again, whether it's through deprecation or through urination, and again, I will say, whether we're going to discuss it's because of like intending fear of what is going to occur, or because of the malchus itself. We'll discuss both of those cases. Potter. So ultimately, again, he's potter from any further degradation. So let's say now, what's the logic outside? Any further malchus. Okay, what's the logic? Well, look at Rashi. It said the nikla, hari nikla. Because let's remember again, what's the point over here of malchus? What's the point of malchus? The nikla. Nikla means malchus is supposed to be embarrassing. Malchus is supposed to be humiliating. So if the guy swells himself, ultimately again, he's touched the malchus. So let's say you think he's going to go, oh, that's how about this like that. So just do that, right? So just do that. So let's say, just understand. Malchus is a public thing. Malchus is a public thing. There's something to be said when you're in public. Think like a man. Right? Do not get, because if you're the guy that sells and stuff, trust me, that's probably following you. Right? That's probably when you walk into people like Shabbos, right? I don't think you're getting after you. I'm just saying, like, that just understand the degradation type of that is pretty significant. So that sounds like, hey, that's a fantastic day out in jail free card over here, just literally, just make that happen right now, and just go home and be happy. Again, I'll say, just understanding the public nature of everything, it would be quite the degree. Okay, so let's talk about let's go. Says the Imam. Sorry, I keep on skipping. Sorry, Rabbi says, Rabbi says, Ha'isha b'rei va'isha Rabbi says no. It depends on how you saw yourself. A man, if he sells himself in supplication, if that's degrading enough, that degradation has been accomplished, done. And a woman who's obviously covered is a little bit more sensitive, even if she sells herself in urination, ultimately, again, I'm talking about any further market. Stop us for 23. My title. So let's say here's the thing. No one knows what to do with this line in the book. No one, it's my time of, no one it's my time of what? You must see Shum Nikla, okay? It's just, I'm sure those are guys. How do we know that the whip is made out of calfskin? So it's just to sit a boy in that canoe. The pasuk says you get 40 of this. The son of Levi Saxon Shabbat. And juxtaposed to that is both multiple ox when it threshes. Okay, so the juxtaposition says it's a cascade. So how do we know that it be Rama? Right, we'll say Reuben's back to Rachel. Reuben dies, and now Reuben has no children. Reuben has a surviving brother, Shimon. Let's say Shimon is covered head to toe in boils. Head to toe in boils. Right? Yes, obviously it's not fair to make Rachel. It's not fair to make Rachel go ahead and marry him. So how do we know that we don't compel Rachel to marry him? So the Gemara says, "Desir lo saksam shar b'disho usamech le kiyeshu achen yachdav." So we'll say, interestingly enough, the juxtaposition of the lo saksam shar b'disho represents, like in this case, making the animal do something muzzle. So to speak, we don't muzzle the Yavama, so to speak. We don't silence her protestations in an effort to marry up to the Yavama. If it's clear that this is a compromised union. Incredible. I'm not sure. You should have a good so again, this is nice. She says that anyone who goes ahead and degrades the Moabim, literally describes the young children, she will only have all the rest if you're worshiping idolatry. First one, and the pasuk says, do not make for yourself graven images. The son of Leah is Chagamasos Tishma. So that's the prediction between Ramsey and Avodah. If you disparage the Yom Tov, ultimately, if you worship Avodah, this is terrible. Not beautiful, but incredible. Anyone who speaks Lashon Hara or accepts this is Lashon Hara, the Torah made it in the Sheker, or anyone who gives false testimony, right last week on the court. Wow. She was going to the dogs. It said, Lakara Pashmikon also. The pastor says by a treifa, rather than said by another predatory animal. You can't eat it, so throw it to the dogs. And right after, it says the son of Leah, Sisa Shema Shat, which again, normally means that don't go ahead and take the name of God in vain. Do not cause negative things to be accepted. So what does that mean? Speaking of Shemara, listening to Shemara, but once you hear yourself, this sounds like a very strong statement. I got a Shemara is bad, right? We all know what Shemara is bad. But the same thing, if I speak Shemara, or if I accept Shemara, then ultimately I should be thrown to the dogs. I don't know, it just sounds really intense. So it's like I have to sing it like this. The part about my child and speaking myself to me, I pray for it, right? It's just a practice. Shemara represents the abuse of the greatest gifts we have. The thing that makes us human is the power of speech. The power of speech. And Vayipach, okay, right in the Pasuk says Hashem, we went past what right Vayipach Papa, they are talking to light into us. People it says, that means speech. It means speech. Speech is what makes us a celebrate king. Speech is what gives us life. If a person abuses their power of speech, essentially, I'm just a carcass. I'm just a carcass. But throwing you to the dog is not a punishment. It's descriptive of what I am if I use my power of speech. And human being without the power of speech, essentially, is in the Veda. And what do you do with the Veda? Not tell us these girls. When I misuse my tremendous gifts and I control these gifts to me, by definition, I'm no different than the animal practice. When you can animal practice, not a punishment, but descriptive of a state of being incredible. Till it's yours, ton of shachama. So remember again, the Mishnah may say, also the Gemara teaches that the whip is partially made out of the hide of a donkey. The Gemara should be the I don't get this. So why do we have donkey hide? The Gemara says this. The Pasuk says, Yada Shah Koneu, Bechamor Avos Ba'avav. So literally then the Shah, the ox, knows its Koneu, knows its owner, and the donkey recognizes the trot of its owner. Now, the Navi over here, remember again, the Navi over here is describing, Rabbi is describing how animals have a part that helps them understand who they're beholden to. Remember, the rest of the pasuk is, Yisrael lo yoda amiba hisbona. The Hashar for Shabbat Shiva. Right, but ultimately, again, so what the pasuk says over there, the Navi realized that how it's over there. Like, the donkey knows his truck eats out of it. The donkey knows who his master is. Somehow, probably for the Jewish people, we always forget that we are subservient to that British donkey. So the Gemara says, I'm not going to talk, so literally, let the one who recognizes the truck of his master, the donkey, come along and go ahead and exact punishment from the one who has forgotten whose truck he eats from. Which of us, if you think about it, is really profound. That what is sin? Sin is a lack of God awareness. It's about kind of right? Sin is a lack of God awareness. And to have God awareness, I have everything. But the minute I lose God awareness is unfortunately when every negative thing becomes possible as well. So let the donkey that at least appreciates, which itself is an agricultural animal, but itself understands who its master is, come an exact punishment from the one who forgot who his master is, and such as in this situation. The other tabach, so it sounds like over here, the basting must have made like a custom whip, right? Because remember again, the whip has to be long enough to go around your side and come to the front of the stomach. So obviously, every person has different proportions. So anybody must have had a custom whip. So the Gemara says, I don't know, you get to take it home. I don't know, enough which means well, that's the case, then James is going to have a lot of whips. So that's what makes sense. Let's say it was an adjustable whip. As an adjustable whip, they had like a ring. And the ring, really what the ring was there was to go ahead and either shorten or lengthen the straps themselves. Okay, you know those right there. Mouthpiece, so we know how to use it. So it says, remember, we give 1/3 of the mouthpiece on the back, 2/3 on the side. 1/3 on the front, 2/3 on the back. What do you put that from? That's what I mean. I'm not kind of going to draw. The Indian Shopping is called the fun of the being Risha self. Let me start. Risha Achas with the fun of, so it's actually one Risha on front, which is 1/3 on the front, stay Risha after 2/3 on in Malcolm, somewhere to some of the United States, how do you know that the strap itself is covered over it? So you want to show that to be kilo. Because the fact itself, even if your kilo means you're bending over, I don't know what's happening. Why is that going to be tight? You need your kilo to come up. What is it your kilo in before? So when the minister loves this, moving is not standing straight, but rather again, he's hunched over. So that's how you need kilo for. The pasuk could have said, literally again, they will bend him. Why use that logic? Shmanim of Piper. Learn two things from it. Number one, that every day when he gets them off, there's bent over. And number two, the strap itself is doubled over. Now, if I can't knock it the other, another thing, your mission of lashing is done with one hand. So remember again, the idea by it just to understand with one hand, what's the so what's very interesting, in Ma'alim al-Khazan and al-Hasir so let's say two of the bloggers are people, by the way, who are generally very smart and very weak. Very smart and very weak, right? I want very smart so that they know how to do the markets, and very weak, right? Why? Because He says it has to hurt, right? It just has to be malchus. But Yehuda says no. Afilu chasidim magid yishiyaka. It means they're natural. Even those who are not very smart but are very strong, we also use it for malchus. However, how is it used to have? And if Yehuda is correct, it's safe. Because the pasuk says, "No Yosef and Yosef." Now, it's interesting to say. The Torah has to go out of its way to say, "Do not add on any additional malchus." Whatever the Mishnah says, don't add on any more. Now, you must say this. So if you that means that the chassid can even be someone who doesn't have das, then it makes sense that the Torah has to go out of its way to warn him and say, don't eat any additional malchus. And again, if the smart people are doing it, the smart people have to be warned after all again. If the chassid addresses a smart guy, you tell him that who then gets 18, you then give 18. But how does it work by him? The fact that there's a warning indicates to us that you don't have to use the smartest guy to whip. Right? For trying to use anyone. You want to say, but it's fascinating. Anything is valid, everything is valid. No. It only makes sense to warn people who are careful. So let's say, warnings only have an impact on people in general who are diligent. But you'll say, such a fascinating idea. Reckless people generally don't listen to warnings. Right? Who listens to warnings? Careful, diligent, or vigilant people are the ones listening. So again, when you guys address Yosef, who's it talking to? Said if you see a das, someone is listening. Okay, so if I'm listening, again, this is why you can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. This is in general in life, right? You can't help someone become better if they're not interested in what it is that you have to say. Because hadracha, in general, hadracha, we'll call it, what do you want to call it? Counsel or advice or warnings only work for people who are interested. Only work for people who are open-minded to that. But if someone is closed off, you can talk and give them espousing the greatest wisdom in the world, will make absolutely no difference, which is right and right. One of the most important needs. One of the most important needs is what it comes out so easy. Who is wise? What is the person of a person? What does that mean? What does that mean? What that means is to be the kind of person who is receptive. Like most of us are not really receptive. I don't want feedback. I don't want constructive feedback, deconstructive feedback, nice feedback, positive feedback. I don't want even compliments. I can look bit like skew with that. What is that? Most of us are closed off. Like, I don't want to hear anything. But what's important in this life is to be open. Because if I'm open to things, and I can hear the warnings, and I can hear the advice, there's so much to come about. Incredible. You must count the Shema Siyama Yeshayada, okay, Shema Temaki Yoda Achos, Yeki Blazing the day. When the whipper goes ahead and the Chazan raises the whip, he raises the whip with two hands, but when he brings it down, he brings it down with one hand. Because obviously when you whip with one hand, that's much stronger than doing it with two. Okay, incredible. I go through the other parts. Here's the process. The greatest of the day out in there to listen to this, he reads the decision. Hashim Mona, stepping down and keeps count. She already told. The third guy says strike. Now, so as soon as this is the thousand of Pesach, he's the one who's going out and doing the squadron. He's not part of the base. He's an additional guy. That's an additional hire. Right? So greatest of the guy on it, he's saying the Tsukin, second guy in his counting, third guy in his saying strike. He's not Shemak, sorry, he's not Shemak, good. He's not in the room, he's not Shemak in the Etas, the Katzah. So it's interesting enough to the halakha is that with the psukim themselves, when there's a lot of malchus, so the reader reads very slowly. Right? When there's two number of malchus, he reads very quickly. So the idea over here is we want to match up the recitation of psukim to the duration of the malchus. The hard mark to now close it to us on the book. But we learned in the Mishnah that it's okay, even if you finish, just repeat it again. So why again? So why do we need to measure the recitation of duration of the malchus? Mitzvah tzamtzem. We know it's insane. goes into this and advice. If possible, it is best to align the reading of the psukim with the actual Malchus being administered. If that's not possible, okay, so you read as many times as you need to. Not the Rabbi. Maka Rabba, what is Lashon in the Pasuk is Adam Lekenu, or Yosef Akosa Alela, Maka Rabba. The Torah says, do not add on to the decided number of Malchus, because if you do so, you won't take the Maka Rabba, not Maka Rabba, any other Maka Rabba. Maka Mu'etas, so it's like, all I know is that I can't go ahead and give you an unnecessary Maka Rabba. I don't know that I can't give you an unnecessary Maka Mu'etas, Hamalomar, Lo Yosef. Right, so you might have thought Maka Rabba means like, you can't add on another 10 lashes. But if you add on another one, it's not such a big deal. No, you can't add on anything. In Maka Rabba, so why does that say Maka Rabba? Ultimately, the teacher also that the initial Malchus are done as a Maka Rabba. What does that mean? Well, when you flog all of your might. Right, when the whipping is being ministered, not being ministered, Kazakh Mesa does that with all of his might. This Kalko, so last time in the the person being flogged for themselves. So under those circumstances, what happens now with the Malchus? It says but again, soiling oneself with defecating is enough of a degradation. That's it, mission accomplished. That no further Malchus are necessary. And the next commandment, when you read the says, no, that each parade, so that Yudah says, a man with defecation, when the urination, that comes it, from the same murder, it doesn't really matter, defecation, urination. If you soil yourself with yourself with Malchus, that's a degradation, and no further punishment is there. So I know you don't know. Isha contradicting himself, right? Because Rabbi stated elsewhere saying that is defecation. And not my Yisrael, shoving the race. But Rabbi was saying when both men and women are the same when it comes to defecation, namely that that's an exempt that's made for the Malchus. Amishma, Kapsur, we speak this of it. Kapsur, but actually, we carpet. Let's say they tied him up, and to the pillar from Malchus, and what happens? And he went ahead and he ran away. So what's Kapsur? Ultimately, again, he's Kapsur. What's the last over here? The last seems to be the halakha ma'isa, the act of being tied up itself to the pillar is the degradation. So essentially, degradation has been accomplished, but somehow he manages to escape. He doesn't get Malchus. So they say here is the kasha, kava, being shown up, being function also. If he destroys himself, I guess the color is like manipulate. Destroys himself. Whether it's as a result of the first lash, second lash, it's part ready for the Malchus. It's the kind of slow approaching also. It's not approaching also. So that's interesting. Let's get back to the Malchus. Let's be Malchus. And the whip breaks. So if the whip breaks after the first lash, he's done. If the whip breaks before the first lash, he's not done. Then we just get new whip. He knows, but why is that? He wants to, I might, but I'll be correct. But again, if the whip breaks before the first lash, why should that be any different than a guy who runs away from Bezdin? It's just like if a guy runs away from Bezdin, now Baruch Hashem is popular than everything else. I'm saying what we have. If the whip breaking before the first lash, ultimately again is like running away. To which the answer there's a big distinction. Hasam rocks, Hafalon rocks. There's a big distinction. When he ran away, Here he didn't run away. It looks like mountain things over here. The act of like running away with your hands tied, your clothing torn, and running out of basement, that's embarrassing. There's an embarrassment in that. Because the embarrassment factor is very therefore the punishment has been incredible. I'm doing with the shield get color, culture also. So this is interesting. Let's take these in the successor. Let's take these in the says, even if he's strong enough to stand for 18 notches, but he will soil himself the moment that he is lost. However they're able to assess that. Right? However it is, because they're all ultimately again, and when we talk about this, because she lives in the days, if they say that when he's raising, he's going to soil himself, now it goes up to the Malchus, then he's still flocking his Malchus. So it's like, if the slime comes as a result of Malchus, then that's grounds for exactly the rest of Malchus. If he's just sunning himself, I don't know, nerves or whatever else, well, with Malchus, just even engaging, will still flog him. So, people color the Tila Malchus, so Shemar, the color, the Nikla, the Moshe Loka Friday. Furthermore, again, it's interesting. You might know that, but even if Halacha L'Meisah decides himself, they're still flogging. Right? Why? Because Halacha L'Meisah concept Shahid Martin as well, Halacha L'Meisah 5 days. So, in other words, the idea over here is any kind of serving exemption is going to result ultimately of the Malchus. And if he saw himself for one Malchus, that doesn't exempt him from getting Malchus afterwards. Okay, Mishnah. Let's say now, I want to point back from now to the end of the Masechta Neit Hashem, some good halachot, magnificent is beautiful like that. Magnificent is like that. He's going to take us as very Malchus. Don't have the position like when you shoot the Pisa. So Mishnah Emar, the Nikla Akis on their head. So this is incredible. Any person is high colors. Any person is high colors. Once, remember, for currents, you get Malchus. We'll see how anybody agrees with that. But again, Tanakama says for currents, you get Malchus. And once you get Malchus, Malchus absolves you of currents. It absolves you of currents. Why should I mark? The Nikla Achika Le'ina. Your body will need to breathe in front of your eyes. She wants to kiss you. How you get Achika Le'ina, Rabbi Hanani Ben Gamliel. Once he's flogged, he wants to give them your blood. The punishment itself of Malchus restores him to the status of your brother, and therefore Halacha L'Meisah again, he's restored, therefore he's forgiven. Most very dramatic. This is Rabbi Hanani Ben Gamliel. Rabbi Hanani Ben Gamliel. Ma'ima over Avera Achas Noto Nash'Aleh. So Rabbi Hanani Ben Gamliel went on and said, the person could do one Avera, and one Avera can make you Chayiv Nisa. Like the Averas that have a Chayiv Nisa associated. One Avera can make you lose your life. So if a person goes ahead and does a mitzvah, Allah has found the kindness. Right? If an avera can reduce your life, then how much a mitzvah could restore your life? What a beautiful word. Shimon got to say that. In Kamal Hashem, the Nichasu and the Fashos Haosos. The Pasuk says over here that ultimately, again, whoever engages in these abominations I was talking about, they will suffer colors. And the Bible says, I'm a base. Asher Yasa Osa Adam, the Chayvah. So we'll say, so listen to this interesting note. Then the Pasuk says, if a person Yishmaitim and speak outside this Mishpatai, Asher Yasa Osa Adam, the Chayvah Ani Hashem. So we'll say, so again, he's not in direct juxtaposition, but at the same time. So again, one person talking about if you go ahead and you engage in these tables, these abominative behaviors, and then it says, if you keep my halachos, ultimately again the chayvah. Now, there's an interesting juxtaposition. You might say, what do you see from here? So like those things will offer a data, those things will start the also mitzvah. So the juxtaposition of this says like this. If you abstain from performing an avera, you get scarred as if you performed a mitzvah. So we'll say it's profoundly dramatic. Sometimes the greatest accomplishment you have in life is abstaining. Thanks again. The goal of life is not just simply abstention, but we all know this. That I didn't try to do something, and all of a sudden we try, and I don't do that. That abstention is all of my strength, all of my power. So if the Gemara says over there, the Chai B'Haim Asher Yasa Osa Adam, what are you talking about over there? So the Gemara says sometimes just sitting and not doing an avera, ultimately again is like doing a mitzvah. Incredible. Then we're talking about that. Rabbi Omer, how are you Omer? Because the Horak Chazak Revotia Kol HaSadan, Yadam Yonacha. So the Pasuk says, be strong. And don't eat blood, but blood is the right source of telling you not to eat blood. In general, most of us don't struggle with blood consumption, right? If you do schedule time to speak, right? So again, so it's also so that and yet the Torah says there's such rewards for that. And we'll say that's the other thing. I don't want to struggle with that. Gezal, Arayos, Shenatsu Adam is Athalai. So it's like that. Immorality, which everyone desires. Everyone desires. called Hadoros. Those say, what an amazing Gemara. If there is God for not eating blood, number one, we should, I'm never seeing that, which again, you need this after the middle of power. Right? But yet again, I just have to do it. Can you imagine the sky, for gentle, for theft, for our rationality, all of us want, all of us desire. If we go ahead and sign up the willpower to abstain, that is a choice for me, for my children, for my grandchildren, and for all future generations. The source of finding the willpower to abstain from engaging in immorality and theft, in general sin, fuels myself and all future generations. אני קיים לו ולקש העומר. לא עשה הקדוש ברוך הוא לזק ועושה ישראל. כמובן שאומרות וכתבה שלמס זכור שפטו על ישראל. לפיכך, here by the hand of Torah in this stuff. Therefore, he gave us much Torah in this stuff. So the Bible that we're talking about over here is that Allah commands a law 6:13. Come on, let's consolidate. Let's make this a little bit easier. And the Bible that says Torah did us a Torah. Why? Because he recognizes that although we are obligated to fulfill all mitzvahs, not all of us find religious or spiritual fulfillment in everything. And therefore, again, I want to be clear, I have to do everything, whether I like it, don't like it, fight for glory, don't like it, that's irrelevant. That being said, is a beautiful, magnificent spiritual smorgasbord for which you find spiritual fulfillment. Everybody sees all the time. Some people call it good, some people pass it for them, some people like Longers, some people like Hasidus, some people like this, some people, everybody likes different things. And if you gotta do it all. Again, there's no picking and choosing. I have to do it all, but it's like to give us all of these different beautiful outlets, all these different beautiful lanes, so that I can find what speaks to me. Hashem copies the man. Yad Yod Torah Yad Yod. Hashem ultimately again desires to go ahead and do good. Yad Yod Torah Yad Yod. Let's go the moon, amplify Torah, and ultimately kindness. And that's what it's called. Like I said, for that, I love it. Listen, share everyone. Tomorrow is our last daf of the Seches Makkos. This is fantastic. It's incredible. What a tremendous journey. Shkach, everyone. I had to end it on this show. It's true.
I can show you exactly how deep I am. By the way, this is 100% serious. I'm fucking 10 toes down. I'm balls deep in the water. I swear to God. I forgot about balls deep. Dude, this redacted this at me. Oh yeah, this is one of the greatest things. This is something I posted on the chains. I posted it. You just posted it yourself? I posted it myself. I didn't know that. Yeah, so I was like, dude, I worked way too hard.
Alright, don't say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Today, our annual countdown sponsor. We thank you for dedicating all the Shimon shows this year as a gift to the soul struggles for Am Yisrael. Our campaign focuses on the Ilan Rabbi and Shlomo Rabbi Karaki, the commemoration of the Yom of Shlomo's father, Leonard Karaki, Nipa, Ben Yefesto HaKohen, the family Yocha, the Yocha of the marriage of our Talmud Torah, the Shlomo Hananiah, the family of Shlomo, all of those who were traveling together with Kol Kol Yisrael. It's Rothschild, Hashem. Bring home all of our institutions, allow our own soldiers to be successful at home Nasi again. And of course, on this day of Yom HaZikaron, we remember the tremendous place that Klal Yisrael has played. Since the establishment of the series, over 25,000 precious soldiers, victims of terror, who have given their lives at the Luchas Hashem Ha'am Za'aretz. You know, when the little boy comes into this world and he has this, we see him fascinating things. We see him, Amallah, that he is wonderful. It's such a strange thing. It's a welcome to the Jewish people. Like the Damai Chaim, the religious blood. The free of life. So this is one of the realities that we know as a people is that anything that we want, and everything that we want to have argue, anything we want to achieve, then it comes to tremendous self-sacrifice. The Quran is about the power of the self-sacrifice of Klal Yisrael. That what we will do for each other, and what we will do for our people, what we will do for our land, knows absolutely no limitations. think that, up until October 7th, for so many of us, Yom HaZikaron is something that really reflected historical events, or historical events, reflected that people think these are losses here and there, and all of that changed since the start of this war. But we have seen so many precious, young, idealistic, committed soldiers willing to run into battle, willing to run to the fight, willing to go ahead and literally put everything on the line. Why? For you, for Am Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael, for Torah, for Kadosh, religious, not religious, all kinds of different people, just be willing to sacrifice everything for Jewish eternality, for Jewish destiny. That's Yom HaZikaron. That's Yom HaZikaron. So it behooves us on this day, whatever it is that we speak of this every year, whatever it is that we bring, with our particular political or hashkafic ideas or associations, so many that is so much of that is just simply irrelevant. Yom HaZikaron is a day in which we remember that we live in times where young men and women looking to carry all of them are willing to give their lives for us, for Am Yisrael, and that requires us to have tremendous accountability, and that requires us to make sure that their sacrifice is worthwhile, that we are maximizing our opportunities, our lives, giving the part that they're willing to do the ultimate price to sustain that and preserve that for us. We look at the night of our Talmud Torah, the precious Mishkan Shabbat Yom, the night of our Talmud Torah, Nen Hashem. As we mentioned before, Holy Soldiers should be successful to call a Maasi again. And the merit that our Torah, Nen Hashem, is far to shower Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael with a sense of peace. And remember on this day, when you go in there, you love the night of Yom HaZikaron, the Pasuk says, "Everyone has a feeling this day. Everyone has a feeling, whether it's the immediate relative, an extended relative, everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. Everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. But it's important for us just to be able to participate at least emotionally, spiritually, in that sacrifice. We look at the night of our Talmud Torah, the precious Hashem Shalom, the night of our Talmud Torah, all of the losses in Shira comes, Hazak tells us that all of the losses will be like a dream. All of the losses, all of the pain will simply evaporate. And how long you should be working on this to see that great, whatever that is. Let's see that. Let's see it. I'd like to do today, Baruch Hashem, today's Baptist trustees, 22. We have to be with the Lord Hashem on the beast. 21. We also have to be with the beast. So I'm going to read on the list. Coaching the Lodage, manage, walking the weapons, the multi-base, Yasper, Shalom. So what's that? When you see that idea, that if you're shot the entire day, and you see the multiple warnings that you can be targeted for every individual act of wearing shackles, it's not as very interesting question. How do you define an act of wearing shackles? So obviously, if I put on shackles, take it off, you get worn, put it back on, take it off, get worn, put it back on. Obviously, each of those acts are going to be separate individual acts are wearing shackles, and therefore there will be liability. Here's the other question. What happens if I don't take off the garment? Let's say I just remove my sleeve. I just take my arm out of the sleeve, and then again, get out straw, put my arm back into the sleeve. So the majority of the bag is still in the garment. But I'm doing active removal, and then an act of dominating. Does that count as individual liability or not? You want to be fascinating answer. It says, not to you of Asa, the only blood equal. The leading back to day. So that comes the legal said no. It's got to be taken off and put it on. In other words, if you're keeping the garment on, even if you're just slipping on a sleeve, at the end of the day, that's so-called wear, and therefore they think of individual liability for a consistent act of wear. So it has to be you're removing the garment and putting it out. But actually, not necessarily. After you go shah, Alex, the third week showed for your bosh high. So this is actually quite fascinating. So Rashi responds, so that's then he says, next thing, I'm also not even if you never physically took off the garments. The Rabbi said, if you did this, if you got a straw, you put on the garments. That's obviously again liability. Let's say then even come along and they say, by the way, you're not allowed to wear shackles. And I still keep the shackles on. I still keep the shackles on, but the amount of time that it would take to take off and put back on the garment, there's additional liability for that as well. So let's say this is quite dramatic. So the option does not require, we're looking to see how do you increase an individual liability for a single act of shackles wearing. Right? Shackles, we're looking to find out. So the simplest idea would be, you put on, you take off, you put on, you take off, there's something else forever for you. So that says, even if you keep it on, but even resisting to each other, say, you know, if you're trying to carry smoking, and still after that point, keep the garment on long enough for the amount of time for taking it off and put it back on, there's liability for that as well. Individually liability for that as well. Quite amazing. All right, so like that, each case, sure, listen, you got this interesting part of this one, and which was that for one act of plowing, you can be tied for each different levels, each individual missions, and then the mission like we want to take for missions. So we are all around, the Kabul limit, in our Kabul, in the Kabul, before deciding. I actually points out to the reference Kabul. Rashi says in the third one line, neither of these, Yom Asifa or Yom Chad Aylan should call it Kabul. This Kabul was more like Yakakawa, where they learn. Right? So what's that? So what's that? Yakakawa, they got together for a day, right? Your Rashi says it's very interesting. Yom Asifa, a day of gathering, or Yom Chad. It's a day of gathering where again they got together to discuss issues. And they decided the following idea. A culture of the Kilayim, but if one covers Kilayim, now what does this mean? What's the classic case of planting Kilayim? Right? Classic case of planting Kilayim, you take 2% of the seeds, that's what you do, you dig a hole in the ground, you put it in the ground, and then you cover it. That's Kilayim. That's Kilayim. Okay, so what about, let's say again, if the seeds are already in the ground, let's say they're already there, and then what? I come along and I cover the seeds. So I did not put them in the ground, but I covered them. Is there liability for that? So the Rabbi says, we decided in the Chabura that even covering, even going ahead and covering the seeds is Kilayim get not just come on out of the Yochanan, Lav Mishnah saying Hizo. Rabbi Yochanan says, okay, Rabbi come down. This has such a big figures. That's our Mishnah. That's our Mishnah, right? What does the Mishnah say? Listen to this. Each Chodesh, now it calls the Mishnah says, each Chodesh telling Alpha the Chayah Lari Shishwa Lavin. Sometimes you could sound one for us and be liable for 8 different Lavin. What are they? What are the 8 Lavin? A Chodesh is Shada Chamar, right? I'm plowing with an ox and a donkey. So that's again Kilayim of animals. They're in the flesh, they're consecrated. The Kilayim Bakeret. And again, I'm planting a forbidden mixture. So by the way, high foliage in the Chayim Yishum Kilayim Nathan Ishkafafah. What's the case, ultimately, again, of plowing, which makes you liable to Kilayim? Rather than mixing the hedge of the other. It must be that what's really happening over here is that as I'm bringing the animal to the cloud is actually covering the seeds with the right? Supposedly, when you think about it, cloud, you can't plow and violate Kilayim. But the act of Kilayim is planting forbidden mixtures. Plowing is going out and making a hole in the ground. So how can I plow and violate Kilayim? What's the answer? The answer is as I am leading the animals, which are pulling the plow, ultimately the dirt covers the seeds. Then that's going to be an active Kilayim. So you see from here that even covering seeds ultimately again is Kilayim. So these are the other guys. Amalei, so these great. So the answer is to Yochanan. Okay, Shkoya. Ilav Diloi Lekot Chasko Mimishka. Igloi Diloi Lekot Chasko Mimishka Chesmaglisha. He says the expression. So the answer is to Yochanan. Had I not lifted up the shard, would you have discovered the jewel? In other words, remember the discussion earlier? Rabbi says we decided with Chabura that even if we cover up Kilayim, ultimately again we will be liable for Kilayim. Rabbi Yochanan says that's not such a finish, it's a Mishnah. That's the case of plowing where you're liable to Kilayim. So to be honest, the only reason you're interpreting it that way is because of my statement. Had it not been for my statement, you would not have known that particular reality. I would say it's such a great line. You might say, like, so Ilan is the right of the had I not removed the pottery shard, we would have never found the joy. Because so many times in life, we accomplish things, we see things, we discover things, we understand things, and we often think it's our own accomplishment. What we sometimes fail to recognize or fail to realize is that the accomplishments of the present are only linked to the Messiah's nefesh and to the sacrifices of the past. Only because someone came before you and lifted up a pottery shard do I have the ability to discover the joy. So let's say we just spoke a few moments ago about this idea that you think about sometimes we see all of the machlokas that happen there and stuff. Like all of the machlokas. Again, it's really hard to know from the news. What's new and what's not. And in general, whenever you follow them, you think that the sky is falling. But when you go ahead and you sometimes look at the news out of Eretz Yisrael, and it feels like Chas v'Shalom Lo Alinu Rachmana Litzlan Sinas Skinam is going ahead and doing its ugly head. And just today, I don't know how many news. They evacuated 5 communities along the Route 1. Route 1 is closed today, because of the wildfires. And it's almost like sometimes they send us these messages that there are too many fires burning around as well. There's too many fires. I'm not talking about Hamas, I'm not talking about Hezbollah, I'm not talking about the not those fires. You should have to be someone significant to start up with the Jewish people. Like you can't be some guy who just a bunch of palace and just you should have to. Anyway, so there's so many, not those fires. There are too many fires inside of cloudy soil. Too many fires inside of cloudy soil. And it's almost as if the Shah was saying this message that extinguish the fires. Extinguish the fires because you're taking for granted what you have. Eretz Yisrael, what we have in Am Yisrael today is such a pearl. Why do we have the pearl? Because those who came before us, so many of those children who were on the road, came and removed the pottery shard. So we worked hard to remove the shard so we can enjoy the pearl. And too often we squander the pearl with so much infighting, with so much unnecessary machlokas. But in life in general, it's good to think about the pros you have in life for the people who removed the shard so you could enjoy what you have. For the people in your life who have sacrificed, who have given, who have worked, that you can enjoy the brachos that you benefit from. Sometimes you just see the pearl like, wow, look what I've done. No, you didn't find it. No, you didn't make this. No, you didn't discover it. Someone else in your life. Either someone alongside you or someone before you, someone generation before you. Worked hard to remove that shard so you can see the beautiful luminescent brachos that you have in your life. Wow, like that. I'm going to use lunch on the opener. Elad the Kilsa Gavler Rabba. So this is my story. I'm telling you stories for the opener. And not. No, he brings it to great man. How about me and my stinking money? I would say, who the Mishnah, who's the name of the Mishnah would be the class? Rabbi Akiva, this is fascinating. What does Rabbi Akiva say? The Amar on the tiny Kelayim Mocha. Rabbi Akiva says, fascinating. Okay, so remember, how did we start today? Rabbi Yara came along and said, even if you just cover Kelayim with dirt, you are tired. And what's this? This is in the tradition. That's right. Before the opener, I would have thought, I would have thought that I'm not calling myself, and maybe also, I would have thought that what if the Bible needs to do? What do you need to do? You need to put it. Right? So comes one of the man, even if you just cover it with dirt. Because when it says, the truth is, had we not had this discussion, I would have actually thought that our Mishnah was the view of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva goes a step further. Rabbi Akiva says, in sustaining the lion, there's liability. Everyone said, what does that mean, sustaining the lion? I don't know. It turns out that the lion is growing in the field. So I don't do anything about it. I leave it there. I don't approve it. Rabbi Akiva says there's liability for that as well. Liability, in other words, liability even just for sustaining the existence of Kilayim. So you might not be Akiva, what do you see? That the sign of, I mean, not beach the Hamasaka, the Kilayim, look at, so I guess when weeds around Kilayim, remember, when weeding do, facilitates growth. So for Kilayim going around, I weed around the Kilayim, so to facilitate the growth of the Kilayim, or Menachesh. I'm sorry, Mechata. I go ahead and cover the seeds. Look at, you get markers, that's called planting Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, even if we just sustain, i.e., fail to remove Kilayim, there's liability for that as well. So you know, like the knife under the people, that's how you keep it logic. The sign of Sotka Mosizra Kilayim. The pasuk says, do not go ahead and plant with your Kilayim. I don't know that the prohibition is to seed, it's to actually plant. It's to plant. So you might say, Mekayim, how do I even sustain Kilayim? It's different with Kilayim. Kilayim Sadka. So let's say it's interesting that you see the most juxtaposition of two words, even though again the pasuk is not really read this way, right? The pasuk is read, Kilayim says, it's because I just follow the Hankara Sabia Kilayim, Sadka Mesizra Kilayim. And then Kilayim Shalim. So I see the Kilayim. Don't influence animals, don't go ahead and influence seeds, and don't go ahead and go and live together. But it's interesting because there's a juxtaposition of two words of Kilayim Sadka. Even though that's not how it's said, that you see the juxtaposition. Kilayim Sadka means there can't be Kilayim in your field. Meaning, don't even sustain Kilayim, because sustaining Kilayim by definition is the biblical prohibition. Incredible. Tomorrow, like, only you will have nothing. The real subject. So what's fine? So therefore, just this important nugget of information. Just halakha l'maisa, again, not only am I liable, and this is halakha l'maisa, not only am I liable, ultimately for actively planting Kilayim, I'm even liable for covering Kilayim seeds with dirt. And again, Rabbi Akiva goes so far to say that I'm even liable for going out and sustaining it and failing to remove it. Incredible. Let's go back there. So where it says, why stop at 8 levels of liability in the case of the Mishnah? There's additional levels of liability. What are they? And we're looking at English, Zoreya, the Yom Tov. Why don't you go ahead? Remember, why not go ahead and also set this up as a case? When is all of this happening? It's happening right now. It's for seeding on Yom Tov. On the kind of shit. So you could add that one in also. But the kind of didn't include every single liability. We're just giving a lot of examples of joint liability. I'm going to have a Katani short of I'm a ton of shit. You can't say that. The Mishnah would have said you should do one act and be liable multiple times. That's one thing. When the time gives a number, once you give a number, what the number indicates is what? What the number indicates is that halakha, that's a specific list. So once it's a specific list, that seems to say whatever is included, whatever is excluded. Rabbi, Yishtilik Malachas B'Shabbos, and Yishtilik Malachas Yom. But here's the difference, Rabbi says. There is a distinction of liability. In other words, you can be tired from multiple malachas done at once on Shabbos, but that concept is not applied there. So young people, if a person that says, yes, you know, when one held on the one lap to the one that does multiple things, there's only one liability. For that matter, again, does the same act multiple times, only one act of liability. But by Shabbos, I think it's different. By young people, you can't be tied to both foliage and zoreah for both plowing and seeding at one moment. Okay, so Rashi says over here, you can actually start firing at the bottom. In also Stein B'Shalom Malachos Behelam Achad, or also Malacha Sheyish B'Stein in the Chayik Achad. So you can just do like you know, again, we're not going into all the halachas distinctions, but Shabbos has Chayik Malachos, Yom Tov does not have Chayik Malachos. Okay, so you might say, is that true? And for the Malachos, Yom Tov, is that true that you can't be liable for multiple liabilities, multiple Malachos on Yom Tov? Done in one wax. That's true. That's now we learn. Hamavashal did before the Yom Tov, but the person goes ahead and cooks the sheep and nasha in milk on Yom Tov, and then you take ba'akal, and then you eat it. Milk of chametz, only if you get practice and practice. What do you get practice for? So milk of the Shemel tells you, so number one, you've gone ahead and you get practice for eating the nasha. right? Number two, Velokim Mishum Navashal Yamtiv, right? Shelo Mitzorech, you get Malchus for cooking on Yamtiv for non-Ochel Nefesh purposes, right? Whereas you're not to cook on Yamtiv, it's your fault for Nefesh, but cooking something that is prohibited for consumption is illegal on Yamtiv. So you can get Malchus for going ahead and eating the Hanosha, right? Malchus for cooking on Yamtiv in a legal way. Velokim Mishum Navashal B'Challah, Basar B'Challah, right? And remember again, there's liability even for cooking Basar B'Challah. Velokim Mishum Ochel Basar B'Challah, then you get Malchus for eating Basar B'Challah. Velokim Established B'Chays, Mishum Havara. You also get Malchus for Havara, for kindling. Remember, now technically speaking, you only go out to kindle on Yamtiv, technically, as long as it is with Sorech Ochel Nefesh. But because once again, this is not Ochel Nefesh, because this entire act of consumption is illegal, therefore there is liability. I said the Gemara in Esau, Mishum Havara L'Chayiv, Chayiv L'Mishum Mishum. So listen, one second, you just said that on Yamtiv, you can't have multiple liabilities for one act. So that's the case. I can't be hired for both Havara and for Rishon. Right? So you might say, you're right, I think Havara, but I will give Hanasha Shalom. You're right, put again, I think Havara, and instead put the liability for the Hanasha of the River. I was going to do Lord Yeshtaina Afilaso, the Shalosh Avishilo. I but the Fia said you get 2 acts of Malchus, 2 Malchus for consumption. Right? One for the Hanasha, one for Basar B'Challah. The Shalosh Avishilo, and 3 Malchus for the actual Bishul itself, which would seem to indicate that there's liability both for Bishul and Havara, which would then mean that there is multiple sets of liability for one act even on Yamtiv. In Isa, Shalosh Alafilas is carried. Al-Afik Havara, Va'ayel Ase Ashera. So that you have to pay out Havara, and instead putting an Ase Ashera, whatever you basically see, I'm using whatever I shade off to fuel the fire. Therefore, again, I have the use of Abel Bizarro, ultimately, again, reliability as well. Okay, the Azhara and ultimately, again, and the Azhara, the one will become yours, or you talk to your Kamuma. Okay, fine. So let's just let this go. I'm going to back. So let's just say, we're back. We're asking you, you might want to ask a simple question. We're all the same basic question. We're curious. Why does the Mishnah's case, right? Why do you limit it to 8 acts of liability? Actually, I can give you so many other forms of liability that could create additional liability. Only about Rashi, they're looking at the Mishnah for Sabi Ka'iva El Beisacha. So let's say, so what about the following area? Why not go ahead and get Malchus? Ultimately, against this prohibition, do not bring an abomination to your home. Allah Hakamas, what's the case of the Rothschild? The Ase Hektish. The case we're dealing with over here is that actually, no. The cooking wasn't done. Actually, I finished the other case. The cooking wasn't done with wood of Ashira, rather it was done with wood of Hektish. Okay, that's how I said the Haka, the Ashira, sorry, this is still back in the other case, I apologize. That's how I said the Haka, and the warning is from here. Okay, fine. See if I say again, what comes out from here is that halacha again. So first of all, a number of different halachas when it comes to kilayim, those halachas we just saw, and also kind of when it comes to shabbos, there could be multiple levels of liability for multiple acts or malachas. Even if you perform multiple acts in 1 hour, 1 lapse of awareness, it could be individually liability, but no specific malachas by Yomtiv. Okay, incredible. Let's go back to it. So the master Rothschild, the lecture is what you say on that now, but back to the Mishnah's case, where the Mishnah says you could do 1 act of plowing, and be liable 8 different times. The Gemara now is just simply going to ask, you might going to say, why not add on additional prohibitions over here? So for example, you might say, Master Rothschild, the lecture Nami, Hazarel, Benachal, Esau. Very interesting. I could add on a night. What's the night? Where there's out the Mishnah. What's the Mishnah's case, right? I'm following the ox and the donkey. That's how I'm like, where's the body takes place? Nachal Esau. What's Nachal Esau? That's the dry riverbed where you do Egla Amitzvah. What's the halacha that we're saying? What's the halacha? The halacha is ultimately again. The halacha is that if you do not have a plow in that area, you're ever supposed to leave it down. That's So now the plowing itself is taking place in that whole so I'm not going to lie about it. So that's it. I'm not going to be from here. I'm sure that you're about to have a user. Last year, the next of them, I'm not taking a question about the concept. I'll give you another case. Let's say someone has the name of Hashem name, and I ended up going ahead and erasing that name of Hashem with my plow, as I called it. So as I'm plowing, I have to show the erase the name of Hashem. Another liability. That's a lesson in Alpha. And again, the warning against the name of Hashem from the following passage. The assassin is like, you better finish Shimon by Bodhisattva. You shall destroy the name of idolatry. The past continue Hashem Elohim. Do not do the same question with God. Not the other level. We're just trying to figure out how you can add on additional levels of liability to this plowing case. So there's an election now that coaches as Maharasal. Let's say as I'm plowing, I also go ahead and remove my Saras lesion, which is a real prohibition. So that's a miracle. Shama Benega, Saras, Mask Rabbi, so that is not a kasha. The next shobnan is interesting. Hamazia Hakoshe Me'al Ha'ifod, the Hamasir Bade Aro. That's the guy I mentioned. Remember, in case the Mishnah, the guy in question was a Kohen. What was it called? Was it Kohen? Let's take it up a notch. Let's say it was a Kohen Gadol. And what did he do? He went ahead and he was learning the music war, and while plowing, actually has a different discussion over here. While plowing, before plowing, after plowing, during the plowing, he moved the potion is the grass base, he moved the potion from the apron. How lucky is that the potion itself is attached to the apron of the Kohen Gadol. There's a physical prohibition to move the potion. Let's say he did so. Or he moved the coins of the tongue and used those in the plowing process. That's that. Like we're using that. The point I'm about to say is we're just trying to show how you can add on additional layers of liability beyond the age. We're just going to sound like 8 is the maximum. You weren't just trying to show, obviously, again, these are exaggerated cases, but you weren't just trying to make a point. That our local elements, you can add on additional layers of liability should you choose to do so. Guys, I'm not saying when you're seeing, although he's a Hashem, Maski Uravashi, the Lekshov Nami, Hakorish Ba'ase Ashera. Let's add on another example, right? One is plowing ultimately again with Hase Ashera. The word Ashera, let's say my plow is made out of Ashera. I'm using Avodah in the actual plowing of the real. That's what's in the Alpha. Lo Yifak Yachom Maski Paradino, but Rothschild now, let's see, another one. Let's say the act of plowing, I end up cutting down perfectly good fruit trees. And I perfectly help the other trees. I'll patch this. That's what I'm saying. How about you never so far, but also no citrus? Okay, I'm going to let Zeta, so the Rabbi some money. Sorry, I'm going to let Rabbi Zeta learn money. The lecture now, I'll add another one to go. Sure, Akos beyond this. Let's say again, this guy is Christian. So again, what they're always trying to show is how you can add on even more prohibitions. So here, Rabbi Zeta is going to have money. Imagine if I was going to label something about a guy who made an oath, he made a shua. I mean, it's actually, he made a shua, he swore, I will not plow on Yom Tov. Then when he ends up plowing on Yom Tov, then he gets all the other levels of liability. What else has he done? He's transgressed his shua. No liability. He says, no, that's not a good one, I'll tell you why. Hasam, no kafal shua, mishpah ba'olim hasim. That shua actually does not work. Why doesn't that shua work? And it's because of the mishpah ba'olim. Mishpah ba'olim means, and what the interest in second shua is, if you are already obligated to do something, ultimately, again, an additional shua does not devolve upon that act. Like, for example, let's say a person swears, I'm going to put on Torah this morning. So we'll say, according to this approach, that's worth the consequential. Why? I'm already obligated to do so. That's called Mishpah ba'olim. I'm already obligated to do so. So therefore, taking an oath that I won't plow on Yom Tov, and then plowing on Yom Tov, I'm liable for a lot of things. I'm not liable for violation of the oath. Why not? Because I'm already a judge, so you're already obligated to not plow on Yom Tov. That's sure as consequential. I'm already, he goes down his name, so we'll say, first of all, I'm going down, sure to the approach being the whole Yom Tov. The meaning of the Kala Shua B'chol, Kala Alei Nani B'Yom Tov. So let's say, so again, this is already training for sure. So this, what's the case? This week is where I swore I'm not going to plow during the week and on Yom Tov as well. And listen, now there's a concept of Shua that since the Shua is foul on the weekday component, it's also foul on the Yom Tov component. Okay, so again, we'll see all of the mechanics of that when we get to Shua. Which we might as well we do some shame no katani. We're not including anything ultimately again that could be that ultimately again can have shame. Shame means that you can have revolt. You can have revolt. So therefore again or no, I should say. You have a no. So any prohibition that can be a no is not a clear in this lesson. Is that true? Below the high hafnish, I would have this to be a no. Right, if you go ahead and if you make something like this, you can have that power no. You can have that safety transfer in certain circumstances. The Bakar. And how do you explain that is if you use the Bakar animal. The Bakar animal was like you trust in that. Its sanctity again is in zero, and therefore it cannot be a no. I have a hurry nazir, and nazir can be a no. And again, remember the Greece, the Mishnah, plowing was taking place in a cemetery, and the guy in question was appointed a nazir. That sanctity again could be a no. The Nazir Shimshon. So listen, we actually just say, if you're going to put back on Nazir together, what is the Nazir Shimshon? A Nazir Shimshon is literally again a Nazir in utero, right? Shimshon was made a Nazir by the Malach Hashem while still inside of his mother. So a Nazir Shimshon, a Nazir Shimshon does not have revocation. That is an eternal status. One second. Nazir Shimshon, but it's medium and it's me. There's the issue. Another Shimshon might be a standard that it is forever, but there's no provision to become Tamei Meis. Another Shimshon doesn't have Tumas Meis. Or it doesn't have a prohibition of Tumas Meis. And then the Mishnah, maybe on one of the liabilities, broken factors going to. So we got a high time with this polo Leslie. That this tunnel does not go ahead and get involved in what we call an Isser Kolo. So let's remember again, Isser Kolo refers to person makes a shua, so I won't go ahead and plow on the weekday and Yom Tov. So the logic is, since it goes ahead and applies to weekday, it also develops upon Yom Tov. Our Tana does not subscribe to that notion. Okay, so if I want to say again, the point being is just what's the conclusion of this? What's the takeaway? Takeaway just is, even though the Mishnah said 8, and usually when a Mishnah says a number, usually what's the role of a number? As well as a number, to say this and no more, that doesn't apply here. It doesn't apply here. And halakha l'maisa again, if you want to construct the case, I'll give you additional levels of liability, you could potentially do that in this scenario over here. Okay, the Gemara ends off by saying, Hamarbir short to an addition, Lokish Schneider. So let's say this is very interesting. So Moshe says, if you go ahead and you read a shop su hamakdasha. Now take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Hamadi shop su hamakdasha. First line. Shenifta afilu amino loka. So let's say, so if you have, for example, let's say you have an animal that was a carbon. The animal became disqualified for whatever reason. For whatever reason, the halacha is now you can redeem that animal. The animal developed a name. You can redeem that animal. The Rabbi said that here's the interesting about when it comes to a redeemed carbonic animal. It still retains some of its sanctity. So, for example, you could shecht it and eat it, but let's say, for example, you can't use it for cheese. So you're allowed to use it in certain ways, you're not allowed to use it in other ways. Because of that, a redeemed carbonic animal is looked at in halacha as almost having two different identities in one. It's looked at as two animals in one animal. It's, on one hand, it's haggish, on the other hand, it's home. Go back to Rashi. Rabbi Rashi says over here again, even though it's one animal, it's almost as if it's really two animals in one. The Torah is touching each other. On one end, it's a chulin animal, and on the other end, it's a kodesh animal. Torah is chulin, shemot ba'afila, like we chutz l'tasach or moed. So on one hand, it's chulin. Why is it chulin? You can shecht it and you can eat it. And where can you shecht it? Where can you eat it? Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. On the other hand, the Torah is touching shas of the giza ba'avod. On the other hand, it still retains some of its carbonic sanctity. In that, you can't shoot it and you can't use it for work. You're never going to be so free. The Torah about nafshecha. So let's speak down a little bit in Rashi. Right? Hilchah, last few lines of that passage. Hilchah, Asher laharbio afilios. Listen to this. So therefore, if you have a short swim of Dusha, so let me just bring this case because it's actually really quite interesting. So I have an animal that was set aside as a carbon. The animal developed some more. As a result, I had to redeem it. What the Lord is pointing out over here is this animal has a dual identity. On one hand, it's still considered heftish. So you can't work with it, you can't shear it. On the other hand, it's considered to be cooler. Because what can I do? I can eat it. This animal, therefore, is considered to be two animals in one. Therefore, if you mate this animal with another animal, it's Shiraya. Even if it's the same species of animal. Right? Why? Because this animal is considered to have this dual identity, and therefore, again, if you mate it, then you can't mate it with a heftish animal, because that's just a heftish. But even if you mate it with a cooler animal, that's considered even mating of two dissimilar species. Now, the thing over here is that two different statuses are the equivalent of mating two different species, which is interesting. So finish up that Rashi. So Rashi says over here, therefore you can't mate it even with its own species. You should Shema be a full al-kachin, al-kachin al-chulah. So it says that's the halacha. That's the halacha. You can't go ahead and make sure. So short swim of Russian, you can eat it, but you can't work it because or you can't shoot it because it's heavy. You can't mate it with anything else because that's July. Back to the Gemara for just a moment. We're not finished Rashi yet. Similarly, I'm going to give this called Hamamid, the short swim of Russian Loka, Shaykuf Akadu, Vasar Hakosav Kishnei Gufin. So travel says, so too. You can't even lead the plow, right? You can't even plow with that animal. Not only can you not go ahead and, not only can you not plow with that animal with another animal, right? You can't just the lion. You can't even plow with the sharp city animal structure itself. But first of all, you can't do it because you're not allowed to work the animal, but even if you work it, that would be like what? Plowing with two different animals. Essentially, every side of sharp city structure to redeem disqualified carbonic animals has a dual identity. And because that can be what I said, number one, you can't mate it with any other animal, as that is called kilai because of your identity. And you can't even use that animal to pull your plow by itself. Because that animal is the equivalent of two animals. And therefore, using that animal to go and pull your plow, ultimately, there will be an issue of kilai. That's what actually ends up. This is the case. That's why even if you sink that the species under the plow with that animal, or you leave the animal itself, it's still kilai. He says, "We're the customer. The time should kill the time should." So bottom line, what the situation is, the takeaway is that a short swim of pressure and disqualified carbonic animal has a dual identity. Because it has a dual identity, therefore you can't use it to pull your plow. Again, you can't use it to pull your plow anyway, because you're not allowed to use that animal for work. But if you were to use it to pull your plow, not only would you be engaging in the legal use of consecrated item, but it would also be killing. And if you try to mate it, even with its own species, also called killing. I will say this is one of the most inspirational and beautiful demons that you come across. Why? I will say, because remember, it's a shark, right? A shark has this dual identity. When you hear this, what does it remind you of? What does it remind you of? Reminds you of yourself. Right? Don't you see yourself in this shark suit on the Kadosh? This shark on one hand, on one hand, it was Kodesh Kadashim, right? Just a day ago, where was it? Just a day ago, it was inside the base on the track, ready to go, fantastic, inspired, ready to fulfill its purpose, ready to do what it's supposed to do. What happened? It developed a moment. So what happens with that moment? That moment passes out of the base on the track. That moment removes it from the Mizbeach. And now it's kind of just walking around outside. That's feeling all dejected. That's feeling like an abysmal carbonic failure. And then what happens? In the Sefes Makkos, that front face comes along, and what does it say to the shark? What does it say to the shark? Sharla, don't worry. You're still Kodesh. You still Kodesh. Like, you still Kedusha inside of you. Okay, you're not the same as what you once were. But let's think for a moment that won't totally divest you of your Kedusha until you make it further from the truth. Once Kodesh, always Kodesh. Once holy, always holy. No matter what the name is, you can never fully remove your Kodesh, your active status from the cell. And I was like, what an inspiring and life-affirming Gemara. Because I was saying, how many of us have had those beautiful moments where, like, yes, I'm doing exactly what I need to do, how I need to do it. I'm in the proverbial base on the crush. I'm biting this bear. I'm fulfilling my sweet. And then what happens? Then what happens? Don't look at me blank. You know exactly what happens, right? What happens is you develop a moment. I make a mistake. I make a wrong turn. I do something I'm not supposed to do. I indulge something I'm not supposed to indulge. And suddenly, again, I'm like thrown out. I'm cast out. Suddenly, all of that growth comes crashing down. Suddenly, all of that beautiful movement and all of that beautiful tradition seems to have dissipated. And I'm just walking around aimlessly in life, looking from the outside in, longingly at that beautiful base hamikdash of personalistic spiritual accomplishment. And I feel so forlorn, and I feel so rejected, and I feel so empty. And my Hungarian says, not. It might be a sharp soon hamikdashim. The women in life, the mistakes of life compromise us. And yes, when we make mistakes, we distance ourselves from our personalistic spiritual goals, from our personalistic mikdash. But lest we think that your mum robs you of all of your kedusha. Lest we think that with every mum you're back to starting to square one as an empty vessel, there's nothing further from the truth. Even the sharp sunnah hamikdash, even after it develops its mum, still retains its residual kedusha. And if that's true for a shar, an ox, an animal, and even when we develop our meaning in life, how much we retain our residual kedusha as well. What an inspirational and overwhelmingly beautiful Gemara to be mechazing us as we recover from our meaning in life. Now, what's the big difference? What's the big difference? What's the biggest difference? The shard, once it has a mum, it will say, what's talacha? What's talacha? Once it has a mum, it's done. The way it works by carbonos is, once you develop a mum and you're out, you are out. Herein lies the greatest distinction between man and shar. I develop a mum, and while I have that mum, all right, so I'm outside of the mikdash. But even when I'm outside of the mikdash, I still receive my kedusha. But I can heal. I can regenerate. I can fix my meaning and get right back into the mikdash of personalistic accomplishment. Incredible. Mishnah. Kalamalkin also, who raises Mishnah the whole time. Like Malchus. Hold on, Malchus. Yeah, I will say, let's get into Malchus. I'm going to be so excited. He's the Malchus also. I'm going to pass Rafash. And Malchus, how many Malchus do you get? What's the maximum number? 39. But the Torah says 40. Torah says 40. So the Mispar are boim, a number like 40, which means a number close to 40, but not 40 itself. 39. So 39 is the maximum number of malchus that a person can go ahead and get. And Rabbi says, no, I love triple soldier. Not true. You get 40 malchus. So we'll see that my folks in the lunch for the book. The hateful look, yes? So let's say, so by the way, the hateful look is how you see it. Now let's say, we're going to see that you get, I'm trying to come up, both agree with you where you get malchus. According to the Yehuda, there's a 40th. According to Tanakh, there's no 40th. From Yehuda, where do you get that 40th rash, right? Where does that go? Take Sefer. Ultimately, it goes between the shoulders. And we'll talk more about that in a while. First thing I will say, when assessing the number of malchus, you only get a number divisible by 3. Right? Always a number divisible by 3. Okay, we'll see why that is. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. I'm doing a couple of outliers. The local makes us. Let's say again, Reuben works out in this. Right, so now he's getting malchus, and usually he says he's capable, and most of the high point stops there. That was worked out into the first position, the amazing position. So he did his physical. He assessed he was able to withstand 40 malchus or 39 malchus. So what happens? On days, I bought in Pater, and listen, now what ended up happening?
Right.
What ended up happening is, let's say like this. Let's say you do this, you can get 40. And then it turns out, and then it turns out that halacha l'maisa they assess. And he can't go ahead and get the full 40. He stops. Pater. He gets what he gets, and that's it. Now look at Rashi. The only thing from the Kabbalah Pater, the table is dancing the baby, the local class, Sagili Bahapi. About looking at the Anamdula are born the Pater, the Andushin, the Kabbalah, Kulam, well, Mikta will naturally draw only a local after the Akinami and the so you usually need to see interesting halacha. Let's say Bezdin decided Ruben to get 39 office. They start lashing him, there's a negative reaction to the lashing, he can't take anymore. So what it says, that's okay, we stop. And whatever he got, and we don't make him get the rest. That's the halacha. Okay. Amdua lekava shmona esrei. Umishalaka amdu shiachol lekava arboin pater. See, let's say they assess that he's only getting 18 malchus. And then what happens? As they start flogging him, like, hey, this guy holds up well. Right? He is capable, right? He is capable, much more durable than he thought. He's capable of getting more malchus. We don't see that. In other words, whatever the initial assessment was, that's what we speak. But the crucial over here is that if you have initial assessment, then once you start the flogging, they recognize that if you can't maintain that, we don't go ahead and give him what he got, and that's it. And that's it. Now, let's say, now, Rashi points out, let's see the Gemara. My title. So it says, first of all, we have made the focus over here. Mahoshin, Kanakama, and Rabbi Yehuda. How many marks do you have to get? Kanakama says 39. Rabbi Yehuda says 40. So what's the focus over here? My title. Each city, I will say, the truth is, there's not a catch on Rabbi Yehuda, because the pasuk says, I brought him Yakem. The pasuk says 40. Right, 40. So you need to understand, because on Kanakama, ultimately, again, why did they say 39? So my time, so you know, I brought in, so Iksin, I brought in the Mispar, Havamina, I brought in the Minana. So that if the pasuk would have said, I brought in the Mispar, 40 in number, I would have said that means 40 lashes. So the Gemara says, hashtag the Mispar I brought in, but it's interesting, the pasuk uses some different lashes. What's the pasuk is the Mispar I brought in? In the number of 40, which sounds like what? Meaning to something is high point. A sum, a number that is close to 40. So means like a number close to 40. Therefore, again, Chazal interprets that as, the Tanakh interprets that as 39. And look, that's how we pass it. Like we pass it 39 malchus, not 40. Amar says, beautiful Gemara. Amar says, how foolish people are. They stand up for a Sefer Torah, but they don't stand up for Talmidei Chachamim. Wow, that's the shot. It's incredible. You go to Sefer Torah, you say that boy, because in Sefer Torah it says you get 40 malchus. And the rabbis came along and saved you from one of the lashes. So what does this mean? So the rabbi says, you see how great Chazal are. People stand up for a Sefer Torah, but people don't stand up for a Talmidei Chacham. According to the Torah, you get 40 malchus, but Chazal came along and interpreted it for 30 malchus. So what's the shot? Look up the thing like this. And let's say a lot of times we look at rabbinic law as an additional layer of onerous responsibilities. And it goes through our minds, right? I think everyone's had this thought at some point in time in the evolution of the entertaining personality is those the rabbis had better things to do at their time than add on additional layers of prohibition. Right? Come on, so it's complicated enough. Allah is complicated enough why you all these endorsing is so important to understand. But the whole notion of rabbinic law is there to save us, is there to help us, is there to actually facilitate our self-actualization. Yes, sometimes by adding on additional protective layers so that we don't make egregious mistakes that can compromise our spiritual standing. The rabbinic law is never there to make life more precarious. Rabbinic law, without rabbinic law, we will be lost. Not Chazal's interpretations, we will be lost. Chazal ultimately, again, provide us the lifeline to ensure that we are successful in our Yiddishkeit, not to make things more complicated, but to go ahead and in Hashem, hopefully, make our Yiddishkeit more accessible and make it easier to succeed. So it's most manifest over here. Torah says, you get 40 Malchus. Chazal came along and removed a lash. Removed the lash. Now let's see, say to yourself, oh, remove the lash. But by the way, listen to the guy getting flogged, I guarantee you, when they get up to 38, and you realize there's only one more and not two more, you are singing the praises of Chazal. But again, what this is supposed to represent this idea that the sinner really actively removes the obstacle, so to speak. He actively removes a lash. This is what Chazal do all of the time. He removes stumbling blocks. He removes difficulties. We look at it as endless additional layers of nonsensical things. It's not true. It's because we are limited in our understanding and we are limited in our appreciation. But if we understood what Chazal truly did for us, our appreciation of community for coming, appreciation of Chazal, appreciation of Shabbat, appreciation of family on the run would skyrocket because they are there only to help us, only to facilitate our growth and never concentrate to add on additional difficult layers. So beautiful. And we go our bunch things. By the time you read that, by the time you read this, it's pretty good. The Sid, Mahamako Saila Biada. They know that one. So we might ask him over here, not as much why does that do the whole? Now look how nice it is 40. 40 is intuitive. That's interestingly enough. What about that 40th lash? Right? So he says it goes between the shoulders. Ultimately, what's the shot with that? So let me do this on this pasuk. He's one of the closest pasuk from Zechariah. Now, knuckles say what are these knuckles? They are knuckles in your shoulders. So it's the Amar Asher Kisi Beis Navai. I have been flogged, I've been hit by my loved ones. So it's very beautiful over here. It's understanding that even the lashes that come about in danger are there for what purpose? Are there for love? Are there for love? Are there for instruction? So let's say, so again, Rabbi is going into the logic, he's talking about a lash that's done between the shoulders. And let's say we're going to see in general in the next Mishnah, lashes are not really done between the shoulders. And so what's that lash between the shoulders? That must be the 40th one. Right, that must be that additional lash. Okay, the Rabbanan says, no, what is this person referring to? Ultimately, again, that's actually talking about the flogging of kids. Okay, let's just put that in context for a little bit. So again, obviously, it seems like there was a different code of discipline. A different code of discipline. So physical discipline, right? Physical discipline was clearly very accepted. So that lash that they're referring to, that's the lash that the Rebbe would give to the Talmudim. Ultimately, again, so to keep them in line, that additional lash. Okay, it's not referring to Malchus itself. Fine. And the Malchus Hallelujahs. So the Gemara says, so remember again. So interestingly enough, now look at this very good Mishnah set that we assess how much a person could take, lash-wise. Like how much a person could take. So the Gemara says, right? I'm doing the Kabbalah, but look at this. So remember, the Mishnah that I have two pieces. Piece number one is we assess that we're going to get 40 Malchus. That's 39 Malchus. And then we started, and then ultimately we couldn't expand anymore. We stopped and we say, okay, you've received your punishment, we're done. So the Gemara says something very interesting. The Gemara says, lock it in, no lock it on. How about that? So let me start with saying, I'll pick up this tomorrow. But check this out. Moving the subject to 39 Malchus, right? The assessment, perfectly helping out, non-smoke between the ages of 40 and 60, right? So he's able of going ahead and getting 39 Malchus. He starts fighting him, and what happens? He goes ahead and he starts to buckle. We're 18 in, right? 18 in. So there are two approaches you can do over here. Like approach number one. What's approach number one? What's the more intuitive approach? What's the more intuitive approach? Like, take a break. Right, take a break. Like you like break for a few minutes, right? Go get some lunch, right? Come back and let's resume this foggy later on, right? That would be the best idea. Or tomorrow, or the next, take a long weekend, come back afterwards, right? To flog you on Monday, right? In other words, that would be the lunch. You're reliable for this, right? The city, by the way, if I steal, and let's say again, I stole $1,000, I only have $100 to pay. Fine, so you paid $100. Then I have to earn $900. It's a debt. So something like you say, Malchus is a debt as well. you can't pay it now, just argue later on. Interesting enough, that's not what the Mishnah says. What the Mishnah says is instead, we'll flog you, and since you can't take it anymore, we're done. We're done. So we're going to stop it today. We're going to pick up the Mishnah this month. It's very interesting. So we're going to see there are times where we have to make up the Malchus, and times when you simply are quote-unquote guilty with what you received. When you apply each of those, it has to go aside.
Congratulations. And you're like, wait, was that like a legit congratulations? Or was it like a...
Oh, it's congratulations. You
just don't know, right? And you can't make a jury.
He gave up. He gave one hit. And it was an error on the first baseman. Should have been a no-hitter. Gave up one hit. Should have been 0. Good shitty innings. Struck out 6.
Sorry to all say good morning. Really publish everyone. So far, Hashem to begin. It's only one of the Abba and Tova. Beautiful receptors to Massive. Begin by taking all our sponsors to favor. Our annual Commodore response for 4 touching day. The Pilgrim Shop of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Darshos this year as it's a hook for the soil of Shabbat Swallow on Yisrael. Commodore sponsors for the month of the year. Abba and Tova Shmuel Rabbi Karaktin. Information of the yard of Shmuel's father. Mr. Leonard Karatkin, Luca Ben Yecheskel, according to the Bracha, we also have a merit of our Talmud that Hashem will have an Aliyah, the family, the Pama, still opportunities in Eretz Hashem before. Talmud sponsorship for the month of the year, tremendous month, tremendous Shula. Sponsor Talmud Torah in the month of the year, here doesn't have everything else associated with it. In fact, there's no Yom COVID. Because of that, then, when we could add additional producers to the month of the year, Eretz Hashem is through our Torah, through our Avoda, through it, Hashem, our tremendous back each and every day. So if you'd like to sponsor, please feel free to. Direct message, act now, and we will help you. And we will say, we are going to imagine all of our precious hostages will let Hashem come home. Our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole of Ma'aseh today. But with that, let us begin. We have some incredible Gemara today. Today's back to Chop Hour 21. We are picking up on Chop Amud days 20b. At the 2 dots towards the last 2 dots, not the second to last 2 dots, the third to last 2 dots. Says the Gemara. Hamakit Tasrosh. One of the things we were talking about is literally translated if you round out the corners of the head. So ultimately, again, is not just that. Obviously, what does that mean? Let's see. Tell me about it. These are some very important signals that have to do with hair cutting and shaving. So I'm going to show you some good visuals that I'm going to put on the chat and Eretz Hashem today as well, so you can see a little bit more what the Gemara is referring to. But right now, we're just going through the subject. So what does it mean that you can't shave off the corners of your head? Now, this is what we classically call the obligation to maintain payas. Payas, so what does this mean? What does it mean the corners of your head? So here's the imagery. If you can imagine, I'm the wrong person to illustrate this on, but if you can imagine someone with a hairline. So remember, if you can imagine, essentially going from your hairline, and picking up swaths of hair between your hairline and between your temple. And imagine for a moment going ahead and shaving that back. That area over here, between the hairline and the temple, that's what we call the payas. There's a different halacha about the obligation to maintain what we'll call sideburns or payas going down. Often when you think about payas, it's interesting that often when you see that that's the area from the temple down. There's an obligation to maintain a certain amount of hair from the temple down, but that even falls under the obligation of not quote-unquote destroying your beard. And we'll get a center of the visual later on. The idea of maintaining the payas means this area of hair between the hairline and between the jawbone, right opposite the forehead, cannot be shaved. Cannot be shaved. It cannot upon it to be cut, right? It can be cut, but it cannot be shaved in a quote-unquote disruptive way. What that means is an interesting discussion. So here's what I know what it means. I can't take a razor to this part of my head. I can't think of this on that. Not only that, because even if I'm not using a razor, it is only so short that I am permitted to touch this area of my head. How short? We'll get into it. But that's not the cat's Rothschild. By the way, what makes them club? What is this? The thing actually bring down, but this is the way used to go ahead and cut their hair. They still have some of these, let's see these kind of haircuts. They're essentially, again, no, not Alex Kohana. We call them Kohana. Yeah, we call them Kohana, yeah. Right, so not Alex Kohana, correct. But if you notice again, the way they get haircut, they used to have was they would essentially shave their hair, really again, between the hairline and between the temple, and would leave like this hair on top. So all the haircut, anyway, the haircuts are the priest ultimately records the proper pieces. The mother goes like that. The mother says, I'm trying to tell you that this stuff, after the market, after the nigga, look at. This is very interesting. So now the Gemara says as follows: whether the person who's giving a haircut or the person who's receiving this illegal haircut, both get marked. Which is fascinating, right? So if I go for this type of haircut, I say to the barber, shave off what we call the pits, right? The area between my temple and my hairline, and just keep that all the way back. I am liable to Malchus, and again, if it's a Jewish barber, he's liable to Malchus as well. So you might just get it. I'm ready. Lucky. The expression is the one who eats out of a bowl should get Malchus. So this was an expression that, what's the issue of eating dates out of a bowl? What's the issue? None. There is no issue of eating dates out of a bowl. So this is the expression that's often used is, you do nothing wrong and you should get Malchus. In other words, what is asking is, what did the barber do? Right, I'm sorry. What did the haircut do? Right, what did I do? I'm sitting in the barber chair and I'm getting a haircut. I didn't do it myself. If I didn't do it myself, then I'm not getting Malchus. First thing I was I'm going to call money a little bit of it. But who do you tell me last year what myself okay? Okay, answer number one. But you don't. I want you to say, even a last year in myself. Even a lot without an act or without any dynamic activity, you get Malchus. That's one answer. Rabbi says the Malchus at smurs. We give it a call. Oh, what's the case over here? I'm giving myself a haircut. So because I'm giving myself a haircut, therefore, of course, you don't do liability. So actually, Rash says the Messiah, we give that call. That's a little there's a simple answer over here. Messiah, what's Messiah? I'm getting a haircut. So I went in the barbecue in the work, and the other one, I'm assisting him. How am I assisting him? I'm sitting there, come a little bit over here, and I'm bunching the hairspray. So if I do something to assist him in the haircut, then Allah myself is going to be joint liability. Incredible. But not just past the zikana. The person goes out and destroys his beard. What's the definition of destroying the beard? And Rabbanon, past zikano, soap zikano. So past zikano means you end the upper's beard. You know what I'm saying? The Eizu is soap zikano. What is considered to be soap zikano? She told us zikano, the pointy parts of his beard. I will say, so we saw already in the Mishnah, there's an interesting amount of machlokas as to what exactly, which areas are prohibited over here. Over here, which is the classic understanding that the beard, the prohibition of the beard really is comprised of 5 parts, right? Two temples, and it's called jawbone, right? Jawbone area over here, right below the ear, the jawbone, and the chin. Now what that means is those areas cannot be shaved in a destructive way. Now what's the definition of a destructive way? So you might have noticed that by the Hasidim don't shave. Why don't the Hasidim shave? Because it is an understanding that any form of post-skin shaving would be problematic, including a shaver, like an electric razor would be problematic as well. So many don't ask in that way, including us, which is why we shave. But what you definitely can't do is you can't take a laser to this part of the face. Now there's a focus, right? So the connection with the laser on the temples, jawbones, and cheek. So the focus of a focus about every other area in between that. So because of that, Shulchan says we do not use a laser anywhere on the bearded area of the face. What that does allow for is technically speaking, the person uses a laser on the neck, right? So on the back of the neck, and then bottom neck one can go ahead, but anywhere on the face, a laser would constitute potentially a difficult prohibition. Everyone agrees difficult prohibition on the 5 spots, because that's called again. What's interesting shading with the laser and shading with your electric laser? But with the laser itself, it's considered to be hashkasa. That's destructive. As evidenced by the fact that it's a much closer shade. You're getting in there, as opposed to an electric laser, which is often a little bit still off the skin. That's why you have I just point out, it says all these machlokes, right? The lift and cut, all these different things. What's considered to be the use of a razor? Again, not our topic for today. Well, I guess it is our topic for today, right? But when I said that's the new part of it, but just to be clear, although technically speaking it's the 5 spots, because there is much halachic to speak about what constitutes the 5 spots, the Aruch says no razor on the face. No razor on the face. On the head, now again, you can use a razor on your head. Right here, you use a razor on your head, right? On the top of your head and on the back of your head. Right hand, you use a razor. Anywhere, again, in the pear area over here. And that's not just a razor, by the way. That would also apply to getting a very close haircut. Even with a trimmer that doesn't leave enough hair to be able to pull. And again, there's a lot of discussion about this. Is it a number 1 and number 2? Okay, like I said, this is a good share to have because this is very nice. But that's the idea. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, a lot more to say, but not right now. Says the Gemara, I'm sorry to that. So now remember again what the sweeper. Sweeper means creating a laceration over the dead. Right? Remember again, this is not just in general, one is not permitted to inflict harm upon themselves, right? That you know. This idea of sweeper is not the laceration as a display of mourning. That's what this is. So tell about this said, you might have thought, let's say a person catches on the boat, sinks at sea, carrying all the cargo, my business was just lost, or catches on because his house fell down. What happened to the person was so distraught over the financial loss that what did they do? They lacerated themselves. So you might have thought that that's the biblical form, which is Hamalomar, Lenefesh. So therefore the Torah goes out of its way to say what type of laceration. The seret lenefesh lotikludiv sarach. Seret lenefesh is only laceration over the dead, right? Only laceration as of this day of mourning that is truly halachically problematic. So the most common lenefesh, elchayit halal is the one. But we tie it if you lacerate as a form of disgrace of mourning for the dead. The man inside finished sleeping on these apples. You tie the halachas. How do you know that if you lacerate yourself 5 times over one death, if a person needs someone they love, and they're so distraught that they lacerate themselves 5 times over one person, how do I know that I'm tied for every single laceration? I will know the seret, which phrases it in the singular, l'chayiv al kol sweeta v'sweeta. Say that I'm tied for every single laceration. Today you don't see over the night when you start sweeta achas avim nisim, shukhay bato achas v'achas. How do you know that even if you lacerate 1 time over 5 deaths, right? The person is mourning 5 deaths with 1 laceration. How do I know that halacha l'maisa again? I am chayiv with chayiv al kol sweeta v'sweeta. How do I know that I'm chayiv for every single laceration? I'm sorry. Chayiv al kol like halomar the nefesh. The chayiv al kol nefesh the nefesh. As the Torah says, the seret l'nefesh. Every person who you lacerate for, even if it's 1 laceration for 5 people, you chayiv 5 times. Incredible. I must go second. God did say when you do so, shenachol. This is the nefesh. I'm sorry. Fixate the base of shenachol. So 1 second. You just used that already. You just used the nefesh to teach me that what? That there's only liability if you lacerate as a display of mourning for the dead. But to exclude the fact, let's say somebody's mourning over their lost boat, or their lost home, right? Lost finances. Ultimately, as there, you just use the nefesh to teach me that I'm not chayiv for a laceration over financial loss. How can we do that? We're talking about father. 21. Eitas Rabbi Yossi, sweeta ubiju da'achasi, uksiv chasam lameis. So remember again, what I want to point out is as follows. The Torah uses two expressions over here. That's the seret l'nefesh lo tiknu and lo tiskodedu. So there's some ambiguity as to what these things mean. Rabbi Yossi holds lo tiskodedu and seret l'nefesh are the same thing. They both refer to laceration. Because they both refer to laceration, and both of them discuss death, so one of them ultimately again could be used to teach me that I'm chayiv for every single dead person that lacerates. Or even if it's 1 laceration over 5 people, I'm chayiv 5 times. And the other one teaches me that halacha l'maisa, I'm only chayiv for laceration because of the display of mourning for the dead. But if halacha l'maisa, again, it's a display of mourning for financial loss, there's not biblical liability. Again, I will say, there may be other liability because the person can never engage in any kind of self-harm. There can be charged from all the national citizen, community, but in violation of the say, but not in violation of this, which is one of the idolatry was. On the side 55, which very small says, if you lacerate yourself with a clean, with the utensil, there is a liability. So the Gemara says over here, the Gemara just, I'm sorry, Rashi points out that the side 55, Mashma biyad. So let's say this is very interesting. So this goes back to what we said before. There's a little bit of ambiguity when we know in our focus exactly what is srika and what is kedida. What's interesting is Rashi is telling me else over here that it could very well be that the distinction is not as much about they're both lacerations, rather than the distinction may lie in how the laceration is performed. Rashi points out over here that kedida has an influence of being done with the utensil, and srika has an influence of being done by yad. The shul comes in and says, I'm sorry for Kishai, where is the Hashemay, sweet, will be the Achashi, you can do that really the same thing, you get the circulations over the bread, and launch the sweet of the ad, the clean, the sweet of the hand, and the Gida is done with the utensil, and then the Gida with the Yosi, ultimately, it's one of the Yosi, right down coming to the opener, at least. Being the yard, being the free, tired, outside. So what is the meaning? So it's not the further from the following idea. If you lacerate over the bread, whether that laceration is done by hand or that laceration is done with the utensil, there is biblical liability. Okay, that's very important to understand. That's no problem. What happens if one lacerates themselves as a form of worship or a avodah? So what's that? The yard is tired. The clean potter, ultimately if you lacerate by hand, the final if you lacerate by clean, the potter, I said the Gemara, the Hottish cost, but you learn just the opposite. In the pasuk, what does it say in the pasuk? By the slow degree, finish batam, the harvest of the nothing. The pasuk over here, what's where the pasuk from? Malachim Arif, it talks about idolatry, and it says that they were lacerating themselves in accordance with the laws of their idolatry, with swords and with spears. So it sounds like for idolatry, they were going ahead and lacerating. They were lacerating. Rather by a body. I'm supposed to say interesting. So this is the distinction over here. By a body zara, if you lacerate by hands, you are potter. By clean, you are tired. What's the logic over there? By a body zara, you're only going to be tired for laceration if it's done in the normal form of worship. If you do something, remember how it works by a body zara? No, of course not. Right? So how does it go by a body zara? By a body zara, you're only tired if you worship the idol in a quote-unquote normative way. Now, there are certain forms of worship that will always be prohibited, right? Frustration is always prohibited, right? Kneeling is always prohibited. Carbonos are always prohibited, right? Offerings, libations, things like that are quote-unquote normal forms of worship. Even if you have only not worship in that way, it's still liable for that. But then when you have unique practices, right? So unique practices are only liable if you do them the way the Avodah Zarah does. The laceration is not a way that normally you worship a God. That's why the Avodah Zarah, that's the with the clean. So the clean is going to be tired, but the yad is going to be potter. When it comes to laceration as a form of a mourning practice, the tired being the yad, being the free. Doesn't make a difference whether you're doing it with your hand, utensil, there's liability. It's incredible. The Chayiv Alalos. Next. One is Chayiv ultimately again for creating bold spots on the head. So not the Sheshet, being future instructs. So Sheshet went ahead and pointed out over here, again, I'll show some points as well, by the temples. By a Zakon Stein, the Achashim, you mentioned before by the here. Two spots, like two temples, two jawbones, and a cheek. And the chin, that's the areas of liability for destructive shooting. See what it says? Not neither Sheshet has been kicking the heel. So Sheshet demonstrated this again by looking at the different parts of the video, by discerning different parts of the video. Right? So Rabbi said that I love So the Rebbe said, "In Rothschild school, Ta'achas Elu Chayit Elachas." And the Rebbe said, if you were to remove the 5 spots on the beer that was, so let's say, remember again, let's say you were to go ahead and to destroy the 2 temples, the two jawbones, and the shoulders. Right? That could be that's the pillar choice. So you put it all on your fingers, and you go and you touch all 5 spots at the same time. So the Rebbe says you only Chayit once. Only Chayit once. Now why is that? The Gemara says, Kasaba Chad Rashi. You know, all 5 spots, but there's going to be 1 left. The only Chayav actually for the time, and there's only liability if you remove it from it. Because let's remember again, the issue over here is not quote unquote shading as much as it is destruction. So that's why, again, the Gemara understands over here is not the shading with the razor that is considered to be destructive shading, and that's where there will be biblical liability. It's not about it. Has to Zikanom and one variable. The Torah says there again, the corners of your beard you shall not shave. Now you got one on this side is a lesson of shaving. You don't have to do from this primary tie. Well, practically, even if I shave the scissors, the most complicated shaving with scissors, obviously you're not going to get close to shaving with scissors, right? So I'm going to tell again, if that's the idea that this is a prohibition on shaving, then how long for the Maisa, there should be liability even if I shave with scissors, no such this. So we'll say that's what's interesting over here, right? There's two different expressions over here. On one end, when you could go car cover Rothschild, right? So on one time the Rav says, you shall not shave the corners of your beard. A second pasuk says, second about lo sakifu pa'as Rothschild, but lo sashkis. So there's 2 prohibitions. There's don't go ahead and shave your beard, and don't destroy your beard. So again, based on law that says don't shave your beard, I would have said even scissors should be problematic. That would Lomar, no sashkis. Therefore, the Torah says don't destroy your beard. Don't destroy only the type of shaving that is destructive in nature. Elo sashkis. Yoko in the Malaki Jew, I'm going to codify this right expression, but clean my beard, right? Took out plain and clean my beard. I would have thought that I would be chayiv for that. Which was the Samalomar, no, you only chayiv to shave it. So it's a very unique idea here. It's expressing what type of shaving is the biblical liability for? It's a type of normative shaving that is destructive. What's the type of normative shaving that is destructive? What's the type of shaving that is destructive? Listen, when we say destructive, the type of shaving that obliterates the facial hair. What is the type of shaving that obliterates the facial hair on the surface? On the surface of the face, so it says, Hamelmer, Zetar, that's a razor. That's a razor. So most say, so if you can display between these 2 lines on one end, Pa'as no belly. So you can't shave your beard, which sounds like anything. But then it says, Pa'as no sashkis. So you need when is the biblical liability for an act of shaving that is destructive in nature. What's the type of shaving that's destructive in nature? A razor. Incredible. Even if you plane it, right? You use a plane to go ahead and shave that you should be tight. Manachak. So you must understand how does he arrive at that conclusion? He comes Zir Shabbat, the Boita. He will come at Zir Shabbat, I understand. If Rabbi is accepting the drasha that we just made before, the drasha, what he's calling the Zir Shabbat, already it means the interplay between Hashkasa and Gilua. If he accepts it, then that yields the result that it's only a razor, not a plane. If he doesn't accept the interplay between the drashas, then again, any form of shaving should be prohibited as well, including scissors. First, we want to say, no, let's accept the Zero Shabbat. What we just made before. But he happens to hold that shaving with the plane is considered to be a normative act of shaving as well. Which I will say, by the way, the plane, what it says conceptually, it's the same concept, right? Conceptually, what is it? shading with a blade. Shading with a blade. It's just people don't normally shade with a blade, which is like smooth out wood. But conceptually, it's the same idea. It's the same idea. So that's my focus over here. So it's really just the technical issue is shading with a blade considered to be a normative act of shading or not. But conceptually, everyone is on the same page, which is any type of shading that ultimately again results in a hashkasa. So again, it has to be a normative act of shading, but that is destructive. What's definition of destructive? Destructive means to totally smooth out the face is really almost like the recognition of circle have there. Halakha is the melody of biblically prohibited acts of shading. Incredible. I was going to say, fascinating. Let's go back to the Mishnah. Hakosi subas kaka. Tattooing. Incredible. Again, from shading to tattooing. A lot going on here. Hakosi subas kaka. So looks like the person goes ahead and tattoos themselves. So that's the typical expression for tattoos. Sobes kaka. Now, Rashi points out there, what is the etymology of this expression? What does it mean? What does it mean? So look at Rashi. Rashi's in the white line, third line read. Sobes kaka. Kosi tchila abisara, bisam ubisukra. ואחר כך מקעקע הבשר בנחת או בשקים ונכנס הצבע בין האור לבשר ולבוא כל יום מקעקע ואסור לכתוב שום ציור או לבשר. First of all, this is fascinating. Apparently, Rashi understands over here, this is a focus as well. How do they do tattooing? The thing is the following way. You first draw something on your skin. That's what it is. Afterwards, what they would do is, so the ink would be there, or whatever they would do, dye would be there. Then they would prick the skin afterwards, and the ink would seep in and form a permanent image on the skin. So it's interesting because it's a raging metal. It's actually raging, and that is not, there's no hyperbole there. Raging metal is as to whether or not order matters in this biblical prohibition. Because the way this being described over here is in the first I don't know if it's pricking or perforation or incision, right? Incision on the skin second. That's what I'm saying. So the image over here, then they would go ahead and prick the skin, and then the image would seep in. I don't know. I haven't been to a tattoo parlor, but I don't know how modern tattooing works, right? But it makes it quite fascinating. So that's how it's done. And again, the difference in Russia. So this means writing. Kaka means pricking.
There's not a whole lot of positives.
Like the perforation of the skin. Right, that's the perforation. And that's why, interestingly enough, Rashi understands the biblical expression itself, you begin to see the order. First the writing, and then ultimately again the perforation of the flesh. Fascinating. So let's go to the Mishnah. Hakosi subas kaka. So if a person was in tattoos themselves, kasav, velo kaka, velo kasav. So let's say you just write on your skin, right? So you're supposed to get a tattoo, right? So whatever, you get like ink on your skin or a stamp on your skin. So that's not the biblical prohibition. That's the biblical prohibition. And I didn't know that.
Also,
to do that, right? But when I say it's not the biblical prohibition. Kasav, velo kaka, or kaka, velo kasav. Or ultimately again, or if you prick the skin, but to not write. So like, then in all of these cases, in Okari, Achiyuko, the Yukakea, Vidago. Right? The only rival, obviously, tattooing, this is the person quotes unquote tattoos themselves, but it's just an image that sits on top of the skin. Right? There's no preparation of the flesh. That's not the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is only for skin, and then again, preparation of the skin. Furthermore, it's only biblical prohibition of tattooing if you use a dye or an ink of permanence. Right? If it's not permanent, then it's not biblical prohibition. Rabbi Shimon ben Omer, Eno Kai Achiyuko Sham Es Hashem. Shenema Sobes Kaka Yosifut Lochem Ani Hashem. So this is very interesting. Now, the way this reads and what he actually means. The way it reads right now is what it sounds like is Rabbi Shimon is saying that halacha l'maisa, you're only chayiv if you write the name of Hashem as a tattoo. So you decide, right? You decide. Sometimes people get inspired around all kinds of things, right? So you say Hashem l'negdi summit. They take it quite literally. I just put up K both there on my arm, right? Right, so let's say, so now it sounds like what you shouldn't say is that's the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of God on you. So we're going to see, Rashi points out, well, let's read it from there. So let's go back there. So let's say, so essentially, what do we learn here? The biblical prohibition of tattooing really requires three things. Number one, ink on the flesh, then again a pricking or preparation of the skin to allow the ink to be absorbed within the flesh, and use of some type of permanent dye or ink. Right? According to the machine, fourth criteria, the biblical prohibition of tattooing only applies if you tattoo the name of God on your body. Said the Gemara, Amir Raka brings Rabbi Rashi, Ad Yiktok Ani Hashem Mamish. So Rabbi says to Rashi, is it all the same? So literally again, you're not tied into you literally right Ani Hashem, because that's Rashi of the pasuk. Uksovis Hakal Lo Kidnu Bachem. Sounds like you're supposed to say, favorite thing that you're reading the pasuk like this. Uksovis Hakal Lo Kidnu Bachem. You shall not tattoo yourself. What's the biblical prohibited tattoo you can't put on your body? Ani Hashem. You can't tattoo on your body Ani Hashem. So the Gemara said, that is that what you're saying? So the Gemara says, I'm going to lay low. He's talking about Kafra, Inuchai, Ashmito, Shem Avodas Kochavis. No. It's the opposite. Actually, what it means is like this. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of idolatry on your body. That's the biblical prohibition. Shinema, Yisroves Kakal Lo Tiknu B'Chad Ani Hashem. Don't tattoo the name of another God on your body. Ani Hashem Bo Acher. Because I am Hashem and no one else. I will say that the way we have to ask is that the biblical prohibition of tattooing is whatever you're tattooing. It doesn't matter what you're tattooing, right? The only issue is if you tattoo the name of God on your body, you have bigger issues. Like bigger issues that come in, like walking with your back, right? You got tattoo uncovered. But you got to sign the biblical prohibition usually applies to all forms of tattooing. You want to go right there. So I'm going to Abba. Also, those yagam. She uses the makla agabe makasam. So this is very interesting. This is actually quite interesting. Now that we've established that really any form of tattooing is problematic, there will not be a separate problem. Because this is not put even makla. Let's say even makla is ash. Now what you need to do is if you have a fire, right, and then again at the end of the fire you have like soot. So how do you again that soot has certain medicinal qualities. So if you have an open wound, it was planning to go ahead and put that soot on your wound. So now that Malkia comes along and says you can't do that. Why can't you do that? If the Shemiras keep so that's taka. Because here's the issue. Often what would occur is when the wound would heal, the residual soot would still be there, and it would look like a tattoo. I'm not going to make that sheep will say you want the section of mafia. Now, if you want to stand for the record, there are two different rabbanim. One is of mafia, and one is of mafia. So you want to pause it here just to say people often get them confused. I'm going to tell you what the mafia said and what the mafia said. Two different things, two different people. So watch this. So you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say, they got the most of not yoke. And how good it was, the opinion that said she quotes there actually points out all of these excuses. She could actually say something in the white lines. In the white lines about the 2, 4, 6, and not dividing. She put the hurricane second, she puts the son of a box also a house. Or other something, many people carry those. If you have a stick, if you use to roast meat, or if you're again on the Shabbos or on your buck, no, if you're on Shabbos, but before Shabbos or roasting on Yom Kippur, that stick becomes muktzah after it's used. As it's close. Right? It's unclean, so therefore it becomes muktzah. That was one halach. And that's Shabbos. So we're going to start. Look at Rashi. Mishnei. The Barak Alpha Piece. So the other Omar Piece, Newton Male. It's not going to get in the sense of it's about the obligation that a wife has in her household. So there was a discussion, what happens if a wife brings in a domestic staff? So again, the more domestic staff she brings in, the less personal responsibility that she has. So the Malkiel is of the opinion, that even if she has a whole domestic staff, it's important for a person to be busy because idleness leads a person to all types of negative behaviors. That's just a struggle. And Gumos, Rashi says over here, the meaning of the Boston, the most Gumos was normally the existence of two pubic hairs that is demonstrative of adulthood. So Malkiel is of the opinion that even two pores represents is enough, is demonstrative of adulthood. Because you see that there are two pubic hairs that are there, but they just fell out. Because those are the three cases of Malkiel, right? Shibud, Shvachos, Gumos. Below this, so let's say what's the case of below this? Rashi says over here, in Ma'amidim, Davo, Yisrael, Karavan, Ovico, Kavan, the Staffing in Israel, the Kavan, below this was their haircut design. It was, you would grow out like a long strand of hair, like a ponytail. But it wasn't like a ponytail, you get all of it, right? It was just like one strip of hair, that you would just see grown out long. Whereas it's the halacha, this was a form of idol worship as well. So if you were a Jewish barber, and it says also to him, it says, you know what, give me a below this. Give me right, you're just making it right below this. So now you're not allowed to do that. Now you got to also extend within a certain area of the below this as well. Okay, that's the case of below this. Should we do it about this? How can you separate the below this? If you're not right, the most of that's our case. If you're not it's our case. If you have a broken wound, you can't use the soot to go ahead and use it as like a medicinal salve because it'll leave a permanent mark afterwards and it looks like tattooing. And the last case was Gina. So Gina is that you can't eat the cheese of non-Jews. Like Gina Sato. Rashi points out over here, Gvinos is not right now meaning the third initial Gvinos case for 90, provided Mama Kama, not the other Adam, based on a weekend. There was a whole discussion about cheeses of non-Jews. Often they would smear them, they would coat them with different forms of animal fat. Okay, so one thing we're about to say is there's a Malkiel and there's a Malkiel. And the Malkiel happens to be the Malkiel is the author of, again, it's good to know, sheep with Shvachos Gumos, and the Malkiel is Beloris, Afer Makla, and Gavino. For our purposes, why we're doing this, we're doing this because, again, remember, it's a Makla is our piece of tattoo. The Papa must be the Malkiel. The Papa said, wherever you find the Mishnah or a Gaitza, that is a Malkiel. But other rabbinic instructions for Malkiel. The Simona, Maxnisa, Malki. So let's remember this is a Mishnah, is Malkisa, Malkiel. Okay, neither one. Okay, a little bit of Machot is the attribution of the case of Shvach. Arinda de Consulta. So was it back to tattooing? So Rabbi was Makbid, even ultimately again, with putting silk even on the blood letters piercing, right? The blood letters, all you need is like a prick of the needle, even putting a little bit of silk there, he was not to do it because it could go ahead and leave a mark. Rabbi Shemar, Hamakom Shesh, Sham Makasal, Makasal Mokiach Hama. So what's this starting? Rashi said, this is all incorrect. The prohibition of tattooing is a prohibition of tattooing. Any time that it is clear that what's being done on your body is for medicinal purposes, right? For treatment purposes, there's no biblical way. What you have is with certain forms of chemotherapy, where there's sometimes a residual, almost like tattoo mark that can happen as well. So Rashi says that's not tattooing. That's not tattooing. That's clear that was done for refuah purposes. Anything done for medicinal purposes is not the biblical prohibition of tattooing, and therefore I might say no problem. Therefore, I will say, oh, it turned out is if you had a person had an open wound and they wanted to put soot there for the wound, even if the would leave a residual, it is still not a problem. All right, incredible Mishnah. Let's go. We actually just had this Mishnah yesterday. a Nazir who was drinking wine the whole day.
As if he has to tell you when he's not
Everyone has a day like that. I'm just saying, right? Everyone has a day like that, right? Nazir was drinking wine the entire day. Ein chayit ala achas. What's it saying? He's only chayit once. And he's only chayit once. I'll teach them who shows that, but it's right, to give him hasra, they say don't drink those words, which means they give him multiple hasros, then what? Chayiv al kol achas v'achas. Then he will be chayiv for every single individual act of drink. I'm going to make some time. So we get a Nazir, and the Nazir keeps going to the cemetery. He's pretty happy, right? That's good.
like there's a character that just
I don't know if we should lift the wine or without the wine, right? You know, but I'm right thinking it's good and great to great. So you know, kind of like us. So then once even from repeated acts of ritual defilement, there's only going to be kind of one. I'm going to but if you need to have stuff with each act, then it's a little bit kind of race. I have a same idea. Same idea. As you have a Nazir again, who's shaving the whole day. And remember, Nazir's not allowed to shave. He's only chayiv one time. But if they say to him again, don't shave, but he shaves, chayiv al achas, he will be liable ultimately again for each individual act. Higher levels with Kilayan time. If you bring Kilayan the entirety, it's what you don't need to do. If you ever bring shines. Person who's wearing a shotness, I'm wearing a jacket, I know it has shotness in it. Person who wears blind the whole day, ain't a chayiv ala achos. He's only chayiv once. Amu lo al tilbash, for who posted to Lodesh, chayiv ala achos ba'achos. Can't take that one, don't wear shotness. And it sounds like a Mishnah, he takes it off and he puts it back on. Ultimately, again, he will be liable for every individual act of wearing shotness. How many days? So that's very interesting. Use Polish Halal Achad, the Chayiv Allah Yushim Shmona. Sometimes you could plow one furrow and be liable for providing 8 lavin. Right? One furrow, 8 lavin. That'll be doing something good. Hacholesh in the Shabbat cover. So number one, I say, so like number one, I'm trying to do ox and a donkey. So already again, that's biblically prohibited because you're not allowed to plow with 2 different animals. You're only hooked up for one day. So Shabbat cover, that's number one. Then Mukdashim and their hektish. Number 2, use the hektish items for transport purposes. Kilayim Bakerem. And what I'm planting is, let's say, again, wheat or grapes, far you said, right? Right, prohibited mixtures. Right, next, that's the shvius, and it's shvius for Yom Tov, and it's also Yom Tov. You're not allowed to find Yom Tov. Right, Kohen, 6, the Nazir, 7. So, right, again, the base of Kamal, in the graveyard. Right, the fire is taking place in the cemetery, and the guy is going ahead and John is a Kohen and the Nazir. So let's say ultimately you put all that together and you get 8 prohibitions associated with one act of flower. Interesting. So let's say what are you going to translate? What do you do over there? What is this? Remember again, what is the topic of the Mishnah? The topic of the Mishnah was multiple liabilities for one act. Okay, so let's just show, by the way, it's interesting to show another case of how one act of plowing ultimately can result in 8 distinct liabilities. And I need to have you know, how low is July? By the way, I can make it 9. How can I make it 9? The guy who's plowing is wearing shackles while he's plowing. Right? So in addition to all the plowing, he's not wearing shackles. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Why? So I'm saying that the reason why that doesn't work is because if he puts on a shackles jacket, that language is flowers. Right? In other words, there are times to show that for one act of plowing, you can violate 8 prohibitions associated with the plowing. Throwing on a shackles jacket. Say, by the way, you don't say, I can make those things I know, so. While he's plowing, he's shaving with the razor, right? So again, while he's plowing, he's having relations with a married woman. You know, you can throw it. Some people can multitask. I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out over here. Like you could throw in as many different prohibitions, but that's not the point. The point, though, because we want to show multiple prohibitions associated with one act of plowing. So that's a throwing on a shotness jacket. That doesn't count. I know that. What are you talking about? But I don't know why you say that. You're saying that the guy is lying because he's a Nazi. What does being a Nazi have to do with clowns? So you are throwing on additional prohibitions already. So if you're going to throw on additional prohibitions, I'm going to throw on additional prohibitions as well. Okay, more background than you know. Listen, let's focus on the shot in this case. I'm going to do all of this. Coaching for Lovish Mamish. Oh, I can do not mix the most of these slash infamy fellow. So it's like, this is very interesting. In the shot in this case, if you like the shot in this case, right, you might get so far. If a person wears shot in his right, and they get one hasra, and then what's the halacha? I'm liable once, right, because there was one act of wearing. The way that Mr. Thing did, was, right, if I say, I'll go back to the point of Lovish Kai. The way Mr. Thing did was, if I wear shinies, right, and now I take it off, I put it on, and every time I take it off, you tell me, don't wear it, then I put it back on, ultimately again, there's liability for that. Then we'll say, we're going to stop at this case over here, we're going to pick up the next session, we're fine, we are absolutely fine, we're right on target in the next session, it's not going to get much longer towards the end. No, but it's a short off last time. I want to start over here, I want to rush this last case, we'll see ready for happening. Right, I'm doing the focus.
Used to be Rain and Wix.com. Now there's this guy down the street named Terry, and it's called Archery Country, and he teaches you how to shoot an arrow. If you want to know how to do that. What are you going to use?
He had a tremendous impact. Over for you. I'm just saying now,
of course you were. Everything that you see, you become obsessed with. Right? Any kind of fucking habit or hobby, I should say. Any hobby. You're just gonna fucking. That's gonna be.
All right, girls. Good morning. Let's begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual sponsor. Now, Tony Person today is ready to share in honor of his wife's birthday. The gift that keeps on giving. Hashem is beautiful for birthdays, anniversaries, because it's all around Israel. Whatever it is, thank you for yourself as well. This is close to me, very happy birthday. Welcome to the year of this Mazel Bracha. Simcha Hatzlacha. The summer felt was for her, very kind of stuff I never actually shown in the focus. Our time was always sponsored. Last day, for the month of Nisan, about the end of October. All parts of celebration of the Nisan birthdays. His wife Kathy, granddaughter Tip for Esther, and birth of his grandson, Yosef Menachem. Thank you for the sponsorship. Anonymous sponsorship and the social symbols for all of our children and to listen to the month of the Jewish symbols for all of Cloud Israel. Having seen the stolen money of Abraham's mother, Sarah, Brana, Basio, Shua, Heshem, the point of the Bracha. The starts of was actually 29th of Nisan, all of the Mishra Saudi Arabia, the families in the Tamil, all of those who know what's happening here, come for the Israel. The self-pushing their session, all of our houses in the Shalom and the Tarbo, allow us to be soldiers to be successful in the home and master of the Rabbi, that was a tremendous thank you and a strong Josh Harris for giving cheer yesterday. We have to call today's doctor's talk. We have to I actually want to pick up. That's got a little too far from my leg to go there. And only one day, so he's doing a whole doc. Ridiculous. So actually, I know that Josh got for the last couple of rides from Nate today. I just want to back it up just a little bit so we get to see this entire group in the third wide ride there. Two, 4, 16 lines up in the bottom, same figure. So I'm going to be asking, I'm going to be open up. Nice as Shinny, and say, hi, up and up. So what's going to be in the Mishnah says, if you're going to use nice as Shinny, outside of the Shalayim, ultimately, again, you get multis. So I asked Gemara, so at what point exactly is there liability for nice change? So this is actually a fascinating Gemara, but if you would not learn the Gemara, you would actually have absolutely no idea that this first off, just when you read the Psukim. So watch this. The Gemara says, this is going to be open on, you show up and you have a problem. So listen to this. There is no liability, biblical liability, even nicer shade out of Yerushalayim, unless, of course, my shade first has come into Yerushalayim and then has been removed. So the typical prohibition of eating nicer shade outside of Yerushalayim only occurs if nicer shade is first brought in then taken out and consumed outside of Yerushalayim. Once it's nighttime, what does this mean? So the Rashi says over here, but the Rashi 6 times I've heard about it. Mishira Bnei Achoma. Rashi says over here, actually I say, you know the word of Yerushalayim, Bnei Achoma. The Chutz V'Choma, you must listen, I arrange the after. And therefore, Mishnah said that you get Malchus, but even Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. What that means is, you brought the Ma'aser Sheni in, and then you took it out, and then consumed it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. Incredible. So we would have thought, my time, I just want to point out, again, before you come to tomorrow, you assume what does it mean to eat Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim? What does it mean? I separated my Sheni from my produce, right? And now I have 2 choices. What are my 2 choices? Either bring the produce to Yerushalayim and eat in Yerushalayim, or taking the produce onto money, and you might be trying to spend it on food in Yerushalayim. But again, the assumption, when we say that, the prohibition of eating my Sheni is in that initial stage. I separated it out, and now again, I failed to bring it, I ate it, and the person says, no, the person says, no, it's not what happens. Those times of prohibition, ultimately, again, is when you bring it in, and then you bring it back out. That's it, in my time. What says Gemara? What is the reason for this? My time, the Pasuk says, before Hashem your God, you shall consume it. The Iksev, the Pasuk here mentions you cannot eat Ma'aser Sheni within your gates, within your own communities. Wherever you have a fulfillment of, before Hashem you shall consume it, i.e., whenever the Ma'aser Sheni has already been brought in front of the Beis HaMikdash, in front of, I should say, within the walls of Yerushalayim, only once the Ma'aser Sheni has come before God, i.e. in the walls of Yerushalayim, is there a prohibition to consume the Ma'aser Sheni within your own confines, within your own gates. But rather the Ma'aser Sheni has not been brought within the walls of Yerushalayim. We do not go ahead and say about it, but you cannot eat it in the confines of your own community. That's incredible. This, I don't know, but this to me might be one of those shocking things I've encountered in my life in the last, 4 minutes. This is like, listen, it's overwhelming, because again, it just totally changes the construct of where you think about Ma'aser Sheni. So again, up until this girl, I would have assumed prohibited consumption of Ma'aser Sheni are separated out of my produce. I failed to take it to Yerushalayim. I ate it in my backyard. That's the biblical prohibition. The idea of says, no, that's the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is, I brought it to Yerushalayim, then I brought it back out and consumed it outside of Yerushalayim. That's the biblical prohibition. That's no, listen, there's a cash that's supposed to be basically, Rabbi says, also be able to image a paddle. So Cohen has in his hand a fig of paddle. Paddle means again an untied produce, an untied fig. So what does he do? He says his thoughts. So let the truma portion be on the ukitz, on the stem part. This means towards the bottom of the fig. Nice solution. I must say now, he's doing something over here. We've seen this concept before about designating Ma'aser, or designate Trumas and Ma'asers without actively separating them. So he's saying is let the Truma be on the bottom stem part of the fruit. Okay. Ma'aser Rishon b'tzvora, let the Ma'aser Rishon portion be in the northern part of the fruit. Ma'aser Sheni the droma, Ma'aser Sheni be in the southern part of the fruit. The Ishnas Ma'aser Sheni will be Yerushalayim. And let's say, for example, we're dealing with, remember, different tides apply different times, different years of the Shemitah cycle. So let's say, for example, in this case over here, it was a Ma'aser Sheni year. And let's say the Kohen was in Yerushalayim. Or over Ma'aser Ani, or it's a Ma'aser Ani year, but who B'Gvulin. And ultimately, again, that's our Yerushalayim. Remember, again, we never have Ma'aser Sheni and Ma'aser Ani same years, they alternate. So for our purposes of our example, let's just go that it was a Ma'aser Sheni year. So all of this is happening inside of Yerushalayim. So again, Cohen is standing with his fig, and essentially he designates all the different Shumas and Ma'asers while staying in Yerushalayim. And it is a Ma'aser Sheni year. Okay, so what's the halacha? Ochla. Now he ate it. So what is halacha? He ate a top of chaf. Ochla. So lo ke'achos. He gets one set of malchas. They both say, interestingly enough, even though he did everything, there was one tithe that was not separated, which was Trumas Meiser. Trumas Meiser. So because Trumas Meiser was not designated, therefore we'll get Malchus for consumption of Trumas Meiser. Okay, Zar Sha'achla, but if a non-Kohen ate the same pig, we'll get Shtayim. Ultimately, again, so we'll say, so because, so just understand, what is he getting, what is the Kohen getting Malchus on? Because the fig still has the status of Tevel. Remember, the status of Tevel is only removed if all tithes are removed. Like if you have one tithe left untied, unremoved, so then the produce itself is still titled or still designated as Tevel. So therefore, the Kohen in this case was an excellent effort. He got almost everything. But because Trumas Meiser wasn't separated, therefore again he will get Malchus, one set of Malchus for consuming Tevel. If a non-Kohen ate it, the non-Kohen will get two sets of Malchus. Why two sets of Malchus? Number one, Tevel. Number two, Truma. Right? He is consuming Truma, which of course is probably Rashi says over here. So the one says, Shilu b'tchila achla ina loke ela achas. Interestingly enough, what's fascinating about this case is, had the Kohen not designated anything, or had anything not been designated, there would have only been one set of Malchus for Tevel. Right? So it's fascinating. In other words, that the Kohen went ahead and designated all of these things, failed to take care of Trumas Meiser, so therefore it still has the status of Tevel, but at the same time there also has been a Truma designation. So now when a non-Kohen consumes it, he's going to get two sets of Malchus, one for Tevel and one for Truma. Had the Kohen not done any designations and the non-Kohen consumed it, he would have only gotten one set of Malchus for Tevel. Okay. So once I say, now remember, what we're focused on over here is the Meiser Sheni piece. Remember again, what did the Gemara say? The Gemara said the Kohen is going ahead, standing in Yerushalayim with his fig, right? And he's designating Meiser Sheni. Okay, so now Taima, the Yisir Yerushalayim. So interestingly enough, the reason why now when he goes in and consumes it, that he's not chayav is because he's standing in Yerushalayim. Habigvulin, interestingly enough, had he gone ahead and taken this fig out of Yerushalayim and then consumed it, lo keshalosh. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa would have gotten three sets of malchus, one for consumption of Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. The apa gav delav roet nechoma. So first, I'll take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "Haki gav sinon." You see that it's like a divrei maskal in the middle of Rashi. It's almost very across from the Gemara. Time with the Meiser Sheni Yerushalayim Meiser Bigvulin, Ha Meiser Sheni Bigvulin lo keshalosh. So what you see over here is as follows. The reason why, in this case over here, there's only two sets of malchus and not three sets of malchus is because for Meiser Sheni, he's consuming it in Yerushalayim. The inference from this would have been, had it been a Meiser Sheni year, and all of this was happening outside of Yerushalayim, there would have been three sets of malchus. Right? Why three sets of malchus? Let's go with the Zar. Let's go with the non-Kohen. Right? Number one for Tevel, number two for Truma, and number three from Meiser Sheni out of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? That there is a biblical prohibition for Meiser Sheni, even if the Meiser Sheni never came into Yerushalayim. That's the raya. So this is a steer. This is a contradiction. Remember again, Rabbi Yochanan said the only time you are liable the only time you're biblically liable for consumption of Meiser Sheni in Yerushalayim is if it was brought into the walls and then taken out. What we're inferring from this case over here is the case that the way the Gemara set it up is the guy is eating the fig in Yerushalayim on a Meiser Sheni year. That's why he's not getting malchus for that. He'll only get malchus and non-Kohen Azar will get malchus for Tevel and for Truma. But the inference from this is, if this whole thing was taking place out of Yerushalayim, he would have gotten three sets of malchus. One for Tevel, one for Truma, and one for Meiser Sheni, even though the Meiser Sheni never came within the walls of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? You get malchus for Meiser Sheni consumption, even if Meiser Sheni never came within the walls. Contradicts Rabbi Yochanan. So Shmuel says, no, maybe not. We're talking about a case where the Meiser Sheni thing was brought in and taken out. Okay, Shmuel says, well, if that's the case, then what's the chiddush? This is very interesting. This is fascinating. Can go into Eilinu B'Tivlayu. The case over here, this is quite fascinating. The case over here is the fig was brought in, but the fig was brought in or the produce was brought in in a tevel state. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is just a little bit further down it's still in the short lines. The Ivy B'Tivlei, La'id Te'ena B'Yushalayim, they call Tua Mechitzos L'Maiser Shein Ha'asid Litram Yimeno. So I will say this is quite riveting. You might want to suggest the following: that the case over here is where the fig was initially brought into Yerushalayim. Now, when it was brought into Yerushalayim, it was brought in as tevel. It was brought in as tevel. One wants to suggest that perhaps the way Halacha views tithing is, we look at tithes that will be designated, even if they have not yet actively been designated. What does this mean? Now, when I bring a fig into Yerushalayim, the Halacha recognizes that at some point in the future, part of this fig is going to be designated as Meiser Sheni. So we view that Meiser Sheni designation as existing already now at the time the fig was brought in, even though what? It was not actively designated. We view it as if it was designated, and therefore, Halacha l'maisa, this is considered to be Meiser Sheni that was within the walls and then taken out. And therefore, again, in our case over here, if one was to subsequently eat this fig outside of Yerushalayim, there would actually be liability for the Meiser Sheni. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Bekasavar matnos shelo hormu kamisha hormu danon." That even tithing designations that have not actively been designated are halachically viewed as if they were designated. So let's say, just want to point out how profound this is. So what this means, just to understand what this means, is that halacha l'maisa, if you take we'll just use the fig because that's the Gemara's example. You take a fig, a tevel fig, into Yerushalayim. Right? So now what the Gemara is suggesting over here is, since we know that you're going to have to separate out Meiser Sheni from that fig, even though you have not done so now, we view that fig as already having a Meiser Sheni designation, so that when you bring it into Yerushalayim, that Meiser Sheni has been within the walls of Yerushalayim. Therefore, if you take it back out, or when you take it back out, if you were to eat it, there would be biblical liability for that. Even though, again, at the time you brought the fig in, there was no active designation, but since there will be a designation, you view it as if the matana has actively been designated already. Fantastic. Mara says, 1 second, is that true? Does Rabbi Yossi really hold that way? After all, what about the following case? Vatanyo. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda over Mishom Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda says in Rabbi Yossi, here we go. Listen to this. So Beishan Israel do not argue in the following case. In other words, they agree in the following case of peros shalomim merubah, fruits that are not yet fully processed. The simplest example would be of this: unripened fruits. That's the easiest way to look at this. Unripened produce or unripened grain, or just grain that has not, let's say, been what's it called? Husk. Okay, yeah, unprocessed or whatever it is, right? Unprocessed, right? So whether it's produce, whether it's whatever it might be, it's not fully finished. So So watch this. Let's say I bring in unripened produce into Yerushalayim. Everyone agrees that when I bring that produce back out of Yerushalayim, what could I do? I can go ahead and redeem my Meiser Sheni onto money, and go ahead and bring the money to Yerushalayim. I will say, just use something. There's a different halacha Meiser Sheni. We actually saw this reference before as well. The halacha is like this: if I live out of Yerushalayim and I have a lot of produce, I have Meiser Sheni. What am I allowed to do? What am I allowed to do? I can redeem the Meiser Sheni onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim, use the money to buy food. However, if you bring produce to Yerushalayim, once that produce enters into the city, you are no longer allowed to redeem it onto money. That's the halacha. We're going to touch on that, about where that halacha is from in just a little bit. Till in just a moment. But again, with the Gemara saying like this, everyone agrees, if you bring in unprocessed produce into Yerushalayim, and then let's say take it out, you could still redeem the Meiser Sheni onto money. Now, what's the logic behind that? It makes a lot of sense. Why? Because since it's not fully processed, since it's not complete, it's not subject to Meiser Sheni. So because it's not subject to Meiser Sheni, therefore, again, there's no problem with you redeeming it. You didn't have to take it out. Listen to this. So what's the machlokes? Aman yachlaku. What's the machlokes about? Let's say you bring in fully processed produce into Yerushalayim. So now again, I'm bringing in a basket of fully processed produce. So now, what is the halacha? So Beis Shammai says that halacha l'maisa, right? The produce must, ma'aser sheni must be consumed in Yerushalayim. Once that produce has been brought into Yerushalayim, you cannot take the ma'aser sheni out and consume it anywhere else. So Beis Hillel says, if that Beis Hillel says, no, not true. Since the ma'aser sheni wasn't actively designated, therefore, halacha l'maisa, you could remove the produce from Yerushalayim, still redeem the produce onto money, and bring the money to Yerushalayim afterwards. So let's say, so now, what's the machlokias over here? So the Pashtos, what it sounds like is as follows. Beis Shammai holds, matanos shalom hormu, hormu dandan. Beis Shammai holds that when you bring in fully processed produce into Yerushalayim, we view those tithes as actively being designated. Now remember again, the only tithe entry into Yerushalayim matters for is what? Is ma'aser sheni, right? That's the only one that it really matters for. According to Beis Shammai, when you bring fully processed produce into Yerushalayim, we view the ma'aser sheni as if it has been designated. Because it's been designated, it's been within the choma. Once it's been within the choma, there's two things that happen. Number one, there's a biblical prohibition to consume it outside of Yerushalayim, and you are no longer allowed to redeem that ma'aser sheni onto money. But Beis Hillel disagrees with this. Beis Hillel says no. Beis Hillel says not true. Ma'aser sheni is only designated when ma'aser sheni is designated, right? And there's no such thing as ma'aser sheni being designated until there has been an active designation of a ma'aser sheni portion within the produce itself. Incredible. And if you think it's true that everyone agrees that ma'aser sheni designation is as if it's been made, even though it has not been actively designated. The Gemara says, so again, the mechitzos, the walls of Yerushalayim have absorbed this produce. If that's the case, how does Beis Hillel allow for the subsequent redemption of that ma'aser sheni onto money? Rabbi says, no. Mechitza le'achol da'araisa, mechitza liklot drabanan. So this is very interesting actually. So Rabbi says, really, there's two different halachas going on over here. There's a halacha that once produce enters into Yerushalayim, so ma'aser sheni can no longer be consumed outside of Yerushalayim. That is a din d'oraisa. That's a din d'oraisa. The idea that once ma'aser sheni comes into Yerushalayim, it can no longer be redeemed onto money, that's a din d'Rabbanan. Fascinating. That's a din d'Rabbanan. Okay, and therefore again, Rabbi wants to be mechalek ultimately again between those two separate halachas. The Gemara says, if he goes to Rabbanan, and when other Rabbanan goes there, so the Gemara says, ki isa be'enei, only when halacha l'maisa, the ma'aser sheni itself is actively designated. However, the Gemara says, ki isa be'enei, if he goes to Rabbanan, ki isa be'enei, the tiblei lo goes to Rabbanan. However, again, when the produce itself is still tevel, ultimately, again, the Rabbanan not goes there. And that's how you can explain Beis Hillel's position. So Beis Hillel was agreeing, Beis Hillel could technically agree that even matanos shalom hormu kamisha hormu danyan, that even though you have not yet actively separated, ma'aser sheni is as if it's been separated, and therefore halacha l'maisa, once that produce enters into Yerushalayim, you can no longer consume that ma'aser sheni outside of Yerushalayim, but you are still allowed to redeem it onto money. Why? Because the concept that being within the homa prevents redemption, that's the Rabbanan. And the Rabbanan only goes on that in a case where the ma'aser sheni itself is extant. But if the ma'aser sheni has not been designated, then the rabbinic prohibition or rabbinic obligation does not apply. Fascinating. So my Rabbi is if Rothschild go, did not get laid the kanya. So this is interesting. Rabbi says, no, what's the case? The case over here is around carrying my ma'aser sheni. And how am I carrying it? Well, says yesterday's daf. How am I carrying it? On a stick like they have, like cartoons, like they used to, right? So you have like a stick and you have like a little packle tied on the end of the stick, right? And what happens? Remember again, I walk into Yerushalayim, and again, but my packle is outside of Yerushalayim. My packle is outside of Yerushalayim. So what says? Remember the Gemara in Medina says, what's the halacha in that case? The halacha is since your person entered into Yerushalayim is considered to be as if what? As if your ma'aser sheni entered into Yerushalayim as well. Okay, fascinating. The Gemara says, by the way, once you do that, the tif shod bayid rapapa. this will answer the question of Rav Papa, because Rav Papa Mamish had this exact question, right? What happens if the person enters into Yerushalayim, but the tackle that he's holding ultimately again remains outside of Yerushalayim? So now we see what's the halacha. When you enter Yerushalayim, your tackle enters Yerushalayim with you as well. Absolutely incredible. So we'll say, by the way, just to appreciate what beautiful, like, just metaphorical significance that has. Right? In general, as we go through life, all of us carry a tackle, right? We all have a lot of stuff that or some of us have a lot of, everyone in life carries baggage. Some people just have a carry-on. Some people have to hire a porter, with those big things, like to schlep all the stuff, but we all have it. But the interesting part about people and their baggage is that we often try not to deal with it. Right? We often try not to deal with it. The imagery of kind of carrying your tackle, not in your arms, but on a stick extended behind you. I think often is metaphorical for people not really wanting to have to deal with their baggage. So I keep it a little bit at a distance. So I'll say, what's beautiful over here? What does the Gemara seem to resolve? The Gemara says, once the whole shaila is, if you enter into Yerushalayim, your body's in Yerushalayim, does your tackle come with you? Does your tackle come with you? So now it seems to be that halacha l'maisa, the Gemara suggesting that once your person enters into Yerushalayim, your tackle comes with you as well. Which also gives us, I think, beautiful anticipatory excitement for the future. The day will come when we will all enter Yerushalayim. The day will come. The day will come. And what's the most beautiful part about Mashiach? What's the most beautiful part about entering Yerushalayim? Is that Mashiach doesn't just take care of your body. Ula doesn't just take care of your guf. But in Eretz Hashem, all the baggage comes with you also. And whatever the baggage there is, whatever difficulties there are, whatever challenges there are as well, once you enter into Yerushalayim in Eretz Hashem, all the taklach come along with you. And just as you are uplifted upon entering into Yerushalayim, all of that baggage gets dealt with as well. Another reason to daven for Mashiach, another reason to yearn for Gulava. So let's get back to the halacha. Right? So how do we pass it over here? Because this is big stuff. Right? So first of all, in general, do we accept this precept about Ma'aser Sheni? So first of all, the Rambam paskins in Hilchos Ma'aser Sheni, Perek Beis halacha vav. So the Rambam says very interesting. He says, "Ein elokim min haTorah ad sheyochlenu ad shenichnas." I'm sorry. So it says, first of all, this is how we pass it. We pass in halacha l'maisa. There is no biblical prohibition for Ma'aser Sheni consumption, unless, of course, Ma'aser Sheni came into Yerushalayim first and was then removed. So this, I'll tell you the truth, like this undoes everything we've known in Shas up until this point. We've always thought that the way to Ma'aser Sheni, I'm a farmer, I designated Ma'aser Sheni, I have one of two choices. Bring the produce to Yerushalayim, redeem it onto money, bring the money to spend it on food, but if I eat that produce outside of Yerushalayim, that is Issur D'Oraisa. That is false. That is false. The way Paskin is that halacha l'maisa, again, there is only biblical prohibition if the Ma'aser Sheni was brought in and then ultimately taken out. Now, there's an Issur D'Rabbanan to consume Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, even if it has never come within the walls. So that's halacha l'maisa number one. So halacha l'maisa, what about matfaro shelo hormuz, kamisho hormuz damnon? So ultimately, again, the Rambam Paskin is where it says Ma'aser Sheni shenichnas Yerushalayim. I think shad ma'asal tzim misham shkvar katov mechitzos. When parents are called mekaseh, Ma'aser Sheni, avar osino shiatzu b'shkali yatzur Yerushalayim uklitas mechitzos. So the way we pass the halacha l'maisa also, the Rambam says, is that the walls absorb Ma'aser Sheni midrabanan. So therefore, again, once you bring in Ma'aser Sheni to Yerushalayim, you are no longer, let's say you bring in produce, you are no longer allowed to redeem that produce onto money. That we pass in that way, but that is a din d'Rabbanan. Made the alright, so you're still permitted to redeem it onto money. Okay, it's incredible. All right, so we'll say brand new sugya, and this is a fantastic sugya, l'maisa sugya. Now here we go. HaKoreach karka b'rosho, Mishnah. Person creates literally again a bald spot on his head. Now, why is someone doing this? So Rashi points out over here. Second, why Rashi HaKoreach karka b'rosho al hames. Now remember again, the Torah. We're going to see there are two prohibitions for this. One for Zorim, non-Kohen, and one for Kohanim. The idea of Yikrichu Karka, I'm not making a bald spot on the head. This was a mourning practice. People would go out and lacerate themselves, pull out hair from their head out of a mourning practice. So again, and that's very important because the biblical prohibition only occurs if one does this in the context of mourning. So again, one who creates a bald spot in his head, pulls out his hair over mourning for the dead. Shaving off your payas. Shaving off your payas. So this a little again, the way that it's framed is rounding off the corners of your head. Or one who destroys literally again the corners of his beard. We're going to see, well, this refers to shaving with a razor. Now again, I want to point out over here, these are different prohibitions. Korech Karka Barosho was dafka a morning practice. Right? Shaving off your payas, makir ta'as rosho, going ahead and rounding off the corners of your head, that has nothing to do with mourning. Nothing to do with mourning. Okay? Or mashres pa'asakano, destroying the corners of your beard, also nothing to do with mourning. This is back now to mourning practices, or one who lacerates himself as a display of mourning for the dead. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, one is chayiv for this. Sarat svita achas al chamisha mason, or chamish svitos al mesachav. This is very interesting. So let's say a person went ahead and lacerated himself. One laceration over 5 people who died, or 5 lacerations over 1 person who died. What's the halacha? Chayiv akalachas ta'achas. One is chayiv for every laceration. Again, more about that in the Gemara. Ala rosh. In general, for rounding out the corners of your head, there's 2 pockets of liability. Rashi points out over here the head essentially is divided into 2, right? So essentially, again, we'll get into this more specifically. It's talking about shaving off of the payas. So there's 2 distinct prohibitions, one for each payah, one for each corner of the head. Ala zakan, for the beard, shtayim mikan, as we will see, we'll see all of this on the beard. There's essentially 5 areas of liability. One is by the temple, right? So what with 2 temples on each side. The other is by the jawbone, where the jawbone protrudes, and so that's 2, 4, and then the 5th is the chin. So again, those are the areas where if one quote unquote destroys the hair on those areas, there is biblical prohibition. Rabbi Eliezer Omer. The Lazar says, we'll say this in Gemara, if somehow you were to go ahead and, let's say, disperse the hair all 5 places at once, so you'd only be chayiv once. And this prohibition of destroying the hair, whether it's the payas, right, or ultimately again on the beard, is with a razor. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, so the Rothschild says, even if you went ahead and you cut off hair with it's like some type of planing instrument, right? So that you would use to plane down wood, which sounds excessively painful, right? But if you were to do that right with that kind of instrument, halacha l'maisa, that would be the biblical prohibition as well. Incredible. All right, the Rothschild says that's the Mishnah. There's certainly a lot to unpack over here. So Gemara, Tarabanan, lo yikirfu karcha. So the Torah says you shall not go ahead. Now, I said, just let me point this out to you. There's 2 psukim over here. The pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is a pasuk by Kohanim. Lo yikirchu karcha berosham. Do not make a bald spot on your head. Upa'as zikanam lo yigalechu. Do not go ahead and shave the corners of your beard. Ubifsaram lo yisratu saratas. And do not make a laceration on your body. That's by Kohanim. Now, what's the pasuk by Gans Klal Yisrael? This Hashem now talking to the rest of the nation. You are children to Hashem your God. Lo tisgodedu. So again, we'll see what lo tisgodedu means. But ultimately, again, do not make a bald spot between your eyes over the dead. So same prohibition mentioned by Yisrael and by Kohanim. So now here we go. It says in the be careful. Now the pasuk by Kohanim says, do not make a bald spot. So the Gemara says, I'm not that even if you make 4 or 5 bald spots, you only chayav once. You chayav once. Tabalomar karcha. Therefore, the pasuk says karcha on the singular to teach you what. L'chayiv I'll call karcha the karcha. Every bald spot that you make out of mourning for the dead ultimately generates liability. Rosham on your head. Ma tabalomar. Why does that have to say rosham? So much l'dishen amar lo tisgodedu. V'lo tasimu karcha b'neinechem lones. Since the pasuk is lo tisgodedu. And do not go ahead and make a bald spot between your eyes for the dead. I might have thought that there's only liability if I literally do it between my eyes. Gemara says, Minai in the Rabbi's kolarosh. How do I know that there's liability for creating this bald spot anywhere on the head? Kamalomar Barosh Shum. Therefore, the Pasuk says on the head, L'Rabos Kalarosh. Anywhere on the head, there's liability. I ve'eni ela b'kohanim. Shariba Kohen, Shariba Bahen, Akasim, this is Yisiros. Now, again, I only know that it's by Kohanim. Because I would maybe Kohanim, again, in general, have a lot of additional mitzvahs. That's why there's liability. So it's when it says Yisrael Minai, how do I know about Yisrael? Memar Kan Karcha, then Memar La'alan Karcha. It says Karcha over here, and it says Karcha over there. Ma La'alan Chayiv Alko Karcha Karcha. Just like over there, it's just like over there, you're Chayiv on every bald spot. The Chayiv Alalosh can be Keminayim, and a Chayiv on the head, just like right between the eyes. Afkan Chayiv Alko Karcha Karcha, but Chayiv Alalosh can be Keminayim. Beautiful. Okay. And I will say, as we said before, the interesting idea about a karka, about creating a bald spot, is the biblical prohibition is only if it's associated with the morning practice. Incredible. So it says, so that's what I have. So first of all, we're essentially making zero shabbat between the pasuk by the Quran and the pasuk by Yisrael, and we comes out with two halachos. Number one is obligated for pulling out hair anywhere on the head. It's we'll say Beinai Naim. Obviously, once we're talking about they'll pull out like eyebrows. They pull out eyebrows ultimately and also as a display of wood. So I'm chayiv for causing a karcha anywhere on the head. But again, and every karcha is its own biblical prohibition, and but there's only liability if it's done in morning practice for the dead. Okay, so now the Gemara says, Hani daled behei kri chosei kidam. So if you remember again, the Mishnah brought down an interesting case, right? The Mishnah made a case ultimately again that if a person goes ahead and does 4 or 5 peoples, right? Goes ahead and does 5 bald spots at once, you could only be chayiv. You could technically be chayiv once. So what's the case over here? What's the case of 4 or 5 bald spots? So if again I'm making 4 or 5 bald spots successively, right? And each of them has their own hasra. Then pshita, then obviously there's going to be individual liability for each of those. Ella, listen to this. They will say, what we're looking for the case is 4 or 5 bald spots for which there would be individual liability. So what's the case? What's the case? So if you're talking about, I do bald spot 1, right? Hasra, bald spot 1. Hasra, bald spot 2. So obviously there's going to be individual liability for those things. So again, if halacha l'maisa, if it's one hasra, right? One hasra, and then I make 4 or 5 bald spots, I should only be chayiv once. Why? You mark compares to an interesting case. Would you be chayiv individually? But now we know this. Nazir shahaya shosei yayin kolayom. Sometimes when you fall big, right? So the Nazir, he's not just making a l'chaim, like he's all in. He's all in, right? So he's drinking wine the entire day. So let's say, so what's the halacha? Eino chayiv ela akos. He's only going to be chayiv once. Only going to be chayiv ela once. So the Gemara says, however, amulo al tishta. But if they kept giving him individual hasras before every cup, Nazir, don't drink this. Nazir, don't drink this. Chayiv akol achas va'akos. It'll be chayiv once. So we'll say, what do you see from here? One hasra before multiple repeated acts only yields one liability. Multiple hasras before multiple acts yield individual liability. So what's the case of 4 or 5 bald spots? So you might listen to this. This is fascinating. We'll say, what's the case? The case where the guy took nasha. Rashi points out over here, nasha, perush, sam shemeshir es hasear, asach mimenu eno tzomeach sear bedufo. So what happens? The case over here is he takes a hair removal cream. He puts hair removal cream on 5 fingers. And what does he do? He applies the 5 fingers to his head all at once. So 5 individual acts, but done simultaneously. This could be a case where halacha l'maisa, there could be 5 individual liabilities. The havile hasra l'chol chad v'chad. Ultimately, again, hasra, if you count for each and every act. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi goes, almost right across, the hema komos. So again, we'll call back, the guy takes the cream on 5 fingers, puts the cream on his head, or puts his fingers on his head at once. So actually, the hekul komos, the hekrichos, and b'chad the hasra. And there's one hasra over here. The chibun to the bas afas ka'avid, My chazes the chayil hasra high etzba tfei high. So it's very interesting. So essentially, over here, that one hasra that he's given before the 5 acts, that one hasra devolves upon each of the acts because there are 5 separate bald spots. So one hasra working to devolve upon 5 individual acts, yielding 5 individual instances of liability. Riveting. Okay. Now, by the way, the kind of shir karka, how much is a bald spot? How much is a bald spot? Rapuna Amar, Kedishira Mirosho. Rapuna says, you pull out enough hair that you can see your scalp. Okay? Rabbi Yochanan Mishum, Rabbi Laz, Rabbi Shimon, Kigris. Size of a gris, okay, which I will say is the size of a small lentil. Small lentil. Kitanoi, Kamashik, Gris, Achiram, others say, Kedishira Mirosho. Okay, so let's say Samara suggests Machlokes Tanoi. Some say it's a gris, some say it's enough to see the scalp. Amar Yehuda, Bachadiva, Pligivat plus a Tanoi. Machlokes Tanoi. Kadomar Kigris. One says the size of the small lentil. The Chad Omer Kedishira Mirosho. Other says this is able to see the scalp. The Chad Omer Kishtei Sa'aros. And one says like 2 hairs. 2 hairs, that's a bald spot. The Ikut the Matik Shtei Sa'aros. And one removes, it says no, there's no position that says 2 hairs, and instead inserts in there the size of a lentil. Size of a lentil. This Simonach, and remember this is Baharis Kidris. Alright, so I'll say, so this is a way to remember it through the laws of Saras. I don't know, I've never met anyone that used a mnemonic from Saras to remember anything. Okay, but I guess by the time of the Gemara it's worth, right? A Baharis, which is a problematic discoloration, is the size of the gris. And a Michia, which is a healed burn, which is not Tameis Kadash. Okay, so as I said, I deal with Sumachlokas. How much is a bald spot? Sumachlokas. So Tana. Hanota, so what is very interesting. Hanota Molepiazog B'Shabbos Chayik. Interesting. I'm going to say, if you go ahead and you remove a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, you are Chayik. Now, what are you Chayik for? You're Chayik for Gozes. Right? One of the 39 malachos is Gozes. Gozes means shearing. Shearing is the act of removing any type of hair from the place where it grows. So, of course, the paradigmatic example of this was the removal of wool from the sheep in order to create the rios, the curtains of the Mishkan. Right? But again, the application of this could be a person pulling out the hair from his head on Shabbos. So Allah again, now technically if you were to pluck out hair, that would not be a dingorais, that would be a dirabanan, right? Because the way that hair removal would Gozes would have been done with a cleave, with a utensil. Okay? So then the Gemara says, Tana, if you remove a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, that is biblical liability. How much is a scissors worth? 2 hairs. But we learned elsewhere that for a bald spot it's 2 hairs. You're right. Say just like by Shabbos, the shear of prohibition is 2 hairs. So too again for a bald spot, by karka, it's 2 hairs as well. That supports this. If one removes a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, you're chayiv. How much is a scissors worth? Shtayim. So say good. So no Shabbos will be also. You move 2 scissors worth of hair, you're liable for that. But the Lezer Achos is very true. The Lezer says even the removal of 1 hair. The Lezer says that's pretty wild, right? Now again, what's the concept of removal of 2 hairs? Remember, for Hilchos Shabbos, in order to be in violation of a malacha, you have to do something of substance. It has to be something substantive. So right, at least the most basic unit of substantive kite has to be reached. So again, therefore the first opinion says 2 hairs. Rabbi Loza says even 1 hair. You must listen to this. Now, the Chum will say no, the order of the Chayiv on Shabbos is if you remove 2 hairs, with one exception. If a person is deaf for removing white hairs, right? So if you're removing white hairs, even the removal of 1 white hair will be a malacha because that is a significant act. Now we'll say now, why is that? Because remember again, that's called malachas machshavos. Normally the removal of 1 hair is insignificant. But again, when one is actively reading out white hairs, then again, even the removal of 1 hair is considered to be a significant act, and therefore there would be Shabbos liability for that as well. The Gemara says, by the way, the davar za'afilu b'chol aser. For a man, removing of white hairs is going to be prohibited even during the week. Why? Mishum shenemar lo yilbash gever simras isha. Because the pasuk says, man is not permitted to wear a woman's clothing. Now, this prohibition of cross-dressing, right, this prohibition of wearing women's clothing, doesn't just refer to clothing, but refers to the fact that a man is not permitted to engage in any practice that is uniquely feminine. This would refer to, let's say, shaving hair on certain parts of the body that men don't normally do, that women might do, right? Or, for that matter, pulling out white hairs, which is considered to be an act that women do or men do, or by extension, by the way, coloring hair, right? Coloring hair, which is a practice, a feminine practice. Again, interesting discussion in the postscript about whether or not there's a biblical prohibition for men to engage in that as well. Different discussion, but the point of it, because seems to clearly say that halacha l'maaseh, removal of a white hair is a feminine practice, and therefore, again, a man cannot do it. So, interestingly enough, on Shabbos is going to be prohibited because halacha l'maaseh, the removal of one white hair, in other words, is significant. But even during the week, it will be prohibited ultimately out simras isha. I can say, shkoyach. Chef, new pack more tomorrow. Excellent. A lot of good halacha l'maaseh ahead of us as well. All right, so let's have a wonderful day. Chodesh, everyone. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's daf is daf Yates. The sponsorship split day. We have our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilson family, as a source for the Stewart Torah for Am Yisrael. The Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan. Paul Pollock, celebration of the Nisan birthday of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollock, West Orange. And the birth of the grandson to Ida and Jeremiah Pollock of Indianapolis, Indiana. We have an anonymous sponsor in this list of Simchos for all of our children and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram Chandy Kelman in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Brian last year, Shua Heschel. His yard site is on the 29th of Nisan. Shama should have in Aliyah. There are other sponsors I missed. I apologize. I don't know if they're daily sponsorships, but we'll put in the notes if I missed anything. Okay, so we'll pick up the last line of Yivches Amud Beis. No, we left off? Somewhat? Okay. Close enough. We got it to the top? All right. So Gemara says, Amar of Ad, Amar of Yitzchak, Yikurim Emasai Mechaber Aleim. So we were talking about before that for Zah, for non-Kohen eating Bikurim, you have Chiyuvus B'Yeh Shemayim. So we said, when is the point where a non-Kohen eats Bikurim will become Chayav? We said, it has to be only once the Bikurim have already they've already gone into past the threshold. And therefore, they have this kedusha, and only afterwards do they would someone who eats with a non-kohen eats it have a chiyuv misa. So you say, and where do we know? The Bamki Yaltan and Tanya. Nazar Omer, Bikurim mitzasam b'chutz mitzasam b'fyin. Let's say you have Bikurim that they're being carried partially over the threshold and partially still outside the threshold. The shebachutz, those parts of the Bikurim that are still outside, are they're treated like chulin. And for us to understand, it's not actually chulin. There still would be an isser, but it doesn't have the chiyuv misa, so they're still considered chulin from that perspective. The shebefnim and those that have already crossed the threshold, they already are now treated like hegdish. So we see here that depending on once the fruits cross the threshold, would they have the full isser, and therefore we understand that you only want the shiur and okay. Now we go back to something we've been discussing over the past couple of days, is when there's two parts, or two main components of when we bring the Bikurim, is first need to be brought and placed on the side of the Mizbeach, and there are also a series of psukim that need to be read with the mitzvah of Bikurim. So Rav Sheshes comes along, he says, Bikurim, hanacha ma'akeh mizbeach. What is essential to the mitzvah of the Bikurim would be to go and place them next to the Mizbeach. However, the reading of Psukim, it's something that you're supposed to do. It's part of the mitzvah, but if it's not done, it doesn't invalidate all of the bikurim. Fine. So come on, who does it very like? So we bring a brisa that supports this here. Rabbi Yossi Omer, Shlosha Devarim Mishlosh Zakim. So the brisa talks about Rabbi Yossi brings down 3 different members with 3 different elders from 3 different Zakanim. And Rashi points out it's a longer brisa, so we're not going to quote all of them. We're only going to quote, which I think is actually the 3rd memra that is relevant to our discussion here, which is in the name of Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Yachal Ya'ala Al Meiser Sheni Zman Hazeh Yerushalayim V'Yochalenu. I might have thought that nowadays when we don't have a Beis HaMikdash, that still the Meiser Sheni can be brought inside of the walls of Yerushalayim and still be eaten, even though there's no Beis HaMikdash. Maybe the din of Meiser Sheni would still exist, and we'd still be able to bring it into Yerushalayim and eat it. That would be the Havamim. They didn't say this, so we say no. They're going to leave it to teach us otherwise. The Chor taught Havas Makom, who Meiser Sheni taught Havas Makom. We'll make a connection, make a hakesh. Their mitzvah of the Chor requires bringing it to a certain place. For Bechor, it's different. It has to be brought actually inside of the Beis HaMikdash. And Meiser Sheni also has a designated place that has to be brought, which is namely inside Yerushalayim. And since they both have this idea, this halakha, that they have to be brought to a specific place to be eaten, we make the connection. So we say what? Ma Bechor Eino Ela B'fnei Habayis. It's just like the mitzvah of Bechor is only going to be noeg when the Beis HaMikdash is standing. Af Meiser Eino Ela B'fnei Habayis. So to Meiser Sheni, we're only going to be noeg it when the Beis HaMikdash is around. And at this point, the Rabbi Yishmael taking for granted that we know we understand for sure that with the mitzvah of Bechor, you have to have a Beis HaMikdash. Gemara is later on going to question that or ask where that source is, but for now, the assumption is we know that Bechor only is noeg when the Beis HaMikdash is, and we're going to learn from Bechor to Meiser Sheni that it's also only going to be noeg when the Beis HaMikdash is standing. So but now the Gemara asks, or the brisa continues to bring down, well, we can't necessarily learn straight Bechor to Meiser Sheni because there's a difference. Mala Bechor, Shekain Ton Matan Damin, and the Emurim, the Galim Mizbeach. So Bechor has something that is a stringency, right? That the Bechor can only be brought when you have, the Bechor requires sprinkling the blood on the Mizbeach and take the Emurim and be makriv them on the Mizbeach. So we see that Bechor has a stringency that Meiser Sheni doesn't have, and therefore we can't learn that just because Bechor requires the Beis HaMikdash to be built in order to bring it, that Meiser Sheni has the same din. We say, no, Bikurim, well, okay, fine, we can't learn it from Bechor, but Bikurim will disprove it, because Bikurim do not record, they don't have blood applications, obviously, in the Bikurim, and there isn't a requirement to burn anything on the Mizbeach. So we see the Bikurim will prove that just like Bikurim will only be brought when there is the Beis HaMikdash, so too, Meiser Sheni. So the Gemara says, no, Mala Bikurim, she came to Unei Hanacha. But Bikurim have a stringency of their own. Now, what do they need? They need to be placed next to the Mizbeach. We'll see where the proof is coming from, but we'll continue to quote a little bit before we get back there. The Talmud instead, so how do we learn out then the din of Meiser Sheni that is only noeg when the Beis HaMikdash is standing? Because we say, the Achal L'Fnei Shabbat. The concept says, the Achal L'Fnei Shabbat b'makom asher yitzar. And what is a list of what you can eat only in front of the Beis HaMikdash? Masa degancha kiyoshvavi tarachu b'chor v'karko b'sonah. So we see that both Meiser Sheni and Bechor are included in the pasuk, and once the pasuk links them together, we can't then use the same questions, the same paragraph that we had before, because the pasuk is showing us that there's a linkage. So we have more leeway in terms of connecting them for halachos, even if there are certain differences, because the pasuk now put them together. This is we ended up learning from the Hakesh that the pasuk connects them, and therefore, just like Bechor requires Beis HaMikdash to be standing, so too Meiser Sheni requires the Beis HaMikdash to be standing. Then Makish Meiser before Bechor Eino Elo B'fnei Habayis, Meiser Eino Elo B'fnei Habayis. Okay. Now we go over because that's the part we quote from Bryce. Now we come with our proof because we brought this originally to teach us that the din of Rav Sheshes, that Hanacham, that become Hanacham, that's right. We were talking about Meiser Sheni and Bechor, but really we brought it down for proof from Bikurim, or to bring a proof to Bikurim, right? The Sheish has told us that Bikurim, the hanacha, the placing next to his back, is ma'ake, that's essential, but the kriya of the psukim is not essential. And so what's the proof? So the Isa, if it was the case that not only is placing the Bikurim essential, but also reading the psukim, then when we brought down in the middle of our Shakla V'Taya, when we brought down, we tried to bring Bikurim in as a proof, and we said, oh, Bikurim is different because the hanacha is required, hanacha next to his back. So the Isa, if not only the hanacha is essential, but also the kriya is essential, then lifrach mar Bikurim shkeitunim kriya v'hanacha. Then it should have said, what's the difference with Bikurim? Bikurim require placing them next to the staff and reading the psukim. The fact that the Brisa only brought down that it was hanacha, that is something that's differentiating by Bikurim, it shows that the hanacha is the only thing that's essential. So Rashi says, no, that's not a good proof. Why? Even according to both opinions, right? Even according to the opinion of Rav Sheshes, that kriya is not ma'akeh by Bikurim, he still holds that there's a mitzvah of kriya of the psukim. He doesn't hold that that's not part of the mitzvah. It's just that it's not an essential part that's ma'akeh the full mitzvah of Bikurim. So he said, right, need the ikuva leka, mitzvah mileka. So there still would be a mitzvah according to all opinions, v'lema, and then the Brisa should have said, mitzvah, it should have said, what's the difference with Bikurim? Bikurim, there is an essential issue of hanacha and a mitzvah of kriya, and both of those should have been mentioned. So the fact that he didn't mention the kriya of the psukim at all shows that there's some other reason why the kriya of the psukim is not brought down in the Brisa, and not because they're not essential. So we deflect the proof. So Elam Rashi then just explains to us why did the Brisa not bring down anything about the kriya of the psukim by the Bikurim. It says the Ika Bikuria Ger, because while the hanacha, placing down the Bikurim, is uniform and consistent according to anyone who's bringing Bikurim, when in certain circumstances there is no mitzvah of kriya psukim by Bikurim. What's that case? The case of Bikurim that are brought by a ger. Why? The Bible name, one of the psukim that need to be said with bringing the Bikurim is Asher Nishba Hashem La'avoseinu. That Hashem promised to the land that Hashem promised to our fathers, and a ger doesn't have that lineage that traces all the way back, and therefore we can't say it. So let's take a later. So in that case, that's the reason why the Brisa didn't bring down the discussion of kriya, psukim, and only the discussion of hanacha. Okay. So now we go back. So now we deflected. Well, we've said there's not going to be a proof to a change's opinion, but now we're going to go back and break down a few parts of the Brisa we brought. So if we look back, when the Brisa tried to bring a proof of why you may bring Meiser Sheni, that that can only be brought when there is a Beis Hamikdash. So first we tried from Bechor unsuccessfully, then we tried from Bikurim unsuccessfully, and then we went on to separate Hekesh from the Pasuk. So we're going to ask, what's our usual pattern if we say we try to bring proof from A and it gets deflected? We say, okay, what about B? B disproves it. What's the next logical step that the Gemara usually brings down? Okay, let's try to bring A and B together. Right? From a tzad HaShavah. So the Gemara asks, we have the Dina, the Teitzi of Mahatzad. Why is the next step to bring down and say, okay, we can't learn it straight from Bechor. We can't learn it straight from Bikurim. Let's learn it from Bechor and Bikurim together as a tzad HaShavah. That wouldn't have worked, because even though they each had different stringencies, they each had some connection to the Mizbeach. Whether it was a connection of having the sprinkling of the blood, or was burning on the Mizbeach, or just placing next to the Mizbeach, both of those had a connection to the Mizbeach, but Meiser Sheni doesn't have a specific connection to the Mizbeach, but just Yerushalayim as a whole. Right. Okay? And now, so now we're going to go back. So now the question we had talked about originally was, we had Rabbi Shmuel had assumed or taken for granted that everybody agrees, or it's obvious that to bring Bechor, you have to have a Beis Hamikdash. So now we ask, well, my concern, why is this so obvious to Rabbi Shmuel? What does he hold? Ikasavar Kedusha Rishona Kitchel Shaitz and the Kitchel Asaglavo. If he holds that the original Kedusha Rishon, right, in the Machodik we have all throughout Shas, whether when Beis Hamikdash was built and Yerushalayim was originally sanctified, does that kedusha now last forever, even though we don't have a Beis Hamikdash? The kedusha still remains, or do we say that once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, that kedusha ended, and we need a new Beis Hamikdash to reinvigorate that kedusha? So we say if the Shmuel holds that kedusha showed a kitchel shayt and the kitchel asarabo, so therefore the kedusha of Yerushalayim is still intact. So then afilu b'chor nami. Then in that case, if the kedusha is still intact, then the bringing of the b'chor should still be allowed because the kedusha is still there. So why not bring? Why are we saying that a b'chor cannot be brought to the Beis Hamikdash if the kedusha still stands? Right? Why are we only worried about Ma'aser Sheni? We should have understood the b'chor definitely can be brought. Or but if we hold that the kedusha is no longer there, and therefore because the kedusha is no longer there, we had a question. Okay, so Ma'aser Sheni doesn't need that kedusha, and therefore because the kedusha is not there anymore, we can't bring the Ma'aser Sheni. Or maybe the Ma'aser Sheni doesn't require the kedusha of the mizbeach, and therefore it can still be wrong. That was a question. That's why we weren't sure we needed limud. In that case, why don't we should ask the question? It shouldn't be obvious to us on before. Before should have the same question. That does before necessarily require the kedusha to be there, and therefore there's no kedusha, no before, or is before something that can still be brought, even though there's no kedusha? Right? Why do we need a lima to teach us one way or another? Ravina says no. So no, really he holds that the kedusha is no longer there. And so why was it obvious to him that a before cannot be brought? Right? What we brought down is before everybody who's obvious cannot be brought without the basic Dutch. So you said we have a specific case here. There's a very case here where the before was brought. The blood was sprinkled. There was a mizbeach. There was a Beis Hamikdash, and then the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash happened in between the sprinkling of the blood and the eating of the animal and bringing the basar on the mizbeach. So therefore, now what do we have? We have a bechor whose blood was sprinkled on the mizbeach because the mizbeach was around, and now it's sitting there. There's no more mizbeach, but you have a bechor that needs to be eaten. What do you say? The machinan b'sar where the hekesh from the basar of the bechor to the dam, just as the dam was sprinkled, not damo from the mizbeach. Once the dam was sprinkled on the mizbeach itself, out the son of the mizbeach. Now the basar requires mizbeach, and therefore it can't be eaten. So it's obvious in this particular case that you can't eat this before, because since the blood was sprinkled on the mizbeach, it now connects the entire animal to the mizbeach, and you can't eat it. So it was obvious to the before case, and then we were able to learn to the Ma'aser Sheni case. And then finally, before. Once we know before can't be eaten, then we did the hekesh we have for our pasuk that before as well. That Ma'aser Sheni as well cannot be eaten without the mizbeach. So the Gemara asked on this limud, does he davar lamed behekesh closer than lamed behekesh? Once we have original limud from hekesh, in this case we said we will makesh the dam to the basar of the bechor, and once we have the principle in kachim that you can make one limud, but you can't have a daisy chain of one limud and then a limud to another limud. And therefore, once we made the hekesh from dam to basar, how can we then go and make the hekesh of bechor to ma'aser? So the Gemara says no, it's ma'aser dagar and kulani, right? The principle of not making a hekesh and a hekesh only is within kachim. So we agree that bechor is kachim, but ma'aser sheni is doing the kulani. So Ma'aser Sheni is chulin, and therefore we can make one hekesh and then another hekesh because we're making it one within kachim, and the next one within chulin. We say so this makes sense. I understand this answer based on the opinion who says we go by the source that is being learned to, right? In any hekesh, you have the source, and then there's the milamed and the lamed. So if you're talking about the secondary source, which in this case is Ma'aser Sheni, okay, then we only have kachim in one end, and we have chulin on the other end. However, elamandam or basar milamed, but if we're saying that when we categorize the hekesh, we look at where the limud is coming from, well, then we have dam, which is kachim, basar of the boil, which is kachim. Those are the two, and then we have kachim and kachim. We shouldn't be able to do hekesh and another hekesh, and then we have this. Then we still have that issue. So Michael, remember what you say? I'd rather you say down the basar chadanilsi. So we have to say is that this principle, when we say hekesh to hekesh, applies when we're talking about two different things. So let's say you would learn from before to another set of kachim, a totally different something within kachim, and then want to learn again. That's when we are not able to. But in this case, yes, we said it's a hekesh, basar, and dam, but they're both within the same animal. They're both before, so we're not considering that like a separate entity. It's one, and then we're only making one hekesh from that full entity of the dam and the basar together, and we're making that limud to ma'aser sheni, and therefore it will be electric. Okay. Now we're going back to analyze in the Gemara said kachay kachay. Again, the Gemara continues to give a list of tivei malchus, and this will start with kachay kachay. We're actually going to talk about the rest of our list was ma'aser sheni. But ma'aser sheni, eating ma'aser sheni, you would get malchus for. And the Gemara asks, we already learned this. We already had this in the earlier Mishnah about ma'aser sheni, which said ma'aser sheni the hegdesh or if you have ma'aser sheni or hegdesh that was not, or that you eat it, it's be malchus. So why do we need to teach this law again? Why do we need to add ma'aser sheni to the list once more? Oh, there's two different cases we're talking about. Seifa, the ma'aser sheni tahar, the gaber tahar. In the secondary, this case that we brought down in our latest Mishnah, we're talking about a case where we have ma'aser sheni that is fully tahar, a person that is fully tahar, and the gachos the makoma. But you're eating it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, and that's the issue that we're talking about here. But Rachel, the first instance we brought that ma'aser sheni, we talking about ma'aser sheni tamei v'gaver. I mean, that was talking about when we had a problem with the ma'aser sheni or with the individual. One of them was tamei. The gachos would be Yerushalayim, and that's a case where even if you're eating ma'aser sheni properly within the walls of Yerushalayim, you still have the Isser Malchus because either the ma'aser sheni itself was tamei or the person was tamei. Even though in both cases of ma'aser sheni, there's different cases. So we're asking, how do we know that ma'aser sheni would be chayv malchus in a case of ma'aser sheni where there's a tumah involved? Again, whether the tumah is within the ma'aser sheni itself or the tumah is with the gabra. So Tanya with Brisa with Shimon Omer, we have the lashon of the vidui ma'aser. Will be arguing that in Batame. So when part of the vidui ma'aser that is said, the person says, I didn't destroy it. In this case, destroying means eating. But we actually that in Batame. I didn't do it while I was tame. And that's bein sheni tame, bein sheni tame. Whether it's a case where the person was tame and the ma'aser sheni was tahar, or the person was tahar but the ma'aser sheni was tame. In both those cases, we see that there's an answer based on the vidui, and therefore that's when we see the source of ma'aser sheni, and that's when we see that there is an issur of ma'aser sheni being eaten the tumah. So that's the heichal, but fine. That we see that it's in the lashon of the vidu. The heichal losar al-achila. How do we know? Where do we see the source where the achila is? So the Bible says, I don't know. I don't know where that source is. So the Gemara asks, what do we don't know? Tumas haguf, that exists. Tumas haguf is written straight out. We have tzitzukim that show us that if somebody is coming and eat ma'aser sheni that is tahar, that they would be chayav. Well, it's basar. Nefesh asher sigabo, any person that touches serve a tama adar, the tame until the evening, so they come and catch him, and you can't eat from it. So we see from the pasuk that we have, clear indication that if you have a person who is tame, they can't eat ma'aser sheni, which is tahar. Ella tumas aslo minayin. Okay, fine. So that gives us the source for when the person is tamei and the ma'aser sheni is tahar. What about the opposite case, where the ma'aser sheni itself is tamei but the person is tahar? Behind the ksiv, osucha le'achol b'sharecha. So you have a pasuk that tells us osucha le'achol b'sharecha ma'asad b'danacha b'siyashcha b'tzerecha b'chol b'sharecha b'chol b'sharecha shidor. You see the pasuk talking about ma'aser sheni, you can't eat it. But then we have a different pasuk, b'sharecha tochalenu atamei b'hatahar, where we literally say that a tamei and tahar person can eat together. So in that case, what's happening? If you have a tamei and a tahar person eating together, what's going to happen? Inevitably, the meat's going to become tamei, and then the tahar person is going to be eating basar tamei, and we see that is prohibited. However, lo suchal, but that is permitted. The shachar tochel, you're allowed to eat it. But we juxtapose that with the case of Meiser, which says lo suchal lechol b'sharecha, and therefore you see by Meiser it's not allowed. Even though in other cases it is allowed to have a coming into a person eating them together. The time to very small. Afilo coming to the open the ka'ar achas. Main koshin. The kamar achmana. The kamar achmana. Hey, coming to show. You call gabe tahar. Awesome. Right. Sorry. I said outside. This is what I'm saying inside, which is the case that you're allowed to eat together. Awesome. Halcha, but halcha lo tzucha. But in our case, lo tzucha. Okay, fine. So now that we've discussed or brought up on screen, we're going to talk about a couple of different halachos within Meiser Sheni. So we ask, when we know on the Barpadia, how do we know that Meiser Sheni is allowed to be podeh, and this case is even inside Yerushalayim? I'm talking about specifically Meiser Sheni that is tameh, that can be podeh inside Yerushalayim. So Minayim Meiser Sheni shenitma shepodeh also afilu b'Yerushalayim. Lomar. Say so. It says you're not allowed to bring up, and say so really means to carry it. But what's the rule here? In say so el achila. In this case, we're talking about say so being achila, being other chenema, alisama so smeis barav. And therefore, we see that if you cannot have, since you cannot eat it, there's when are you allowed to use the podeh Meiser Sheni? When it's outside Yerushalayim. Why? Because you're not allowed to eat it there. You're in a place where it's not allowed to be eaten because you're outside the wall of Yerushalayim. And therefore we allow you to be podeh. So the limit here is that another case where you're allowed to be podeh is where there's a problem with eating it, so which is inside Yerushalayim when it's coming. Since you're not allowed to eat it, it's as if it's connected to not being able to bring it up. And since it's not edible at this point because it's coming, we allow you to be podeh. So that's the limit that even Meiser Sheni that is in Yerushalayim, which usually you're no longer allowed to be podeh. If it's tameh, you can be podeh. Now, other vidi, different another halakha Meiser Sheni. Minayim Meiser Sheni tahar. Shepodeh ourselves filu b'psia achas supposed to come. Okay, now we're talking about pidyon Meiser Sheni. What if you have Meiser Sheni and it's tahar? Good Meiser Sheni. If you're well outside Yerushalayim, no problem. You can always be podeh. That's straight from the subject. What about you are literally like one step away? You're right at threshold of Yerushalayim. Can you still be podeh at Meiser Sheni? Say so, right? Because when you're allowed to be podeh Meiser Sheni, when you are unable to bring up, eat it, right? Right. So we say, in this case, you're still outside. You're technically still outside Yerushalayim, and therefore you can be podeh. They say, no, we just used this limud before to teach us of being podeh Meiser Sheni that's tameh, inside Yerushalayim. So in case, so you say, okay, you're right, but in case, what should the pasuk have said? Why use the word say so? Should it have said you're not allowed to eat it, right? Because once you're in Yerushalayim and you're allowed to eat it, you no longer can be podeh. As long as it's not yet subject to achila, you can be podeh. However, it might say so. Why does the pasuk specifically say the word say so? It's there that we can use two limudim. So we use the lashon that could be carrying, could be eating, and we can learn both halachos from it. So why do we say, okay, so then let's say, all right, well, let's only learn this limud of achila. Okay, then if it's only about carrying it in, then it would just say you can't carry it. Might say so. Right. So the fact that we learn this halacha, the fact that the Bible uses the lashon say so, which can be read either or, we're able to learn both halachas, both that you can podeh it just outside Yerushalayim for tar Meiser Sheni, and you can be podeh inside Yerushalayim for tameh Meiser Sheni. Either one is acceptable for pidyon. So, Yosef Tanina, Barosha, the Kohen a piska Yerushalayim. So Chanina and Rothschild were sitting learning, and they asked, okay, what about if you're literally in the threshold of Yerushalayim? You're really through the entrance of Yerushalayim, the mountain. Pshita, it's a case if it's a case where you're carrying it in front of you, you're carrying your Meiser Sheni in front of you, and therefore the Meiser Sheni has crossed the threshold, but you have not yet crossed the threshold. Then in that case, it's obvious that you can no longer be poda because the Meiser Sheni has processed, the actual Meiser Sheni, even though you have it, has processed threshold, and therefore it's no longer subject to picture. What about the other case? What about Ubit Nim? Let's say you cross, but you're carrying like a sack on your back, or you have like a backpack of it, and you cross over, so you're the wall, but the Meiser Sheni is technically outside the wall, and then you stop there. Can you now still be poda? You're inside, but the Meiser Sheni is outside. Now, what's the case? That's the question. So Tanu Saba is there in Mishnah B'Yachai. The pasuk says, "Ki yirchak mimacha hamakom," that the place is far from you, is far from you. Mimulav sefa, and therefore it has to be your completeness. So in this case, the fact that you've already brought yourself in, even though the mice is not, you drag the mice along with you, and therefore just once you cross the threshold, the mice can no longer be poda. Papa. Now that's the next step in this question. What if Nagile the Kanya? What if instead of being like on your person, you have like like a stick, let's say, or something holding it, and the light change is attached to a sack in the back. So you're holding it, but it's no way it's like on your back. It's part of your person. It can be considered part of your person. But what if you now have like another level removed where you're holding a stick or something that's in, and then connected to that in the back as a nice shiny. In that case, take it. In that case, you say take it. We don't have answer. We don't know if in that case it's dragged along with the body or not. Okay, we go. Turn it first. Meiser Sheni, Ne'emes HaChaver. So now we ask Meiser Sheni, when is somebody going to be chayav for eating Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim? It's only once that Meiser Sheni is actually gone and been inside and then brought outside. That's when you have my time on. B'fnei Hashem Elokecha Sokolenu Shana B'Shana. Eksiv Lo Suchal Le'achol B'Sha'arecha. So we say first that you have to bring it in front of Yerushalayim, but B'fnei Hashem Elokecha, and also Lo Suchal Le'achol B'Sha'arecha. Then you're not allowed to eat it in your own area outside Yerushalayim. So Kol Echad D'Karina B'B'fnei Hashem Elokecha Sokolenu. Only once you can say it has risen to the level of then it learns back on not being able to eat it outside of Yerushalayim. But you cannot yet say that it's Lefnei Hashem Elokecha. Then you cannot say that. Then you can't yet say that you don't yet have the issue of eating it outside. So it's essentially you have the Meiser has to first become in a state where the roy lachila that kind of crosses in, and then it comes back out, and then you have the intermediate. But before then, you wouldn't have the chiyat you wouldn't have the chiyat for eating the Meiser Sheni. I think we'll stop here before we get things going through. We'll stop here. Back there tomorrow. Stop. All right, so good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Yitzhak Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a zuchus for the Sonos Tobos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of a grandson, Yosef Menachem. Told him anonymous sponsorship in the schos of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be a month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. And Avram Mishim, the Kelman Mary of Avram, his mother Sarah, Raina Basio, Shua Heschel, Zichron Rabba. Of course, in Meretz Hashem, we should be zoching to see the release and the return of our hostages. In Meretz Hashem, B'Shalom and B'Karov, may our holy soldiers be successful b'chol Maaseh Yudei. But with that, let us be. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. So really exciting Gemara ahead of us today. Today's daf is Yud Zayin 17, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Tes Zayin Amud Beis, pretty much like the middle of the daf, the two dots over there. Ba'ochel Nevelas, the Treifas, Shkatzim, V'Ramosim. So literally punkt in the middle of the daf, pretty much ready across from Tosas Risek. So the Gemara talks about the following situation. So what it says follows. Remember again, the Mishnah said that if you eat non-kosher items, available straight from shkatzim, dramosim, creepy, crawly things, insects, ultimately one will be chayiv malchus. Amar Yehuda, Haiman da'achol bein sodei karba malkinale yishum sheretz hashoretz ala aretz. If somebody eats that bein sodei karba, she says it's tolas, and then says the kruv, a cabbage worm. One goes in and eats a cabbage worm. Ultimately, again, they get malchus because of sheretz hashoretz ala aretz, for eating a creepy, crawly thing that crawls on the earth. Okay? Vahu da'achol bein sodei karba. He might tells a story. There was a guy who ate a cabbage worm, and what happened to him? The Gemara says, "V'nagdei Rabbi Yehuda." Rabbi Yehuda flogged him. Okay, so just like a kachaya, the halakha again actually being put into practice. Rabbi said, "Ochol putisa lo ke'arbol." If you putisa, Rashi says, "Bala sheretz hamayim." So putisa is some type of water insect. Water insect, so water creature. If you go ahead and you eat the putisa, then what is that? Lo ke'arbol. You get 4 sets of malchus. That actually says over here, why is that? Look at our book. So first of all, there are 2 lavim, there are 2 prohibitions that are associated, that are written regarding creepy, crawly things from the water. And then 2 lavim said about stam sheretz. So 2 lavim about sheretz hamayim, water shrotzim, and then 2 general lavim. So 4 sets of markers for this putisa. Better be worth it. Better be worth it. And where it says right there, Limala, what happens if one eats an ant? Loke chamisha. One gets 5 sets of malchus. Why? So mishum sheretz hashoretz ala aretz. Right? Ultimately, again, so Rashi points out over here, Limala, Bala Limala chaya, Horel uberia shlema hi achilasa b'choshu, v'loke chamish lavin aksulim b'sheretz stam. So remember again, there's 5 different lavin. There's 5 different lavin. Excuse me, there are 2 lavin that are written in association with general shrotzim, and then ultimately 3 lavin that are written regarding sheretz haaretz, sheretz that crawls on the ground. And let's remember again, what's the chiddush over here? Now it's not a chiddush. What's the unique thing over here? On a mala, an ant is obviously very small, right? It's not a kizayis. So remember, what the Mishnah introduced us to is this concept of beria. This concept ultimately again that halacha l'maisa, even if you eat something that is a fully intact living entity, even if it is less than a kizayis, there is still liability. And by the way, you begin to see not only is there liability, but halacha l'maisa again 5-fold liability for the consumption of an ant. Okay, the Gemara is like tzira is important. Lokesh sheish, so you get 5 malchus, 6 malchus. Everything we mentioned plus mishum sheretz ha'of. There's another law that it has to do with sheretz ha'of, flying shvatzim. Okay, I'm Rabbi Yehuda. I'm Rabbi Chai. So let's say Hamash and a kava. If one has to go to the bathroom and one holds back from going to the bathroom, over mishum bal chishatzu. Now, by the way, why is this coming up over here? Because once we're talking about shvatzim and eating disgusting things and sheretz ha'of about them, right, engaging in disgusting practices, Sima also brings this up. So a person has to go to the bathroom and abstains, holds themselves back. They're in violation of Glo Kishat. Do not make yourself disgusting. I'm going to be Rabbi. Super good. I'm going to be Rabbi. Haiman, if we have time to come back to the halacha. I'm going to be Rabbi. Haiman, the shasi b'karav de'omna. If a person drinks out of the bloodletters tube, Rashi says over here, karav de'omna, makize dam b'karav mitzitza. So the way you would go ahead and do bloodletting is they insert a tube into the patient's arm, right? And then like they begin to suck, right? So again, pulls out the blood. If you drink water out of that tube, that's considered to be a disgusting practice. And therefore, one is over on Baal Teshatzu. So let's say, so you see something interesting, that although technically speaking, the prohibition of Baal Teshatzu has to do with the consumption of shkatzim v'ramos, right? It has to do with the consumption of insects, right? Of insects, right? That's the lashon over here, by the way. Lashon over here, they dealt them in a behema atar, a behema l'tmea, in a ofa tamid atar, but to shak to es nafsho seitan. This is really not to shak to do not make yourself disgusting. It's really a prohibition that is associated with kashrus, like your kashrus. Ultimately, again, not going ahead and like there's expansion, right? Not going ahead and eating things that are not appropriate for you. The Gemara expands the scope of this prohibition to say you're also not allowed to engage in practices which make yourself disgusting as well. So holding back from going to the bathroom, drinking out of a bloodletter's tube. So it's an interesting thing. So yeah, let's say you took 9 ants, you smashed them up, you mushed them up, and then you bring another live ant, and that creates a kizayis of ants. So what's the halacha? Look at vav. You get 6 amounts. Now, before we go on with this, Rashi points out what's going on over the Risik. Look at Rashi. Risik. The key says ubitlan metoras beria. So remember again, when you go ahead and the whole chap of the ant, right? Why is it that there's liability for ants, even though it's so small? Because it's a barrier. Because it is a distinct entity. It's a distinct independent entity. So interestingly enough, that identity as barrier only applies when the item is intact. The moment that it is crushed, it loses its barrier status. Now, what happens when an ant loses its barrier status? What happens? So then it becomes machal sasuros. It just becomes like any other non-kosher item. What's the shear for consumption of non-kosher food? Akizais. See, interestingly enough, the halacha over here is as follows. So therefore, fascinatingly enough, if you eat a whole intact ant, you chayiv 6 malchus. If you eat a mashed up ant, if it's less than a kizayis, it's actually not chayiv anything. I mean, it's not good. You've done navera, but there's no liability. To have liability on mashed ants, you'd have to have a kizayis of them. So in this case over here, you have 9 mashed ants. I'm going to say now, the number 9 is not a meaningful number over here. It doesn't matter, 9, 7, 8. The point over here is you have a whole mass of mashed ants, and then ultimately, again, you add in 1 live ant to complete the shear. Now remember, already before you even go on, in this act of consumption, what do you have going on over here? Obviously, there's going to be 2 levels of liability. What's the levels of liability? Number one, for the whole ant itself that you're eating is going to be independent liability, plus the fact that the whole ant combines with the mashed ants to form a kizayis of ants. So there's that dual liability over there. So that's what we say. Look at Bob. You'll get 6 sets of malchus. Where it says, hey, shouldn't bury up. So again, 5 malchus just for the whole ant itself. Right? 5 malchus for the whole ant itself. The acham mishum kizayis tevela. And ultimately, again, one set of malchus for eating a kizayis of a non-kosher item. Rabbi says, by the way, don't think that there's any significance attached to the number 9, right? There's no significance. This would be true even if you had 2 mashed ants and added in 1 live one. Or you'll say, even 1 mashed ant, right? That's 1 big ant, 1 mashed ant, and 1 live ant. So again, everything depends on the size of the ant. So I'll say, but a fascinating idea. So first of all, a number of important takeaways. The din of burial only applies to something that is whole, intact, and alive. Right? If it doesn't satisfy those criteria, it's not burial. It's not burial. So therefore, again, a live ant will be chayiv ultimately again for 5 sets of malchus. A mashed ant is ma'achalos asuros and therefore has a shear of kizayis. If you take a mass of mashed ants, combine it with a live ant to create a kizayis, you're going to be chayiv for the burial, but for the kizayis of ma'achalos asuros. So there's a tremendous amount of hospitalness. You look at these cases, and what goes through your mind? Why would someone do this? Right? This makes absolutely no sense. Right? Really, you can't find something else to eat. I don't know, a piece of fish, I don't know, a Shabbos, a little time. Now, you can't, this is what you're doing. You think about this, it makes no sense. So I'll say, what's the tremendous, what's the hospital? In general, chait makes no sense. Any avera that we commit, right? In the moment, in the heat of the moment, right, it makes all the sense in the world. Right, in the heat of the moment, of course, I would say, in any case, after the fact, if I step out of myself and I look at what I did, what other thing goes through my mind? What was I thinking? But why did I do that? In what world does that make any sense? It's fascinating how, like, in the moment, I can't live without it. But yet, when I step out of myself and look at it, the averos that I commit become no more logical than the consumption of 9 mashed ants with 1 whole ant. The dynamic of hate in general makes no sense. I will say it's important because I think, like, the next time we're tempted, to do an Avera, which I don't know, in about 3 minutes from now. I don't know. Whenever the next opportunity comes, if we keep this Gemara in our back pocket and realize that every Avera is pretty much like this. This is it. This is it. From the grotesque perspective of it, from the unappealing perspective of it, from the nonsensical perspective of it, and if we could just say, okay, this is mamish like eating 9 mashed ants with one whole ant, and all of that liability that's going to come, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Perhaps it's a way to reframe and perhaps save ourselves from certain negative behaviors. Incredible. Let's go back to all tevel meiser rishon. So next, the Mishnah said, if you ate tevel is untied produce, and meiser rishon, so you get malchus, all these cases. So it says, Amarav, Ochel Tamal Shamaisa, you show, Shamaisa Unloket. Listen to this. Let's say you eat tavel, right? So tavel is untied produce, but let's say in this case, the untied, the nature of it is, I didn't separate out my Ani. Okay, so what happens if I don't separate out my Ani? So what's the halacha? Loket, you get malchus. So we'll say, so in other words, if I have produce, and the only thing I didn't separate out was my Ani, what the Gemara is saying is that is still called tevel. That is still called untied produce, and therefore, if you consume it, you're chayiv malchus. Okay, Kiman, whose opinion does this reflect? Ki haytana. Let's find out in the sign of Rabbi Yossi. Yocholo yichayiv ela tevel shlomo and then kol eker. So I might have thought, Rabbi Yossi said like this. I might have thought that the only time you're chayiv on tevel is when the mamish separated nothing from it. Maybe the definition of tevel is that no ties have been removed. So it says, "Or in the matter of truma gidola, although or in the matter of meiser rishon glo meiser sheni, afilu meiser ani minai." How do I know that the actual definition of tevel, I will say, is any produce which has not had all of its ties removed from it? In other words, let's say here the havamina. Havamina is I might have thought that what is tevel? What's untied produce? Produce that has had no ties attached from it, but as soon as it has some ties, you're good. They're good. You say, no. How do I know that tevel really means produce that even if it only has one type that has not been taken, even like Meiser Ani, it is still called tevel. Tevel Omar, lo sucha lefal b'sharecha. Torah says you shall not consume indicate. So I go Omar, v'achlu b'sharecha v'saveu. So same motion. Ma lahalon Meiser Ani, just like over there is referring to Meiser Ani. Afkan Meiser Ani, so too over here is Meiser Ani. It's also Amar Achmana, lo sucha. And the Torah says you can't eat it. So what do you see from here? And if you have produce, and even all of the necessary tithes were removed, and the only thing that remains to be removed is Meiser Ani, Halacha L'Meiser, that is still called tevel. Or you'll say Kittanai. It says in reality, this is a machlokes tonight. What's the machlokes? So Rabbi Omer, Ein Tzarech L'Kros as Hashem Meiser Ani Shal D'Mai. So very interesting. Remember, let's go back. A couple different ideas over here. D'Mai. What's D'Mai? I purchased produce on Amma Aretz in general. What's the concern when you purchase produce on Amma Aretz? What's the concern? Did he tithe it? So remember here, there's a rabbinic classification called D'Mai. D'Mai says you have to be tithed. You have to be tithed. So now watch this. So Rabbi says like this: I purchase produce from an Amma Aretz. What do I have to do about Meiser Ani? Rabbi says you got to declare it. You have to not declare it, designate it. You have to designate it. Like you have to go and designate Meiser Ani on D'Mai of an Amma Aretz. The Chachamim say, Kori es Hashem. The Chachamim say that halacha l'meiser, you have to designate it, but you don't have to separate it. Now that's very interesting. What does that mean? If you go to the top Rashi in Zayin 17a, the chayvot shekara alav Hashem yotza akim toras tevel. Ushar meiser shulahafresh alkaf v'vishatar lahafresh meiser rishon shumas meiser likol lekoyin shibni yisrael zarim u'meiser shim zar v'al v'shnei v'achos. So let's listen to this. The Rabbi says something fascinating. We agree. You have to designate it, but you don't have to separate it. In other words, you can leave it. In other words, you remedy the tevel situation with simple designation, but you do not require separation. So what's going on over here? My love, what are they arguing about? So again, I've got the Rabbi saying, I don't even have to designate it. I had the from saying I have to designate it, but I don't have to separate it. What's the machlokes? My love, the Mar Sabar Vadai Tovlo, or Mar Sabar Vadai Eno Tovlo. Maybe the machlokes is like this. Maybe the machlokes will say is in general. Let's say in a definitive case where I know that I have tevel. So does the I should say differently. In a case where I know for sure that I have not separated out Meiser Ani, does the fact that I have not separated out Meiser Ani, does that make the produce tevel? or not? Rabbi Loza would say it doesn't. It doesn't. So Meiser Ani to begin with doesn't make produce tevel, or in other words, the non-removal of Meiser Ani to begin with doesn't make the produce tevel, and therefore when I purchase some Ama Aretz, there's no need to do anything with this. Other than Chum say, the presence of unremoved Meiser Ani does make the produce tevel, and therefore if I purchase some Ama Aretz, although I don't have to separate it, I actively have to designate it. Interesting. So we might say, if that's the case, and the Mifragi the snake or Mifragi the bad. If that's the case, then guys, the Belazar, Chachamim, don't argue in a case of deny, but rather argue in an actual case. Why don't you just say, I have produce, I have not separated out the Meiser Ani. I've separated out everything else. Is my produce tevel or not? Rabbi Lazar, no. Chachamim, yes. If that's my focus, why frame that in a case of denying? Frame it in an actual case. Gemara says, I'm sorry, Ella, Gemara says, you're right. Let's revisit this. In reality, everyone agrees that the presence of unseparated Meiser Ani absolutely makes the produce into tevel. Everyone agrees with that. So it's not focus over here. This is very interesting. Listen to this. So one opinion says that an ani is not kosher, it's not suspect for non-removal of the mai. Why? Given the mamonahu, afrushid mafresh. So listen to this. This is very interesting. What happens, by the way, if you consume your own meiser ani? What happens? You said meiser ani, you consume it. What's the answer? It's just you didn't do anything. You did something bad, but there's no real ramifications of it. Now, the reason for that is because ultimately, again, if you look at Rashi says, "Lo nechshedu timamonohu inbo israchila ela gezel aniyim v'iyu legezel aniyim lo chayish." So let's listen to this. In general, why don't Amei Haaretz separate out tithes? I don't separate out tithes. So it's just what I'm saying. We often assume the reason they don't do it is why? Because of a lack of knowledge. We just don't know what to do. That may be true. There's another reason also, which is money. I don't want to separate out Haaretz. I don't want to separate my money. Right? Giving away tithes means at the end of the day, it's tzedakah, right? At the end of the day, I'm giving something that belongs to me. I'm giving someone else. I don't want to do that. So what's interesting is the following. When it comes to Meiser Ani, so remember again, Meiser Ani, there's no Isra Chiva. Like, let's say I'm not an Ani, and I eat Meiser Ani. What have I done? I've committed an act of theft, right? As opposed to, let's say, if I eat Truma, like if I am not going to eat Truma, that's very serious liability. If I eat Meiser Ani, I've stolen property from the Ani. There's not an Isra Chiva. There's an Isra Gezel. So therefore, again, one opinion says, Ani separate out Meiser Ani. Right? So again, I'm saying in this iteration, everyone agrees that the presence of Meiser Ani makes your produce tevel. Right? If you don't separate out Meiser Ani, it's really tevel. Okay, now I'm purchasing produce from an Ama Aretz. There's the Mai. Do I have to retithe the Meiser Ani? So here's the machlokes. One opinion says, no, you don't have to retithe. You know why? Amei Haaretz separate out Meiser Ani. Do you know why? Why not? They'll do it. That way they remove any prohibition from their produce. Are they giving the Meiser Ani to the Ani? Probably not. Probably keeping it for themselves because it's an Isra Gezel, not an Isra Chiva, but that's not my problem. So therefore, again, first opinion says, that's really the Belazar, that when you buy produce from Amaretz, you could assume that they separated out the Meiser Ani. The Rabbanan hold, Kevan the Trichale Milsa Lo Mafresh. The Rabbanan say, no. Do you know why an Ani doesn't go ahead and separate out Meiser? And do you know Meiser Ani? Do you know why? Both says they say it's a krich, right? It's a bother, right? It's a bother. It's tircha. It's extra effort. So what do I need to engage in that for? Why is that necessary? And therefore, ultimately, again, he does not go ahead and separate it out. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. What's really unfolding? So again, just understand, just important halacha myself. So halacha myself number one is presence of unremoved Meiser Ani absolutely makes the produce tevel. That's number one. Number two, interestingly enough, Meiser Ani is not an Isra Chiva. If I eat my honey, I'm not. It's not eating something that's prohibited. Rather, again, what am I doing? It's a gezel. It's an insert theft. I'm stealing from the aniyah. So machlokas, if you buy clothes from hours, do you have to separate out my honey? Rabbi Lazar says no, because again, Amma Aretz does it. He probably keeps it, but ultimately he does it. Rabbanan, you do. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he doesn't do it. Why doesn't he do it? Because he's lazy. Because he doesn't want to be bothered with it. Therefore, again, I have to do it. Incredible. Argument says go right there. By the way, what we asking, where the Rambam asking is if you purchase the mic from an Amma Aretz, you must designate Meiser Arni again. You must designate it. Now, again, you don't necessarily have to separate it, right? But you have to designate it. That's the whole idea of Mamon She'en Lo Tovin, not for now. Kam Yocham in Atel. So, also in general, how much kettle do you have to eat in order to be liable to Malchus? So the answer in the Mishnah was like Kizayis, Amrabi Shimon, Lakish, Macholkes Bechita. Aval we cannot give it called Kizayis. So remember again. So Rabbi said in the name of Shimon the following. So if you remember again, was this Mishnah? Okay, so the Mishnah said like this. The Mishnah said, good. Rabbi Shimon says kolshu. Rabbi Shimon says any amount of pedal, you're liable to Malchus. And the Chachamim say kizayis. Chachamim say kizayis. So now, let's say the Gemara says something. Rabbi says in Rabbi Shimon, machlokes bechita. Right? Machlokes between a kolshu and a kizayis. Ultimately, again, it's only in a wheat kernel itself. Now again, we'll say the reason we're going to see that is because halacha l'maisa in the wheat kernel case, that's where Rabbi Shimon will say that's a beria. That's a beria. However, again, the Gemara says, however, when it comes to, let's say, flour, and let's say you're consuming flour of tevel, everyone will agree that halacha l'maisa you need a kizayis or a bichai. Okay, Rabbi Yirmiyah Shimon Lakish. Machlokes bezu, kach machlokes bezu. Rabbi Shlokish says no. It's machlokes both cases, both in Chita as well as Kerach. We'll say first line. Tanan, Amar Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon said to the Chachamim, "Iatemo dimi ba'ochal lemama kolshu shu chayiv." So Rabbi Shimon, remember Rabbi Shimon holds that by tevel a kolshu any amount you chayiv. So he says to the Chacham, I don't understand. Don't you agree that in the case of the ant, in the case of the Ramala, that even if you consume any amount, you're going to be chayiv? They said yes, that's because that's a beria. Because that's a beria, right? Ultimately, again, that's how it was created. That is a complete unit in and of itself. So to a wheat kernel. A wheat kernel is also a beria, right? And therefore, again, there should be liability for consuming that. So whereas there's chita in kemach, well, what do you see from here? Kemach is only by a kernel of wheat. But everyone agrees that if you were to consume flour of tevel, that you certainly need it. Because I guess, so what's not say, low, the very common. Perhaps this is Rabbi Shimon saying not common. Rabbi Shimon said this. According to me, even a culture of kemach ultimately again should create liability. If you have on, even though you're going to disagree in the case of flour, at least agree with me in the case of the wheat kernel, right? At least in the case of the wheat kernel, agree with me that halacha l'maisa, there will be liability even for one wheat kernel because it is a beria. But Rabbanan will say no. Berias neshama chashuva, chita lo chashuva. The most just mentioned before. Beria, the definition of beria, we'll say, is not only something that is a complete entity. It is something that is a complete entity and living. A complete entity, ultimately, again, is a beria. Which I will say, by the way, now, just so you understand, remember again, previously, in the case of Namala, right, in the case of an ant, Rashi said, what was the case of the ant? Rashi said, Bala Namala Chaya. In order to be chayiv for consuming, right, an ant, right, all those different prohibitions, a beria has to be alive. If you have a dead ant, so a dead ant is then ma'achalas asuros. That's non-kosher food, and then the shear for that is a kizayis. So the Rabbanan say back to Rabbi Shimon, I hear what you're saying. A wheat kernel, you're right. It is a natural forming complete entity. It's not living. Because it's not living, it doesn't have the status of beria. Okay, so this verse supports Rabbi Yirmiyah. Rabbi Yirmiyah says, Rabbi Shimon says, any amount of consumption gives you malchus. What we say kizayis for carbonic purposes. So again, halacha l'maisa, the way we paskin is essentially there's two shiurim. There's shir of periyot, which is if you have a fully intact living entity, even if it's tiny like an ant, there will be liability. But for every other act of consumption, the shear is going to be a kizayis. Okay, incredible Mishnah. Let's go. Now, the nice part about this Mishnah is actually we've seen a number of these cases already. Ha'ochel bikurim achshel karu aleim. So let's remember again that is aloha. When you bring bikurim to the Beis Hamikdash, halavai we should be zochim eretz Hashem b'kara. So there is mikra bikurim. There's a whole recitation, right? Arani overavi. We just said in the Haggadah, right? Pretty much so much of Magid ultimately again is mikra bikurim. Another Pesach, again, it's going to get even better in just a second. I'll say it really is like, all kidding aside, okay, you can accuse me of like making up a lot of stuff, right? This is not me. Like, I'm not making this up. This is really incredible. So in any event, so what happens? I go ahead and eat the right, or the Kohen eats the Bikurim before the recitation is done. What recitation is done? Or Kachek Kadoshim Futzlakilayim, or you Kachek Kadoshim outside of the curtains. Now let's say, now remember, curtains is a reference ultimately to the Mishkan. Right? Rashi says, Kachek Kadoshim Bizman Mishkan Futzlakilayim. So let's say now in the Beis Hamikdash, you just replace the word curtains with walls. Walls outside of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash. Or Kachim Kalim U'Maiser Sheni Chutzlachomo, or Kachim Kalim U'Maiser Sheni outside of the wall of Yerushalayim. Right, so we'll say so again. We're going to see all of these are karis bearing, malchus bearing violations, or hashover etzem b'pesach hatar. Again, I was like Karan Pesach, incredible. Hashover etzem b'pesach hatar, or ultimately one who breaks a bone in a carbon Pesach. Again, with the Pesach hatar, we're going to see there's a prohibition of etzem lo sishkaru bone. You're not allowed to break a bone when eating a carbon Pesach. But that obviously only applies to a Pesach that is tahar. So if one goes in and breaks a bone in a Pesach that's tahar, all of these cases, I will say, hare ze lo ke'arboy. In all of these cases, all of these aforementioned cases, halakha l'maisa, you get malchus. However, aval hamos shebetar, if you leave over from a common Pesach, no son, or a shover betamei, or you break a bone in a common Pesach that is tamei, ein lo ke'arboy. You do not get malchus, okay? Hanotel imal abanim, was we literally just had this case. Shiloh hatan, right? So again, I'm supposed to send away the mother birds before I take the chicks or before I take the eggs, but I violated. And instead, I went ahead and I took the chicks or the eggs without sending away the mother bird. So I said, so it's not like I'm Yehuda says, sorry, you missed the assay, and because you missed the assay, you'll get malchus for violation, and there's no way to make it up. The Chacham say, Mishaleach ve'ena lokeh. The Chachamim say ultimately again, you could send away the mother bird, and ultimately again, in other words, you could now go ahead and send away the mother bird and avoid the malchus. They will say so again. Just want to point out something very interesting. Let's finish with the Mishnah. Zeh klal kol mitzvos lo saseh sheish b'kol maseh ein chayal. We'll say literally yesterday's that. This is literally what we spent the bulk of yesterday doing, and it was a quote from this Mishnah. The Mishnah says this is the rule: any mitzvos lo saseh, any prohibition that has an associated assay, an associated positive commandment, which seems to indicate what are we talking about over here? There's a lot of hanitak assay. I want to point out over here, and we already saw this in yesterday's daf, that remember that halacha l'maisa, when it comes to shiluach hakan, there's a fundamental machlokas about how to interpret those psukim. Right? Why? Because the way the pasuk reads is like this, right? The aim of that says alabanim. Losika ha'im alabanim. Do not take the chicks while the mother is there. Shaleach tishalach es ha'im. Send away the mother. Now, what's unique about that case? What's unique about the case? The case is that the assay is actually mentioned after the lav, right? Shaleach, and then it says shaleach tishalach es ha'im. Right? Besabanim tikach lach. So in other words, it says, don't take the chicks when the mother is there. Send away the mother and take the chicks. So there's a fundamental machlokas as to how to understand that case. So the Yehuda says, essentially, the assay only applies in the beginning. In other words, Send away the mother, take the chicks. If you take the chicks and you send away the mother, there's no makeup for that. The Chachamim on the other hand understand that no, the way that it's phrased in the Torah is essentially there's two opportunities to perform the asay. What are the two opportunities? Opportunity one is before you take the chicks, right? And opportunity number two is after you take the chicks. So again, I just want to point out, although this case is here, it's interesting that that case has its own machlokes associated with it. Then there's a klal that everyone agrees with. What's the klal? The klal is lavanita klasei. Then if you have a low sasei, right? If you have a low sasei, ultimately again, and that low sasei can be remedied by an assay, you don't get malchus for that. Again, then Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish loom in the background, right? How long do you have to perform the assay? Okay, that's a separate discussion. But I just want to point out that although Shiluach HaKan has been mentioned over here, Shiluach HaKan really has its own complications in terms of how to interpret that mitzvah. Okay, here we go. Amar Rabbi Yochanan Rabbi Yochanan. Zudi Rabbi Akiva Stimsoi. So these are the words of Rabbi Akiva Stimsoi. The Gemara says, however, Aval Chachamim Omrim Bikurim Hanocha Ma'akeves Blind Kriya Ein Ma'akeves Blind. So this idea, this halacha in the Mishnah, that if you go ahead and the Kohen eats Bikurim, but it gets malchus. That's Rabbi Akiva. Right? Rabbi Akiva ultimately again holds the halacha myself. Kriya is ma'akev. Kriya is necessary. Just want to point out that the Chachamim say by Bikurim, the Kriya is not ma'akev. What is ma'akev? Hanacha. Placement before the Mizbeach. So if you don't place before the Mizbeach, you have a problem. But if for some reason you omitted the reading, you're fine. You're fine, not ideal, but you're fine. But why not go ahead and attribute it to Rabbi Shimon? You want to talk about Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shimon? It's really right. Just also telling us that Rabbi Akiva was like Rabbi Shimon. Who's Rabbi Shimon? Right, Rabbi Shimon. The sign about saying this is fascinating. About saying, by the way, this is so good. What's the Rabbi Shimon? Here we go. About saying this is a fascinating drasha. Fascinating drasha. So I want to say, so let me just give you the pasuk in its entirety. If you happen to have the pasuk in your, if you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see the pasuk in the margin. You can hear the pasuk. You cannot eat within your gates the following foods. Masar de gancha b'siroshcha b'yisrael. However, you interpret what each of these means. The cholos bekarecha b'tzonecha. The chol b'darecha she'tidar. B'nidvosecha u'trumas yadecha. So these are all the items that cannot be eaten in your home, have to be eaten in Yerushalayim. Now, within this list, there are different things that need to be consumed in different places in Yerushalayim. So here we go, boss. Get ready for this. Now, Rabbi Shimon, that's fascinating. Darshans the pasuk backwards. He darshans it backwards. So watch this. Tisanya, what does that refer to? It'll be Kurim. This refers to the Kurim. Rabbi Shimon, what is this pasuk coming to teach us? If it's telling me that I can't eat bikurim outside of the wall of Yerushalayim, that's obvious. I can make a kal v'chomer ma'aser sheni. Ma'aser sheni, which is more lenient than bikurim, right? More kal than bikurim, can't be consumed outside of Yerushalayim. Certainly can't consume bikurim outside of Yerushalayim either. If ma'aser sheni, which is more lenient, if you eat outside of Yerushalayim, you get malchus. All the more say you can't eat bikurim outside of Yerushalayim. So what is the pasuk going to teach me? Allah ba'akas of Ella v'ochel bikurim ad shelo kara aleim shulogah. What is the pasuk coming to teach me? That Allah Kavanaisa, if the Kohen consumes the bikurim before the recitation, you get malchus. Good. That's drasha number one from a Trumas Yatfa. Next, V'nid Vosacha. What is this referring to? Zu Toda U'Shlamim. This refers to a Toda, a Thanksgiving offering, Shlamim. Rabbi Shimon, Ma Va'zel Rabbeinu. What is this coming to teach us? If it's coming to say that I'm not allowed to eat it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, that's obvious. Kal v'chomer min meiser. Then I can make the kal v'chomer from meiser sheni. Ha lo ba'akas ella lo ochel b'toda b'shlom lefnei zrika shivu loka. It's coming to teach you that if I eat from a toda or a shlom before zrika, then I get malchus. Incredible. Next, u'b'choros ze'ha b'char. What does b'choros refer to? That's a b'chor offering. Rabbi Shimon, ma ba'zel rabbeinu. What is this coming to teach us? In the Achon, puts the Choma, Kal v'chomer ma'aser. It's coming to teach you that I can't eat it outside of the wall of Yerushalayim. That's obvious. That's a Kal v'chomer from ma'aser sheni. In lifnei zrika, if I'm not allowed to eat it before zrika, Kal v'chomer mitoda u'shlamim. Then ultimately, again, that's a Kal v'chomer from toda and shlamim. Ha lo ba'akas of Elon, lo ochel min ha'bachor afilu la'achar zrika shu loka. So So that's talking about over here that if a non-Kohen eats from the Bechar, even after Zrika, he gets Malchus. Incredible. The Karcha Bitzonefa, what is this coming to teach me? Zu Chatos V'Asham. This refers to Chatos and Asham. What is this coming to teach us? It's coming to say I can't eat outside the wall of Yerushalayim. That's already Kavachol from Ma'aser Sheni. In the face Rika, Kavachol and Mitzvah, all of these drushes are building on each other. If it's telling me that I can't eat it before it's Rika, that's Kavachol Mitzvah Shlamim. In the Achar it's Rika, Kavachol and Bechar. So what is going to teach me? Ha lo ba kasav ela lo ochal michatas va'asham afilu la'achar zrika chutz lekilayim shuloke. It's coming to teach me for a Kohen that if a Kohen goes in and eats from the chatas and the asham even after zrika, but outside of the curtains, outside of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, you get malchus. Next, nidarecha zuola. Nidarecha first with ola offering from Rabbi Shimon. Ma ba zeh lelamdenu. What is this coming to teach us? If it's saying that I can't eat it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, it's a Kavachomer mi Meiser. That's Kavachomer Meiser Sheni. In the Zrika, Kavachomer mi Tol Shlamim. If before Zrika, Kavachomer Tol Shlamim. In the Achar Zrika, if it can't consume it after Zrika, Kavachomer mi Bechar. I will say about all these drushes building on each other. In Chutz L'Kilayim, if it's outside of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, Kavachomer mi Chatas V'Asham. So what is it coming to teach me? Ha lo ba kasav amud beis ela lo ochal mina ola la'achar zrika afilu bifnim shuloka. Rather, what is it coming to teach me? I must remember again that ola is totally consumed on the mizbeach. So what's the drasha? The drasha is coming to teach me that if a Kohen eats from the ola, even after zrika, even inside of the Beis Hamikdash, that what? That you get malchus. I will say this is a brilliant exposition. Look at what Shimon just did. First of all, he dashed in the pasuk from the end, right? What we call Seifei L'Tchila Seifei, from the end to the beginning, and each drasha successively built on the other. So let's listen to this. So Rabbi was blown away by this drasha, and then Rabbi says, "V'yaldi ime ki Rabbi Shimon teleit." If a mother is going to have a child like Rabbi Shimon, it's worth it to have a child. V'ilo, but if your kid's not going to be like Rabbi Shimon, lo seleit. Better not to have a kid. Okay, so all right, that requires a bit of explanation over here. So first of all, I just want to point out something very interesting. If you look at Rashi said, "Dialde inik Rabbi Shimon Teli." Third line of Rashi, "Kol imo yoledes tibaki shrafim yiratzon sheyehei Rabbi Shimon." Right, that literally again, what Rav is saying is that when a mother is pregnant or right after she gives birth, she has a baby, she should always daven for her child. My son should be like Rabbi Shimon. And I just want to point out. If you have in your Gemara the Hagos with Simin, and you see the little Os Aleph over there, if you notice, he says, Ayin Ritva, the Lo Garcinan tables, the Lo Selit. Many editions of the Gemara don't have that last phrase. They have the first part of the phrase, but not the last part of the phrase. In other words, they have the statement, the Yol de Imek Reb Shimon Telet. Right? A mother should daven for a child to be like Rabbi Shimon. But ultimately, again, that last part is stricken. First of all, it's like, it doesn't seem to be like a logical statement because not everybody's like Reb Shimon, right? There are many great people who are not like Reb Shimon. There are many people who are great at Reb Shimon. So, like, what does that mean? That this, in Yiddishkeit, what's one of the most beautiful things in Yiddishkeit, although we often forget this idea, is that there is no one model of successful Jew, right? There's no box that a successful Jew looks like this. That's the beauty and the power of our people, that a successful and holy Jew looks so many different ways. So to say that this is the picture of success, we seem to be antithetical to the totality of Yiddishkeit. That being said, what Rav is saying, according to the Rizal, he also quotes under the Aruch Laner, is that a mother should daven for her son to be like Rabbi Shimon. And let's say, except to tell you something absolutely amazing. Something absolutely amazing. You know, we've been having these constant Pesach references over and over and over. And let's say the Rabbi Shimon that is being referred to over here, this is Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. So amazingly enough, many of the Sfarim write that this Gemara is the makar for doing upsharing in Meron by Rashbi. Right? Why do we take little boys to have their haircuts by Rashbi and Meron? It's based on this Gemara. You bring your son to Rashbi, you bring your child to Rashbi, ultimately, again, in line with what Rabbi said, the Yal V'ine can be Shimon Yalad. Every parent should daven that their child should be like the Rishon by Yochai. We bring our children again as they enter into Gilmas, because the whole chap of upsharing, beautiful minhag, right? The whole chap of upsharing is ultimately, again, it's the performance of a mitzvah, the mitzvah of payos. Mitzvah payos. So ultimately, again, we bring our children to Rashbi in fulfillment, ultimately, again, in fulfillment of our Rishon. I must say, there's so much to say about this, about like, and I just want to point out how beautiful this is, right? Just look what just happened in the Gemara over here, right? Constant Pesach references, including 2 in the Mishnah, right? Arami, Oved, Avi, Mikra, Bikurin, Haggadah, once again covered Pesach, and now ultimately again a reference to Lag BaOmer, reference to Sira. So how incredible is it? I will say that, what life is this constant push and pull. Sometimes when you have a beautiful experience in life, what you want more than anything is just to remain there. Right? I don't want to leave. Like the Arizal brings down, he says, why is it that people cry at happy events? Right? It makes no sense, right? Tears are so often more associated with pain, sadness. Why do people cry at happy events? The Ari HaKadosh says because deep down in the Shema wants more than anything to hold on to this moment. I just want to hold on to it. I don't want it to go. But if the Shema knows it's gonna flee, it's fleeting. It just escapes, and that's why again there's tears. So sometimes we have a beautiful holy moment, you just want to stay there. But the avodah in life is keep moving ourselves forward. So on one hand, our beautiful Gemara, our beautiful Daf, has been keeping us tethered in Pesach, because Pesach is mamish zman, zman chilus, sinu zman geula, sinu chayv adam liros tatzpiyatzim in Mitzrayim, chilus, a feeling of freedom, a feeling of personal emancipatory power. But at the same time, the Gemara says, gotta move forward. Moving towards Lag BaOmer, moving towards Shua, so Bishon by Achai. Incredible. V'yapagav, says the Gemara. V'yapagav, the Ifrei Tirchei. I will say that even, by the way, I also want to point out, just so you think about it a little bit, it's fascinating, by the way, that the Gemara attributes this tefillah ultimately to the mother. Right? This is the mother's tefillah, right? If the mother should daven. Now, obviously, on the most basic level, right, because the mother is giving birth, right? That's what it's associating with. But it's also, I will say, there's so much about the personality of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which is, again, we have to say, if I have time at the end of this year, which I definitely will not, but we'll put it on our list, but why Rashbi? So again, Rav is obviously astounded just by like the lumbus of Rashbi. There's so much of the personality of Rashbi that we want for our own children. Okay, Yavagav, this is like Yerchot. So once again, says, by the way, I just want to point out, you would think after Rava's praise of Rashbi, that Rashbi's limud is correct. So to point out, by the way, Rashbi, his limud is actually flawed. His limud is flawed. Right? The whole drasha is flawed. Why? Because there's a pircha. I will say, what's the pircha? Here we go. My chumah to be kurim ma'aser shekain asur mizarim. So we'll say again, why do we say that bikurim is more chamer than ma'aser? Because ultimately, again, ma'aser sheni can be consumed by anyone. Bikurim, can't be consumed by non-kohanim. Adrabah, I can say ma'aser chamer shekain asur yonim. Is it just the opposite? Bikurim can be consumed by an oneg. Ma'aser sheni can't be consumed by an oneg. So in that case, again, we kind of just blew a hole in Rashbi's Kavachodan. Well, from the Toda Shlomim Meiser, what's the chumrah of Toda and Shlomim from Meiser Sheni? Shekin Tu'unan Matan Damim Be'emun Agam Mizbeach. Remember again, Toda and Shlomim have sacrificial rights on the Mizbeach. You have to do blood applications. The Kishkas on the Mizbeach. Adrabah, Meiser Chamer, Shekin Tu'unan Kesef Tzura. Meiser can become a wife because, again, remember, I will say, you can redeem Karbanos, but ultimately on anything. Ma'aser sheni, for to redeem it, it requires minted coinage. That's a chumrah. So as I said, remember again, essentially what the Gemara is showing over here is that Rav Shimon's logic really was flawed. Like in other words, it was a brilliant exposition, but at the end of the day, it's wrong. It's wrong. What was the chumrah of Bechor of told Shalom? And what was the supposed to be the chumrah? Shekin kiddusha samirekem. That Bechor ultimately is consecrated from the womb. Adrabah. Todu Shlomim Chamurim, Todu Shlomim Chamur, why? Shekin Tu'unin Smicha, Unisachim, Utinufas Chazir V'Shok. Because ultimately, Todu Shlomim requires Smicha, leaning on the animal, Nisachim, wine additions, and the weighting of the chest and the thigh. Umay Chumah Dechatas V'Asham B'Char. And what's the Chumah of Chatas and Asham of B'Char? Shekin Kachek Adashim. Kachek Adashim. Adrabah. The Chor Chamur, I would say the B'Char is Chamur, why? Shekin Kiddusha Samirechem. It is sanctified from the womb. My chumrah the ola lechatas v'asham. What's the chumrah of ola over chatas and asham? Shekin kalil. It's totally consumed on the mizbeach. I was the Adrabah. Chatas v'ashot v'chamiri shekim mechatli. They affect atonement. The kulu chamiri ma'olah. This mushtei achilos. And ultimately, again, everyone is more covered than olah. Why? Because olah has two consumptions. Now, remember again, I will say, because I would say the is mushtei achilos. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, because all the other kavanos have two achilos, have two consumptions. In other words, either mizbeach and kohanim, owners kohanim, whereas olah ultimately again only has consumption on the mizbeach itself. So we'll say, so therefore again the Gemara says, by the way, it was a brilliant exposition, absolutely brilliant. Only one problem, it was incorrect. Just a slight detail. The Gemara says, if that's the case, so why the overwhelming praise for Rabbi Shimon? Elamai biyod ve'imei Rabbi Shimon. So Rabbi, you would think that after that kind of praise, that every mother should daven for her son to be like Rabbi Shimon, that Rabbi Shimon's drasha would be correct. But yet it's incorrect. So why did Rabbi say daven for your child to be like Rabbi Shimon? Because the Bible says incredible. Dilamai v'sfira le'le v'dei, misaris le'le kra v'darishtay. Because the Bible said the drasha itself was overwhelming. In other words, you're right. We'll say sometimes the result is wrong, but the process is so incredibly profound. What Rabbi Shimon did the drasha, and I will say, by the way, it's not just a drasha, it's a reverse drasha. Right? It's a drasha ultimately again from the end of the pasuk to the beginning of the pasuk. So the drasha is incredible. The reverse kite of the drasha is absolutely incredible. Everything is incredible about this, which I will say tells you something absolutely amazing. What Rabbi was extolling was as follows: did Rabbi Shimon come up with the right conclusion? No. I will say, but what did he do? He put in a Herculean amount of effort. And at the end of the day, what makes great people great are not necessarily the results that they produce, but rather the effort they are willing to expend to get to that finish line. And I will say that was the life of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai again lost so much. He lost so much time. Again, remember he was in hiding for an extended amount of time. But when I said during that time what he made of himself, sometimes the results don't materialize as you had intended for them to. But the process itself is really where our personal prowess, our energy, our abilities really comes out. So that's what Rabbi was explaining. The conclusion is wrong, but the process is so profound. Every mother should daven to have a child who is committed to the process. Because at the end of the day, we don't control the results. We often don't control the outcome. The only thing we control is how much effort we are willing to put into the process. Who personifies that willingness to put effort into the process? Rashbi. And therefore, every mother should daven for a child to possess this coffers. So we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach. All right, friends, another wonderful Shabbos, everyone. Shabbos, good Shabbos. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei and Tilsum Shmach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the shipment drashos of this year as a zechus for Besorah Tzavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habavin Latova Paul Pollack in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of his grandson Yosef Menachem. Our anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor in the schus of Simchas for all of our children, and for listening to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. Our Mashini Kamner, Abraham's mother, Sarah, Brina Bas, Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Levraka. As always, we dedicate our learning from the schools of our holy and precious Hasidus, Mechash Baruch Hu, Meretz Hashem, bring them home with Shalom and Bekarov, and the schools of our holy soldiers, Mechash Baruch Hu, allow them to be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yidei. Let's see, with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tes Zayin 16, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Tes Vav on the days, and we left off with my commitment. We actually got a little bit further, but let's just pick up with that. Good. But my commitment is, remember again, we had an interesting machlokes, a raging machlokes. If you know Milchon and Reish Lakish are really what we call the sophistic fundamental machlokes about the nature of lashish b'maisa or lachanita klase. Right. So remember again, we saw by Yesi lachanita klase. First, it commits a lot of prohibition, and then that prohibition has an accompanying asay, which allows us to go ahead and essentially fix the law. So if a person fails to perform the asay, then the pashtos to chay malchus. So in a general sense, a person is not going to be chay malchus when they go ahead and violate the asay. Sorry, when they violate the law. And the reason for that is because I have the asay to be able to fix it. Now, what happens if a person doesn't go ahead and perform the asay? Then I'm chayiv malchus. So the shaila becomes, at what point is a person going to be chayiv malchus then? At what point do we call it non-performance of the asay? So this was a machlokes of Yochanan and Reish Lakish. Yochanan said, Bitol chayiv, lo bitol patra. Essentially, if you do something which fundamentally precludes the performance of the asay. So for example, in the case that we were, first Reuben steals from Shimon, and then Reuben goes ahead and destroys the stolen object. Now, it's not going to be the best example, as we'll discuss in just a little bit, but just to give you an idea, he can't perform the asay. There's no benefit for Zagzela. He cannot return the stolen item. But it's halacha again, and just for illustration purposes, not for halachic purposes. That would be called being a mavnako an asay. We'll give examples of this. Versus Reish Lakish says, Kayim below Kayim, all right, Kayim Chayim, Kayim lo Kiyim Chayim. Ultimately, again, just non-performance. You didn't do the assay. That will result ultimately in malchus. The Gemara says, what's that the word of this machlokes? The ma'ikemifagi. So the Gemara says, ma'ikemifagi b'hasras safek kamifagi. So what are they arguing about over here? With hasras safek. I will say, this is going to be very interesting. Mar savar hasras safek shma hasra. Umar savar hasras safek lo shma hasra. So I will say, so what's the argument over here? The argument is whether or not hasras safek is called hasra. So take a look at Rashi. Rabbi Yochanan savar hasras safek shma hasra. First white line in Rashi. Yafagav t'chol lo saseh shenita glaseh l'dvarav hasras safek. Now according to Rabbi Yochanan, any lav hanita glaseh by definition is what we'll call hasras safek, a doubtful hasra. Now how so? Shaykisha over alalav. So let's play this out. Reuben goes ahead and steals an object from Shimon. Now, obviously, in order for Reuben to be chayiv, Reuben has to get hasra. So the witnesses are going to say to Reuben, if you go ahead and you steal, there's going to be liability. Now remember, Rabbi Yochanan's model of bittul, halacha l'maisa, there's no real liability for the law up until the point that Reuben negates or precludes the possibility of the assay. So therefore it says, Kishamastrin bo, al tigarish, I should just use the example of the Gemara. Right, the Gemara is right, Reuben violated Rachel, he married her. Then he's about to divorce her. So what happens? The witnesses tell him, don't divorce her. If you divorce her, you're going to be chayiv malchus. But remember again, Safeku, Shemalo Yibatla Sase, La Adira Bano, So watch this. Reuben's about to go ahead and divorce her, right? Reuben violated Rachel, married her. Okay, that's what he's supposed to do. Then he's about to divorce her. So we're going to give him hasra. What's the hasra? Reuben, if you go ahead and you divorce Rachel, you're chayiv malchus. Well, that's not totally true. Why? Because there's an assay. What's the assay? To remarry her. But Reuben, if you go ahead and you divorce her, and then you also do something which forever precludes you from remarrying her, you're going to be chayiv malchus. So we'll say that's what's called hasra safek. In other words, the way hasra works is that hasra has to really contain a definitive set of facts, not a lot of ifs and not a lot of buts, and it also, as we're going to see, also must contain a level of immediacy. Now, according to Yochanan, the only way to give hasra is in this way, because in any la hanita kla'aseh, there's always this prolonged possibility that halacha l'maisa, Reuben